say with words. It's
No, I
special.
agree. I agree, but it shouldn't just be like it should be connection. And like you said, that with your spouse, like I don't believe like in running around and shagging everything that moves, and constantly having one night stands and stuff like that. I just think there should be something deeper to it. But when you have a spouse, by all means, you should enjoy it and connect with each other because it's part of life.
Yeah. And there was a time when I was younger that I had a contraceptive, and I decided I was going to have some one night stands, and it was really more like 2 night stands, kind of thing. Like I kind of knew the guy a little bit, but it just became very quickly obvious that it sucks doing it with people you don't know. Like I
Exactly,
would,
and I bet you regret it now. I bet you regret it now, don't you?
yeah, vaguely. I mean, yeah, I
Why does
do.
it suck?
Because there's nothing to it. You're doing it with a whole new person. They don't know you, you don't know them. There's nothing fulfilling in you about it. You just basically have to worry about how well it's going to go down, and you don't really get to focus on like anything even.
Yeah, but what if it goes well?
It doesn't though.
Dang, you messed with the wrong guys.
Guys, you have to remember as well. You have to remember she's a woman. I think she looks at it a bit different. I mean, my wife said something to me the other day that I kind of agree with. That if a guy cheats, it can just be, it can just be sex. It's just that. But if your woman's cheated on you, that's a decision she has considered, and it's not something that's just happened, just like that. And what she was basically hinting at and saying is that, for women, it's a lot more of like a deeper connection, and I think that's also like an evolutionary type of trait as well, because we guys, we can just bust in 100 women and run off and that's it. But a woman, once
Guess we'll never know.
He's dropped out. But yeah, I mean, on the subject of like one night stand, if the guy knows what he's doing, the
Well,
girl's
no,
gonna want more. It's never gonna just stop there. She's gonna want
well,
more, and that's it.
I think I may have intimidated them because, like, I'm very tall. Like, especially then, I was a hair model and I was like, before kids, like, very hot, very, very hot. And I have a very forward personality. And so I think when I started seeking this out from guys, I think it was too much pressure.
Maybe, but I will say, hair models are like low key. They're fine as hell, man.
Yeah,
Like the
dude.
hair dye boxes and stuff like that. You don't expect it. They are fine.
Oh man, I almost got a permanent position with L'Oreal, but then I got pregnant, so I couldn't do it. They offered me a contract.
But yeah, I don't know. Sounds like you were just messing with guys that couldn't bang.
No, guys were not my main thing. That I only did like that for like 3 guys, and then I went back to normal. I was like, this sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, generally speaking, it's not good. I think it's a phase that like a lot of us go through, and then we
Yeah.
see that we're just like being kind of ignorant.
Yeah, well, they act like sex is a right, and that if you're a human being, you should be able to go out and get some. It's like not how it works. Yeah, I also got raped during that time, like twice within 2 weeks. So I was also not being very careful about like not drinking drinks that I hadn't kept an eye on and stuff like that. Just being like loose with my action made people be able to take advantage of me.
Wow, that's terrible. No wonder you had like bad experiences.
I don't know about that. It wasn't just that they were bad experiences. It just was like, man, it wasn't worth it. It was more trouble, not much satisfaction, and then you had a lot of drama. And it's just like, ugh. I would rather just do it with someone who I cared about, or at least had some sort of relationship with. Thankfully, my husband is like far and above the best guy I'd been with before, so
Good.
Mm-hmm. Gonna take some self-control not to say anything about it.
Yeah, don't say anything you'll regret.
No, I wouldn't regret it. It's just too much. People don't need to be hearing about how pleased you are in bed.
Yeah, Asma just dropped off mid-sentence.
Yeah, he sure did. I thought he would come back right away. Maybe his phone died.
Probably.
I'm gonna have to go to bed too. Oh my gosh, it's 4:00. I have to be up in like less than 2 hours.
Good luck with that.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll see you later. It's been fun.
Peace.
Peace.
Salam. What do you think percentage you guys represent the next generation of Muslims?
I don't know about her.
It's definitely actually this is not a joke. When I lived in Bahrain, I had a buddy, Osama. I brought him up earlier. Anyway, I noticed that because he was about the same age as me, and other than his tradition, like he was a traditional Muslim when I first met him, but we got along because we were, at our cores, we were into the same stuff. You know what I mean? Like women and whatever, having a good time, whatever. So I just kind of, I had this thought, a recurring thought that kind of the next generation of, people in that part of the world, Muslims in general, really all cultures, because of the internet, next generation of humanity is going to be a lot more, more alike one another than different because of their traditional. You know what I mean? Like, even though you may still be Muslim and there's still Christians here, I think that we're going to see that we have like a shared, like we have more in common, and so some of those traditions are probably going to be discarded to some degree. I wouldn't say like all of them, but the ones that separate us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, it's like you. It's like, I don't know where you come from originally, but I know you mean actually you're probably Western for the most part. Like, you've lived in the Western world for I
You'd be
guess long enough.
surprised.
Yeah, probably. But even still, it's like you get the same idea from talking to people on Discord as well. So there's people from all over the world, but we have a lot in common. It's like those commonalities that I think the next generation, uh, especially, like once the old guard is all gone, uh, people in their 60s and greater and stuff, everybody younger than that are going to be, more alike than different. I think.
I'm gonna be honest.
Personally,
What you're espousing, it like while it's happening in a lot of places, and especially with the younger people, it is directly conflicting with Islam. So if what you're saying were to happen, it would just mean that there would be less Muslims practicing their religion properly.
yeah. I also brought up earlier how when I lived in Bahrain, like, Saudi Arabia has a lot of pious Muslims, or at least seemingly so. But on the weekend, in Bahrain, you can drink, and there's almost all the women are whores. And so a lot of the Saudi dudes just go there for the weekend.
Yeah.
And, and it's probably not so much that it's probably because the worlds are colliding or are clashing. You know what I mean? It's like there's this other world that does allow those things, and of course, them being men at the core, even though they're pious Muslims, they'll find a way to partake in it.
Yeah. I mean, the pious ones wouldn't, but
Right.
the
Yeah.
other ones would. And when it comes to people that consider themselves Muslims, there's, you know, I want to say like maybe like 10% pray their 5 prayers every day, which they're supposed to do, and there's actually like hadith saying that, whoever abandons the prayer, then he's not a believer, So if we're being technical, a lot of the ones that call themselves Muslims aren't actually Muslims, but it is like there's a lot of bad Muslims.
Yeah, but I think every religion, because even in America, like where most people might say they're Christian or might grow up Christian, or their family was Christian, and I think young men all around the world, like early 20s, regardless of how you grew up, that you got the same sort of mentality, like the same sort of chemistry uh, and motivations. You know what I mean? Like the aggression and sexual appetite and all that type of stuff. So, people find excuses or loopholes or just break the rules, and still, if it's available to them. Not all of them, not everybody, but a large majority.
Yeah, of course.
Anyways, my only point was that what may seem like you see like these worlds of different people, like what people may think of when they think of the Muslim world, um, compared to like the Western world or whatever. I think that for next decade, next couple of decades, yeah, it's not going to be as different, because I think that just like you said, like I wouldn't say like Islam would people would fall away from it, but yeah, I think it'll be more relaxed, or might even have some sort of schisms. How do you pronounce that word? Schisms.
Schisms, yeah.
Schisms, yeah. Or
I think you're
jisms.
wrong, man. Well,
Yeah, I
tell
think
me,
you're wrong as well.
I think you're wrong.
I think these things tend to go in cycles. Like if you look at Turkey, for instance, Turkey used to be very, I think you used the word pious. Let's just stay with pious. And now they're one of the more liberal Muslim countries. And loads of these countries have gone from being, very strict to kind of way more liberal, or the other way around in the last 30 years.
Not just that, it's also like within a specific person's life, they're more kind of like liberal as they're younger sometimes, and then more kind of traditional or conservative as they get older. They say that yesterday's liberals, today's conservative.
Yeah, but at the same time, what Crypto's talking about is true, but I think that's more of like because of the politics of the whole of the global situation. Because like for instance, in like the 10 years ago when the Arab Spring was happening, uh, however that started, it was taken advantage of by the Western world, who were backing the rebels in the case of countries that we didn't have.
Morning. Oh, sorry.
But a lot of the relaxation countries in the Muslim world.
Yo, hold up, let's give Crypto shit for his voice raising an octave when he talks to the girl.
I didn't hear that.
Hello. it went high for a second.
Just being polite, that's all.
Sorry.
Oh, friend.
I noticed that actually, like, I don't know if it's worldwide, but definitely I noticed it in the UK. Well, in Britain, when they say like hi, they're like UK, and their voice raises an octave. UK.
What if I talk like this?
This is like Jamaican. Wagwan.
It's the same thing if you're training a dog. Because I was talking to my friend before she passed away. So, but anyway, I was having her train her dog, and with this dog specifically, I found it useful to play like good cop, bad cop, sort of, because she was very stubborn. So if I was trying to, give her a command or whatever, and I was doing it in a stern way, she would not respond sometimes. But then if I would change up and then say it in a nice way, she would, and vice versa. And so, all I would have to do to say it in a stern way would do a deep voice, and then in a polite way, just do a high pitched voice.
Really?
The only kind of dog training I can get behind is Count Dankula style. Count Dankula style.
What's that?
Oh,
There's
say
the
that.
guy who trained his girlfriend's dog to do a Nazi salute.
Oh, man.
You hear about this? He got arrested for incitement to hatred because every time he trained his girlfriend's. Basically, he was just trying to take the piss out of his girlfriend. Right. That was the whole thing. It wasn't a political statement. It wasn't like a secret member of the KKK. His girlfriend was going on about how cute the dog was, and he wanted to take the piss out of the girlfriend, right? So he trained the dog to like raise its paw whenever he said Sieg Heil.
That's hilarious.
But then he got arrested. He got done for incitement to hatred.
No way, man.
What country is he in?
In Scotland. But yeah, this is a whole internet thing for months. Like, just look it up. Crazy.
That was fucking hilarious, by the way.
That is funny.
I mean, it's been an ongoing case. I haven't followed the latest developments, or whatever, but a lot of stuff's happened since then as well. I'm just telling you, like the initial story. Anyway, sorry.
What kind of dog was it? Sorry.
It was a German Shepherd.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, yeah. Well,
No, it wasn't. I think it was a pug, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
My friend's dog that I was training was a German Shepherd. She still is, and yeah, they're smart as hell. I almost want to teach her how to do that.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah.
Let's see if I can find an article on it. It was actually kind of funny, but yeah, whatever.
You said your friend passed away, and you said she. Is this like that girlfriend that you had back in a while back?
She was never my girlfriend, but
Yeah,
oh yeah, no. So it's not my ex-girlfriend, but I chill with her a lot. She was yeah.
Is it the same person?
No, like I never. If you depends on who you're talking about, because I never referred to her as my ex or my girlfriend or anything like that. But I would bring up. I would bring up my friend, and sometimes I would describe something crazy she'd done, because she would sometimes do crazy things like break my windshield, or she came in 24/7 one time and screamed at me. It was funny.
Anyways, my condolences.
Yeah. So it's kind of out of nowhere, But yeah. But yeah, I appreciate it.
So crazy girlfriend / ex-girlfriend still doing a thing?
I mean, they're all crazy, to be honest with you. But I haven't talked to her in a long time.
You used to like build stuff for her and.
Oh no, yeah, she's sleeping right here next to me. Yeah. Still building stuff for her.
Yeah, what's the latest thing you built?
Well, I'm getting ready to build a shed in the backyard, like a man cave, because she doesn't like clutter.
And I said the latest thing, not the next thing.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of working on it, so it's kind of is the latest and next. Like it's a work in progress.
As all things are.
I'm kind of excited about it because she has a wall in her patio in her backyard, so she like hates clutter and stuff. And I have a lot of junk, and I, always working on something. And so because she has a wall, I can build it on the other side of the wall, and she'll never see it. and so it'll never bother her. So it's
I would say
excited. Yeah.
But yeah, I feel you. I got a lot of junk too. Knickknacks and patty wax.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is I'm always working on something, and so like I like collecting junk, wood scraps or whatever the fuck, broken electronics, because I know I can use it for something later.
Yeah.
She hates that shit. Wait, what's up? What's up, Riv?
Yo, not much. Not very much.
Did you ever get into that GPS that you bought, or you still haven't even used it?
I haven't used it, but
Oh my god.
It's happening.
My god. Wait, well, hold on. Stick that up again.
That's the GPS bit.
Oh, okay.
That's the Arduino, which I haven't
Yeah.
soldered to anything yet. And that's the antenna.
Yeah, I think I have the exact same antenna. I don't have the GPS unit, I guess, and I don't. I lost all my Arduinos. Fuck, man, I had a few of them, and Raspberry Pis, and Freescale chips, and I lost all of them.
Yeah. Arduinos are like $5, aren't they? Thereabouts.
Yeah. But the Freescale chips, are pretty. Yeah, I mean, they're just it's the same idea, but it's just like they're a little bit more sophisticated. So I was disappointed about those. You know what? That confuses me, dude, because I got a GPS antenna. I'm always confused on. So you have to get a GPS receiver as well?
Isn't the antenna the receiver? Like
Well, that's what I thought. Okay, so then what's the difference between that and the GPS unit that you just you
this thing
pulled?
here. Hold on. That little chip.
Yeah.
Decodes the signal.
Oh, okay. Okay, but you can do that like you can do that with your computer though, can't you? Or do you need the actual GPS chip?
You can do it. I've got a SDR dongle as well, so you can do it. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I've always
GPS.
it's always confused me. That's that's why sometimes I just get stuck, on what to buy, and I don't buy it, and then I get caught up with other shit. So I still have, after the 2 years, I still haven't bought a decent GPS receiver.
Yeah. Well, I've been talking about this for 6 months, and now, yeah. To be fair, I've been in my fucking daughter's classroom for months, trying to stop her fucking blowing up. Anyway.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's what it is. I'm reading this story about this chick who, the local Australian National Bank called her and said, "Oh, we've noticed some suspicious transactions. Can we install fucking TeamViewer on your computer to check it out?" Oh, fuck! How do people fucking fall for this shit?
Wait, so it's a scam, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, have you seen that dude Mark Rober, the YouTuber?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you've seen the things he's done, right? Because that was what the scammers were doing. That he was caught was they were like targeting old people and basically just having them like remote, like convincing them to let them remote.
Desktop,
yeah, exactly.
He did that in collaboration with Rick Browning, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was clever. That was really good. But I mean, the scammers though were like getting like $40,000, $20,000, like huge amounts of money to mail to them.
Yeah, fuck.
That's crazy that there's that many suckers or whatever. I guess old people.
Yeah, but still, like, how bad does your bullshit detector have to be to get a call from some fucking Indian dude to install some shit on your computer? Fuck.
I saw this. You get these guys who like prank the scammers or scam the scammers or whatever. And there's this guy. I don't know if it was like legit or whatever, but he got a call from this girl, and she was like, "Hello, I'm Carolina Fernandez," and it was like, "Hello, Priya."
Yes, yes,
It's
I
just
saw
like-
that one.
He was like, "Who are you?" Like, I don't know if it's legit, but I really hope it is.
I think they're legit. Yeah. That one where they like 3 or 4 of them bunched around as well.
Yeah.
got the-
There's like a. Anyway, yeah. Fuck those guys.
Well, you know, this is probably you're gonna hear more about this as time goes on. But one of the scams to look out for is now, because like you can clone someone's voice pretty simply now.
Yes.
I've done it with people in here. I'm not gonna say who, but either way, you can do it real good with. I think you can use. I think there's some that can do it in like 3 seconds, or just your answering machine or something like that, right? So you clone your voice, but just training it out their answering machine. And then what a scammer can do is like call a loved one and have them like in distress, like they're kidnapped or something, or in distress, and just say don't call the cops, don't do this, just send money here now, or this person's going to get hurt, and you have them like screaming in the background, or even have them talk for a second, or whatever, and people would easily be convinced of that and give up money or whatever.
Yeah, it's tough enough.
Yeah. That scammer thing, that on the Mark Rober thing, I think he said it was like a $20 billion industry or something.
Yeah, it's something absurd.
That's crazy. It's like a whole economy behind scamming.
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong business.
Oh man.
Were you playing Omaha?
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Oh
my
God.
God.
Half an hour.
I hate
Let's see if
Omaha.
we've got time. Omaha's better than Oldham, I reckon.
Yeah. I guess it just depends on what you're used to or whatever. I guess I haven't played enough to, I appreciate the odds or whatever correctly. So it's like, I'm not gonna be able to play as well as somebody like you who plays every day.
I definitely don't play every day.
But something like Hold'em, though, that I'm familiar with, you can understand like the odds, and the plus you get to see everyone's cards for the most part. And in Omaha, there's 3 cards that are always face down, right? Is it 3 cards or 4 cards?
It's same as Hold'em. Like
It's
all
2
your
cards?
cards are face down. 4 cards, but all face down. Yeah,
Right, yeah.
there's no
And then 3
difference
cards. 3 cards are face up.
The flop. You talk about the community cards.
There's
It's the same as Hold'em, except you got 4 cards, and you must use 2 and only 2.
Oh, okay. Maybe I guess I'm thinking of something different.
Yeah. High low is pretty cool as well. So high low, there are if you can make the worst hand with 5 cards under 8, then there's also a low pot. So the entire pot could be split in half.
Uh-huh.
And some people compete for the low pot, and the other person gets the high pot, and you basically split it. Sometimes one person takes both. Sometimes there isn't a low pot. Yeah, it's fucking heaps cool.
Yeah, I've played that before too. Because like we used to do like dealer calls it, and so we played different games. But for some reason, I thought Omaha was where you get 2 down, 1 up, and then you keep getting dealt, and then 3 more up, and then the last one's down or something like that. But I guess there's
Stud poker.
stud. That's what I'm thinking of. No shit. Yeah, that's right. 7 card stud. Ah, okay.
Yeah, stud is the one where you get cards up and face down.
Okay. That's right. Omaha. So there's community. There's 3 cards to the community. Okay.
5. It's the same as Texas Hold'em, but you just get 4 cards.
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna stop asking questions.
Bro, it's the same as Texas Hold'em. You get 4 cards, you can only use 2.
Must use
got
2.
it, got it.
Must use 2. So you
Actually, I
can't
might
play
play
the
now.
board.
There's 5 cards in total.
Yeah, I know there's 5 community cards, but he's saying that it's the same with
All cards.
yeah. Hey, so where do you play? Where do you play at?
Ignitioncasino.buzz. Because online gambling's banned in Australia.
Yeah, American too.
Is it still?
Most places. It's about to be legal in Texas.
Gambling's not bad, but it's looked at as kind of like a proclivity. Not as bad
No,
as
it's bad.
but not as bad as prostitution.
It is banned.
What?
You said it's not banned?
So it's not bad.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying banned. We talking about banned. Like it's banned in America in most states.
You mean like? I mean,
It's
you don't
not
have
allowed. It's
you have
illegal.
casinos that have Hold'em.
Say what?
But we had the Hollywood Park Casino here in LA. You don't have casinos like that where you are?
Yeah, is that on an Indian reservation?
No, it's in
That's
LA.
one near the airport, isn't it? Is that near the airport?
But maybe
Which
I don't know. I don't know what that about the other states. I didn't think it was an issue. I thought like craps and blackjack, but not.
Well, it
Not
depends.
Hold'em.
It depends on. So you can have like poker. You can even house like a poker game, but you can't take a rake. Like if the casino takes a rake, then it's illegal. But you can house a poker game uh, for people to play. I forget the exact rules around it. Right, like people, if the casino
Casinos
takes
get
a
a
rake, then
big
it's
blind and
legal.
small blind. That's how they stay in business. They get a big blind and small blind, and they do a lot of hands fast, and they make like I don't know thousands a night on one table. Where are you, Coach? I thought you were Los Angeles. No,
No, I'm in Texas.
they don't have like casinos you can play poker and stuff. And
Yeah, well, no, they okay. So, okay. Oh, wait, you know what? Are you talking about at game rooms?
yeah,
That game rooms like that's like a loophole, which is probably gonna be made illegal. But like at game rooms, they house poker games, and they also house like uh, machine games and stuff like that. I
Okies they
forget
call them
exactly how
here.
they get around it.
I just know that slot machines are banned. Perhaps in blackjack are banned, but you can have there's other forms of the game gambling that are totally legal. And there's like 4 casinos in LA, real close to where I live, and they're all pretty busy. They all play poker, Hold'em.
Well, it says in California the only ones where it's legal are tribal casinos. I don't know if those are on reservations or if those are just I don't know what those even are.
I mean, they're certainly not on a reservation because they're in LA, but I don't know if they're related to tribal. I don't think they are. I think they've been there.
No.
What are you saying, Rick?
Yeah, there are actual casinos in LA. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not tribal.
Do you remember when there was it was like related to the the Hollywood Park Casino was associated with the track, the horse race. So we'd have horse betting. You have horse betting in Texas?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, so they had that.
Hold on.
I mean, you probably do. Come out here, Coach Show, bring a couple grand, hit up to like the 40. They call it 2040, but the minimum's like $80 or $100 to play Hold'em. Stay for a couple weekends, man. You can clean up.
Yeah,
Drunk
2040.
players, fucking bad players, drunk players, especially
2040?
on the low end table. Go ahead, Riff.
You said play 2040.
I'm trying to remember what they call it, but
That's huge. 2040.
No, that's not
Blinds?
the bet. That's like the minimum you can play with.
Oh,
Okay. All right, let's
Start
see.
with $40.
well, so I think in California, they do have they have rules where you can't have casino games, but because poker is player against player, that's legal because it's not player against house. So it's like that's like how California does it. Um, and then also I know there's plenty of places that do like tournaments, like because as long as you're not paying for the tournament exactly, like you're not. Actually, that I think about, there's plenty of card rooms here. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
There's so many card rooms here in Texas.
yeah, the ones I haven't played at Hollywood Park, but I was going to one day before I was going to catch a plane back. I played at the Bicycle and the Commerce, a little bit east of there.
Yeah, those are big. Those are old casinos. Bicycle and the Commerce, and there's a
Yeah.
Lucky Casino, something Lucky something down.
Lucky Lady, there it is.
Yeah,
Lucky
yeah,
Lady.
that's kind of close to my house. And then there's the Hollywood Park Casino. That's the closest one. They're decent. They all got a facelift. They kind of made them clean.
Yeah.
Are you talking
Yeah, I
about
tried.
Lucky Lils?
You can play poker 24/7. What is that?
Lucky Lils, LILS.
I don't know
Is
what's.
that what you're
I
talking?
just know it's Lucky Casino. There might be a name at the end of that. I don't remember.
Yeah, well, they're all over in Montana and some in Idaho, or not Idaho. Yeah, Idaho.
Yeah, it says
But
the most are in Montana, second most in California.
yeah, they're all over in Montana.
Yeah, I mean, we got plenty of them here too. Now I think of it, so
Oh, lordy. I'm going to steal that one. Thank you. Pew, 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 pew. Anything happen in Flat Earth land today?
I heard them talking earlier. What were they doing? They had two challenges. Well, one was they were claiming that the southern hemisphere there's a lot of land that's actually easy. So there's distortions that are easily hidden by the fact that like windy roads are
Is
made
that
to be
Brian?
straight or something.
That was Brian, right? That's one of the
It was
silliest.
Witsit was describing it. He was describing somebody. I forget the person. He was describing a sailor who had done a lot of those races and is now a flat earther because of this fact that that all maps are like they're flawed basically, or they have these hidden flaws.
Yeah, he's talking about Hervé Raboni, right?
I'm not sure. I was trying to find out who they were talking about.
Yeah, Hervé Raboni did a like a circumnavigation down south, and now he's a flat earther, and he's making just shit ass arguments about time zones and declination. Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Right. That's what I'm working on right now, actually. In the background is just showing how that's not true. But what was it? How do you say his name?
Hervé, Herve, Raboni, Riboni.
Yeah, thanks.
He's French, so
Oh.
yeah. But he translates in English and does his best to speak English. So well done. Yeah.
That's unfortunate. So I mean, is he versed in like celestial navigation and that kind of thing since he's a sailor?
No.
Hmm.
Someone tried to say that he was, and I was like, well, show me where a flat earther does a worked example. I think it was Flat Earth Data, possibly.
Hmm.
Godric, have you? Oh, was it chatting to you, Godric, about
Go
Hervé
ahead,
Raboni?
what's that?
Was it you and I talking about that Hervé Raboni guy? You said he's a sailor, and like that gave him props. So yeah, could have been Data. I don't know.
That wasn't me.
All right.
But I think I got a picture that shows why buildings sink bottom up or get compressed after the horizon.
Sure.
So to explain to you if you don't know that,
Okay.
on a flat plane.
Did you post it in the chat?
Let me do it right now. Hang on.
Oops, sorry.
I can't find his channel. I found a bunch of people talking about him, but I can't find his channel.
I didn't read the words, the black words, but I'm pretty sure that the picture describes what happens in reality. Take a look at it.
How do we know that the football field is flat?
Well, in your defense, that is probably not flat, and it's probably a little exaggerated. But this is what happens like on a flat table.
No, it doesn't.
Down the
Godric.
street, down the
Doesn't.
street. It happens anywhere you have the specific like this particular example when you're looking at objects and that pass the horizon, they start to sink. It explains it.
Right, but do you know that football fields are built with a slope for drainage?
Wonderful, we have wonderful. So, so
there is
slope,
actually a hump in the middle.
Does it go up or down?
Well, it's generally highest in the middle, depending on how they make it.
Is the slope 6 feet, like to cover 6 feet in Manrihif?
What, over 3 miles or what?
No. Rihif, is the slope 6 feet on the football field because the man is completely covered?
Yeah, there's a football field that I made a video at, and if you look at the data, it slopes. I think it was 5 feet down over the length of the football field. So yes, these things slope. So yes, there is a physical hump in the middle blocking the bottom of that dude. Yes,
but Rihif,
because it's curved.
But Rihif, if you're filming somebody, right? It would you would to be even if it did dip 5 feet, right? You'd have to film him, in like going into the crevice, right? But the football field has to recover on the other side, is it not?
What do you mean recover?
I mean, it can't. The football field can't slant one way or the other. It has to. If it drains, it can drain down, but then it has to come back up because it has to be level. So the front has to be level to the back, correct?
Not necessarily. The one I was at sloped from one end to the other, whereas this one appears to have a hump in the middle.
It's sloped from one end to the other.
Yeah, like if you watch my video and you actually take my measurements.
We'll put the video in there. I'll look at it, but I didn't figure that you're going to say that the football field is sloping 6 feet to cover this man, but you're saying it could. Okay, well,
yeah, they are built to drain water. Like if it was flat and it rained hard, the water would just sit on the field and it would be unplayable.
But you don't need 5 feet, Rip. You need maybe like a couple feet.
Well, there's 2 or 3 feet of hump here, right?
2 or 3 feet of hump where?
In your image.
When you say hump, what are you looking at a hump?
You've hidden. There's about 2 or 3 feet hidden of the dude, right? Probably 3 feet.
Oh, you mean like the picture 3 where it shows his back?
Yep.
Just to say 3 feet.
Yep.
Okay, so you're saying that's the drainage of the football field?
Yeah, I'm saying the football field is not necessarily flat.
Well, I would say that all football fields are basically flat. They could allow
not.
Drainage, but it wouldn't be 3 feet. It wouldn't be 5 feet. It wouldn't be 6 feet. It would be maybe a foot or two. Like
I said, I'll post my video, and I didn't do it in the video, but if you actually take my measurements, you will see that there is about a 5 foot drop over the course of that football field.
Well, let me ask you this: How do you figure it's dropping? How do you figure that?
With my elevation angles to the goalpost.
Okay, let me just skip to the end, Ruhif. Look at the picture I posted. See the guy 1, 2, and 3 on the top.
Yep.
Is that what happens on a flat plane? Yes or no?
Yes. The elevation angle decreases as it gets further away. We can use trigonometry to model that.
Well, wouldn't that mean, Ruhif, that buildings in the distance vanish from the bottom up?
No.
That's not what it's saying on the top of the picture. I didn't read the writing. I just thought that was what it said.
Right. No. With what they're showing there, so the red lines, as the guy moves away on a flat plane, the elevation angle, so that little yellow arc near the camera, right? That angle gets lower as that guy gets further away. We can model that accurately to reality using trigonometry.
Do you see the black camera on the top in the sky, and then there's like
Yep.
a line on the grass and it's going up? Isn't that line the horizon?
No. The horizon
That's what I
is the
thought. The line was the
highest thing you
horizon,
can see.
and because
That black
the guy's
line,
feet.
are you reifying an imaginary line?
I thought that line was the horizon, and that guy's feet is at the horizon, and then the further
No,
end would be vanishing.
that line
That's not what
does
it said.
not correspond to anything in reality.
That's how it appears in reality.
I understand this concept of ramping up, right? I understand what you mean by it, but the horizon is a line from the camera lens to the last piece of land or water or whatever you can see. So it goes from the camera over to the surface somewhere.
That would be the horizon
On a globe, yes.
on a flat plane.
Well, how do you have a horizon on a flat plane? Why
Here
can't
we
you
go.
see further?
Here we go, Ruth. Okay, we're gonna stop there because we have a disagreement. You think that there's no horizon on a flat plane?
The horizon, you will never have a hard horizon on a flat plane. It will just
I can
fade
show
off
you a
into the
horizon
distance.
on your checkerboard in your kitchen room.
Say again?
I can show you a horizon on your checkerboard in your kitchen table.
Okay. Show me that.
All you have to do is go to your kitchen table.
Yep.
You have a chessboard or checkerboard that's flat.
Yep.
Put the checkerboard there on the table. Yep. Lower your eye down to the side of the table so you can only see the first few squares on the corner of that board. What's happening is you can make a horizon on that checkerboard.
That's not a horizon.
Hang on a second. Hang on. It is a horizon. Lower your eye to the bottom to the side of the table so you can see the first 2 or 3 squares on that checkerboard. What you'll find out is that you cannot see the further squares on that board. They have because you have a horizon in the middle of the checkerboard. You can't see beyond that horizon.
Are you on a phone or a desktop?
I'm on my cell phone right now.
Can you see my screen? I'll try and make it big.
Hang on, let me go back.
All right.
Where are you, Ruthie? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on your live stream.
Yep. Cool. So that's. We're gonna make him. There's my dude. All right. I am going to draw a line. Well, first of all, tell me where the horizon is.
So similar to the picture I posted, I thought that was what it shows, but maybe it was a bad meme or whatever. But
yeah, that black line going from under the camera up to that guy's foot doesn't correspond to anything.
I thought that corresponds to how things are perceived in reality.
No, this is reality.
It doesn't.
All right.
Okay, stop with that. Stop with that. Let me do this. Erase that last line. Just draw a line in front of the guy's face, like 4 feet. Don't touch his don't touch his face. Don't touch the face. Give it a few inches after the face. Yeah, about 4 feet. Yeah. Okay. So if you put your eye at that level, so you can see your checkerboard, but only the first few squares. You have created a horizon on a checkerboard.
No,
The
this
point
is
is
what
you
I'm
can't
demonstrating, Godric.
see
This
the
is what I'm
footer square.
demonstrating.
They have vanished. They are hidden behind the horizon.
This
You can't
black
tell me
thing that
that
I'm standing on
checkerboard
is the
bending.
checkerboard,
You know, checkerboards don't bend in kitchens.
right?
You know, they're basically flat.
I'm doing the checkerboard here, right? This guy is standing up. This is the checkerboard, right?
Well, he's far too high. He would have to be
Well,
looking 5
imagine he's a
miles
midget.
before he hits the
Imagine he's a
horizon.
midget, right? Imagine he's a midget.
Riff. You have
Yeah,
to put the
just
line
imagine he's a
at his
midget,
eye level.
Godric.
You have to
Yep,
put the
that's fine. Okay, I'll put his head on the ground, just to make you happy, Godric. All right, there's his head.
This is
that better?
the easiest way to see it is if you can do it in the kitchen, but you want to use another
I
example.
understand.
I'll just watch what you want
understand,
to do.
Godric.
Do what you
I
want to do.
understand.
Do
Now,
what you want to do. Go ahead. I'm just going to watch you.
all right. So some
You keep
light
it.
comes off the sun, bounces off the surface here, hits the guy in the eye. Is that the horizon?
I said nothing about light. If you start using light, you're just gonna confuse the whole thing.
What? If I use light, I'm going to ruin the whole thing.
Well, you just going into the weeds.
What?
Okay, so let's do this.
Is that the horizon?
Make the horizon a little bit farther, like 3/4 of the picture.
No, the question is that the horizon?
Can you hear me?
Or can I? Yeah, I can. Can I see further than this?
Make it 3/4 farther down. You're in the middle. Make it 3/4.
Is that the horizon? That one?
Yeah, that one's a little bit better.
Is that the horizon? Okay.
Yeah.
So is there a path of light from here to that guy's eye? No.
Yeah.
What is it hitting?
It's hitting that horizon. That horizon's. You see what
the horizon's here. The horizon's here. Is there a path of light from this point to the guy's eye? How is this blocking anything?
You maybe missed this in our class. That horizon you drew initially, erase the last line. Erase the line you just drew.
No.
Please.
How is there something blocking?
Erase the last line you drew.
How is there something blocking the path from here to here?
Not a model, not a science book, which is manipulated, which is a lie. Okay, in reality, erase the last line that you wrote, please.
What is blocking the path between this point and his eye? No, you said this was the horizon, and you said this was blocking this one's path.
That is blocking. That is correct.
How? What?
That first line is the horizon. You cannot see beyond that line. That's why it's a horizon.
That's blocking it, right?
Don't put a block there. Don't put a block there.
What?
Erase the last line.
No, there's nothing blocking this from reaching this guy's eye. Is there?
Erase the last line. I'll show you.
No, there's nothing blocking this from reaching this guy's eye.
Look, you're just drawing shit. You want to cooperate. You can't see beyond that horizon. That's why it's a horizon, and it's going to happen on a flat plane. You don't need a globe.
Godric, is there something blocking this path?
That light will never get to his eye, Ruhif. You're just drawing
There's
shit.
nothing blocking it, Godric. There's nothing blocking
the horizon's blocking it. Didn't you even agree that?
How is this blocking? How is this blocking?
The guys are going lower as they go. They go farther. The guy's going lower, right? The angle is going lower. Yes or no?
Anyway, I've made my point, Godric.
We're just saying shit, man. You're the kind of teacher that reads from the book but never lets the kids ask questions.
Hey, Godric, aren't you a stock trader?
You can keep your job. You can keep your job doing that. Just to do what you're told. Read the book. Don't let the kids have critical thinking. Don't let the kids ask questions. I get it. Was that Coach to the rescue? Listen, Coach, come to LA. I'll take you to Hollywood Park. Bring at least a few hundred. Put you on the hold'em table. Friday night, everyone's drunk. Clean up, bro. Just clean up. Just be patient, discipline.
The guy could respond to the question.
Did I lose my signal, or did everybody just stop talking?
Rivik left.
We went to feed the dogs. We're having a discussion, but he didn't want to cooperate.
Damn it, Godric left. Right as soon as I was going to ask him his question. Damn it, oh well. Scratch, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've been listening to Boats Wide Drive.
Yeah, because I remember you're a truck driver. You probably listen usually while you're driving.
Yeah. Hey, how do you post I took pictures with my iPhone. How do I post them on here? I don't know anything about this kind of stuff.
You on your phone?
Yeah.
Well, if it works like I remember, there should be a plus sign right next to like the box, like the box that you type into. You know what I'm talking about? Like that you type into the text. Unless you don't have
Well,
say what?
I never go on text. Well, I just
Oh,
unless somebody posts something that a picture I need to see or something, but I never text or put anything in text. I just want to
okay.
know how do I
Well,
took pictures. Go ahead.
can you see Livestream one text?
Yeah, hold on. Let me. Right now, I'm in my pictures. Let me go to that.
The other thing is,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I think you have the role for it. But yeah, now if you're in Livestream one text, in the box that you would click on to start typing words into, there should be like a plus sign next to that.
Okay. Yeah, I see a plus sign, and then it looks like a little gift box, and
There you
then
go.
the
Plus
box
that.
for typing.
Yeah, the plus sign. If you click on that, it should give you the option to upload a picture.
Oh, okay. Let's see. It says view all. Would that be pictures? View all my pictures, or
Yeah. Right. It's having you view your picture so you can pick which one you're going to post.
grant permission? This does not have access to your photos. I don't want to give my
No,
access to my photos to.
I wouldn't worry about that. That is, it just wants the app just wants to communicate with your storage. It's not doing anything except for allowing you to post a picture. You know what I mean? I wouldn't worry about that permission. Discord's pretty cool with
What? No.
they're not very invasive.
Okay, so if I do, they're not going to be able to access my photos. I'll just be able to
No.
post
Yeah.
stuff. Okay.
Right. Yeah. In order to post them, it's just a thing that you have to. That's like it's a technical thing. Like the app has to have the app has to be granted permission by your phone to access your storage so that it can post a picture. So it's not going to do anything malicious like go and look at your pictures. You know.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay. It's selected photos, all photos, or none. So right now I got none. So I want to do selected.
And so the other way you could, if you were viewing that picture, depending on how your phone's set up, where sometimes you can click on the picture and there's an option to share it. Often one of those options after you click share, it will be shared to Discord, and then it'll send you to a page that you have to kind of pick the room that you're going to share it with, and usually the room that you're in the most is going to be at the top. So. But I think the way you're doing it now is the easiest.
Okay. I don't know why they weren't posted.
Is it just taking some time to load? Sometimes, depending on your service, it might be taking a whole minute.
Oh,
Does it say loading?
no, just let me see. Let me try that one more time.
You might have to also press send.
Oh, okay. Here's something new. Discord would like to access your phone. Okay. Select more photos. Keep current selection. That's what I want. Then now what? Oh, there they are. Now how do I actually post this?
But you should be
I
able
see
to.
them. Go ahead.
You should be able to click on the picture now that you're looking through them. You just click on it, and it will populate in that text box, and then you have to press send once it does that.
Oh, look at that! It worked.
There you go. Dude, that was like walking my grandpa through it or something.
Okay, I got a question for you about these photos. Can you zoom in on those?
I'm sure I can, sure. Which one? The top one?
Both of them. They're basically the same thing. Well, it's the same issue. You see how the top of the clouds are lit up, and the bottom are in shade.
Yes. Interesting
You see what I'm
question.
talking about?
Yes, indeed.
Huh?
Oh, yes, I like this question.
Okay. This is before the sun even came up. The sun is
Mhm.
still below the horizon. And the top of the clouds, you can see very clearly, the top of the clouds are lit up, not the bottom. And on the angle where the light should be coming from the sun should be like, you know, underneath the clouds, below the clouds, shining up on the bottom of the clouds. But the top of the clouds are what is lit up. Can you explain how that could happen?
Okay, can I start by asking you, are you... I don't want to get this. Are you facing the
Okay, I'm
east?
facing north right now. In these pictures, I was facing north. The east is obviously to my right, and the sun is still below the horizon, and it doesn't even for another.
Okay, you broke up a little bit there, but so when you say you're facing east, do you mean you're driving east or your camera's facing east?
No. The right now that picture, you're looking at the north. So to the right would be east.
Right, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so you're driving east, yeah. That's what I was...
No.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm driving east because I took that out of my side window.
Okay. You said the sun hasn't come up yet.
Correct. And it didn't even come up for like at least 10 to 15 minutes later.
This isn't today, then?
Was that?
This is not today.
No, this was 2 days. Wait. It was last week. It was Saturday. No, I dropped my Saturday. It was Thursday morning. Thursday morning of last week, I took these photos.
Okay. You're probably not going to like the answer, but it's the best one I got. Oh, Godric, you're back. I had a question for you, Godric, but not yet.
Yeah, I'm back. What's up?
Well, no, hold on, man. We're in the middle of something, but I do got a question for you in a second. But yeah, so several things. scratch. So like the ISS, it can be viewed at twilight, typically after the sunset, but not too much later. Not more than a few hours later, and that's because even though the light isn't reaching the surface anymore, it's able to reflect off the ISS, which is much higher. Also, there's something called noctilescent clouds. They're clouds that can be 60 miles in the sky. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's correct. So they're 60-mile high clouds. They're very rare to be seen because the same thing. They can only be seen at twilight when the sun's already set, but the light is reaching a much higher elevation. And so because you're facing you're driving towards the east, you're facing the north, you can see that below the clouds are dark because the sun's not reaching there, but the sun is already reaching the higher clouds, the higher part of the clouds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's exactly what you see there. The top of the clouds are lit up when the sun is actually physically lower than the clouds because it's
Right.
still below the horizon.
But see, I would say that this is almost a direct evidence of the spherical nature of the Earth. Like this.
Sorry, go ahead. I will let you.
Well, no, I'm saying that this is possible because the Earth is a sphere, and the Earth is obstructing the light of the surface and the lower clouds, but the light that is the sunlight is at this point in time able to reach the upper clouds because the sun's about to be visible on the surface. So before it's visible on the surface, the light is already reaching higher elevations in that same region.
No, you're forgetting about the fact that according to the angles, the sun is below the clouds when you're talking about the angle of it and everything. So with the sun being below the horizon, it's lower than the clouds are from where I am and where the clouds are. So the bottom of the clouds should be lit up, not the top of the clouds, because the sun would be shining up at them because it's below the horizon.
Can you draw a picture of that happening?
Absolutely. I'm in the
Say
middle of doing that
say
now.
that again. I just posted two pictures.
To be fair, he needs to draw a picture of it happening, to show what's happening, because otherwise you guys just talking past each other.
What do you think?
Somebody posted a picture of it, a diagram of the Earth and the sun being below the horizon with clouds, and they showed the bottom of the clouds being lit up because the sun's shining up on it. But this is what's happening now is the complete opposite of that, which it could only happen if the sun is higher than the clouds.
Give me about 45 seconds. Give me just 45 seconds and I'll... Godric, what do you think is happening?
I don't know what is. I was trying to figure out what that picture is showing. He's like on a rig or in a car?
He's in a car.
I'm
explain
in the big
strat.
rig. Just look at the clouds, though. Zoom in on the clouds. You'll see that the top of the clouds are lit up, and the bottom of the clouds are in shade.
And then what's your point? So the lights on top.
With the sun being below the horizon, it hasn't even come up yet. The opposite should be happening right now. The bottom of the clouds
is this sunrise, by the way? Is this sunrise?
Yes, this is sunrise.
Cool.
This is about 10 to 15 minutes before the sun even comes up.
So you're saying the light's not hitting the clouds on the bottom; it's hitting the clouds on top, right? And the sun is rising, right?
Yeah. Do you see the pictures?
I think that would indicate a flat plane. I have two pictures. They're basically the same.
Well, yeah, it's just two different sets of clouds. But the point is, the top of the clouds are lit up. The top of the clouds are actually quite bright if you zoom in on it.
Unfortunately, the light on top of the clouds isn't so what's the word I want to use? Concisive, I guess. But I think that's why.
Well,
that's why. I think it's why the globe is going to argue that it's, I don't know, the cloud's different color.
No, I've already said my argument. I'm getting ready to prove it.
What do you mean not concise? I don't know what you're trying to say.
Coach,
It's very clear that the top are
Coach,
way brighter.
If the sun was coming up,
let's Scrat explain himself one more time, and then ask your question.
All right, make it short and concise, and go ahead.
Well, I mean, don't you see that the top of the clouds are much brighter because they're lit up, but the bottom of the clouds are in shade. The complete opposite should be happening right now because the sun is physically below the clouds, or angly, or I don't know how to say it. According to the angles, the sun would be below the clouds, shining up on them because it's not even above the horizon yet. I actually took quite a few of these pictures. Let me see if I can find other ones or better ones.
I think this is a good question, and your intuition is the same as mine would be, but obviously I have a bias towards the globe, so I'm going to keep thinking about it past my intuition, and as I told you, you'll see the logic here makes sense that this is evidence of a sphere Earth, but I'm going to show you why.
I actually see the complete opposite. I see it as evidence that the sun is always above the clouds. It never goes below the clouds, angly or whatever. That's the only way the top of the clouds could be lit up when the sun is below the horizon. No, that's not good. I think those first two are the best ones. Wait, these ones are good.
Do you have any with girls in the pictures?
Any what?
Women in any of the pictures?
No.
I'm almost done with my picture, so hold on.
Actually, here's a really good one. I'm going to try to post this one. Try this again. Okay.
What are we trying to figure out, Kasha?
He wants to. Well, you explain it, Scrat, because it's your thing.
Well, I'm trying to find. I just found another really good one. I want to make sure. Shoot.
Okay, well, to put it short, he has pictures of him looking at the clouds before sunrise. The sun hasn't risen yet, but what he's observing is that the top of the clouds are lit while the bottom part is not lit, giving indication that in his idea that the sun is actually still above the clouds, always above the clouds, never below it.
Well, doesn't that make sense? That seems logical to me. When on in
You're
your
in.
model, the sun would be, if it's below the horizon, it would be shining up, lighting up the bottom of the clouds.
As I said, your intuition is intact, but
There's 500.
you'll see under further investigation, intuition is not the tool you need to use here. Just give me one moment. I'll be finished. I'll show you.
And
My picture is complete. Okay. Can you see my picture, Scrant?
Yep.
Okay, so position yourself right beneath the clouds. Okay? The sun hasn't risen yet for where you are. And so your observation, because you're on a spherical Earth, is that the light that's reaching the clouds at this time is only yet reaching the top of the clouds and not yet reaching either the surface or the bottom of the clouds.
So the sun's actually either set or it hasn't risen yet on the horizon.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm directly below the clouds, from where I see the sun rays are lighting up the bottom of the clouds, not the top.
The picture I showed, the sun's hitting the top of the clouds.
no, you're showing it's hitting the bottom of the clouds.
If you
No.
position yourself below you have to turn the picture so you're at the top of the ball underneath the clouds. Now look at it.
Yeah. So
The sun rays are
So in
lighting up.
this example,
They're hitting the bottom of the clouds.
No. So in this example, you're right beneath the clouds. I know. I guess you're imagining yourself on the top of the ball, but you're supposed to be beneath the clouds in this example. In this example, the top of the clouds are the clouds furthest away from the surface. The bottom of the clouds, the gray part of the clouds, are not receiving sunlight. That's why they're gray. So the bottom of the clouds are not receiving sunlight.
I don't know if you're looking at the same picture I'm looking at, but if I'm standing directly below the clouds, what's being lit by the sun is the bottom of the clouds. How can you say the top of the clouds are being lit?
I don't understand. You understand the brown thing is the Earth, right?
Yeah,
And the yellow thing's the sun.
Yeah, and you position yourself directly.
Go ahead, sorry.
Imagine yourself directly
understanding
underneath the clouds.
Okay.
Okay. You're directly underneath the clouds.
Right.
What part of the clouds are being lit by the sun in that picture?
The top. The furthest up.
What?
The furthest from the surface. Is that? I don't understand how. I don't understand how we're missing each other, because the clouds that are furthest from the surface in my picture are the clouds that are the higher up. They're higher from the surface. So the lower part of the clouds, the part closest to the surface, they're not lit. They're gray, right? They're not reaching. There's not sunlight hitting them.
Oh, I see. Oh, so there's darker. Okay, well,
Right. Yeah.
I'm driving a truck, and I didn't see.
You're fine. You're fine.
The darker. I didn't see the darker clouds. Okay. Well, no. No, look at my pictures, though. It's the back of the clouds. When the sun is to the east.
If you
I
were in
don't
the
know how you could be saying that.
in the picture you got there where you're looking at the side of the truck with the side mirror, if you were positioned where those clouds are the darkest, that you wouldn't see the sun. And if you positioned yourself where the cloud is the white bright colour, you'd see the sun.
Well, we're not talking about two different clouds, though. Two different, they're the same. In my pictures, they're the same clouds, but only the top are lit up.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. If you were at the bottom part there of that same cloud where it's dark, you wouldn't see the sun. But then if you moved yourself up higher in altitude to where the cloud's light coloured white, you'd see the sun.
Okay, I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. Where the clouds are, they're high enough where the sun is not below the horizon. That's obvious because the clouds are being lit up. Okay, I think I'm not understanding what you guys are saying. To me, it doesn't seem right. The sun should be shining up on the bottom, shining up toward the clouds, lighting up the bottom first, and not lighting up the top of the clouds. Especially when there's other clouds further to the east that would be blocking the sun from hitting the higher parts.
That's right.
I don't
Your
know.
picture shows the sunlight coming down from above, but Coach's picture is showing it from the bottom up. So on a sunrise, we should see the bottom of the clouds being lit, but your picture showing that the lights come from the top, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
And it's a sunrise.
Yes. It's not even sunrise yet. Like I said, it was when I took these pictures. It was like 10 to 15 minutes before the sun even came up. The top of the cloud should never be lit up before the bottom of the clouds. I don't know. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm updating my picture.
Coach, what do you want to ask me?
I just thought it was interesting that you were arguing with Ruhif, and I think you guys are kind of in the same business because he made his money off of making that program for the stock market, and you're a stock trader by profession, right?
Yeah.
Pointing it out. That's all. You guys have more in common than at least some way. It's just a fun fact. I don't know. It's just going to be a throwaway comment. But anyway, I'm updating my picture. I don't know if it's going to clear anything up. Probably won't. May not, but let's find out.
Coach, if the sun is rising on a sphere, over a sphere, wouldn't it hit the bottom of the clouds first?
No.
Which is what your first picture showed.
There's a reason I gave the examples because I prefaced my explanation by first describing the ISS. The ISS is visible to the observer. It can be the brightest object in the sky outside of the moon, so brighter than Venus even. It can be at twilight, so after the sun set, but not too much longer after the sun has set, or before the sun rises. Right, for the same reason, because the sky is dark enough, the surface is not being lit, yet the sun is still reaching this elevation, right? Because of the shape of the Earth and the way that the Earth obstructs things. It's going to obstruct the light from the sun is going to be occulted by the Earth, you know, from the surface higher up. So same thing with the building. Like if you watch a building as the sun sets, you'll see the whole building, and then the shadow will start rising up the building. Right. I've been trying to record this observation. It's harder than you think, but I've seen it in films and all sorts of in mountains and stuff like that. Like the top of the mountain will still be lit while the base of the mountain is in shadow, right? This is just how the earth obstructs the sunlight. So the same is true for clouds, right? The surface is going to be shadow first, then the bottom of the clouds, and then the top of the clouds. This is just what would happen because of the nature of the shape of the earth, right? The spherical nature. I
And then we
thought that
do
my
get
picture would.
clouds, and then we do get
Go ahead,
clouds
Jeff.
underlit, but it depends on what angle you are between the cloud yourself and the sunrise.
Right. Because I think I was doing the math on that, and yeah, there's a small window where you can make that observation. Yeah.
'Cause I tried to have a go at taking photos myself with my phone camera, and what I did, well, I got a mountain to the west of me, but I don't have a true horizon as such. But I had a go at it. I just thought
You
it
know,
looked good.
Waz has
Yeah,
one of
Woz does it. Yeah, Woz does a good job.
he's got that
That
great
was,
argument.
yeah, that's my attempt at doing a sunset over the mountains. Like the sun had set over the mountain, but I was getting underlit cloud, different colours. That's a panoramic type picture.
I like Waz's argument, but I feel like it hasn't yet. I've never done it justice. It just hasn't been uh, expressed in its best way. I feel like
Yeah.
because it's a good argument, but it's a lot of people are missing it. Like they're not really getting it.
Hello, hello.
Well, if I can get the top of the mountain where I am to the west of a sunrise in the right spot, I could see the top of the mountain being lit up by the sun, but not the bottom of the mountain or where I'm standing when I'm taking the photo. But that'd be a good video, not so much a photo.
Yeah, that's something I've been wanting to observe is like the skyline here. To take like a short video of the sunset and like I said, just watching the shadow rise up the building. Because
Wolfie
it's the same idea.
Wolfie did a video up of a really tall building. I think it was in New York or somewhere, and he's up really high in the building when the sun's setting, and his shadow of the people are higher than himself on the wall behind him as the sun's setting.
Yeah, same idea. See, those views though, that you get a small window for that. Yeah, that'd be the same idea as like the underside of the cloud being lit.
It's mysterious. I don't know if you were here the other day, Kosho, for Arma's breakdown in mathematics for the scale model sizes of the Earth and the Sun. Were you here for that?
I was not. Surely I was not.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
what?
was here. I remember that.
I think he worked out on a yardstick. It was a third of an inch for the size of the sun on the end of a yardstick. And then, or maybe it was a meter, and then on the other end was the Earth. It was a grain of sand. So I was thinking, like, let's just double that and make it 2 meters. Then it'll be 2 grains of sand and 2/3 of an inch for the sun. Yeah. Do you reckon that the light would travel and have like any, sort of real discernment to have the sun going above or below the clouds at that size and scale and distance?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it.
The below the clouds part is like I said, the small window part. Still, predicted to happen, but it's a very small window. Whereas the top of the clouds part would be expected as the sun sets. If you were to take one column, like if you just take a vertical column that goes out to fucking, I don't know, 100 miles in the sky, as the sun sets, the shadow, it's going to be the bottom of that tower that doesn't receive sunlight, and then as the sun sets more and more, the shadow is just going to rise to the top of the tower. So the top of the tower is going to remain lit, far longer than the bottom. That wouldn't matter the distance. That's more of a the size of the Earth than it is the distance and size of the sun. If you're still there, Scrat, I'm just updating the image for whatever it's worth.
All right.
Okay, here's the updated image. Didn't do much, but I made it clear where the person is, where the sun is. That it's not to scale, okay? But yeah, because the sun's not that small, it's not that much lower than the Earth. None of it's to scale. But the red snowman at the top would be the observer, yourself. The same. I guess you say the same perpendicular line to wherever the sunlight is coming from. So the sunlight is coming from the east, and you can see the clouds to the north and the south. In your case, the north. That would be the clouds in this image, okay? Right? So the sunlight is not yet over the horizon, so it's not yet touching the surface where you are, and it's not even touching some of the bottom clouds of where you are, but it is at that point reaching the top part of the clouds. The Ivy Hunter has a cool picture too.
I think scale is the issue, though. It needs to be to scale.
Okay, well, here's the thing. In your diagram, to the back of the clouds, or to the west, I guess, the west side of the clouds, you have them all dark.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not. You got two different sets of clouds. In my photos, it shows all of the top of the clouds, not just. There's not clouds above other clouds. They're one group of clouds, or one big cloud, and all of the top of it, even to the west, is lit up, but the eastern part of the clouds would be blocking the sunlight from lighting up the western side of the clouds on the top, just like in your photo. That's what would be happening on a globe, but that's not what's happening in my picture.
No, in this picture here, you have the clouds that you showed, and clearly the ones further to the west are darker majority, and the
Yes.
top part of the clouds further east are lit up. But it's just as I'm showing.
Well, you also have the top clouds way bigger.
Yeah, I know.
Look,
I draw
in my
clouds,
photos.
however, I was just
Okay, what the problem is that in my photos, the bottom clouds that you have on here would be stretching out further than you have them, because it's one group of clouds, and the top of the clouds are lit up even far to the west. So,
well higher up.
you're okay. That bottom cloud that in your diagram, can you make that as long as the top one?
I could. I'm reluctant to work even more on this picture only because I feel like the principle is
hold on for
meant
a
to
second.
be.
Because if you do that, if you make it as long as the top one, it's blocking the sun rays that would light up the top. Most of it. If that bottom cloud was as long as the top one, it would be blocking the sun rays from lighting up the top of the clouds to the west. Don't you see that?
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do you one better. Hold on. You're making me
First of
bust
all,
out.
don't have two groups of clouds. Have one big thing of clouds.
I'm about to get wild on you. Hold on.
Can you draw it to scale?
No. I mean, I could. It just it wouldn't be useful. So
It wouldn't.
It would be useless at that point.
I know how to explain it. It wouldn't be possible because at that scale and that distance, the light would just be saturating everything. There's no way that it would be able to discern between the top and the bottom of it. It would just saturate the entire side of the Earth. There's no way that it would be so precise.
No. So when you talk about the scale and you talk about the saturation, the distance and size of the sun are irrelevant. The size of the atmosphere in comparison to the observer and the surface, sure, that would be relevant. It would be the same principle as what's shown in something that's drawn like this, not to scale, because the principle is such that the higher part of the atmosphere is receiving sunlight before the lower parts because of the rotundancy of the Earth.
I don't think so. I think that if you're not drawing it to scale, it's not an honest depiction.
Well, hold on for a second. Why don't you do what I asked you to do? This last one that you did, just make that bottom cloud as long as the top one. Because looking at it, you can see that if it was as long as the top one, it would be blocking the sun from hitting the top of the clouds, especially in the back to the left. Just do that same picture, but with the bottom cloud as long as the top one, and you'll see that it's not possible.
Something a little different, but it'll still satisfy the thing you're asking. But give me about 3 minutes.
I wonder what type of light source we would have to use if we wanted to make a scaled down representation in a scientific lab of the sun and the earth at its actual distance. What type of light source would we be able to use? Having the sun at 2 meters away, 2/3 of an inch in size, and the earth 2 meters away at 2 grains of sand. I wonder what type of light source we would be able to use in a lab to replicate this, to show how it actually works in real life.
2 meters away, that would
Yep.
make you'd make the sun about a centimeter in size, maybe 2 centimeters in size, 1 centimeter radius, and you'd make the Earth to be, that would be 1,000 times smaller. So a little bit bigger than 10 micrometers in size.
Right. So
And
pretty
you'd make
small,
it fairly small, yeah. And you'd make
Yeah.
them right, yeah. So you would be able to see these things. The
Yeah,
light,
so what type of
the
light
light
source?
would the light at those scales, because you're talking about changing the scales down to smaller. The light doesn't change size, so the wavelength is still going to be between 500 or 400 and 800 nanometers. So only 1,000 times smaller than the size that you made the Earth. So it just
So
doesn't make
how
sense.
big?
It's not practical.
So because of the size of your photons, right? So how big would we have to make the scale model to be able to fairly interpret the scale with a relationship to light itself, as the size of the photon would be too big at a 1 meter
Oh
or 2
wait,
meters? Yeah.
yeah. I said
Yeah.
1,000
So,
times smaller. I meant half the size, actually. So it'd be half the size of the Earth.
so how far away in distance and scale in a real life mock model would we have to make it so that we could fairly have a representation in the, to accurately represent light as photons are a specific size? Yeah.
You probably want to use the size and distance of the Earth in reality, but like I said, that's why doing it to scale would be a waste of resources and time, and it would actually you wouldn't even get the point of what you're trying to express, because the principle of what's trying to be expressed here is that the shadow, the light is always going to be, so as the sun sets or rises, the light is always going to be coming from, or it's going to be able to reach a higher elevation as it's rising, for example. So it's going to be able to reach a higher elevation before it reaches the elevations below it. And that can be shown by drawing this at any scale because of the shape of the Earth. And,
So there's no real life size like lab experiment that we could do to replicate the relationship between the sun's light and the earth, unless we go kilometers away. Yeah.
yeah, but why would you need to do that? Like, why do you need it to be to scale?
To
Like these
prove
actual sizes?
that the sun is 93 million miles away and can do what you're saying in the heliocentric model with all the shadows and the way that the light forms around a spinning globe.
The sun was closer and smaller so that it was the same angular size, or even further away and bigger so that it was the same angular size, why would that change the principle of what's being shown? I
Because
don't understand.
you can replicate it on a computer, right? Because you can zoom in on a computer and you can be very, very precise on a computer. But to do it in a real life depiction using real light and using real scale models to show how the shadows, how the light would form around a spinning globe from the light source of a sun, that would be more evidential to show that this model can actually work with light in a vacuum.
Are you working on that diagram?
So, yeah, I have to ignore what was just said for a second. Hold on.
Yeah, the only thing you need to change is the length of the bottom one. Just keep it completely the same, and make that bottom cloud as long as the top one. And I don't know why you have them angled downward. They should be level. Make the clouds level and the bottom one as long as the top one.
There's no life-size model. There's no real experiment to show in a demonstration the relationship between our celestial bodies, the light that comes off them or reflected off them, which is obviously the sun is lighting up everything, isn't it? Because apparently Venus doesn't have its own light, Mars doesn't have its own light, none of the bodies have their own light. They're all reflecting the sun's light, aren't they? So where's this model to show? And also I want to see another model at the same time for orbital mechanics as well. Not on a computer.
Or if you're a good boy, at the end of the year, you can ask Santa and see what he does.
I mean, it's just like I've been asking for a long time. I want a small model that I can buy, like a drone, of Elon Musk's rocket that I can land. Just
What?
how he.
Okay, do you understand? Okay, so this is very important. Physics, especially the physics that you're talking about, rockets, light, they don't scale. Like in some cases, you can scale light, okay, but as far as a demonstration, it's not going to be useful. With the rocket,
So you
that doesn't, but
Elon Musk,
that's not going to scale by any means.
you can't scale down his rocket to a toy size.
No, not at all.
Why
And have
not?
it function the same way because of the physics. The let's say you shrink the size, the height to 1,000th time the height, right? This is basically one dimension. You can call it two dimensions if you want, right? But let's just use the one dimension of the height. Okay, the volume isn't going to scale at the same rate, right? Because volume is a cubic function, so you're just not going to have the same fuel to thrust ratio, right? Or I'm sorry, fuel to size ratio. So there's plenty of reasons why scaling this is not going to it's not going to work.
Is it because of gravity?
No, it's because of the way the magnitudes of the different properties of this object are going to scale it, linear versus square versus cubic rates. So that it's not you're not going to have the same you're not going to have the same relationship between the height and the volume of a rocket of a model size rocket versus the actual size rocket.
You're still
I
working
can
on that photo, right? That picture.
Yes, I am. I am. Yes,
I
yeah.
can kind of understand what you're talking about and the scale and the mass and the size and the amount of fuel and all of that. But I still think I'm not saying micro scale like a toy that you can put in your hand. I'm thinking something that you can put in your backyard and maybe the size of a bicycle, something about that long.
Yeah, even if you change the size by only a half, or like 75%, you change it only by 75% the size. You've already changed, like I said, it's 75% the height, right? Uh, let's say that the volume is a sphere of gas in the inside or something like that. That volume is going to decrease in a cubic function. It's not going to decrease in the same that same linear height function.
Okay, because you're saying that you can't downsize the atomic size of the fuel. The fuel is the size of fuel, and that's what the size of fuel is. So you have to match the size of the atoms and the fuel and the mass, and it's difficult to downsize all of that. That's what you're saying, yeah?
No. So there's, like I said, there's many defeats. So for instance, the drag of the rocket, that's going to decrease in a squared function, right? Because the surface area of the uh, front of the rocket. Yet, like I said, the volume, so both the mass and the amount of fuel, these are going to be decreasing in a cubic function. So the
So,
math is not going to translate. You're not going to be able to. It's not going to behave the same way as it does at the size that it does.
so Elon Musk, basically, you're saying he can't make a smaller rocket to do the same thing?
No, he could. He just couldn't use the same rocket and just shrink it. He'd have to make
It
a
can't
different rocket.
a different rocket can't be shrunk down like using all the same parameters and all the same methods and all the same tech. He can't shrink it down because it just won't work.
It won't work the same way.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's
He'd have to
no
make
way.
a different rocket.
Right. So the only way to do it is with billions and billions of dollars, not in the thousands of dollars. It's not possible.
No, you can make small rockets. People make small rockets all the time. They just built completely differently. They're just
They
not.
just
They're not the
can't do.
same.
They just can't do what his one does.
Sure, yeah. You need more fuel. More fuel to
Right.
do
So
what? Yeah.
to be able to do that,
More
yeah,
fuel, more thrust, more
it doesn't
power.
seem like there's a lot of fuel when it's landing. It's coming down and it's flipping around and it's falling, and then the rockets like shoot out some jets and then it just lands nice and softly on the pad.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't require as much thrust as it does to take off, right? That's just landing slowly. That's like slowing the impact uh, of the
Okay,
landing.
so how about instead of we just do away with the launch stage and we just drop it from height and see if it can land on its ass? Just the technologies to make it land. Like we don't need the launching stage. We don't need that. We can just drop it from a height and let's see if we can make one land. How his rocket does. Can we
Sure,
make
yeah.
a scale model like that?
You could make a different rocket that could do that. Yeah, I don't imagine that you could change this. Like I said, to take the exact same model of his rockets, but just make them smaller and have them behave the same way. But you could make you could design a rocket that was for whatever size you needed it to be, and yeah, that actually wouldn't be too difficult because the drag, the terminal velocity, is going to do a lot of that work, right? So you're not going
Right.
to have to worry about
Yeah, so
you know,
that
slow
got me
it.
thinking. It's like when Elon Musk was designing his rocket, you think that he would just do away with the launching stage when he's making his prototypes, and then just let's see if we can make this scale like model lab replica test dummy style rockets. Let's see if we can just make one of these land how his rockets land. Do that about 100,000 times until he gets it right, and then spend millions and billions of dollars and fire off one of these things, and it just works. And sometimes they explode, but that's just glorified fireworks and oops, we made a mistake. But it's like, where are all the tests
They probably
besides
spent a lot of money
safety?
on physics simulations, physics engines that they could test the you know, so they can
Because
model the rocket, right?
you've seen those things that stick out the side of the bottom of the rocket that like help steer it, right? It's not just the thrusts
Hmm.
itself. They've got these
Yeah,
like these prongs that stick out the side that sort of
right.
steer it. Yeah.
Right, yeah, to help with the drag, yeah. That's what I'm saying. The drag is going to do the terminal velocity and the air resistance is going to help with stabilizing and slowing it down and stuff. Uh, Especially if they have multiple, they have the rockets where they can aim them, right? So I don't know. I'm working on this picture, so I don't know what these questions are coming from.
This
But
question is coming from scaling, because my issue with the heliocentric model not only relates to the sun and the earth and the whole orbital mechanics fairy tale, but it also relates to things that they put on the TV, like rockets landing on their ass. All of this, I haven't seen any true representation of scale. There's nothing to validate that what they're saying can actually do what they say it does, and what they've been showing us, and the entire idea and paradigm of this heliocentric model, with all the aspects of orbital mechanics and the fucking distance between the sun and the earth, and if you scale it down, it's like, come on, show me some evidence.
So
have you ever seen
can you?
somebody? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if you could explain orbital mechanics for dummies, like you and I.
There's orbital mechanics for dummies. That would be good. Yeah, that's never been done, has it?
Yeah, I could do it. Can you?
Come on, Kosho,
Yeah.
hurry up with that picture. I want to prove you
Okay,
wrong.
go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm still on it, Scrap, but I want to hear this too.
Yeah, because like even for dummies, it's still going to take an hour, so might as well
No,
start now.
it'd be about one sentence. Well, just go as far as you can, and then we'll help you out.
That's what I'm asking. So why don't you explain it?
So
Are
you
you
don't know
asking the same?
anything about orbital
Yeah, are you
mechanics?
asking the same? Seems like you're asking the same question that I'm asking.
I thought you said your understanding of orbital mechanics. Are you saying you don't have an understanding at all of orbital mechanics?
I have an understanding, but I've never
Explain it
seen anybody with the credentials produce any type of modeling
then.
that
Explain your
can show a
understanding of
true
orbital mechanics.
representation of the explanation of how this works.
Can you explain your understanding of orbital mechanics, please?
My understanding of orbital mechanics is that it's all a big fairy tale.
That doesn't sound like an understanding. That sounds like an. So, are you saying you don't have any understanding of orbital mechanics?
I have an
Well, when you say
understanding.
understanding, is that understanding what you actually see happen in nature, or not? Well, in the physical world, or are you
Sure.
just going off of?
You could include that, yeah.
Yeah, your mic's very low. The dude with the same question as me.
Well, why don't you ask the question then?
Yeah, I'm just wanting to see a model. I'm just wanting to see a model of gravity, the relationship between all of the bodies in the heavens, and how they interact with this magical gravity.
Okay, so, but can you explain orbital mechanics as you understand it?
I just told you, it's a fairy tale.
Okay, what's the fairy tale then? Can you explain the fairy tale?
Yeah, the fairy tale is that you've got a heliocentric model with an explanation that you have gravitational forces in the solar system that also extend to the greater extents of space, and we've got the close relationship between the direct bodies, which are like the sun and the moon, and we don't have any visual representation of how gravity is showing its relationship between these bodies.
Well, you're saying we don't have any evidence, visual evidence, but we do because we see the sun and we see the moon.
No, all you have is words. But with this relationship, all you have is word salad, but you don't actually have anything to show.
What word salad do we have? Explain that. Word salad.
Because anyone can have observations, but the fairy tale of this orbital mechanics, that's all it is.
Okay, let me explain it in simple terms so you can get it wrong again. All you need to do to have an orbit is have the tangential velocity in 1 second equal the acceleration. That's it. So if you got 5 meters per second squared acceleration, you need a 5 meters per second tangential velocity. And when the 1 second is squared, what do you get? What's 1 second squared?
Has anyone measured the gravitational force between the sun and the earth?
Yes. But
How?
is that
What are you guys
how
talking about?
of orbital mechanics for dummies?
Yeah, I just want to see the gravitational relationship experiment to show that the gravity there that you're talking about is actually doing what you're saying it does.
Well, since we know the distance to the sun, and we know how long it takes us to go around it, we know our
That's just
velocity.
word salad again. Where's the evidence? Where's the gravity? Where's this proof that you have that there's any relationship
what's
between
word
the sun
salad there?
and the sun and the earth and gravity? Show us the evidence for that.
When you cut me off partway through, what was the word salad?
Yeah, because I'm asking for evidence.
Which bit was word salad for you?
Can you point me
What he's
to
saying is you're just saying
anywhere?
stuff that you read in a book somewhere, but you can't apply it to reality. He's asking how do you prove that?
How can you not? Well, no, you asked what it was, and then you asked if there was evidence of gravitation, or if we knew the gravitation between the Earth and the Sun, and the answer was yes.
How do you measure it?
Well, I already told you, so but you cut or tried to tell you, but you cut me off. So why don't you tell me?
No, you just started with a whole bunch of assumptions and actually no evidence whatsoever.
Measuring the distance to the sun is not an assumption.
So you can, okay, even if you think that you've got the numbers right and you've measured the distance to the sun, where's the evidence of the relationship between the sun and the earth and gravity? Besides your little mathematic experiment, your mind
That
experiment.
is the relationship. That's how we explain.
So it's a mind experiment with no actual evidence.
Sorry, you finish my sentence. Go ahead. We've measured the distance to the sun. We know how long it takes us to go around the sun. I bet even you know that. Now we take that diameter, radius.
Yeah.
And the time it takes. Now we know our tangential velocity. So now we can determine our acceleration towards the sun. Not hard. Next question for coaching.
Yeah, you worked
know
out
how
really
long it takes to
nicely.
go around the sun? How do you know that you're going around the sun? How do you prove that we circled the sun? Because the lights in the sky change? Really?
No, but even if like listen to this, like even if we are going around the sun or the sun's going around us, it doesn't really matter And even if you do have the distances accurately, and you do have the size and the mass and all of that accurately, where's the evidence for mass attracting mass? Where's the evidence for this gravitational relationship between these two bodies? How do you measure that? Not just word salad.
You know what? You've been told this probably 1,000 times. So why don't you tell us how we've shown mass attracting mass besides just orbits? How else have we done?
There is no evidence for mass attracting mass.
Oh, so the Cavendish experiment is not evidence. Got it.
No,
No,
it's
it
just
doesn't.
Cavendish is bogus.
Why is it bogus? How have you proven it to be bogus?
It doesn't show mass attracting mass ever.
What does it show?
It gives an
Different
example of
results
what
every
happened.
time.
It gives an example
shows-
of what happened with electrostatics.
And plus, you get different results almost every time you do it.
An example of mass attracting mass is if you can get this bee to stick to a wrecking ball. That would be mass attracting mass. That'd be gravity. That'd be Cavendish. That's not happening ever.
Is Cavendish dynamic or static?
I'm not sure.
Are things moving?
You can get a mild electrostatic effect. Yes, moving.
Well, if it's moving, it's not electrostatic, is it?
Because it has the word static. It's supposed. Wow, hilarious.
Like if I put my hand and
there's no charge moving, so yeah.
If I move my hand over your arm,
because I don't think you guys really understand what it means.
Your hair will stand up to my hand. That's just a mild electrostatic effect. It's not gravity.
Is light itself tangible?
Very slightly, yes.
Just to help you out there, the results of mass attracting mass, the end result would be that they stick to each other, like a bowl of grapes. But that doesn't happen ever in reality.
Really? You're not stuck to the giant Earth?
What sticks to the Earth?
You.
That has to do with the medium and density.
Okay.
you don't stick to the Earth. I can jump.
Wait, how is density a vector?
It's not a vector. If something is heavy and the medium is light, it'll go down. If the object is lighter than the medium, it'll go up. You don't need gravity for that.
Medium. Do you think you're lighter than air?
Generally, yes.
Or less dense than air? Is that what you want to say?
I'm more dense.
Very much more dense, yes. Okay, so what is density a vector, or is
like if I blow the smoke from my cigar, it goes up.
Okay,
no gravity.
Do a free, not the smoke of your cigar. Do a free body diagram of you on Earth. When you're sitting in a chair.
Here's the thing: you don't have to get all sciencey to explain if you're on a globe or flat.
Are you standing right now?
You can do it with common sense.
Goddard, are you sitting or standing?
Sitting.
Okay, so if you don't want to do a free body diagram, just explain the two relevant forces to why you're staying seated.
You don't have to get all sciencey to explain that there's no effect of gravity that can be proven, and that we live on a flat plane. You can just use common sense.
So you wouldn't put a weight vector down and a normal force vector up of the same magnitude?
Why would you do that?
Because that's what a free body diagram would have.
Yeah, you can do all the free body diagrams you want. All we want to do is show what happens in reality.
Yes, that is what happens in reality.
We have light stuff on top. We have heavy stuff on the bottom. It's equal balance. There's no downward bias.
How much does your chair weigh, Goddard?
I don't know. Let's say 50 pounds.
Oh, you're less than 50 pounds?
I'm more.
Okay, so it seems like the heavy stuff is on top and the light stuff is on the bottom.
Right, unless it's blocked by something, right?
Okay, so what is the chair doing?
I mean,
to block?
I can carry you in a duffel bag. That doesn't mean that you're lighter than the duffel bag or heavier.
I doubt you could, but okay. So You're providing a force on me to carry me. What force am I providing you?
You tell me.
Weight. Now you tell me.
Weight has to do with the density in the medium. If the object is lighter, it'll float up. If it's heavy, it'll come down.
Okay, so how does weight change in a medium?
Right. So if you weigh yourself on air, how much do you weigh? Let's say about what, 230, 300 pounds? Weigh yourself on water, how much would you weigh then?
I think I'm weightless in water because I just kind of float to the top.
No, your weight is actually the same.
No, it wouldn't, because once you step on, if you step on a scale in water, you would not weigh the same in water.
Okay, so now you're talking about measuring.
So when you weigh yourself on top of the medium of air, you're less buoyant.
Okay, but your weight does not change. Your net forces change. So the force of buoyancy partially or wholly counteracts weight.
Right.
You understand
that? Force.
You know that weight is a unit of measuring, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about weight, and you said, well, if you're doing it in the water, you're talking about measuring. Yeah, that's what weight is.
Yeah, weight
it's
is a unit of measure of a force. Yes, the unit of measure.
No.
What is it a measure of?
Okay, what? Okay, I'm sorry. What do you mean by a force?
That which causes the mass to
I
accelerate.
didn't hear that. Sorry.
That which causes a mass to accelerate.
Accelerate. Okay, when you put something, if you put something on a scale, it's not accelerating.
Because the normal force.
Because what?
Because of the normal force. That is equal and opposite to the force of weight when something is at rest on scale.
No, if it's sitting on something, it's not accelerating. It's not moving.
Because of the normal force.
What is it? I never heard of normal force before. Are you guys just making shit up again?
You never took physics.
You're breaking up really bad. Still breaking up. Hey, Kosho, how you coming along with that picture?
He's like the Apple salesman. I got a force for that.
Now, where's Left Lane been?
You gotta wait for
I haven't
that.
seen him in here in a while.
You got an app for that?
Well,
I got a force for that. Sounds like
sorry. Let me ask Kosho something real quick. Hold on for a second. Kosho, the first one you did, it didn't take you very long. I'm only asking you to make two little changes. Make the clouds level and the bottom one as long as the top one. Why is it taking so long?
I'm doing something a little different. I'm almost done though.
No, don't make anything different. Keep the exact same picture. The only difference you should have is make the clouds level, because clouds are level, at least from the bottom up, but on the bottom. But make the clouds level and make the bottom one as long as the top one. That's the only change you need to make. Everything else should be exactly the same. If you want to use that picture as an example, just make it right. Okay,
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop working on what I was working on. I'll finish making it. I was using a physics program to show the same thing, but I'll just do what you said. It's gonna be a lot easier.
So, Scrat, how long have you been researching flat Earth?
Been what?
Researching flat Earth.
Oh, probably
I don't need a date.
8 years now. I think I started in like 20, either 14 or 15.
Okay, so when your flurf daddy told you that weight is not a force, or gravity wasn't a force, why did you look up forces, or did you just take their word for it?
What do you mean?
When people told you, I don't know if it was a part-time yoga instructor or a out-of-work actor, I don't know which person told you weight wasn't a force or gravity wasn't a force.
Who told you though?
Research forces.
Yo, gravity. They told us
who
gravity.
told you,
Einstein.
They specifically told us gravity is not a force. Maybe you're not up to speed with it.
Einstein said it's not a force.
It's a pseudo force.
Yeah, so not a
Yes.
force.
Not a force.
So not a force.
So not a force.
Well,
check.
It's not a classical force.
Not a force. It's not a force specifically. I can show you many citations. I can show you many citations that it's not a force.
And I can show you many citations where it is, because it's
Let's
a
see
different
one.
type of force.
Let's
All right,
see
I
it.
will once I hit part. But it's in the Venn diagram of forces. It's going to be in the pseudo force.
Yeah, meaning not a force. If it was a force, it was a force, it would just be called a force and not a pseudo force. You know what a pseudo force is? It means not real.
Okay, what's the normal force? Is that a real force or a pseudo force?
I don't know. I know a pseudo force is not a real force.
Is weight a real force?
Weight is not a force, not according to your paradigm with Einsteinian space-time bending. No, it's not a force. Get your shit straight, dude. Stop talking to us like we're idiots when you don't know your own shit.
Oh, okay. Weight is not a force. That's what you're saying.
Gravity is not. So W equals mg.
Gravity is
that your formula? W equals mg.
Yeah.
Where's the force in it?
I'm going to say.
Is mass the force or gravity? We already know gravity is not the force. Maybe mass is your force.
Gravity is a pseudo force. We've agreed to that, which is a force.
No, it's not.
If something is a pseudo force,
it's not a force.
In your own paradigm, specifically gravity, in the Einsteinian paradigm is not a force, dude.
Okay, so if we only want to talk about classical forces, fine. Is weight a force?
If it does W equal mg, not in your paradigm, in the Einsteinian paradigm, no, it's not.
Really?
Weight is a form of measurement.
When did he say that weight is not a force?
Einstein?
Yes.
You want me to get some citations? Hold on.
Yes. I'd love for him to say weight is
I'll get him
He
here.
said gravity.
Hold on, I never said he said it. I said that it's considered not a force now because there is no force. That's why Newtonian shit got overturned, because space-time bends. There's no actual force pulling on
Google,
things.
If you ask a physics professor or Google, is weight a force? The answer is going to be no, it's not a force. Or is it going to be yes, it is? Yes, and how is it measured? In newtons?
What difference does that make?
Dude, gravity is not
a measurement of forces. Newton on the word. No, it's not a force.
Well, then what is a newton? A measurement of what?
Something that you guys just made up.
Okay, is not a pressure. You can use newtons or pounds. Those are both units of weight, right?
You call it, okay, the way we got into this is you call it was accelerating.
I said
that when you put
it, say a force does
on there, it was accelerating.
I said a force is that which causes a mass to accelerate.
Yeah. Okay. And when
you put it on a scale, it's not accelerating because there's no net acceleration because why? Because why?
It's sitting still.
Normal. Do you remember that word, or did you forget already?
There, I found a citation saying Einstein said gravity is not a force.
We said wait.
He showed mathematically that gravity is not really a force.
We said wait. I agreed that gravity is a pseudo force. We were talking about weight.
Okay, does
Well,
W
you were just
equal
arguing,
mg?
so are you going to concede that? So you're conceding gravity is not a force?
I'm conceding that gravity is a pseudo force, and in my definition
Not a real
of force,
force. Say it.
That
Say not a real force.
It is not a classical force.
Say it's not a real force.
No.
Are you conceding that it's not a real force?
No, I'm conceding that it's a pseudo force.
Okay, is it a pseudo force?
Yes.
Okay, pseudo means not real, so it's not a real.
Not
force,
in this
right?
context. Not in this context of the Venn diagram.
So are you changing the definition of pseudo?
Sets of forces.
So you're changing? Are you
I'm not.
changing the definition of pseudo?
No,
Yes,
I'm
he
not.
is. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing. You're doing newspeak. You're just making words up, changing the meanings of words. Pseudo means not real. So if it's a pseudo force, that means, by definition, it's not a real force.
Okay.
If you say otherwise, you are
actual
changing the
definition of pseudo
language.
force. What is the
I
actual
didn't hear you
definition
because
of
you
pseudo
cut me
force?
off.
What is the actual definition of pseudo force?
A not real force.
Really? Okay. I will post it in a few seconds after I park, and I guarantee you that's not what I'm going to find.
What does pseudo mean? It means not real.
Okay. Again, that's not what the definition is going to say, is it?
I could care less. I know what.
Well, it says it's a.
So you don't care what the definition means.
It says it's a fictitious force.
You're using two words.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Check. I'll read it. It says it's a fictitious force.
Are you in a basement?
So it's a fictitious
No,
book?
I'm not in a basement. Why? Is my mic messed up?
Now you got mad background echo and reverb, though.
You're fine.
I do.
You do, bro. It's like you're in a cave or something.
Sounds like you're in the same cave as Nate. You both sound fine. So.
Sounds like you and Kosho are like in a prison bathroom together or something.
Jesus Christ. You sound fine, man. Just continue.
Kosho, where's my picture, man?
I'm letting this play out. Let Jeremy continue.
Do I sound good now?
You sounded fine before and now too. Also.
Nate was just fucking with me. Thanks, Nate.
He was just being over critical, but just continue.
I don't even remember what I was going to say. I don't know. Thanks, Nate.
You were saying it's a fictitious force. Pseudo force means fictitious force. Is that not what you were reading?
Oh yeah. Pseudo force. A pseudo force. A fictitious force that appears to act on a mass. Like there's nothing that's showing that it's a real actual force here. Fictitious force appears to act. It's not an actual force. I don't know why it's so hard to admit. Everyone else in your paradigm admits it's not a force. Einstein showed mathematically it's not a force. Like how much do you need?
Is weight a force, Jeremy?
We're talking about gravity.
No, you're talking about gravity and we're agreeing. Gravity is a pseudo force. Is weight a force?
Okay, so hold on, man. So not a force. Gravity is not a force, all right?
Gravity is a pseudo force. Is weight a force?
That means not a force, right? Because we're trying to figure out
whatever you want it to mean. That's what it means. Is weight a force?
Does W equal mg?
Yes. Does W equal mg?
Show me the force. And is your force the m or the g?
No, the force is the m times the g.
Yeah, so it has to be one of those.
No, it's both of them. If W equals mg, W is neither m nor g. W is m times g. Do you think in the equation W equals G, W equals mg, somehow W equals G?
If I had a balloon in the bottom of a swimming pool, like say the ISS swimming pool, and I had two balloons, one was full of helium, filled with helium, and one was filled with just air, would they rise to the surface of the swimming pool at the same rate?
No.
Would the helium balloon rise faster or slower or the same as the balloon with air?
The helium balloon would rise faster, slightly. What kind of question is that?
So we're just talking about displacement, right? So when you're talking about gravity and it being a force or a pseudo force, when you drop something, it's displacing whatever's underneath it, isn't it?
Unless there's nothing underneath it. You ever seen anything dropped in a vacuum?
Right. So
Still
like
falls.
a raindrop going through the medium of the air coming down to the earth, or the opposite, air in water going the opposite direction at the bottom of a swimming pool to the top. You think it should be going the same speed.
Nope.
Don't get distracted,
things
Kosho.
don't fall. Things don't even fall according to Zanuck. The ground's coming up, so nothing even falls. I don't know what you're talking about. What's this falling thing?
Did he say that?
Yeah, what's this falling thing you're talking about? Shit don't fall. The ground raises up.
Wow.
When did he say that?
He's been saying it for months now.
Well, he's got to follow Einstein because that's
That's
what
Einstein shit. Yeah.
He's been watching the
Flat Earth
the,
Society.
yeah.
It's one of the latest advancements, actually. I think it's 2021 or 2022 that came out with a new scientific revelation. That was like literally their latest addition to their model to work out some mathematical anomaly. I'd have to find the paper.
So that would be a pseudo movement, wouldn't it?
And just to be clear, a pseudo force, fictitious force, or inertial force is still a subset of forces, but they're not traditional forces because they don't exist in every reference frame. They only exist because of the what's being
in
observed
the
is being
imagination.
observed from an inertial reference frame, a reference frame that's accelerating, rotating.
A ref-
For that.
That doesn't
a
exist in all
reference
reference
Fictitious.
frames.
Hang on.
Isn't
And
fictitious? Isn't
I'd
fictitious
like to.
something that comes from the imagination?
I'd like
yes,
to know
but
if. I'd
camel
like to know.
spider are not camels. They are spiders, but just because they have camel in the name doesn't mean that they're camels. So
I'd
just
like
because
to know.
something's fictitious force doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It means it
I'd
doesn't.
like.
It's true that it doesn't exist in all reference frames, but it's still
Yeah, but
a
Kosho,
very real effect.
are reference frames force dependent? Because what
I
you're
don't even
saying
know
is
what that means.
forces are reference frame dependent, right? It depends on which reference frame you're looking at it. Depending on which reference frame, you can use that in the phrase, right? The word dependent, right? Depending on which reference frame, then you can correlate that with the force. But are reference frames force dependent?
Inertial frames. I'm sorry. Inertial forces. Sorry, inertial forces are reference frame dependent. That's true. I don't know what you're asking, but inertial forces are reference frame dependent. Forces, an actual force, is not a reference frame dependent.
How can you have it? How can you have a force if it's inertial?
That's just the name of it, inertial force. It's called an
Yeah,
inertial
but
force. The same thing as a
if it's,
fictitious force, the same
if it's
thing as a pseudo
inertial,
force.
it
They're all the
means
same
it's not
thing,
moving.
different names.
If it's inertial, it's not moving. So how can there be a force?
It's just a name. It's not inertial, it's not fictitious, and it's not pseudo. These are just the names of the same phenomena, which is just a reference frame dependent or a apparent force that's coming about because of the reference frame accelerating. And by the way, weight is definitely a force because there is acceleration. The acceleration is real. The acceleration due to the fictitious force is a real acceleration.
Okay, so
Acceleration means
when
moving,
something's sitting on
and
a scale, when something's sitting on a scale and you're getting a reading of weight, is that thing accelerating?
There's proper acceleration and there's coordinate acceleration, and that is experiencing proper acceleration. Yes,
Isn't acceleration movement?
coordinate acceleration is movement in a coordinate system. Proper acceleration would be the really only example of proper acceleration is the type of acceleration due to gravity.
Okay, so you're just making stuff up. Acceleration is movement, right? So
I'm not
to
making that up.
make it fit with gravity, you're just making up this. What was the other acceleration?
coordinate.
Proper and coordinate, right? I'm not making that up. Somebody else made that up, and I'm regurgitating it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, but it doesn't mean it's acceleration means movement. You're moving. How
Coordinate
can
acceleration. Yeah.
how can something be sitting still and be accelerating at the same time? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Because that's proper acceleration. You can actually observe this acceleration by measuring it on a scale. A scale is made to measure a force, specifically the force of weight. But you can use a scale in any direction, and you could measure a force acting on it. So, like, you can push it against a wall. You can measure the force acting against the scale from you pushing it, right? So, it just so happens that when you have it on the ground and you're just sitting on it, there is a force acting on it, and that force is your weight. And the weight has to have acceleration and a mass. So you have your mass and you have the acceleration due to gravity. That acceleration is an example of proper acceleration because it's not moving in a coordinate system.
Shouldn't we change that that word acceleration then? Maybe we could change it to something like torque, or maybe there's in engineering there's a few other words that we could replace that with, because when you're using the word acceleration, that sort of implies that it's moving.
No, you can use acceleration just like I said, with the caveat of the difference between proper and coordinate acceleration. But the reason why you had to use acceleration is because to describe the force of weight, right? Because you are measuring a force on a scale. You need the components of the mass and the acceleration.
Yeah, but you always need to use this. You can't get away from it. You have to use. You're forced in your paradigm. You're forced to use this word acceleration, even though it's inertial, because of gravity. Your fictitious pseudo force, this fairy tale force, and all it is just this. You're basically tied to it. You can't escape from it. You have to use this word acceleration, when in reality you should be using another word.
It's grasping
Let me
at
give you
straws
another.
to keep your paradigm together.
No, there's no straws needed to grasp at. You can simply grasp at an accelerometer, a very specific tool that is measuring something very specific in the name accelerometer. It measures acceleration. However, it measures proper acceleration, right? So you can throw an accelerometer. You can measure the acceleration that it's experiencing through the air, right? But you can also sit it on a table and you can measure the acceleration even though it's not moving. So I don't know. Throwing it through the air is not a good example, but putting it in a car that's accelerating, you could do that and measure the acceleration. or just sit it on a table stationary, and it will still measure acceleration. So you'd have to somehow cope with that idea if you're going to maintain that there's no acceleration happening.
What's making it accelerate?
The pseudo force of gravity.
Something that's not real is making it accelerate now?
Pseudo force, it doesn't mean that it's not real.
So that knocks Newton's shit out of the box with F equals ma, right? F equals ma doesn't even work with this because now you have a accelerating mass with no force.
Accelerating mass with no force.
Yeah, you
No,
don't
you
have
have a
you got
force.
mass accelerating, right?
Yeah, mass accelerating, you end up with a force.
What do you mean you end up with a force? What
You
caused
end
it
up
to
with the
accelerate
force.
in the first place? Are you driving?
Oh,
Was this
right.
about dropping stuff?
No, I see what you're saying now. You're saying what's causing the mass to accelerate.
What were you
And
doing just now? Yeah, you have mass accelerating, right? Is that what happened?
yeah, you have it sitting on a table. You have it in an accelerating car.
Due to
In both
gravity.
cases.
Oh, in a car.
Okay, so from which reference frame, when the accelerometer is sitting on the table, from which reference frame are you comparing it to see that it's actually accelerating?
I don't understand what you're asking. What reference frame are you
So
comparing
the
it to?
accelerometer device that's sitting on the table, how do you prove that it's moving? You must be comparing it to a reference frame.
You're not proving that it's moving.
Yeah, so it's moving, but compared to what?
No, it's not a coordinate acceleration. So you're not proving that it's moving. The accelerometer is measuring the proper acceleration.
Of what? What's it measuring?
I mean, I just said it. The proper acceleration.
So is
In
it
this case, the
measuring
acceleration due to gravity.
So is it measuring the ether, or what's it measuring? Because if you say it's measuring gravity, then you've just explained that we can measure gravity. Yeah.
Who told you couldn't measure gravity? Your questions are very cryptic, confusing.
What's an accelerometer sitting on a table measuring?
The acceleration due to gravity.
In which vector?
Proper acceleration. In which vector? So it's not a coordinate acceleration, right? The vector is acting straight down. That's where it's going to be. You're measuring the force or the acceleration, right? But it's not coordinate acceleration, meaning it's not moving. It's not changing position.
This is where they fucked it all up. Everybody listening, like they use the word acceleration to let you think that it's measuring something that's moving, where in fact it's just measuring weight.
No, it's not measuring the weight.
You just said
it's actually not measuring the weight. A scale measures weight. An accelerometer measures proper acceleration.
You said it's measuring gravity, which is in the downward direction.
That's right.
Right.
That's acceleration in downward direction, right?
This is where they say accelerometer. They're using the word accelerometer. It should be called a weightometer.
No, it doesn't
shit's
measure
accelerating downward. Shit's accelerating downwards with no force, right?
No, well, that's the thing. It's a pseudo force. It's a fictitious force. So what you'll still end up with is but you will end up with acceleration. But the acceleration is not due to in a universal, like a force in all reference frames. It's due to the frame accelerating.
To me, it sounds like an accelerometer sounds really similar to a pressure gauge.
Yeah. So is an object at rest or not?
Sorry, at rest.
Is an object ever at rest when it's being measured, or is it measuring the potential inertial force?
At rest with respect to what? It's at rest with respect to the table, the floor.
Well, you're saying it's accelerating, but it's not accelerating. So I'm just plainly asking you: is the object being weighed at rest?
Okay. There's proper acceleration, and there's coordinate acceleration. When you guys are, well, I don't think you do because you're asking about it moving, and if you're asking about it moving, you're talking about coordinate acceleration.
Well,
right?
I'm asking
proper
now,
acceleration,
plainly,
proper
is it
acceleration
at
doesn't
rest?
need to be moving.
So it's not at rest, or is it at rest? The object being measured.
With respect to what? With respect to the
It's a
scale and the floor and the
question,
table? No, it's not a straightforward question. My question is straightforward. Yeah, with respect to what? With respect to the table or the scale? Yes.
When it's
if you're measuring something on a scale, if you're measuring a mass on a scale, and the scale can be stationary with respect to the floor, the mass can be stationary with respect to the floor and the scale, that's perfectly reasonable. Because it's not a proper, it's not a coordinate acceleration, it's a proper acceleration.
So we have an accelerometer in our mobile phones, do we?
Yes.
Right, and so if I put my mobile phone on the table and I turned on my accelerometer somehow with some type of an app, how fast would it be moving?
I would show you the gravitational vector acting downward.
And would that be weight?
No.
It's not moving though, it's on the table. What's it
Yes, it
measuring?
would be acceleration. It would not give you a weight. You have the acceleration. You need the mass. You need the mass to get the times the acceleration to get the weight.
Talk about circular reasoning, bro.
It's not circular reasoning. How is it an accelerometer giving you the weight? It's not. You don't have.
It's not moving.
It's giving you 9.8 meters. It's giving you 9.8 meters per second squared. It's not moving. You yourself said 2 minutes ago that you understood the difference between proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration. If you then criticize proper acceleration by saying that it's not moving and that somehow is a valid criticism, then you don't understand that it's not the same thing as coordinate acceleration, which is the type that you're describing.
It's because it's based on relativity. So this is thrown off the table out of that because.
All right, that's what we're talking about, though. We're talking about relativity and how
that's what you're talking
gravity is not a force. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. Is that gravity is not a force traditionally in general relativity. It's a pseudo force.
You didn't give up on that picture, did you, Kosho?
No, I'm still working on it.
Why is it taking you so long, man? You only
Because
had
I'm
to make
talking
two
about
little
this
changes.
other junk, and then at the same time, I'm nearly there.
Can you do me a favor and stay focused, please?
Sure.
I'd really like to see the picture. Sorry, I don't mean to be a jerk about it.
It's fine. I'm nearly done.
So when a plane's flying in the sky, when you try to measure ground speed, is that a real speed?
Yeah, with respect to the ground, that's why it's called ground speed.
So how high above the ground do you need to go to start saying ground speed?
You can say ground speed on the ground.
Right, and then I come off 1 inch on a maglev track on a train in Japan, and then I say it's still doing ground speed, and then how far do I need to go up, and then I can start saying wind speed or air speed.
You can say ground speed at any any height, including the ground. You can say wind speed at any height, including the ground, as long as there's wind. uh, there's no rules on where you can use either. One might be more relevant, make more sense to use in some case, but there's no rules on where you can use them. It doesn't usually make sense to talk about airspeed on the ground, though, just to be clear.
What's the reason that they made the LIGO the size that it is? Is there a reason why they had to make it so long? Could they have done the same thing on a smaller scale, or would they not have had enough distance and time and precise tools to be able to measure what they're looking at in LIGO? Like, could they have done it in a quarter of the size? Probably not, right?
No, the bigger the size, the higher the resolution of the measurement. Okay, so it's the same as measuring like the height, like if you were taking the height of a building and the length of the shadow, right? The taller the building, the higher the resolution of this measurement. Let's say you're doing it to find an angle, right? Yeah. So the taller the building, the bigger the shadow, the greater resolution of your measurement.
So by not
a small stick in the shadow, you're not going to get a high resolution measurement.
Cool. So basically, we've narrowed down to why the heliocentric model doesn't have a scaled down model representation of the relationship between the sun and the earth, is because we don't have the technology to be able to have such precise measurements on a smaller scale at this stage. We're still sort of we've lost that technology, and it's a painful process to bring it back. Yeah.
You got it.
Okay. Because, like, in theory, if someone was really clever with magnets, they could make a scale model of the solar system with a whole bunch of magnetic apparatuses and show how orbital mechanics could work, yeah, without any visible physical tether.
Go on.
Yeah, because that's my only way to imagine how it could be shown in a scale model is using some type of a a force which is invisible, like gravity, that is actually going to be able to manipulate and have some relationship between these bodies to establish a visual representation for us to see how orbital mechanics actually works, right? Is there any other way that you can think of that we can make a scale model of the solar system in a lab room the size of a bedroom?
I think it's a very worthwhile task. I say go for it.
Because without that evidence, it's just there's too many assumptions. You don't agree?
No.
Can you tell me your understanding of your model? Do you have any assumptions at all? And if you do have any assumptions, how many assumptions are there? Do you know?
That physics is consistent in all places in the universe. So that's my assumption. And that there's an objective reality.
Was that his question?
Yeah, he asked me if there was any assumptions being made in my idea of science. That's what he asked. Is that right?
On your idea of science? That's not what he asked.
That's what he asked.
I
Didn't he
said in
ask you
the
about your model?
heliocentric model, how many assumptions are there, if any? According to what you know and you understand, you must know, are there assumptions or not?
Right. The assumptions I just gave you, one being that the physics are consistent in all places. Two is that
Now,
that
hang on,
there's an objective reality.
You have to stop there, though, Kosho. You have to stop there because you said just now that physics are consistent in all places.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that an assumption? Have you ever been
That's
outside?
that's the assumption. That's the assumption that I'm giving you. You just asked
Oh,
me what the assumptions are. I'm telling you that's the assumption. So
oh,
yes,
that
I
is
agree. That's an assumption.
Oh, that's one of them. Okay. Any more?
Yes. Sure. That there's an objective reality that that we all that we're engaging in. There's not two different realities. We may have different perceptions of it, but there is an objective truth that we're gauging. I'd say those two assumptions would be true. Yeah. Other than that, I don't know.
So you're pretty sure that there's no other assumptions in your model besides what you just said. Basically, there's objective reality.
We tried to weed out all assumptions.
Okay. Would you not say that knowing the mass of Venus is an assumption?
No, I would not say it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. And
I would say no.
what about the diameter of the sun? Is that an assumption or not an assumption?
I would say that those are two examples of measurements, calculations.
So, an assumption or not?
No. Assumptions are something different than measurements and calculations. Those are, as stated, measurements and calculations.
So I think you've got the word measurement and assumption ass backwards, backwards.
I think it's important to note that something that's an assumption is not necessarily bad, especially if it's based on evidence.
And the evidence is based on assumptions.
Well, you're assuming that we're real people talking to you, right?
I'm assuming that you are a human.
But you're also assuming that when you say words, they're recreated in my computer and transmitted to me via my headset, right? That's an assumption?
That's not an assumption.
But it is an assumption because you don't know that it's happening. You haven't seen it happen. You've never measured it happening, right?
Yeah, it's actually quite possible that the latter of your explanation is true, but the way that it actually gets to you, that could also be an assumption.
I agree. It's reasonable to be like, I'm okay with that assumption. Sorry, Kosho. Back to you.
No, please. I appreciate it, actually. Scrap, I posted your picture, by the way, Scrap.
Oh, you did? Cool. I was really starting to think that you didn't want to do it.
No. It's just perfectly fine. No, but yeah, exactly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Kosho only charges.
That's not what I asked you to do, dude.
He only
You
charges
said make the
12
bottom cloud longer.
He'll send you the bill later.
The only thing the only changes that I asked for was from your original picture. Just make the two clouds level, not angling downward to the right, and make the bottom cloud as long as the top cloud. That's all I asked you to do.
No, it's too difficult to do the easy way. You have to do it the difficult way.
Well, if you did it that way, I can see it in my head right now that there's no way the top of the clouds could be lit up on the left side. It's not possible.
On the left side or on the top side?
What? On the
It's
left.
the top. It's the top of the clouds. The top of the clouds you had a problem with.
Yeah, the top of the clouds on the left side. Okay,
I could simply shift. I could simply shift the sun upward, move the guy to the right, move him towards the right, the red guy to the right, and it would be the image that you're asking for.
Yeah. So
I'll do that now.
So how are the top of the clouds being lit?
Remember, it's not to scale, right?
Now, if you start talking to me, I'm going to be losing my signal here for a few minutes. So if I don't respond, that's why.
I'm gonna post it in 30 seconds.
Are you getting in your submarine?
Okay, Scratch posted.
What do you do there, Kosho? You got disco ball clouds? Nice.
Yeah, Scrat posted this picture earlier. Hold on.
Oh, that's Scrat. Okay.
Okay.
And this is how?
So I'm sorry. That is not the picture. Okay. The one I think it would be you're in Texas, right? So you're Central Time. Kosho?
Say what? Central Time, that's right.
You're Central Time, right? Okay, so it would be at 5:30 a.m. when you post the picture that I asked you to fix. This picture is not the same as that picture. You get the sun is not as low as you had it in the other picture.
Why does that matter?
Because it's completely different.
No. The whole point is that the
The way you
observer.
had the sun, no, the way you had the sun rays coming up is completely different than this one.
Yeah, it does. All I did was rotate the picture. Literally didn't change. All I did was rotate the picture in all of these pictures. I never did anything different but rotate the picture.
Okay, I see. And then move the character.
Yeah, just move the guy so that the sun was still below the horizon.
Okay, I see that now. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so now how are those the clouds on the left, the top clouds on the left? How are they being lit up?
I thought sun rays
They're not obstructed by the Earth.
What?
Are those sun
They're not
rays
obstructed by the Earth.
No, the bottom clouds are obstructing them. They're obstructing the light. How is the light going through the bottom clouds?
Well, they're not entirely obstructing them, right?
Well, that's the thing. In my picture, the top of the clouds all the way across are completely lit up, and that's the only part of the clouds that's lit up. None of the
true,
bottom is. Yeah, it is.
You're saying the top are completely lit up.
No, that's the only part that's lit up.
Right, yeah, that's the only part that's lit up, but it's not completely lit up. But parts of the top of the clouds are lit up. That's right.
Right, but what my point is, when you look at your diagram, the part of the clouds to the right of the character would be blocking the sun. So the top clouds, or the clouds to the left of the character, the top of them could not be lit up.
Okay, but you can't say that in your picture that's not happening because
Actually, I
there's
can
parts.
because. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Didn't mean
No,
to
you
interrupt
don't. You don't know. You don't know that you can't see the entire top of the clouds, right? You can't see that there's not parts of the top of the clouds that are not being as lit up as other parts because they're being obstructed by other clouds, right? But we're talking about the obstruction
But that's
because of
the
the Earth.
right. But in your photo, most of the bottom of the clouds are lit up.
No. We're talking about so in this picture, which is not to scale, the bottom of the clouds being lit up are going to be the clouds that are like further to the east, right? Like not in your picture. Your picture is looking north, right? If you were able to, show that some part in the east, probably somewhere, I don't know, 100 miles away to the east, right beneath the clouds, the bottom of the clouds probably would be lit up, right? And then even further east, the entire cloud.
Well, of course, because if you go 100 miles to the east, the sun would be up.
Right.
I'm talking about where the sun is below the horizon. So
right.
Obviously, if you go further east, the sun wouldn't be below the horizon then. So of course it would be lighting up the clouds. But the problem is that the sun is below the horizon, lighting up the top of the clouds, where that's not possible. The clouds would be blocking the light. The parts to the left of it. Those would not be lit up. And you can see it in my pictures. They are.
And what you're saying might be true if the sky was completely filled with clouds, but it's clearly not. Right? So clearly there's light hitting the top of those clouds. Clearly there's not something obstructing it, right?
but the sun would be shining up from the horizon. There'd be light first.
You're breaking up, but I think I know what you're
You
saying.
saw
And
bits and pieces.
I've done the math for that before. I think there's only like a 20-minute window where you're actually see the bottom of the clouds being lit and not the top. Like there's a 20-minute window, right? But at any time outside of that window, you're going to see the top of the clouds being lit first, right? If it's closer, if it's after sunset or before sunrise, right before, outside of that 20-minute window, the top of the clouds are going to be lit before the rest of the clouds and before the surface.
Okay, look at your diagram or picture, whatever you want to call it. You see the top clouds to the left of your character.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be impossible. Those would not be possible to be lit up because the clouds are blocking the sunlight to the right of the character.
Yeah, but
and in my
you're not
photos,
seeing.
you can clearly see very bright with clouds covering the light that should be covering the light far to the east.
Yeah, but in your photo, you're not seeing what's west or east of, because you said you're looking north, right? So you're not looking to the west. If you were to look further to the west, like in
No,
your
I said.
you can see them in your mirrors.
Wait, did
In
I
your
say I
mirrors,
was looking north?
yes,
Did I say I was looking north?
yes, and
Hold
driving
on.
east, which makes sense.
If that was from the window, my windshield. No, because this. Are you talking about the pictures of mine that are just below your diagram?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's to the west because I was heading north, and that's from my driver's side outside my driver's side window, so that would be to the west.
You said it was to the north and that you're driving east.
I know. I apologize. I think somebody else posted. I thought the first ones I posted were through my windshield, not my driver's window. I swear that's what they were. Let me go back and see.
I guessed that as well. When I first saw them, that was my guess. And then you confirmed that by saying, yes, these are facing the north, and to the right is the east. Basically, the way you're driving, the truck is headed to the east. Yeah, you're looking north out the window.
No, okay. I think when you asked that, I think they were the first two pictures that I posted, and I could have swore that those were actually going through. I took them through my windshield, not the driver's side window. And at the time I was heading north. And just below the diagram there, those would actually be to the west because it's clearly outside my driver's door because you can see my mirror. So the ones that are just below your diagram, those are actually clouds to the west.
What road is this?
I-80, going around Elk Mountain in Wyoming. And at the time, I was on the part of the road going around the mountain. I was heading north. before I started going back around east. I mean, to the west. Because when at the time when I took the pictures, because I was facing north because the sun was getting ready to come up to my outside my passenger's window. Well, I wasn't getting ready to. Like I said, those pictures were taken 10 to 15 minutes before the sun rose.
Did you take more pictures, like 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later?
Yeah, I took multiple pictures. No, I think from the first picture, the last one probably would have been at the very most 6 minutes later. Actually, I don't even think it was that long because I didn't really want to be taking pictures while I was
Where are
driving.
you headed to?
Salt Lake City. I go from Denver to Salt Lake 3 times a week, and the same time, yeah, I get to that area just as the sun's about ready to come up, and I see this all the time. And this time, I actually remembered to take photos of it.
Are you sure you weren't traveling the other direction?
I am absolutely positive. I mean, I can't prove what I'm saying is true. You can assume I'm lying, but I really have no reason to.
No, I don't assume you're lying. I just don't know if I can explain it the same way if what you're saying is true. Look at it.
Well, that's why I brought it up because I didn't see how you could explain it away, other than the fact that the sun is higher than the clouds at sunset. I mean, sunrise or before sunrise. The only way I can see that can happen is if the sun is always higher than the clouds. And I'll leave it at that. Sorry, didn't mean to stretch that out so much, but I don't see any way around it.
Is that mountain that you were talking about, Elk Mountain? Is that the mountain in the picture?
No. Oh wait. I gotta look at the picture. Well, yeah, because it's got to be, or part of it. It's got to be part of Elk Mountain because I was going around Elk Mountain at the time. I had just started going around it. That's why I was facing to the north. I had just gotten. I don't know if you're looking at maps or anything, but I just passed Wheelie Dome, which is a little west of Laramie, Wyoming, and I started going north to go around the mountain, and that's when I took it. Took the photos. Yeah.
I just came in. What are you talking about?
How the sun, how the clouds, the top of the clouds are being lit with the sun below the horizon.
Okay, so yeah, I've made a video on this, and I saw it yesterday while I was driving, and I couldn't stop. I wish I should have just stopped, but I didn't. So here's the issue with the clouds being lit from behind, from below, or whatever. Okay, so what happened yesterday was I had two massive nimbus clouds right in front of the sun, and so their perimeters were all lit up white, but the interior was dark. So on my side, the interior was a shadow, but the perimeter was a thin wisp all the way around. It was lit up, right? The reason why is because the perimeter was less dense, so the light could penetrate it, and it lit it up all the way through. So when you
Yeah,
look
well,
up into
that
the hold on, when you look up into the sky and you see a perfectly white cloud, you're either seeing the sun directly hit it, or it's thin enough that the light can penetrate all the way through. So when we, let's say at sunset, when we see a cloud in the distance that apparently has the bottom lit, it's the sun penetrating through the perimeter. It's not being lit from below. It's just that the light is penetrating through that edge like diffusion. It's less dense at that edge. And that's what you
okay.
were
You said
seeing.
you just came in, so I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but what you're talking about, what you're saying, has nothing to do with my photos.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so you just talked about the top being lit, correct?
Yeah, and the
Okay,
bottom's in shadow. The bottom of the
right,
clouds were not lit at all. They're in shadow. The
right.
only part of the clouds that were lit were the top.
Okay, I'll try to be specific because I do believe that my comment, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm trying to tell you what I've thought about, and you can take it or leave it. I'm just trying to share with you what makes sense to me. The reason why, because it's all about angles. Okay, it's all about angles. So the sun was high enough so that from the angle that it was with that cloud that you were looking at, the top of the cloud was thinner than the bottom. I just explained to you, I started out by telling you that I had a massive nimbus cloud where the entire perimeter was lit up, but then the center was dark. You're describing a cloud that is lit up on top but dark on the bottom. My explanation for that,
Mhm.
my explanation for that would be that the bottom was too dense for the angle of the sun's light to penetrate, but the top wasn't. That's why you could see it lit up. Do you see how it makes sense now?
Did you look at his picture?
Oh my
I
God.
don't think he did.
Did you look at his picture?
Oh my God, you guys.
Did you look at his picture? It's a question.
Yes, I did. I'm explaining why the
That
top
doesn't.
is
That's
lit
not.
up.
No, what you're saying doesn't fit with that picture.
What am I saying?
Well, first of all, if the sun was high enough, the bottom of the clouds would be lit. Why if the sun is physically below, according to the angle, below the clouds, why are the bottom of the clouds in shadow and only the top of the clouds lit up? It
Okay.
doesn't make any sense at
o-
all.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Did anyone else hear my explanation that thinks that they understood what I was saying? Is anybody else listening that want to say, yeah, Travis, I heard what you were saying and it makes sense? Or, no, Travis, it didn't make sense. Is there
Well, it
anybody else
doesn't
who want?
fit with
Okay,
I
I'm
it
heard
not
what
doesn't
sure
you're
fit
why
with
saying. It
my
you're
makes
talking,
argument.
sense.
sir. I'm not sure why you're talking because I've already heard your opinion. I'm asking anybody else because
Okay,
what I
that's fine.
explained wasn't difficult to understand.
Yeah, but it had
It,
nothing to do with my argument.
Okay, That
It had
means
it had
that means that
absolutely nothing
that
to do with
either
my
means
argument.
that means one or two things. Either you weren't paying attention or you weren't paying attention. Because what I said
Yeah,
is
that was one thing that you said. That wasn't two different things.
okay. Do you know what facetious means? Do you know what
Yeah,
sarcasm
well, then
is?
stop being sarcastic and actually get to the point.
I already made my point. You guys are just
Then,
fighting with me.
No, you're just saying something that has nothing to do with what actually is going on with the picture.
What did I say?
I understand what you're
What
saying.
did I say? Because
Well, if you let me explain, I was going to after I said I understand what you said, because I was going to explain what you said was that you believe that. Well, if and I've seen this before. Yes, sometimes the clouds are thinner on one side that the light will shine through, less dense than the other parts of the clouds. That's
did he drop off for everybody? Because he dropped off for me.
It sounded like he dropped off.
All right. Does anybody else want to at least say that they understand what
me?
I'm saying? Now we can.
Was that some parts dense and will shine through, the sun will shine through than the others. I understand that. I've seen this before as well, but that's not what's happening with this picture. At least that's not what it.
Do I just have a bad connection? I can't hear anything right now.
Yeah, no, for some reason got cut off.
I mean, I don't know why you guys are fighting with me. I didn't come in and be a dick. I came in and offered something. I came in and offered something, and this gentleman just would like completely rip me a hole because, you know, for him, he didn't understand what my point had to do with his picture. But I'm just saying, ultimately, in this discussion, it's about angles and distance, right? If we're talking about a stationary extended plane, then when the sun is directly over you at 90 degrees, you're not going to have a shadow. And the farther away the sun goes, the more acute that angle gets. And so we have to understand that at the point that's in the photo that he has, the sun is very, very low toward the horizon. So that angle is damn near like acute as cute can be, right? It's just cute at the button. But my point there is that at that angle, the tops of the clouds have less dense volume so that you can see the light penetrate the entire. Whereas when it's dark, that means that there's not enough light to penetrate it. It's not difficult to understand this.
I'm kind of with Travis on this one. I'm not saying that's what's going on here, but what he's saying makes sense, right?
Yeah,
Less dense, light could get through. I mean,
that's all I
there's not
want.
an argument
I'm not
here.
saying that it doesn't matter. I'm saying yes, that it's not.
Yeah, your connection's really, really bad.
Yeah, you're breaking up, bro. We can hear every second word.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I wanted. That's all I want. SE, I don't want you to tell me that I'm right. I just want you to go, yeah, I get what you're saying. It makes sense.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. It doesn't necessarily mean that's happening here, but yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah.
And you see the new photos that I placed or posted? The last two.
The last two? Okay. Yeah, okay.
See how only the top of those clouds are lit, and the way the sun would be coming up, the bottom of the clouds over to the right, it's blocking. It would block the sunlight if the sun was angled. The angle was below it.
No one
y'all
is
hear me
saying
now?
the angle. No one
y'all
is
hear me now?
saying. Yeah, we can. No one is saying that the angle is below the clouds. Who says that?
Well, they
Your
do.
Your
No, no,
model
no.
says that.
No. He's not. No, that's not his model. Don't. That's not his model.
What?
Guys, I
That's
Yeah,
think
not
man.
you're
his model.
Man,
misunderstanding Travis
you're
here.
you're
I
triggered,
understand.
bro.
I got out. Like. Hold on, because he probably thought you were coming as in a globe model. But again, what I was trying to tell. Can you hear every word that I'm saying now?
Yeah, you're clear now, man.
All right, yeah, I had the cutoff point a little too. Anyways, the suppression too high. So what I was saying was that yes, I do understand. I've seen this before, where some of the clouds are less dense and some of the light goes through, and some doesn't. But on this situation, it doesn't look like that's what's happening. Um, but yes, again, what's his name? Whoever took this picture, yeah, Copernicus is not a glober.
So just real quick, Ivan.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Just real quick, you say it doesn't look like that, but I'm telling you, to me, it does. It absolutely looks just like I'm explaining it. So we're at an impasse where you go, it doesn't look like that to me, but it does to me. So my question to you would be, if it doesn't look like that to you the way I'm describing it, then how do you explain it?
From what? Explain what I see happening to the clouds.
No, I was asking the other guy. I can't remember. What's your name again?
Okay.
Bookfin? The Bookfin? You used to go by a different name. No, because the reason why I'm addressing him is because he just got done saying that my explanation to him doesn't look like what's happening. Oh, that's fair. My question is, what's your explanation?
Actually, Bob,
elbow.
this is a damn good.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Elbow, that's right. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
But that wasn't. That's well. What it looks like is the sun is above the clouds, like it's always is. Yes, it looks like. Yes, what you're saying is true. The sun is far away, but it's still above the clouds at all times. So this what it looks like is the sun is shining on top of them, and not underneath.
Look where the sun is actually hitting. Actually, what Travis is saying makes a lot of freaking sense. Look where the sun is showing. At the edges, right? I mean, I never thought of this before, but Travis could be onto something here.
No, not just on the edges. Didn't you see the last part or the last two that I posted? It's not just the edges.
Let me check, Bob.
A large portion of the top of the clouds is lit.
Yeah, but if you look at it, it's in the places where we can see through that we can see the light. I think Travis is onto something here, man. Seriously.
What do you mean see through? It's because it is higher than the other parts. I don't
Where
know.
you see the light, it's like there's holes. It's like there's holes in the clouds type deal.
Okay, but if there's holes, so what? The bottom of the cloud should be lit up too. If the sun is shining through the clouds to light up the top, why is the bottom in shadow?
Because they're
the
more
bottom
thick.
be lit up too?
It's like
No,
you're
they're
not
more
listening,
thick.
man.
There's more stuff inside. It's darker, so the light doesn't penetrate. I never thought of it like that, but I think
not
Travis is onto
penetrate.
something.
Why isn't the outside of the clouds lit up?
Because the sun is on top, bro.
Oh my God, this
It's
guy.
on top.
What?
Because
Yeah,
the sun is on top and it's far away.
That's his point.
That's my point.
Yeah, so you're saying the same thing, bro. You're not listening to what Travis is saying.
All right.
You're
I
saying
thought
the
you were
same
trying to
thing.
say something else.
But Travis has an explanation of why the tops are lit. Look, even this one, you see? The edges where it's less dense. Travis, I think you hit a big thing, bro.
Yeah, I know I
Are
did.
you
No one
looking
pays
at
attention to what I say.
Are you looking where he posted all the pictures, or are you looking where Kosher reposted some of his pictures?
I'm looking at Bob's last post. Or Scrat, sorry, Scrats. Think about it, the way Travis is explaining it, man, it does make sense. It does make a lot of sense.
I just put in a video where I did an explanation one day. It's not a very long video. It's very simple. I'd appreciate it if you guys took a look at it. It's right above the last post.
Look at Terry's picture, same thing. I think Travis fucking picked it off. I think Travis found the answer.
What, that is shining on top because it's far away? Yeah, that's what he's been saying. That it's he didn't say anything different than that Scrap was saying. Just because
Yes, he
let me
did.
be specific. Let me be
Yes, he
specific.
did, bro.
Hold on. Scrap was saying that the sun is above the clouds, not underneath, and is shining on top because the light is coming from the top. Yes, is nobody's saying that is the clouds are not thicker at the bottom. Like that's probably one explanation. The other explanation is that this shining from the top first because that's where the sun is at.
Well, it is for sure. Travis knows it's from the top. He's not saying it's from the bottom.
That's what Scrat was saying. So what?
Yeah,
So is Scrat saying the same thing as he is saying? I mean, Copernicus is saying. What is Scrat saying different than as he is? I mean,
okay, let me break it down for
that
you, bro.
Copernicus
Let me
is
break it down for you. Give me 30 seconds uninterrupted. You're both saying the same thing. Scrat, Travis, Bob, you're all saying the same thing. The only difference is Travis offered an explanation of why the clouds are lit at the edges. You understand? Because
not
they're
the edges,
thinner.
it's the top.
Well, the top, all we see is the edges, as though. We don't see the top. We're not on the top. Right? But you see the edges there. Look at the one Terry just posted. You see dark on the. I'm sure the top of the clouds are all lit, right? But we don't see that. We see the edges and the center where they're thin, and on the bottom, look at the bottom where it's thinner. So I think Travis is onto something.
Thanks, Essie.
I actually never thought of it like that, like thickness and less thick. That's, well, Travis, you made like hundreds of hours of observation, so I'm sure you've seen stuff that.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I drive around the country looking at shit all the time. So, I mean, I've looked at these clouds forever, and I just one day I'm like, hey, I think that this makes sense. And I'm like looking at it, and that's why I made the video. It totally makes sense. Absolutely. That's why at the angle that we see clouds lit up only from the bottom, right? So it's the opposite of what Terry's picture is. Terry's picture is only the tops are lit up. That's because at that angle from our position and wherever the sun is, and yes, the sun is always above the clouds, but as I said, as it gets farther and farther away, that angle decreases and gets tighter and tighter and tighter, but it's still above the clouds. So it just depends. Like SC said, we never see, unless you're in an airplane looking straight down, the tops of clouds. So
Yeah,
whenever
well, take a look at the one I just posted again.
I wasn't finished. Let me just finish one.
You're long-winded.
Oh, I'm so sorry. By all means, Elba, go ahead.
I'll finish off.
No, man. Go ahead.
I already stopped.
I'm good.
So go ahead.
I'm good.
So take a look at the one I just posted, which was a little bit later. It was earlier than the ones that you're seeing before that. Take a look at that, Essie.
Yeah, that's nice too. Yeah.
Right. So earlier, before even way before the sun is even higher, I mean, or more visible to us or to him at that time, it's still way brighter up top. And that cloud does not look like it's less dense. That looks really, really dense.
Seriously, Bill, you're not seeing.
Wait,
hold
Did you not see that? Did you not see how dense that cloud is? The top part?
Man. Listen, are you talking about the very last picture that we're looking at?
The one I just posted. from his.
Yeah, that's the same picture I posted.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay, so please tell me, Elbow, how your eyes in this tiny little image can assess the density of that top part.
That looks like a thick ass freaking cloud.
Which part?
The part that's lit up.
How do you determine how thick it is? Because the entire cloud is there. Like, if you looked at the entire cloud, it's got 99% dark and 1% light.
Well,
So
look
does
at the ones.
hold on. Does the 99% look thick as thick?
Let's check this out. You see the ones that are closer to you
Why
that are
can't you answer my
dark?
question, man?
Well, I'm about to answer. You see the ones that are closer to the left, closer to like the open sky that you can kind of see through them. Did you see those? Or do I have to highlight them with some kind of marker for you?
Are you talking about the photo of Mount Rainier?
Give me a second. Let me go to Paint Shop.
Come to think of it now, Travis, I'm thinking back and I've seen many clouds in the sky, and you see patches of them, like some parts of them are lit and other parts are not. And I subconsciously in my head say, yeah, that's a cloud that has more water in it, it's thicker. But I never actually thought of it the way you're saying. I think you're onto something, bro. Definitely. Next time you guys see clouds and it's sunny, look at the clouds. You're going to see the same cloud have varying brightness in it. Some light parts, some darker parts. That's a fact.
No, clouds are
I don't get why we're getting blowback on this, SE. This is crazy.
I don't understand it either. Not like you're saying.
I've seen that. I mean, I'm not saying I don't agree with you that's happened. That has happened. I've definitely 100% agree with you, but that is not. This doesn't look what's happening with these clouds.
It does to me.
Well, it does to you, but it doesn't to me.
Okay. There we go. Okay, let's move on.
There you go.
In my opinion, when we're talking about clouds, the only time
we're moving on.
Okay. If you want to be a dick, like I had another thought. Can I finish my thought?
Yeah, what's up with everybody?
I'm just saying because he said, "Well, we're moving on because we agree to disagree." But then he
I
wants to
know,
bring it back up,
and
like
then
you want to reiterate your point.
No.
All right, let's go.
I know, man. Look, what's going on, SE, is ultimately, I think Elbow is frustrated because my views are different than his religiously, and I stand toe to toe with people.
Oh my god!
So yeah, you get triggered when I come on, man.
No, dude, you came in. Oh, I haven't been here all the time, but this is what's happening. That's what you just said. That's what you said to Scrat when you were having a conversation with Kosho about his model. Yes, we're in. We believe practically the same thing. Yes, the clouds are above the sun. Not them though. They believe the sun is. Kosho and his model believe that the sun is under the clouds at certain times.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, so that's what we were just discussing, and you wanted to bring him to a point that we agree on. Yes, the sun is above the clouds. We know that. 100%.
Okay, great. So who was I talking to first? Was it Kosho?
It was Scrat and Kosho. You kind of say, "Oh, this is whatever," but you said something.
Right. So Kosho was in on the conversation, correct? That would be a yes. And then
originally,
hold on, man. Right? Hold on. I was leading up to something. I'll try to be brief so that Elbow doesn't lose his focus. Okay.
Wow. You know what? Fuck you, bro.
So Kosho was a part
of you, bro. Fuck you, bro. What are you talking about, man?
Come on, guys.
So Kosho.
No, that's an ad hom, dude. He's just fucking ad hom me. What the fuck? I don't lose my focus. What the fuck, bro?
Are you triggered?
You know what? Fuck you, bro. Yeah, fuck You, I'm hot. Fuck
Okay,
this bullshit,
listen,
bro.
listen.
Fuck
What
off.
you know?
Man,
Elbow,
so
listen to
fuck
this.
you, bro. Don't
Listen
be
to
fucking
this.
ad homming me.
Hold
Fuck
on.
you. Fuck
Wow.
you.
Okay, listen. Everyone knows. Can you guys hear the sultry sound of my voice? Everyone knows. You can wind the tapes back that the first one to make an ad hom was Elbow. He said,
Oh,
"Can you
repeat it.
hurry up?" He said, "You're long-winded."
You are long-winded.
Is that not an ad
That is
hom?
not an ad hom.
That's an ad hom. Yeah, you're not addressing my argument. You're addressing me personally.
No, I
You
was
were the
about to
first
say
one to cross
something,
the line.
but you were
Yeah,
being
whatever, bro.
long-winded.
No, to be fair, you do say that a lot, bro. When people are talking, you're like, "Oh, get to the point. You're long-winded. This and that." Why do you do that, bro? Let him
Dude,
express
Because he
himself.
doesn't
you
want to
are
listen to what people
long-winded
say.
too. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
But
You say it to
this is a
everybody, bro. But you can
conversation.
talk all day.
I'll
You can
say,
talk all
I get
day.
to my point. I say what I have to say, and then let you speak. But then
You just said "fuck you" like 10 times, bro, in a row. You just said "fuck you" like 10 times in a row, bro.
Oh my
All
God!
emotional and triggered.
This is why this
You're
platform is called
not moderated
Discord.
material, bro.
This is why
Yeah,
the
I'll just,
platform is called Discord.
do I have to
Okay,
mute
can we
everyone
take a
just
deep
so we
breath,
can get the
guys? Can we
conversation to
calm
go?
this down?
Excuse
There's no
me, can we?
moderation, man. I just
Yes,
gotta
I'm
everyone chill out.
trying to, Wit, but they won't listen. Do I have to mute
All right, well
everyone to
I'm
get the
moderating. Everyone
conversation
stop
back?
screaming, man. I'm trying to wake up and go to the gym. I'm not trying to hear people scream. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm here too.
Anyway, my point about Kosho was Kosho's a baller. So he was a part of the conversation. So I was addressing something that in his world, I'm giving him an explanation that doesn't require the sun to be below the clouds. It was completely appropriate.
Look, bottom line,
Travis, how
you're
you been,
both
man?
same thing. You're
What's
both
going on,
agree.
Austin, man? You're killing it, man.
There you go.
So, like I was saying, you're both saying the same thing. You're both on the same side. There's no reason to argue here. The only point Travis made was the thickness and thinness of clouds and how light goes through it. That's it. There's no argument here.
SE, you been out shooting?
Nah, it's freaking cold here, bro.
Uh,
I'm waiting. I'm anxiously waiting.
What do you shoot targets?
Oh, well, the moon, the sun, the stars.
Oh,
I want to go down to the river. I got
I
a
thought you meant
certain
a different
bridge.
type of. I thought you meant a different type of shooting.
No,
Yeah, I got-
not that. They restricted us badly here, bro. They're like, they made us like, I don't want to say sissies, but yeah, all guns are gone, all long barrels are gone. To get a license here, you gotta climb through hoops. You gotta fill out forms. Yeah, you gotta give them 3 of your neighbors. They have to vouch for you. It's like a real communist thing they got up here, bro.
Yikes, bro. Your neighbors have to vouch for you?
3 neighbors, bro. 3 of them. Yep. Like, God
That's
bless
crazy.
America, man. Don't let them take your guns, man. Keep what you're doing.
what are you talking
I'm
about?
glad.
We have the Constitution.
I'm
That's
glad
right.
I haven't got any. I'm glad I haven't got any
But don't
angry
you
grizzly bears or whatever around here.
do you guys not have a version of the Second Amendment though? Like, don't you have the charter there? You're in Canada, right? I mean, you have the Charter of Rights or whatever.
Yeah, but what happened here was there was a shooting in a school, and unlike you guys, when they protest over here, the government went crazy and used that as an excuse. And first they banned long barrels, and now you can't have any assault rifle, anything, any M16, anything out of the question. And to have a gun, you have to get a permit. You got to take a course. You got to be part of a gun club. You got to keep your gun stored. And the only way you can have your gun in your car, if you're ever stopped and you have your gun in your car, you're going to jail. You have to be traveling from your house to the shooting range. That's it. It's like really strict, really bad.
You're not allowed to hunt?
Yeah, you can hunt. Yeah, you can hunt.
Yeah. So you say I was on my way to hunt, sir.
Yeah, well, you better have your gear with you. And
I know, right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's really strict here. So you guys in America, believe me, you're freaking lucky.
Well, some states, I mean, some states are stricter than others. I mean, we can have rifles anywhere. I'm pretty sure the rifle rule. Maybe not like New York City or Chicago or something, but
Bro, you can carry guns in Texas, open carry, bro. What are you talking about? It's like the Wild
yeah,
West there.
I know. Some states are like that. I used to live in Vermont. You could open carry, conceal carry, no permit, nothing.
Yeah.
Now I'm in New York, and it's like you got to go through a rigmarole to get a pistol permit just to own a pistol.
Well,
Oh, it's like
technically,
that there? Yeah.
the Constitution is the law of the land. No law can supersede the Constitution. So you have the right to carry anywhere you go in the United States, except for private property. Private property can restrict it.
That's not true though, bro.
That's what the Constitution states.
No, yeah, I know. But the Constitution
It-
has been obliterated, bro. Like nobody, like the
well,
states
I know,
don't really
and
follow it.
I agree, and I was about to get to that too. But
All right.
the Constitution gives you that freedom, but the Constitution is completely useless if everybody just ignores it.
Well, I'm from
And that-
Tennessee, and you just walk into a store and buy a gun. So
But you have to be you have to be in that state. You can't be like from Maryland and go to Tennessee and buy a gun. They'd be like, you're not from Tennessee, so you can't buy
yeah,
a gun.
that's true. Yeah. But you don't even have to have a Tennessee ID. You just have to be able to verify that you have like an address in Tennessee. I mean,
But that would go against the other guy's statement that the Constitution says we have the right to bear arms.
You do.
I know.
no, I agree. But like, what can a state of Tennessee do by itself, right? Like, obviously, it's just going to be in legal issues if Maryland comes after it, right? But like, all I know is if you're not a felon, you just buy a gun. You don't need any licenses. You don't need. I mean, at this point, people should just be migrating to the states that have shown that they're going to just leave the Second Amendment alone. I mean, technically speaking, the Second Amendment says you can have any type of weapon that the government has, right? So I mean, obviously they've all gone back in that sense, but yeah, I don't know. Like all I know is where I'm from, dude. You can open carry, conceal carry, carry in your car, do what you want to do. Just go buy
That's
a pistol,
awesome.
go buy a rifle. Yeah.
I'm from Massachusetts, so it's a liberal blue state. So like, you have to go through 1,000 loops before you can get a gun over here, man. Especially if you have any kind of record, not just I'm not talking about felonies. I'm talking about like simple misdemeanor.
In Pennsylvania,
If you're in the
it's
Northeast,
open. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
if you're in the Northeast, one of the best states is Vermont as far as gun laws.
Yes, that's true. Actually, I met someone when I was in Florida. I met someone that was there at an RV park on a construction job, and yeah, he said the same thing. He said Vermont's like a little mini southern state in the north. So they don't care.
And
It's
I
also
I
just
didn't know
really
that.
small and lots of land and very rural and crazy weather, so they just kind of let it go.
I'm right next door to them. I didn't know they had open carry. I never seen a gun there. Wow.
Yeah. Well, you don't see people just walking
Open
around with
carry,
guns
conceal
on.
carry.
Yeah, like even in Tennessee, I mean, you'll see someone with a gun on their hip, but the whole idea of people just walking with an AR strapped around their back, like that doesn't really happen. Like that's kind of
That's
like
yeah.
for show. Yeah, I mean, you've never seen somebody with just walking around with a gun on their hip, because where I'm from, that's like it's
No,
weird not to see that at least once a day.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if you bring a Canadian down there and you bring him in your house and you go in your backyard and you start shooting, they're gonna say, "What the hell, man? Are these guys serious?" Yeah.
Yeah, well, that sucks for them. Like, I don't know. Imagine if you're in a store and there's a bunch of children in the store. You're in Target, and there's some bad actor in there. He sees good old Johnny, 50-year-old man with a pistol on his hip, just sitting there with his shirt tucked in. He's not going to do anything, man. He's not going to go do anything in that store.
You're damn right. Yeah, they rob the stores that don't have guns. Yep.
Johnny's gonna line his ass up, bro. I'm just saying, like literally, just the fact that he's present prevents something from happening.
Well, that stupid bitch that shot up the 3 9-year-old kids and 3 teachers, she made it perfectly clear she chose that school because it was gun-free zone. She had another school in mind, but it had armed security. So she specifically chose the gun-free zone. Gun-free zones are the most dangerous places to be.
So the one in Tennessee? You talking about the one in Nashville, Tennessee?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. Everybody's like mad at the school. They're like, "What are you doing, dude? This is Tennessee." Nashville is like that city where all the leftists go. So it's just some private school in Nashville, and where I'm from, and it's not like a really exciting place or something, but in West Tennessee, bro, like it's just normal. It's been normal for years that there are armed guards.
Well, what did you mean that they're mad at the school? The one in
Tennesseans are like, why do you not have armed guards? It's a private school.
Okay. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. All right. You have money to pay for it. It's a private school. You should definitely have a couple armed guards, or at the least some teachers with guns. So, and now it makes Tennessee look bad. I don't want to get into all the specifics. I don't think we can. We're streaming, but it's just highly suspect that the state that's really just like, we're going to go down with the ship, we're keeping the Second Amendment, has that happen. So I don't know. And, the person mysteriously changed his shoes midway through. Okay. Dude, anyway, I know a lot of you guys heard me just like beat this into the ground a while back, the whole like length contraction thing. And also it ties into what SE always talks about, how according to Einstein's equation, which is clearly defective if you have brain cells that work, like you if you have something go at the speed of light, it would have to have infinite energy. You can just look at the math. It requires infinite energy. And as in all the energy in the universe and some, like infinite energy, E equals mc squared. Also, magnetism debunks and refutes his law, but nevertheless, I briefly covered that in my recent Relatively Speaking episode, because I didn't really have a lot of time to put a presentation together. I was watching Lee by myself. Kai was out of town, blah, blah. And I covered it to like a degree that was annoying. I went through his paper and I slowly read it, and I highlighted each phrase and continually repeated it, went back to the text that he's referencing, all highlighted. I specifically laid out. You got ballers in the comments still not understanding relativistic length contraction. It's like one of them said, he said, length contraction relativity is it's not real. It's just based on how it just appears to be contracting based on an observer and their reference frame. And I said, no. Einstein said that it's not just apparent. He said, yeah, it's not just apparent, because that would mean there are more important or inferior reference frame. It's not apparent, but it just appears that way to the observer. It's insane to me, bro. So long story short, the ballers, after the many months that we had to sit in here and repeat the same conversation, they still don't understand it. So what can you do? I think it's kind of like that with every part of this conversation.
Yeah, every part of the conversation. Yeah.
It's a dichotomy, bro. It's a true dichotomy. They have something shrinking, and they have something expanding, growing at the same time, infinitely. Just like everything else. Dialithaism. Yeah.
The energy has to be infinite, bro. According to the equation, infinite, literally infinite.
You keep talking to me like that. I got something expanding for you. Get me all excited and stuff.
Keep your homoerotic fantasies to yourself, bro.
Oh, what you doing in the gym today?
Chest and biceps and back.
Oh, awesome.
You're giving him more fantasies now?
Don't forget about leg day.
Yeah, I can't believe I even. No, I know I do leg day. It sucks though.
Can't skip leg day, man.
Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays, man. Come on. I'm just behind, to be honest, because of
Behind?
Yeah, I'm just behind this week because I didn't get to work out Monday or Tuesday. I was watching Aaliyah by myself.
Gotta get it in, man. Gotta get it in.
That's what she said.
She did say that, actually. So anyway, like, dude, think about what that means. I see if Einstein's equation is wrong, that's a huge deal. Like, not just for their stupid little model, but like for their entire paradigm of physics. It's all built upon transformations within E equals mc squared. And I watched a video the other day. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but he used to work for the Royal Navy. So he's actually developed technology that can give you like an insane electricity output with just a couple square inches. And it uses LED. And based on his understanding of magnetism and light being electric and magnetic together, right? You have the oscillating electric field, oscillating magnetic field. Separating this can end up just giving you free infinite energy. And he actually proved it with his technology. He says that he told the Royal Navy about this 37 years ago. And they said, well, you can't tell people this. And he's like, oh, well, I've already made a video and I'm putting it out to the public. And they tracked the video down and deleted it, like held on to it. Didn't let anyone have it for 37 years. Then they killed his mentor. So like out of spite, he released this video. But anyway, the point is he literally shows the technology and he's like explaining all of it, like how using magnetism, you can literally just input a circuit and have energy. You can have electricity literally just using a certain amount of magnets, specifically tin magnets. Okay, connected.
Dude, if you ever figure out how to make some infinite perpetual energy shit going on, if you're that smart, if you're that smart, but then you tell the government or you try to get a patent or something, that's fucking dumb.
No, he was in the military, man. He had to. He said, so he was brought in to give his presentation to like the officers in the Royal Navy in England or in the UK. And anyway, they were like, you can't release. First, they were saying he was wrong. He literally covers it all in his video too. He debunks Einstein and Newton, showing what's wrong with their equations because magnetism defies both of their equations, so they can't be physical laws. And what's so funny is he doesn't even fully understand magnetism. Like, he's wrong about a couple things, but he doesn't need to fully understand how magnetism works to do this, right? And you would say there's no way, right? But the guy has created little LED panels using this understanding. It gets electricity at nighttime. So it's like a solar panel, except it also gets electricity at night. Same output consistently night and day, which means that's free energy. Okay, because he's like, we're just using he called it stellar background radiation. So yeah, just the background light.
You know what this is sounding like, eh? This is sounding like Tesla's thing, radiant energy. Who is this guy you're talking about?
Yeah, do you have a link? I was going to ask you. Do you have a link for this video? I'd like to watch.
Yeah. I'm at the park at the gym. I dropped the Rumble video. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like criteria stuff, man. Like John D.
Dude, this dude's hilarious, man. He's so goofy. I mean, he's like just funny, but yeah, listen to what he says. It's an hour-long video. I'll drop it in just a second. And it's like very interesting. He shows what's wrong. He just like, I'm gonna give you the presentation I gave them in a more condensed version. And It's pretty funny, man. It's pretty funny because like he's like, well, this would mean that the oil companies are useless, and he breaks it all down. And I mean, you're not really gonna hear like say you're not gonna hear a baller rebut it, for example, right? But it's very interesting. He starts the presentation by saying, "So what is 1 + 1?" And he's like, "They all, just like you, said or thought the same thing. It's 2, of course. No, it's not." Then he shows how many poles are in a magnet. 1, 2. So if I put 2 magnets together, you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Put it together, well, you just have now 2 poles, but actually these 2 poles are 1. So 1 + 1 = 1. So then he adds like 10 of them together. He says 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. And then he goes to show that if you put the magnet on the board, right, and then you show the equals mc² mapped out on an XY chart, that actually it's 0. Thus, it actually, since it's 0, it actually refutes Einstein's E = mc². Same thing with Newtonian gravity, because ma, F = ma = mg, right? Ma = mg. They're both 0 in the magnet. So and he says it also. He points out that it also goes against the laws of thermodynamics because, basically, the idea that you can't get anything for free, right? Like your fuel in your car makes the car move, and so your car stops moving once you run out of fuel. But he's like, well, where's the energy coming from for the magnetism? It's just sitting here, sustained at 0 perpetually. And it's a lodestones exist in nature and will always exist and always be a magnet.
What's the configuration? So is it a kinematic configuration, or how does he do it?
What do you mean?
Like the power that he's producing, is it because the magnets are moving, or he has them in some sort of configuration where the fields are like? I want to understand how he did it.
So it's the configuration of the magnets. It's just putting a certain amount together, and he explains each magnet has actually 4 magnetic fields. Now, this is how he defines it. In fact, what you have is like a vortex and anti-vortex, centripetal divergence, centripetal convergence, which will give you spatial extension in different directions. It doesn't matter though. Like, it doesn't matter if we disagree on that. His output's the same. So you draw a loop on the left, a loop on the right, a loop above, a loop below, a bar magnet, right? You're going to have 4, quote unquote, 4 magnetic fields. But everyone just skips the 2 in the middle. And it shows that when you put them together, they'll begin to unify and create the magnetic field lengthwise. But you also have the magnetic fields offshooting. And then as they begin to balance each other out, you have an extra one seep through every couple magnet. So when you take the final 10th magnet and slightly take it out of phase, but then you line all 10 up, you actually get an excess magnetic field coming down, basically squirming through the equalization of the other magnetic field. You then just put a circuit in that area and you have electricity.
But there's no movement, right? The magnets are not moving?
No, the magnets are not moving, dude. They just sit there.
I gotta see this, man. Okay, sounds interesting.
I'll grab it right now.
Because I played around with this a bit, and I bought some magnets, and there's always a snag, right? When the south meets the north, bing, they freaking snag, they attach. So that's something to overcome there. But now this guy has no movement. So.
Where's the energy input from the magnet? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Like, now, this one's said, right? I disagree with this guy on a lot of stuff. At some point, he talks about the globe. He talks about how they got the magnetosphere wrong, and it's actually the other way, cutting to the equator. He doesn't go any depth in that, though. He just says it. Of course, none of that's real, and the globe can't explain the magnetic field. But that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant to the point. And he talks about how the Earth is 4.7 billion years old. That doesn't matter, though. He talks about a few things, even regarding magnetism, that I just vehemently disagree with his interpretation. But the point is that he's actually just acknowledging what the magnetic fields do, like what we see, and how it's been overlooked, how it defies Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, and in fact, and even thermodynamics, which is true. This is why they avoid magnetism like the plague, and they don't define it in modern academia. They can't even properly define it. They say virtual photons. Like, there is no energy being input. So I dropped the video. Yeah, it's pretty
interesting.
Yeah, because that is of course the key to free energy is magnetism. Because
that is the only free energy that I can do besides the sun and movement, of course. But yeah, this is like magnetism is a real magic. Really, nobody knows what it is. It's just there.
Well, he said the naval officers were like tripping, like who's this little grunt that's coming in here all naively talking about this stuff? And then he said by the end of it, they're like, you can't show people this. They're like, he said they act like they were personally offended that this guy came in and basically is destroying modern academia, as opposed to being like, this is amazing, let's help humanity out. They're like, where's the video? You can't show people this.
Does he have a working model? Does
I
he
have to
a
download Rumble. I have to download Rumble to watch this.
I think you can watch it on a browser through Rumble.
You can watch it right through your browser, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. It's pretty crazy though, man. Oh yeah. So he says they actually raided his house, dude. They came in and raided his house and took all his stuff. He's like, he used to live in a different place, and this is where all of his experiments were done. They raided his house and took all his paperwork, all his experiments, all of his setups. They just took all of it. Sound familiar?
Any pigeons around his property?
That's what I mean, man. If you're smart enough to come up with it, if you're smart enough to come up with some kind of free energy device, you gotta know, man, how the world works, and you know, not to just you gotta just put it out there instantly. Videos, send people letters with diagrams, anything you can to just get it out there. Otherwise, they're
this was
just gonna
37
suppress
years
it.
ago, Jeremy. 37 years ago. So
Yeah, I
he's
know.
in
I know.
the Royal Navy 37 years ago. He has a guy he calls the smartest guy he's ever met, and he was basically who was teaching him, and he was like his protege. And he would hit him with all kinds of crazy physics questions, and that guided him down the path where he made a bunch of these breakthroughs. And so he's like, I'm sitting in the room, and these are all top level professors, top level naval officers in physics, right? Specializing in physics. And they're all just thinking I'm crazy, except there's one guy in the corner who's just kind of snickering because he knows, and that was him. And I guess they killed him. And when they ended up killing his mentor, that's when he got like personally pissed off, I guess. And that's now he's putting. You can tell. I mean, you can think this guy's just crazy making up. I'm sure the ballers will literally say that, but you can actually tell this dude is pissed off. You know, like he is like, it's like a personal, emotional thing for him. And he's like, they're basically asking questions about how, like, he even talks about curing cancer. And you can ionize water within a magnetic field, and that'll cure cancer. And they're like, oh, that you can't tell people that. He's like, well, I don't care. That's not my job. Like, I'd rather help humanity, basically. So it's very interesting. They say that they break into his house, they steal all of his stuff, because first they said, we need all your work and we need your videos. He said, no, I've already made the video. I've made 2 copies of it. I'm gonna send it out to the public, and this is in 37, right? So this is old school stuff. And he's like, I did this in my own time at my house. Then the Royal Navy changed the law that if you're in the Royal Navy, then basically they own all your intellectual property 24/7 while you're in the Navy. And so then they use that law to go in and raid his house. Pretty crazy. Huh?
This sounds like Tesla tech to me. I'm sure this guy read Tesla, the first guy that came up with this. This is Tesla all the way, man.
Yeah, he even goes into like he shows like a normal solar panel. He shows you like the dimensions of it and then the output, and then it's like, you know, thousands of dollars. He's like, they've intentionally made solar power so ridiculous that it can never truly compete with oil and coal. And he's like, but I can make you a panel, and he shows it's like 1/30th of the size. And he's like, and it puts out way more, and it works at night, and it can be made for super cheap.
Yeah, I can't imagine the amount of suppression that's happened in the in the solar renewable energy battery sector, by big oil and them.
Oh
You can
yeah.
run your house on a little. According to him, you can run your entire house off of a little panel, a few inches wide, a few inches tall, and it works all the time, including at nighttime. Because just like I always say, there's light everywhere. Visible light is this little tiny, minute spectrum of light, electromagnetic radiation, and that's the oscillating magnetic field. If that's everywhere around you, of course you can have free energy, and that's what he used. That's what he uses. He uses what he calls stellar background radiation. He's like, because the sun's a star. He's like, well, there are stars out there at nighttime as well.
Bro,
He's
this
like,
is Tesla. This is Tesla radiant energy. Tesla talks exactly about this. He says it works in the day and at night, and he had a machine which he patented that collects this energy. This is Tesla radiant energy, 100%, bro.
yeah, it is very similar. Yeah.
Now imagine if this really exists, and imagine if they're holding this back. In other words, we can have machines that can just take energy right out of the air without any plugs or paying or anything. Yeah, that's why they
What he
made
said?
it.
So he said, well, he's like, so he makes the video, and at the end he's like, I got to find a way to get this out where they can't track it down and delete it. And he's like, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to record this video and transfer it to 30 different micro SDs. And I'm going to go to every major news agency in the entire world. And I'm going to give it to them. And I'm going to give it to China and Iran and Russia. All the countries that the UK and the US have basically shit on. He's like, they'll show the people. No, they won't, buddy. You're very naive. This is why you need to figure out what the earth is. they all work together, my dude. So I guess he went and gave all these places these micro SDs, thinking, oh, they're going to tell the public. And of course, none of the news agencies did, because none of you have heard it, and I didn't hear it till last night. It's just some rumble.
Yeah,
So,
it's one of
This
these
is me obviously
things.
believing his story.
So an engine that pulls motor out of the air. Who is John Galt?
Well, it's just the panels use the oscillating electric and magnetic field, basically split it, and then it harnesses it to a circuit.
But nobody got that? Nobody caught the
I didn't actually
John
hear
Galt
you.
reference?
No.
Oh. That's what John Galt did. He created from the novel Atlas Shrugged, he created a motor that took static electricity out of the air. So free energy. Sorry.
Yeah, Tesla talks about it. Tesla would talk about it all the time. He would call it radiant energy, coming through the sky at all times, during the day from the sun, and at night from, like Whitson said, from space, from other stars. This is like 120-year-old technology, minimum.
It's definitely older than that, because you had like the ancients with the Bajras. They used a similar technology. Even antediluvian pyramids had the same technology. Tesla rediscovered it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, bro. Yeah, definitely. We're not the first inhabitants here. That's for sure. Yep.
Did you guys ever watch that video? I think it's like 5 hours long. The history of flat Earth, where he gets into this. It's all about the giant magnets. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. It's exactly what you guys were talking about here. The guy made like a 5 hour long video. Nobody? Okay.
Not sure what you're talking about, bro.
You ever see the video of the history of flat Earth?
Oh yeah. Definitely.
The history of flat Earth?
That's exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah, let me point this out fast. Like, look at the ballers in here, dude. They're just so dumb, dude. They're just like literally useless. I'm sorry, like you people are literally useless in the world. But anyway, shut up,
we
dude.
make the world go like, we make it turn. Tell your civilization was built on us.
Shut
But,
up.
okay,
No, it's
enjoy
not.
your life.
No, it's not. No, all technology is built off stationary plane Earth. So anyway, this is what's so funny. This is what's so funny. He's pointing out in the video. He's like, so you would think that people think that infinity is 360, meaning if you have a 360 degree circle, then that just continues on for infinity. Now, I want you to really soak in the ineptitude, the intellectual ineptitude of the two ballers in here that are mocking the video within 5 minutes. Just really soak in the intellectual ineptitude. They're making fun of the idea or the statement that infinity, that 360 degrees is infinity, because they don't understand it. I can assure you that by the time that whole video is over, you're not going to understand any of it. You're simply inept. So please feel free to understand the video is not for you. It isn't for you. I'm talking to truthers, not retarded people. So, like, if you have a circle and you have 360 degrees, that's infinity. It just continues to go on forever and ever and ever. Okay, that's what he's talking about. He's like, but in reality, actually, it would be 720, and he shows the geometrical relationship of the magnet, and therefore, in fact, infinity would be 720. And he takes the infinity and shows you what's wrong with the understanding of it. This is important because it's all about the geometric expression of the magnetic field that he then uses to make energy. You wouldn't know any of that, though. You're just looking for some way to pretend you're smarter than this guy. And you're looking for some way to say it's not real. And that goes to show, like, do you actually care about humanity? Do you, like, if there's some scenario where we could actually have energy, you just want to find a way to ridicule it and make sure it's not real? That just shows that there's something going on inside of you, right? That's like your own problem. It's your own problem. Can anyone of the can Jimbo or Negator answer? Is a 360 degree circle, is that going to go on for infinity?
No.
I mean, 720 is just twice. Like 720 is still not infinity. It's just twice. It's just double.
Buddy, if you have
360 times 2. Like, none of that makes any sense to anybody listening.
No, it's just that you're retarded. So, hey, if I have a circle, and will it go on for infinity?
Well, if it goes 720, it's still double. It's still not infinity.
Stop changing. He can't even answer. Hey, Jimbo, since you're so smart and you're making fun of it, so you're saying it's not? You're saying it won't go on forever?
360 degrees is not infinity, no.
Oh, so it won't go on forever?
No.
I mean, what does that even mean? What do you mean go on forever?
Like, stop interrupting.
Like, what does this mean?
Hey, Jim, when will it stop?
When it gets to the other end, it stops.
Really? So that's you're just inept, bro. So this dude doesn't understand that if I draw a circle and I'm starting to outline that circle, it's just a loop. It's a continuous loop that can keep going because it's closed.
It can keep going, but if you keep going, you're going more than 360.
If you keep going into infinity, then it'll go for infinity, sure.
That isn't even the point. The point is that it's closed, thus you can attain infinity.
So
you don't even comprehend it. You don't even comprehend it, dude. I don't even want to talk to you guys. This is why I'm getting so upset, because you people are ironically not smart, but you want to make fun of everyone else.
Why are you upset?
You want to make fun of everyone else because you suck. You guys just suck, dude. Like, it's like you have no idea what what it's talking about.
Empirically untrue.
I mean,
yeah,
just
for sure. There you go.
Go get your bitching on,
start
dude.
your own server where you like, hey, it makes me smart to repeat archaic paradoxical physics. Go start your own server that just repeats the same remedial, archaic, played out nonsense. You think it makes you smart. You probably think wave particle duality makes you smart. You probably think mass attracting mass makes you smart.
No.
That's what I'm saying. You're not for this place. This place it's got to stop giving intellectual energy to people that are just vampires.
Let's talk good bench technique. How about that? Can we come to like a common ground?
No, let's just have you guys leave.
Oh, I mean, no, but
yeah, why don't you just leave? If this place is just so stupid, and players are so stupid, and this video is so stupid, and there's no way you can have free energy because you don't understand the concept of infinity, which is he's just literally breaking down the concept of how a magnetic field is infinite. And you can, and let me guess, it's not. Hey, is the magnetic field infinite?
I mean, we don't have problems with other people listening. They're probably listening like, what even is going on here?
Yeah, because you guys are just like mocking and ridiculing in the chat and then immediately doing it in the VC as well. And it's just like, just why can't you just for once be like, you know what? I'm just going to sit this one out. Maybe I should watch the whole video before commenting. Maybe I can guarantee you can't understand the video. Right? And that's what's so weird about it. It's like, if he has wouldn't the real logical thing be like, wow, let's get our hand on this panel and see if it's legit. Let's see if we can actually have it. No, let's, within 5 minutes of the video, say that we know this is stupid. This guy's stupid. What do you guys accomplish acting like that? It's because you're trying to convince yourself.
The first 5 minutes is nonsense.
I think that as long as you do external and internal shoulder rotations before your bench, your shoulders will be sufficiently warmed up to safely bench.
If you don't take the topic, I'll meet you for a bit, bud.
Well, yeah, the reason that I'm getting upset is because you guys, there's no realm of conversation we have here where you guys don't suck, right? Like, unless it's something that's without meaning. So if it's anything that goes against like the current paradigm of understanding, which is archaic and paradoxical, you guys take it as like your personal duty to like shit on it. And it's people like you. It's like, don't worry, you're not alone. There's a lot of people like you. That's why humanity's so stagnant.
Is it
And
stagnant?
it's just annoying.
I don't think it is.
It's annoying. Did you notice how all the truthers in here were like, oh, I read papers from Nikola Tesla about radiant energy. This is very similar. And then Jeremy's like, yeah, you got to be careful when you do this. And yeah, it does seem like magnetism is a key. And then all you guys have the input is this guy's stupid. He said 720 is infinity, taken out of context and not actually addressing what he's talking about, which is
That's literally what he said.
Which is it's the perpetual infinite nature of the geometric expression.
I mean,
so either I can just show that clearly you can't even keep up with the conversation, right?
I mean,
or you
the
can just
people in here didn't say anything though. Like,
yeah, you
there's
did.
a lot of
Yeah,
people
yeah.
listening. Nobody
Both
said
of
anything.
you were just trashing it. And
I wrote in live stream text that the first 5 minutes of this video was nonsense.
Yeah, and then someone else, then Negator's like, it's just esoteric nonsense. It's like, why? What is your goal? Like, okay, Negator, you're in the military, right? What if this guy really was in the Royal Navy and then went and proposed this 37 years ago and then they hit it? Dude, does that even make you flinch?
But like, what is me being in the military and this guy being in a different military? How does that relate?
You should understand that the military will obviously compartmentalize technology. So how do you not understand that?
Why does me and him being in both in the military mean I should understand what he's saying?
No, you should understand. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Like, I shouldn't even like let you guys get me worked up. So,
well, you don't have to. Like, just relax. Dude. Like, go about your day.
The only reason I get worked up is I'm pretending that you have like good faith in you or something, which would be ignorant. So.
I mean, we disagree. When you say something like 720 somehow means infinity, we're like, what is? No, it means 720. It means 360.
It means 720. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Let me explain to the room what he's talking about. He says, so he draws a circle and he's like, and it means infinity as in it's closed off, so it can just keep going over and over and over, like the sky.
Okay.
Okay. But he's like, but in reality, actually, 720 is infinity. He's building the concept, and when you first hear him talking in the video, you're like, what is this guy talking about? There's no doubt. But you have to keep listening. You have to keep listening, but you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that.
720 is a finite definition. It's not infinity. It's 720.
Dude, it's an amount of degrees. It describes a geometric expression.
Of double 360, which still isn't. But that's still not infinity. Like, that's why we're like, what are you talking about?
This is so stupid. Everyone in here knows. Everyone in here knows that if you have the circle, it'll keep going. He says, "Oh no, it's going to stop where it started." No, it just keeps going. The whole point is that it's a closed geometric expression, so you can attain infinity.
It doesn't. It stops at 720. Like, it still stops. That's why you said
it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop, dude. It's a closed circuit of a geometric expression that can attain infinity.
But why 720? Like, that means it stops. That's a number of degrees.
Okay, do you see what's wrong with these people? How many degrees is infinity?
Infinite.
It's infinity.
Yeah, and you think that's funny? You think that made me stupid? What's the geometric expression of infinity?
No,
what's the geometric expression? What's the geometric expression of infinity?
It's not 720.
What's the geometric expression of infinity?
What is the geometric expression of infinity?
Oh wait, no, you guys are the smart ones that are ridiculing people. Remember, what's the geometric expression of infinity?
I don't think there is one.
I'm not talking down to you, dude.
There you go. You don't think there is one. So can I just draw a straight line? Can I draw a straight line and that just go off infinitely?
I mean, if you drew it infinitely forever, yeah.
But no, it can't though, because it's also infinite would be in the opposite direction as well.
Yep, correct.
Okay, then draw it the opposite
also straight
direction.
up and then straight down, and in fact, in every direction, 360 degrees around it.
A line is in a particular direction.
Buddy, this is what. Okay, I'll be honest, right? This dude is just over your head. I'm just gonna be very blunt here, okay? Whenever people make breakthroughs in physics, okay, you have to be able to think on a deeper level, and you simply cannot. You guys think on like a textbook level, okay? So whenever he's explaining it from like this geometric understanding on like a deeper level that's contrary to what you've been told and you believe is true, you can't compute it. You can't compute it. So that's all there is to it. You heard me say he debunks Newton and Einstein. So like you're like, no, there's no way. You know, he must be wrong. You want to make him out to be stupid so you can pretend you have intellectual high ground. That's all
if
it
the
is.
start
It's
of
just
the
this
debunk
weird
is
inner turmoil.
360 is equal to infinity, it's not a very good start.
Okay. Then please, by all means, don't watch it. I don't care. Like, you're not going to do anything good with it anyway. So.
I mean, has he done anything good with it?
He just tried to give it to the whole world despite being raided.
Right, but what has he
He hasn't done
accomplished
anything.
with it?
I sat here and got to share it to other people. He got the information out to people, showing how you can. He actually gives you the specifics that you can go and test. So I haven't tested it. So if you can go and test it and actually get energy from a magnet, then what happens? If I can go test what he said and put a circuit and get perpetual infinite energy, then what happens then?
I mean, that'd be great. He'd be celebrated, but it hasn't happened yet.
Do it.
Okay, so
Solve the energy
that's
crisis.
what I'm saying. You are the kind of people you are. But do you not understand that energy crisis is manufactured? How about see if you can answer this question? Do people benefit off of there being a finite, controlled and monopolized source of energy?
Some people do.
Okay, and do they greatly benefit from that?
Yeah.
All right, are they able to more easily control people with that?
Probably, yeah, to an extent.
Okay, so if there was potentially a solution to free energy, would those people want everyone to know about it?
Those people might not, for sure.
Okay, and what happens whenever people come out with technologies that can solve certain energy crises, like the guy who tried to create a motor that works on water? What happened to that guy?
Well, that guy, I don't put any credence to because I don't see how that technology works. I think it's fake. But other examples, with like hydrogen-powered cars or like early electric vehicles were bought up by like oil companies and shit canned because they were competition and they didn't want them to expand.
Yeah, but isn't there a reason that those don't work?
Wait,
like no. Like I'm pretty sure there's a logical reason that it just. But no. I'm pretty sure there's a practical reason why those things don't work.
There
is also that. There is also that. So hydrogen cars have their own.
You guys are just retarded. Like so. Wait, you guys are saying you know for a fact that you couldn't get free energy? You know that for a fact?
Well, I don't know it for a fact, but I do know that nobody has done it.
Okay, and so the point is that people have tried to do it, and then they get suppressed or killed.
I mean, I don't think that's true.
Like, would anyone in this room? Okay, the truthers at least. Would anyone truly be surprised if this guy's dead? Would anyone really be surprised if this guy died? No. And actually, both of you know. Both. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like
that's just a joke, man. I was just kidding.
You're just like a troll, man. Like, if we found out that this dude got shot after this video, you guys would actually defend it. You would come up with a narrative.
Why would we
that
defend?
would be weird.
Yeah, that would be weird.
No, you come up with a narrative about how it's probably just a coincidence. Like that's the kind of people you are. You will come up with a narrative. We
don't come up with the narratives. We
Yes,
follow
you
the
do.
facts. If there was something weird about it, we'd be like, yeah, that's weird. And I think everybody here would be like, yeah, that's weird.
You mean like the guy who sat down with the investors about how he can make a car run across the United States on like a liter of water, and then he ran outside and said, "I've been poisoned" after he took one sip of his drink in the restaurant, and then he died?
Yeah, I might have to look that up. But what I do know is that I've read about those hydrogen or water-powered cars, and I don't remember what it is. There's something about them that just don't make them practical.
Okay, but what about a panel that? Okay, let's see if you can answer this. Is there light always present even at night?
I mean, yeah, there's some light, sure.
No. Is there non-visible light everywhere? Is there non-visible spectrum of light everywhere in every crevice of existence at all times?
Jimbo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. I was just going to say quickly, hydrogen. Let me just jump in quick. Hydrogen-powered car is tech that I'm aware of that works. Water-powered car, I've not been able to find like.
I don't care. Hey, is the non-visible of spectrum of light It's present everywhere at all times. You guys can't even answer basic questions like, and you
what
know
did
the
you ask?
answer. It's like,
What did you ask?
I mean,
is the non-visible spectrum of light always present everywhere?
I don't know. Probably.
Yeah,
Could be my
no, there's no
non-visible
probably. You
spectrum.
do know.
Yeah,
You
sure.
do
Sounds
know.
like that sounds right.
Do we only perceive like less than 1% of the visible spectrum of light?
Sure.
I mean, of the spectrum of light. Yeah.
With your
okay.
eyes, yeah,
So,
for sure.
okay, so there's light everywhere. And what is light? Is light electromagnetic radiation?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's electromagnetic radiation everywhere in a huge spectrum.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Oh, okay, right. So in this electromagnetic radiation, is it made up of an oscillating electric field and an oscillating magnetic field?
I don't know. How many more questions are you going to ask us before you get to your point?
No, this is the only way to have a conversation with you guys.
Well, you asking questions and providing a quiz to us is not a conversation with. Come on,
No,
brother.
these are basic. The answer is abundantly clear. It's yes every time.
Okay, sure. What next?
Okay, so there's an oscillating electric and oscillating magnetic field, and there's a huge spectrum of this EMR, and it's present everywhere in the darkest part of the ocean, the darkest cave, every crevice of existence. Okay, so we use solar panels, right? Do solar panels create electricity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it uses light to create electricity. So why is it that you think it's impossible that someone can use the non-visible spectrum of light to get energy?
How does that help you PR your bench though?
Oh my god. This is what I'm saying. Like, as soon as it gets to the point where you're like, oh shit, you like just immediately have to go back to being a sophist. Like, this is why this is weird. Okay, so we can put a panel outside and get electricity from the sun. That's what they say it happens. They say it comes from the sun. Okay, but it's light. So if there's light everywhere, obviously there should be some physical way to also get energy from that. In fact, you have higher frequencies than the visible spectrum.
Okay. Yeah, sounds great. Let's do it.
Okay, well, he's saying he did it and he shows you how to do it. So the real logical thing to do would be try to go and replicate it and see if it works. It wouldn't be to just find a way to try to dismiss him as a crazy person within 5 minutes of the video because you're not listening to it with good faith and just killing the entire vibe of the room.
We're just dismissing the like 720 means infinity thing. That's all.
No, you clearly are just trying to discredit. You're just trying to discredit him as a crazy person that doesn't even understand basic things like infinity. When of course infinity is incomprehensible. And what he's explaining is that the geometric expression of infinity is not 360. It's actually 720 because of the geometric expression of a magnetic field.
Okay, but can he bench 3 plates? That's what's really important.
This is what I'm saying. Like, why? What are you accomplishing?
I mean, we're just talking. Like you said, you're on your way to the fucking gym. We're curious about this
I'm stretching at the gym
thing. I mean, it's awesome. Like, that's great.
Oh, I'm stretching. No way.
That's what's up.
I stretched today. I overhead pressed 145 for 3x5 today. I was really happy with that.
Pounds? What is that in kilograms? What is that in metric?
This is so much
like
more
60?
of a substantive, productive conversation as opposed to solving the fact that we don't have free energy in the world.
Well, like how many people in here are like, yeah, let's do free energy. Like I'm ready to go right now. Like nobody is, man. Come on.
Yeah, actually, all the truthers were very interested and wanted to look further into it. And then the two like brainwashed ballers want to immediately find a way to dismiss it.
Yeah, why are you guys
the problem with you guys?
I mean, we're not. Like, we can talk about whatever.
No, you can't because you just brought up a complete non sequitur about bench pressing 3 plates. You're not here to have an open and honest discussion, Negator.
Yeah, the obvious thing would be, hey, what was that? Can you drop a video? Can you explain how does he do it? Like, is it motion? Is it like we did? But you guys are just auto. Nah.
There's
right
a
away.
video there already.
Well, this is the part that they'll never address the specific physical arguments he makes either. So, where does the energy come from for a magnet?
Jimbo,
Okay.
you know?
What do you mean? What energy?
What do you mean? What energy? Magnetic energy. Where does it come from?
What do you? I don't understand.
It's electricity applied
That's
to
what I'm
like
saying.
certain.
If you can't understand basic questions, does it actually mean that this guy and myself are stupid, or does it mean maybe you are projecting your own intellectual ineptitude?
I've never heard of magnetic energy before.
Okay, so you're ignorant.
So,
So
can you give an example?
Equate to intellectual superiority?
Can you give an
will you answer my
example?
question? Hey, does ignorance equate to intellectual superiority?
I think you're being overly combative with.
No.
Like, just like chill, dude.
Can you provide an example of magnetic energy? Because I can think of like electrical energy.
How do you have something attracting without energy?
What do you mean?
See, Kosha right here is like magnets don't have energy, right? And that's what Zanik will tell you. They're going to sit here and pretend that they understand magnetism, but they don't, because when I ask them to explain and define what it is, they can't. When I ask them, well, where does energy come from? They can't. They just say it doesn't have energy. It objectively does, though. It objectively does have energy because there's action taking place. All right. So now,
are you talking about?
Kosha says their orientation in the magnetic field. So then, it doesn't have energy. What causes the attraction? Their orientation in the magnetic field. Just bring up the word magnetic again, as if somehow this answers it. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's so low IQ bullshit, dude. It's like, it's really frustrating for me because for me, I see a world that is controlled by energy, right? They've controlled it, and everyone has utility bills. If they cut the power off, what do you do? There's this illusory finite amount of energy. It's based on oil. It's based on fuel and coal, right? And there's actual phenomena on the earth that could be utilized to solve that problem, and it would greatly help humanity. And you guys don't care, bro. Like, you literally don't care. You don't care about like your fellow man.
You could just ask us if we care.
You don't care.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you figured it out then.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question for you, Negator. Negator, I got a question for you. When you take two bar magnets, right? And you put them together, right? One configuration causes attraction, for lack of a better word, and another configuration causes a repulsive force. Now, what causes that? What causes that movement, right?
Can I recite it to you? I don't know.
Go ahead. Tell me.
I don't know. I don't memorize.
So you don't know the mechanism by which this works, but yet you say it's not a force, right? But we know for something to move.
I don't think I've said that in the course of this conversation, though.
But you're interrupting me. Why are you interrupting me, bro? So we know magnetism causes something to move, either together or apart. And we're asking you, what's the mechanism? Is it a force? What is it? And you guys are like, it doesn't matter. Be honest. Say, we don't know. We haven't figured it out. They say virtual photons. It's nonsense. Nobody knows why this happens. It's a magic freaking piece of steel. It's magical.
Yeah.
How does it work?
Can magnetism do work?
Damn right it could.
Wait. Kosho and all these people pretend they know the talking. Can magnetism do work?
Like move things?
Well, now you don't know what work means. So it's like, it's just annoying, man, right? Like, obviously the definition of energy isn't even properly defined, but your stupid pseudoscientific paradigm claims that it's ability to do work. So does magnetism have the ability to do work, i.e. energy?
I'm thinking. Let me think.
And while you're at it, think of, can something attract something without a force being applied to it, or push something without a force being applied to it?
Magnetism is a
Think of
force,
that.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's magnetic force.
Yes, that's the point.
Of course it is.
Dude.
Cool.
This is what's so funny. Right? Magnetism is not understood at the highest levels of academia in 2023. This is a fact. This is what the baller apologists will say. it is understood. Like Jason would come here and laugh and mock people and say, we do understand magnetism, but they don't. They invoke virtual photons. It's the exchange of virtual photons. That's because the equations of particle physics don't work. So they had to just invoke something magical, virtual photons.
Imagine virtual light causes magnetism. That's the freaking official explanation. Fake light causes magnetism. It's insane.
This is the
but
point.
Yet they'll die on that hill.
Well, you can find a lodestone in nature, okay, and it will perpetually sustain a magnetic field.
Yep.
So where is that energy coming from? You're not putting energy into it. So where is the energy coming from? To say it doesn't have energy is ignorant. I can literally stick it to things. I can make it accelerate. I can make it quote unquote attract things, which is actually dielectric acceleration.
Slight query there, because when you are making it stick to things, or you're picking up another magnet and putting it close, you are doing work. So what and this is what I'm thinking about at the moment. I'm trying to think. Well, is there a situation where you can have the magnet do work? No, I'm not. I'm.
No, he's partially right. You are doing work. You
No,
are
he's
moving
not.
your hand. Yeah. No, you are moving the magnet closer to the other one.
With it.
For
Say
what?
you've got
Okay,
two
but
magnets,
when I
right?
move it closer together, am I the one that made them attract?
No,
or do I
that's my
let
whole
go of
point.
them and they
No,
still attract?
but
So I can let go of them and it still attracts.
yeah, but hold on.
Oh.
To once they've attracted and you've pulled them apart, right? That's you doing work.
Yeah, you had to
But
overcome
what I'm trying to
its work.
think, yeah. So what I'm trying to think is there stored energy in the magnet? Let me think about
That's
it.
what I'm saying, dude. This is the key to free energy. That is my point, because there's a source of energy that is sustained perpetually within a magnet. So where does it come from? Okay, now I know the actual answer is that it's the ether, but it doesn't even matter. The point is, like, it's obviously there, which means you have a perpetual state of energy, a perpetual exchange, which is the actual definition of a field, an autonomous, self-governing, perpetual exchange of quote-unquote energy, right? Which can't even be defined in the highest levels of academia either. And please go show me a university defining force, field, or energy properly. They can't, okay? And then the question arises naturally: where is that energy coming from? Why is it perpetual? How do we perpetually have this effect without putting things into it? That's why Kosho says it's not energy, because they're out of this because it goes into the face of their laws, their physical laws, they claim, right? It flies right in the face of it. They just say, oh, there isn't energy. That they just say nuh-uh. They just say there isn't energy, because if they say there's energy, it flies in the face of their claims of physics.
What is F equals
That's
MA? What is F equals MA?
This is like exam time?
Well, this is your whole paradigm.
This is progressing
going
the conversation.
This is your whole paradigm going bye-bye.
Okay. All right, well, bye. Bye.
You got to show how a magnet does what it does without using force.
Oh. What's that got to do with asking us what F equals MA means?
Wait. Hold on, Negator. Now it's okay for you to ask questions, right? You're simply misdirecting. So here's what happens in a conversation. In order for me not to put words into your mouth, I'm going to say, how do you understand F equals MA? It's not an exam. It's a conversation. So then when you say, I think F equals MA, I now know what you think, and now I can engage you and not strawman you. So your whole misdirection and bullshit tactic as a troll is to be like, oh, is this exam time? Why are you asking me questions? It's disingenuous, man.
What sucks is, like, I shouldn't have just let it get me worked up, to be honest. Like, they're not here. Like, a lot of people come here because they want to, like, learn from other people, right? Like, I come in here and I learn stuff from other people. But some people are not here with that intention. Okay, and so there's the distinct difference in intention is what causes this, right? Where the conversation was so chill and positive and productive, intellectually productive, where I was introducing a new idea to people in this room. So I was hoping they could watch the video, and either we can all try to go test it, or they would have some valuable input. But then you have the people that don't have that intention. And within 5 minutes of the video, they just try to say it's stupid and that he's a quack.
But they can still look at it. Like, we're not preventing anybody from doing anything.
That's not the point. The point is, like, you're not actually
But
doing
that's
anything other
exactly
than
what you said, though.
You're preventing the building of the conversation. That's all you're doing.
I mean, we're letting you speak. I don't know how I'm preventing anything.
Negator, are you not in the least bit interested? Like, seriously.
I mean,
not in the least bit?
That's why I'm talking, because I'm interested. Like, what he said was just wrong. Like, we're not preventing anything. Talk it out.
Yeah, but you're just going counter to everything.
You keep engaging us. That's why we're talking.
No, but Negator, you're going counter.
What is the geometric expression of infinity? How many times do I have to ask that? Obviously, anyone understands that infinity being it's perpetual, it has to be closed off so that it can just keep going around.
I don't agree.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you agree.
Well,
So,
but you can have a line go on forever, right? You can keep counting forever, or you can count to negative numbers forever. It doesn't have to be a circle. In infinite doesn't mean closed.
Wouldn't that be a figure eight?
He literally, yeah, it's a figure eight. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's 720. But dude, he literally points out.
Figure eight isn't even two circles.
He points out that if you have the line going straight, and you're like, oh, this can go into infinity. Technically, you have to be able to go the opposite way, and therefore you have to be able to go in every single direction. Okay, so that isn't actually just an infinite straight line. That doesn't even exist.
I don't know how you got to every direction from line.
Okay, dude, because that means it can go infinity in each direction, up from that straight line and down from that straight line. Oh my god. Anyway, dude, the point is he was just trying to lay out the basic geometric understanding before he moves forward. So whether or not you want to say nuh-uh, or you don't want to show good faith and be like, yeah, okay, of course, something could perpetually move in a circle, therefore you could call it infinite, right? If you just want to say nuh-uh, no one cares. All he's saying is he was telling the actual professors in the Royal Navy this, and then when he said it's actually 720, they're like, what? So he says 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, and he explains what he's saying. He's just clearly using phrases to capture your attention, right, for his little presentation, right? Because you can still say, well, 1 + 1 does equal 2. He's making a point that in all these scenarios, magnetism defies our current understanding and our laws. That can actually be applied to everything else. But when you bring magnetism in it, it throws a wrench in it, which means that can't be the true physics of the universe because there is a phenomena that flies in the face of all this understanding. That's all he's making. He's literally the first few minutes of him just breaking that down, just trying to make the point that magnetism is distinctly different, which we can use magnetism, specifically two magnets together, to show that our current understanding is incomplete and improper. And then he goes on to explain how you can apply this to E = mc², how you can apply this to the Newtonian law of gravitation, and that neither one of them work according to magnetism. Then he uses this to go show you, well, this is obviously the key to being able to get energy. And then he breaks down how you can do it. And he gives you specifics as to you can go test it. You can literally go test it yourself. I haven't done it. I saw it last night as I fell asleep.
Hey, Austin. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you think the sun's analemma is a demonstration of what you're talking about?
Yeah, partially. I mean, I would say right now what I think is that the sun would just be in a different altitude within the vortex, and in that sense it would be tied. But yeah, like it just a wider path to the south, and it goes faster.
My point is that the sun's analemma is an off-centered infinity. Symbol.
Yeah. Well, that's what's so crazy about it. It's like this true directional meaning that with it changing altitude, it's quote unquote off-centered. Because from my understanding, like you have a tornado and at the bottom of it, it's really tight, so it's moving faster. Right as you go up, it's getting wider and moving slower. So like I think that's the way the vortex on the Earth is. And so in the north, the sun is just higher. In the south, it's lower, thus going faster because it's lower in the vortex. So it's going to attain this like infinity, like perpetual nature, but it's going to be offset because of the change in altitude.
In regards to the sun, like with that vortex, with different altitudes, So we know that, well, the sun is brighter, has a higher luminosity in our summer, but it appears smaller. I mean, how can we work that out? Like the angular size is smaller in the summer, but the luminosity is much brighter, and we're working out that it's higher but brighter.
You understand that it makes sense? Doesn't it make sense that it's smaller if it's higher?
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah.
So does what I'm saying does anything contradict? Is there any contradictions that you can see? I mean, I see the contradiction with the globe saying that when this, it's hot outside, the sun is farther away. But do you see any contradiction?
Why would it be a contradiction that it's brighter though? Like, no, like I've never heard anyone be able to rebut this now. Like, it's just my speculation, honestly. But my opinion is that the sun moves in the vortex on the Earth, just like everything else does. Whenever it's in the north, it's going to be higher, thus move slower, right? But it's going to be right over the north, so it's going to be brighter for them because it's right above them, and it's going to be smaller in angular size because it's higher. It's further away in altitude. Then when it's in the south, it's lower, so it's going to go faster because it's
lower
in a lower
but
part of the
closer.
vortex.
Like that's what I'm trying to figure. I'm just saying lower but closer, higher but higher. Higher but closer. Like more internally on the circle or the circuit. So I mean, how does it all line up? We know July. The globe claims that on July 8th is the day that the sun is furthest. In its elliptic anyway. But July 8th is known to be the hottest day in the northern summer. All these things. I just wonder how they add up, or if you found any contradictions.
Hey, Austin. I want to just remind you again. Please, please, please try to get Lindsay Harris, Tomb of Illumination, on your show and have a discussion.
Yeah, I will. I'll try to get him on in a couple weeks
about this because he's talking about the vortex and the sun all the time.
Yeah, I'll try to get him on. Thanks for reminding me. What's his channel name? I forgot. It's not Lindsay Harris. It's like Flat Earth Philosophy.
It's Tomb. No, that's his old one. It's TOMB, Tomb of EL space Illumination. Tomb of Illumination. He's also on Facebook as Lindsay Harris, so you can find him that way.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll have him on once it kicks it.
That'll be a good conversation. We need to get him out on so many platforms. Absolutely. He's just killing it. You guys ask us what our model is. Lindsay Harris, a one-man killing machine, is giving the model out on a daily basis. It's all on his channel. Whether or not you agree with it, okay? He is applying electromagnetism and researching the spirituality texts, the esoteric texts of the past to decode the system.
Hey, Whitset, are you going in a large debate in a few weeks' time? I saw a video yesterday randomly. 3-on-3
I couldn't
debate.
tell you. What? I don't know. No.
Are you going on 3-on-3 debate?
No, that we did that on Jaren's channel, and we're reviewing it. Caleb and Derek are coming on my channel to review it Thursday. I don't know.
I'll see if I can find the video. It's like a 30-second intro video. I saw it on BitChute.
Okay. I can't keep up anyway. I have to look at my calendar.
There's nothing more fun than making fun of the moon landings. I don't know why I enjoy it so much.
Hey, Montreal, I saw a video the other day. They said they deleted the original videos of the moon landing and remade it in Hollywood in 1988. I went, come on, man, that's pushing it.
Really? Yeah. See if you can post that. See if you can find that.
I'll see if I can find it. It's on BitChute. I just went, no, they're getting desperate.
It's so fun to make fun of that because every single thing, like you can, I don't know. It's like, where do you start? Do you start on the camera? Do you start on the spacesuit? Do you go to the LEM? Do you go for radiation, pressure? I mean, there's so many holes in that story. It's like mythical, for real.
You've got to understand the ruling classes see it as a war, us against them, and they will never be wrong, even when they're wrong all the time. So that's why they keep lying and changing the story. People don't realize this hidden struggle that's going on between us and them.
Look, they should just come out and tell us, look, this is what I would do, right? I would say, look, sorry, we had to do this. This was a race between two super giants, right? Two nuclear powers. They had their orbit. We had our moon landing. We had to lie to you. This is the truth, right? This is what they should just do.
Yeah, I don't know. What I find really interesting is like magnetism is clearly the key. It's the key to so many things. It's the key to understanding light. It's the key to understanding electricity, electromagnetism, static electricity. It's the key to understanding energy in general. It's the key to understanding fields. It's the key to
It's the key to
understanding.
the entire universe, bro.
It literally is, yeah.
Even the sun. I've made the argument that the sun has to be electromagnetic, not nuclear. Why? Because we can grow plants. It grows plants.
Hey,
I mean,
what's
a
it?
simple observation and logic, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, what did you just say?
Hey, what's it?
The sun, bro.
Yeah. You got a
What's it?
6-month-old? You got a 6-month-old?
Can I get an autograph?
Yeah, she's 5 months old.
5 months old? Well, listen, I want you to try an experiment regarding magnetism. There's something strange. There's something strange that I've noticed, right? When my son was little, he's only 6 now, 6 years old. But when he was little and growing up, I would put my forehead on his forehead, and I literally felt like there's like magnetic force, bro. When you get a chance, when you put your forehead, put it against your baby's forehead, and you're gonna feel something weird, bro. And I know it's not just me, bro. There's something like I
I
can
already do
feel it.
that. I already do that.
You can feel it in the forehead, right? And she feels
Yes.
it too. She's gonna feel it too.
Yeah, she literally calms down when I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's like literally something I started doing when she was young. If she was like kind of upset, I would just like calmly place our foreheads together and she would calm down. But yeah, you can feel the energy coming from them. Yeah.
Yeah, Kosho, electromagnetic. Would you like to discuss it? As opposed to nuclear blue light? Which one do you think will be more fun?
What's way cooler is like maybe Dyslow jumping in and us all talking about what it actually is. like how you can get redshift and blue shift in a magnet because it's basically a Doppler. But obviously, it'd be whatever. Do whatever you want to. I'm working on it.
Have you heard about this copper used in gardens now? Apparently, copper grows plants faster.
Yeah, it's called electroculture.
You've heard about it? Yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, but that's as old. That's as old as Egyptian history. Like they've known about this forever. We're just like, oh, electro gardening, like it's new.
Yeah, I understand a lot of the technology was destroyed, but you got to understand every 100 years we
Yo,
go
mic check.
through a reset.
What's going on? I got all quiet.
Yeah, we got you, Mike.
Yo, yeah, Dyslow, you may not have heard it, but I dropped a video from this guy, and he's saying he used to be in the Navy, and he did a presentation for the Royal Navy in UK, and basically he's saying that you can attain free energy understanding magnetism. And then he actually shows you exactly how to do it using a certain alignment of a certain number of magnets. You can just put a circuit within it, basically intercepting one of the overlaps, like the excess magnetic fields that don't equal out. And he said he used this understanding to apply it to light, being electric and magnetic. And he can create a little bitty panel that's like way more efficient than solar panels, but it also works at nighttime because he calls it stellar background radiation, but simply EMR everywhere. So yeah, very interesting.
Sounds exactly like Tesla energy, radiant energy.
Yeah, Dysler. He said that. So they tried to say. He said he made a video. They were like, "You can't tell people this." He said, "I've already made a video. I'm releasing it to the public." And they said, "No, you cannot." And actually, that's our property since you're in the Navy. He said, "Well, I did this in my own time in my house, so actually, it's not." And they changed the law to say that all intellectual property is theirs 24/7 if you're in the Navy. Then they went and raided his house and took all of his experiments, his setups, his labs, and all of his paperwork and tests.
They did the same thing to Ed Lee Skolovin too. They took his electromagnetic generator that he invented. Actually, that was the Army, but still the military-industrial complex. Yeah, they own your
Imagine
gas.
like being on the side of that, or like ever jumping in a conversation, like on the opposite side. You know, even if you're not directly vouching for that, but just denying it and being an apologist and saying it didn't really happen. Like, imagine doing that. Yikes! What? Yeah. So like, I was asking them, they couldn't answer. They were trying to say that Gersher was saying that magnetism has no energy. What say you?
Well, from his perception, that would be true, but ultimately that would be incorrect. It would be based on how you define energy. We would have to discuss that for him to conclude that accurately.
No, even from his perspective, though, if they say it's the ability to do work, which is obviously not a definition, but magnets can do work. Yeah.
Oh yeah. From that narrative, completely debunked.
Yeah, the reason that I pointed this out, the reason that they say that magnets don't have energy is because your magnetic attraction requires no additional energy. That's the whole point. Now you're changing it to additional energy. The point is that there is energy there. There's magnetic energy. And that, first of all, it's actually dielectric acceleration to the null pressure point, but call it magnetic attraction if you want to. The point is, where's the energy come from? It's self-sustaining. It's perpetual. It's the one true field that's an autonomous, perpetual exchange of energy. And it basically runs in the face of all of your physical laws, thermodynamics, your Newtonian, Einsteinian physics. Because where's the energy coming from? What's sustaining it? How is it perpetual? Well, there's no input energy, but it's perpetually providing or outputting energy. So it's zero, but putting out energy. So that doesn't work within any of the mathematical understandings of modern physics. This is why they ignore it. And the reason I say that it has no energy is because if they admit that it does, it literally defies their physics. So they just say, nuh-uh. They say, no, it doesn't have energy, as if they're some arbiter of truth regarding magnetism. And then you ask them, can you even define it? And can you substantiate a virtual photon? And then they just don't have an answer, but they're still going to let us know that they're the arbiter of truth regarding magnetism. They're going to teach us. They can't define it, but they're going to teach us.
Not only can they not define it, they can explain that when you take a bar magnet, right, north-south, for lack of a better term, you cut it in half, you got the same thing again. You cut those in half, you got the same thing. You cut those in half, right? You keep going and going. I think down to the molecular level. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So explain that away.
Two magnets. Say you have a magnet and you have your quote unquote north and south pole, which is actually just clockwise and counterclockwise motion. And then you put two magnets together. Now that 4 turns into 2. And you'll find this video interesting, Dyslo, because obviously we'll both agree he doesn't fully understand magnetism, which I don't know if anyone fully understands it, but I think that you and I would agree we have a much better grasp on it, and that's a shout out to theory of opposites. But either way, he's like, magnets actually have 4 magnetic fields, and there's 4 poles. That's what he's saying. And
well, that would be a quadrupolar magnet. But no,
he's saying,
I don't necessarily agree with him.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm pointing it out. Like, we don't agree with his understanding, but the point is, he's saying but I do have no trouble believing that he realized that magnetism is the glitch in their physical matrix, and that he put a bunch of different ones together in a certain alignment, and then intercepted it with a circuit, and was able to utilize this understanding because he could light up an LED like that with just magnets, and he utilized this understanding to actually apply it via the understanding of light being electric and magnetic oscillating fields. Basically, there's like a third component there in his understanding, and you can basically break it up and split and like harness that third component to get free energy. And he's saying that's why he made his panels work even at night. So like, if this is true, like even Ken Willer's missing it, right? Because Ken Willer just posted a video about how he's putting a solar panel outside. So this is it's very interesting. You should check it out when you get a chance. I dropped it in the chat. I'll drop it again.
Yeah, I mean, if you could send it to me directly, because I'm driving, I won't be able to find it.
Even their own findings, right? When they did the cosmic microwave background radiation, even in those findings, they found what appears to be like a quadrupole alignment. Even in their own findings. When they looked out and they found this anomaly, it looked like it's like a quadrupole. There's an alignment, right? And also when they look out at how the galaxy formations are, it appears that they're in like filament arrangements. Also electromagnetic indication. Like everything appears to be electromagnetic. That's the basis, that's the mechanism by which whatever we're in, that's what it appears to be.
Well, like I've always said, that's the one thing that is intrinsic and extrinsically connected to everything. That's inseparable from all phenomena. But yet, for whatever reason, define it or understand it. And then I had a question for who it was the other day, and it was how do you differentiate, the magnetic component within gravity? Like if we can all agree that EMR is within everything, then how do they differentiate that within their gravitational model? And I've yet to receive an answer.
Well, that's why they can't incorporate gravity into a unified theory. That's the whole problem. That's it breaks apart right there.
Magnetism literally destroys all of their physics.
It's clear to see everything is electromagnetic. First of all, the compass, number one. Second, the sun, the thing that sustains us, keeps us alive. It's obvious it's electromagnetic. Like, there's no way that could be a thermonuclear reaction and give off light like that. No way. Another thing, we can reproduce plant growth, right? Using electromagnetic lights. Kosho was laughing when I said that. We can reproduce it any day of the week. We have indoor growth. Try to do that with radiation. Kosho? See how those plants grow.
Dude, they believe whatever they say. So whatever they say, they believe it. But this is what's so weird about that to me. It's like in their own paradigm, all these professors or physicists and engineers and stuff like that, they're all challenging and rethinking major components all the time. Major components like what the sun is, right? They claim to know what the sun is. There are tons of people that are challenging the understanding of the sun in their own paradigm, challenging the understanding of gravity, challenging the understanding of magnetism and electromagnetism, challenging the understanding of quantum mechanics, challenging the understanding of everything that's going on in space, whether that's expansion, whether that's the medium, whether that's a black hole, whether that's Hubble tension, right? They're constantly they're just now come out to change what the core is and the layers of the earth and the actual physical mechanism of the convection currents and the magnetic field. And they're constantly, these higher up people in their paradigm are constantly like proposing updates to these ideas or saying, like, my point is, it's not just completely unfounded, stupid flat earthers that think that some of this stuff isn't right. Like in their own paradigm, it's not like it's forbidden to challenge or question the current claims, right? This isn't church. This isn't a religion where you're not allowed to challenge things. But in here, they defend all the archaic consensus as if they know it's the final definitive truth. And if you question it, they just can't even compute it, and they just mock you for it. It's very ironic if you think about it from the grand scheme of things. Their own paradigm knows there's tons of problems, and physicists from their own paradigm are trying to fix all the problems. If we come in here and we dare question any of it, we're insane, and they know for a fact that the sun is blah, 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 blah. You know, that majority of the sun's light takes 200,000 years to actually get through the sun itself. And so even though it takes 8 minutes to get here, it's actually a couple 100,000 years old. And all this weirdo made-up pseudoscience. They know the density of Jupiter. You know what I'm saying? All right, that was the rant over.
Look, bottom line is this, right? What they tell us and what we see and what we can recreate are two different things. Gas pressure, vacuum, doesn't happen. How do you call it? Atomic energy causing plant growth, we don't see that anywhere. That's what they tell us the sun is. Spinning, we don't feel it. We're turning, we look up, we see the sky. Like everything they say is wrong. Everything they say about their model, about their cosmology can be like either proven wrong or shown another way that it could work. So Kosher, you wanna come in and defend your sun? Thermonuclear reaction causing plant growth? Let's do it.
I did read up that the sun emits sodium dioxide or sodium oxide or sulfur dioxide, one of the two. It's either sodium or sulfur. I'll go with sodium. So if they can detect rays of sodium or sulfur, whichever it is, coming from the sun, and we can detect that on Earth, then that's something, isn't it? You know, plant growth or whatever you want to talk about ish.
Where? I've never seen anything. The only thing I've seen in fusion, which is different than fission, is a blue light, right? Now they say they have achieved fission here on Earth, but if you see the setup, it's like they have like this huge magnetic coil, and they have to keep the gas that they form to be so hot. They have to keep it circling within the magnet, or it'll melt the exterior. Like it's chaotic. There's no way you're going to grow plants in an environment like that. That's ridiculous. And they've only been able to sustain that fission here on Earth for a couple of minutes at most. And they need tremendous amount of energy to do it.
Do you think it's funny though, like the point I'm making, like, isn't it funny though that they come in here and they defend all of they defend all of like the current consensus, like for the layman, right? And they act like if you question any of these like core basic things that you're like stupid and incompetent and insane. But in their own paradigm at the highest levels, all of these core basic things are being challenged all the time.
Yeah,
I just think
for
that's
sure.
super funny.
They all challenge. Look, if you guys don't believe this, right? Just look at all when they go on stage and they do like talks, right, with Neil deGrasse Tyson and all these guys. Just listen to those things. They all disagree with each other. They all make fun of each other. There is no consensus in this at all. Zero.
That's the chaos theory. just muddy the water and keep muddying the water so no one finds out the truth.
Yeah, look, you know Penrose and what's that lady's name? Hassan Feather. They make fun of Michikaku with his 11 dimension string theory. They make fun of him. Like, there's another guy that calls out Michikaku. He says, we got to get our things back in order because these guys are just crazy. They're going out of whack. Like, if you look and search and look what these guys are saying about each other, you're going to be in shock. The whole cosmology is under threat. And especially now that they found the baby galaxies and the black hole within, holy cow, they're in big trouble.
This is the truth, man. They don't even understand. They don't understand one of the core claims of all of it is redshift, and they just made up. They just assumed they knew the cause of redshift. Okay, and if they're wrong about that, literally the entire model immediately falls apart. Immediately, there's no way out of it.
Yep, that's how they gauge their distances, their speeds, everything. The whole thing falls apart. As far as I'm concerned, it fell apart with the baby galaxies, or even before that with the axis of evil, but somehow that got brushed under the table.
There are quite a few things that can cause redshift. So they just made up the assumption, because if it's not what they say it is, then the Earth can't be expanding or the universe can't be expanding in all directions, which means that their whole model's wrong. It cannot be anything other than a geocentric Earth. It's hilarious. Something that simple. That's like the fragility of your worldview is astounding. You know, like there's so many things like that. It's just built as a house of cards built upon all kinds of just baseless assumptions. So actually, what about what redshift would be because of the attenuation of the light as it comes to the Earth? Okay, game over. You know, so it's just funny, man. It's like all of it's so goofy. It's like, I don't know. Do you guys ever get frustrated where it's like we clearly have seen that that this model is bullshit and it's pseudoscientific nonsense and it's not real and it's being misrepresented as if to be definitive and all this stuff. When you peer behind it, it's like clearly not at all legit, right? But they know, these people in here that constantly fight against us, they know that we're in this like censorship bubble and we're just kind of like screaming from within the bubble. And they're like, they get all their confidence from the fact that our voice will never get outside of the bubble. Does that ever get really frustrating that we like even let the like energy vampires in at all?
I take it like 10 steps down the road to kind of pacify myself based on what you said, due to the fact that our current law system is incapable of keeping up with innovation quick enough. Like, we've got a very archaic legal system on how they adjudicate and pass and apply law. And with that being said, like, if the military industrial complex didn't stifle innovation the way they have through scientific consensus, then we'd have people doing crazy shit, right? And so that's just kind of one way I look at it to kind of like calm myself down, because we've got a lot of people that are unstable, and if we had complete understanding of how the universe works in some formal applicable way, then I think we'd see just crazy shit going on. We'd see people inventing things that were potentially malevolent and causing massive destruction. That's just, I mean, I could just be way out there on that, but that's just kind of like something I use to just calm myself down, and God's in control.
I'm just saying that these people are energy vampires. That's all I'm saying. They're energy vampires, bro. So it's like, I don't know. That's why I'm excited about Audit NASA, because it's like, it's geared at the general public, you know. So Just you're never gonna make leeway with these people, bro. Like if you go through this big, long, drawn out conversation with them, and it gets to the point where they realize that they're wrong, they'll literally just stop responding, and then they'll just pretend that that doesn't matter or doesn't count or didn't happen. So then, really, what can be accomplished? If you show that they're wrong about something, they'll fight it tooth and nail. They'll all work together. They'll all just say "nuh-uh." They'll use every fallacy they can. Eventually, they'll be shown that there's no way out. They'll just stop talking, and they'll just pretend that that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like when they bring up something about flat Earth and they think that something's impossible in the flat Earth, I take it seriously. I try to see, is that actually impossible? And I try to truly think about it. And I'm like, is there actual empirical evidence that would be falsifying the flat Earth? And I look at it. I don't pretend it didn't happen. So I don't know. I'm just kind of venting, I guess, but I do find it. Yeah, I find it very frustrating. Because I come here because this is like a meeting of the minds. You know? That's why I like this place. That's why I get on Discord. Basically, like, so let's say SC and I are talking about radiant energy from Tesla. We're basically playing a chess match. He's like, oh, I think it works like this. I'm like, oh, well, look, this guy did this. And he's like, counterspell sounds the same to me. I'm like, yeah, but check this out. And then they just walk in the room and then knock all the pieces off the board.
Yeah, that's why I've always said it'd be nice to have two different rooms, two different schools of thought where, they wouldn't be allowed to come into this one particular room where we're having these sort of discussions and stuff unless they were going to contribute in some positive way. But yeah, I don't even think we've tapped into what the possibilities of our discussions could put out there. These guys, yeah, they knock us back, 10 steps every time we move up. So,
but the more important part is that when they're shown to be wrong, they just ignore it. You know what I'm saying? That's the point. They can disagree, they can be contrarians, whatever they want. But once they're shown to, for example, I said, okay, there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence between a heliocentric and a geocentric model. The Earth's central position is equally valid when it comes to both kinematics and dynamics. I showed that from within their own paradigm with Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics. I showed them all of the math. I explained the concepts. I explained the real set of inertial forces, centrifugal Coriolis and Euler forces resulting in a net radially inward accelerative centripetal force towards the Earth. I showed them that he assumed absolute space. When you actually have space moving itself, the angular momentum would cause perpetual motion that would actually create that net centripetal force towards the Earth. And that would actually be could then explain all observations, especially if you integrate that within a neotectonic system. This would explain within their own paradigm, using their own physics, right? That would actually explain parallax, aberration, retrograde, the phases of Venus, all of it. And I showed them all the math. I also explained that the covariance and equivalence principles within Einsteinian mechanics necessitates this concession as well. I explained all that to them. They say, nuh-uh, they fight it. They say they don't think it makes sense, blah, blah, blah. They say it's not true. Just keep on saying nuh-uh. I keep showing it, explaining it, dropped all the mathematics. And this happened a couple weeks ago. And then so many of them, I'm like, well, how about you actually look at the paper and then tell me what's wrong with it? Come and rebut it specifically. So many of them, and they'll never do it. It's been 2 weeks. They haven't read the paper, then come back and try to rebut it. They'll never, ever, 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 ever actually come respond specifically to it. Never, ever. Okay? And they'll just pretend that doesn't matter or didn't happen, or they know oh, wow, Whitsitt was right, and my own system does actually show this mathematically, and there is a dynamic and kinematic equivalence. But they'll just pretend it didn't happen. They'll stop responding. They'll just gaslight you, and they'll never respond. So how do you have productive conclusions? That's my point, right? It's not that they disagree. It's that they just ignore the stuff that they can't actually rebut instead of ever being honest.
Whitsitt. Sorry to interrupt, mate. You're a hard researcher. I would love it if you could look into the 50 hertz, 60 hertz segments breakup around the world, because what you'll find is it's not one continuous grid. And what you'll find is very easy because of the losses in the transfer of power and things like that, coordination of time. They can easily manipulate time and your time zones that you was chatting about. So if you were to take that consider that seriously and look into it, I guarantee you're going to find stuff that will blow your mind, and it will help you with your time zone issue.
Okay, can you send me like anything to send me in the right direction?
Well, if 50 hertz is used in 1/6 of the world, and 60 hertz is used in 5/6 of the world, there's going to be a change, isn't there? And if time is coordinated in the northern hemisphere, because the distances between lands in the southern hemisphere are too far apart. So in the north, it's a lot easier to coordinate time. They coordinate time through Newfoundland, through to Scotland, and then they need to join up all that. But they don't join up in a great circle around the equator. Therefore, they don't actually have coordinated time. So if you look into the power losses of trying to move stuff through the submarine cables, because as soon as they attached all the submarine cables together, they were able to get a coordination of time. But the history of the coordination of time ties in with everything leading to today, and I guarantee you're gonna find stuff that's gonna help you solve this, and then it's gonna help me solve it as well. Thanks.
Okay, I'll try to look into it. And you see immediately Jesse starts changing the subject, and they all ignore it. The extremist jumps on what you were saying, but like they're never going to respond to. They're never going to respond to the fact that I showed them that within their own paradigm of both Einstein and Newtonian physics, there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence of a geocentric universe and a heliocentric universe. It's a coordinate system kinematic equivalence and a dynamic one. Meaning using their own physics, their own gravitation, their own dynamical claims, there's an equivalence. They'll never go read the paper. They'll never show where the math is supposedly wrong. They'll never rebut it. They'll just ignore it. Okay? So we can never even get to the next step, which is, oh, well, if there is a dynamic and kinematic equivalence and validity of both the heliocentric and geocentric models, but the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter or dark energy problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable, specifically 97% more viable? They know that's the follow-up question. They know the answer is obviously yes. So they just avoid the first part, and they'll stop responding. They'll just ignore it. They'll just pretend they know what they're talking about and just say, nah. But they'll never go read the papers. They'll never go look at the math. They'll never actually respond specifically to the covariance and equivalence principle or the dynamics within the two, showing that he assumed absolute space in the Newtonian mechanics, and then if it's actually moving, angular momentum will cause this effect. They'll never address. This is like the linchpin to their whole entire belief system that they think the Earth is heliocentric. They'll never it's literally the question is this simple. If there is a dynamic and kinematic equivalence of the geocentric and heliocentric model, but the geocentric model doesn't have the dark energy and dark matter problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable? Were we sitting here for maybe a decade before they actually honestly answer that and acknowledge it?
Two decades if we can't even figure out simple things that we can look at here on Earth with our own eyes.
See what he did? He just literally jumps in and blatantly just ignores it. Blatantly just ignores it.
I don't think they understand what you're saying. I don't think they see the significance in what you're saying. It's like over their head.
Jesse, is it over your head?
It very well might be. I mean, why would I even try to talk with someone about something that's so complex that I don't understand it, and he probably doesn't, when we can't even find some common understanding on the things that we see here on Earth, right, with our own eyes.
I'm just going to put him on mute, by the way. Hey, Jesse, just so you know, the next time you jump in and you do that, or you're intentionally trying to just stomp all over the point and ignore it, and just blatantly disrespect the person that's talking and the point they made, as if they're so beneath you, they don't even deserve just like common respect of their point being addressed. You just intentionally do that with no shame. There's no reason for you to be jumping in.
It's like somebody being, it's like somebody being colorblind and you trying to debate about red versus blue. It's like it's not within their framework of understanding to even have this conversation.
Well, no, what it is, it's just like whenever if you finish any question with, would that debunk the globe, they can't say yes. It's the same thing with this, right? If the geocentric, if this is a very simple question, if the geocentric and heliocentric models are kinematically and dynamically equivalent invalidity. But the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem. Wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable? Oh, lasers! What about the Earth? The answer is obviously it's not even a debate. It's just an obvious question that has one answer. But they can't acknowledge it. They literally can't do it.
Yeah, but this debate is about flat versus curve. It doesn't matter whether it's geocentric or fucking heliocentric. The debate has always been between flat and curve.
No, that's just a small aspect. Like, we're talking about the overarching foundations of what derived flat versus curve to begin with.
Yeah, this is of immense importance because if the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, that's the whole thing is like, wow, it's in the center of everything. How did it get put here? Okay, like the only difference when you get into the flat is like, oh, they're hiding more land, right? So that would be the significant additional variable. But like, they can't even get to step one though. They can't get past step one. They can't even acknowledge the first part, the motion part. How can we get to flat Earth with someone who can't even understand their own model enough to answer the question I asked? Why are we going to talk to them about flat Earth? They can't even answer this within their own paradigm. They can't even be intellectually honest about their own belief. So how are they going to be intellectually honest about an alternative belief that shatters everything they've ever believed in? They can't even be honest about their own belief. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to explain. They literally, it's so simple. I'm just going to keep asking it. I think the baller should have to answer. That's my opinion. It's been days now, dude. They won't answer the question. They just literally, they stay quiet until they can jump in on another subject. It sucks because this is like the linchpin of the whole thing. It's like, this is the whole thing. This is what starts the entire conversation. They think that the Earth is a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space in this massive, ever-expanding universe of basically nothingness. Okay? That's what they think. But in fact, in their own paradigm, the geocentric model is 97% more viable. And they just get to get away with not acknowledging it? They shouldn't. They shouldn't be allowed to just get away with it because that means they're just wasting our time. That's what they're doing. They're not here with good faith. They're not being intellectually honest. They can't even address the actual question.
Ask the question, is it oblate or is it prolate? If you want to stick with spheres, you can go geocentric. And when we get geocentric, is it oblate or is it prolate?
Yeah, well, I'm not like the Earth Awakening's dictator or something, right? So it's obviously up to you guys. But my opinion is that they should, everyone should just force them to answer the question because it's like we have to have a concerted effort to make them acknowledge one point, right? Or like we'll never get to any healthy conclusion. We'll just be here for the next 10 years in this room. So like once you get to the Earth being stationary, then you get to, wait, you think it's just a ball that's just sitting there? Well, here's all the evidence it's not a ball. Here's all the problems of things you couldn't even explain if it was a ball just sitting there. Here's the evidence refuting that. The Earth is a stationary topographical plane. The first part of it is the motion. That's the first part. That's like the main motivation for the deception. It's to hide that we're in the center.
Yeah, because if it's not moving, then what force is acting upon it to make it a sphere? And if it's not moving, then space can't be what we think it is. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It can't just be sitting there because there goes all the forces out the window that would allow it to be possible in outer space.
I listened to your video with forget the guy's name, something Sungius.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good video you guys did.
Thank you. The ballers should all be like tied down and forced to watch it. That dude thinks the Earth's a globe. Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy, man. It's crazy because it's like, think about it though, right? Think about it from their state of mind. What's the motivation to intentionally avoid the question?
Well, I don't know why they're
uphold the belief system.
Yeah, they're making a conscious decision to ignore it. They're literally choosing consciously to ignore the questions because of the implications. So that in their mind, they're perfectly content just pretending it doesn't exist, convincing themselves it doesn't exist. Like, what can you do?
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know why they're ignoring it.
I don't.
James got some shit he's trying to get off his chest. Go ahead, James.
It's difficult to understand. I don't understand all of it, right? But it does go back to the simplest like origins, right? Like when somebody was first hit with like, what if the Earth is flat, right? They say, they would say, well, look at this disk in outer space. How would everything work if it was not moving? Nothing works if it's not moving. Yeah. I can't hear you.
Oh, I said Jeremy's trying to get in.
Jeremy.
Get in there, J-Dog. Jeremy.
Yo, it's like anytime I get chances to talk, people either start talking at the same time and don't let me go, or they monologue. It's just fucking mad frustrating. And then by the time I can talk, like, then I'm busy doing something. It's fucking annoying. Anyways, I don't know why they're ignoring your question. I mean, I could shoot out some speculation on it, but the reason why they denied that whole thing is because it's horrific having us at the center because of their philosophical beliefs.
Yep, exactly.
I'll be honest, I don't like get like and then was threatened with music. I'm happy to answer. I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of it. It could well mean what you say, or it could well mean something else. I don't get the so what to it, so I haven't devoted any time to it. That's an answer. Like what you mean, what it sounds like you mean when you say why can't they answer is why don't they come in and say exactly the thing I think they should say, which is you're right, maybe the Earth's flat, we've got to throw all of our neutronium mechanics in the bin. But that's not the only answer. Just responding by saying I can't make sense of that is an answer.
Hey, Chels,
I don't think it's fair to demand that they answer in the way that
I don't know if you're in like the gym or something, or it's kind of you're kind of muffled. Or I don't know. Can anyone else hear him, or is it just me?
Barely.
It
I didn't hear what he
weird.
said.
Sounds weird.
Let's not have him repeat it. I heard what he said.
Oh, I couldn't make it out.
He's saying that it sounds like what I really mean when I say they won't answer the question is that they won't answer it the way I want them to and give me the answer I said by saying I'm right, which is obviously in no way accurate. It's just sophistry, just a tactic. So I specifically ask a question. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Yes, it is.
So Jesse answered it, but you're still having a tantrum about nobody answering. And
Jesse didn't answer it.
New people who do come to us.
Jesse didn't answer it. He said, "How can
He said, I don't know, maybe I can't make."
He said, "How can I have a conversation with someone about that if we can't agree of stuff on the Earth?"
Yeah, dude, he came in talking about a completely different topic, Eggshells. He did not answer the question.
It sounded to me like, I don't know if it was the very first thing he said, but it sounded to me at a certain point he said, I can't really make sense of it. It could be what it is.
No. What he said was, first of all, he said in the chat, what he said was, you won't even answer questions about lasers. You say that all lasers don't work with the globe, which I never said anything like that. It's just a blatant lie. So he just changed the subject. Then he jumped in and said, well, how can I have a conversation? I don't fully understand it, and I don't think you do either. That's what he said. And then he said, how can I have a conversation with someone about that if I can't agree with them on the Earth?
About things that we see on the Earth.
Oh, that makes it better.
Yeah,
That makes it not avoiding the subject.
But it's quite simple. It's an answer. You can't sit there having a tantrum for 40 minutes straight.
Not an answer.
Somebody
He didn't
comes in,
answer
does
the question.
keep having.
He didn't answer
Saying
the question.
I don't know and I can't make sense of it is an
Eggshells.
answer. This is my
Guys,
point.
don't interrupt. Hold on,
answer.
eggshells. Hold on, guys, don't interrupt because this guy's hard enough to hear. I can barely hear him as it is, so don't interrupt, please.
Why do they do stuff like this?
It's not an answer, though. They're right.
What I don't know is not an answer.
No.
Okay, Jeremy, how big's my dick? Huge or tiny are your two possible answers.
Tiny.
How do you know that? How do you know that? That's a bit creepy.
Just a guess.
Right, so you're guessing now. Guessing's a better answer than saying I don't know.
I said the answer. But that's not a guess.
Right,
so,
but you guessed.
But my question is not analogous to that at all. So I get you have like this weirdo need to bring up some homoerotic fantasy. But we're actually not talking about penises. What we're talking about is if the geocentric and heliocentric model are kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, but the geocentric model wouldn't have the dark energy and dark matter problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable?
If they were equivalent, I mean equivalence. I don't know who decides equivalence.
Okay, so you agree that if they were equivalent, you agree that if they were equivalent, then the geocentric model would be way more viable?
No, not at all. Why would I agree with that?
Why not? Why not?
Because saying if these two things are equal, then one is better than the other. Why can something? How could something go in one better? It's nonsensical. You be equal, and you haven't even passed the words that you say. You just these words sound good together. Let's just put them in a blender and see what comes out.
So you actually don't even understand the question. Oh my God! Can you actually just try to say I was?
You don't listen to answers.
Oh my God! I said
No,
if
I'm
they're
not trying to say you're being stupid. What I'm saying is,
I said if they're dynamically and kinematically equivalent. Do you know what that means?
No, I've got not a fucking clue what that means. I mean, I don't think it probably is defined enough that it could have a clear answer, but maybe it is by people other than me. But to me, it makes no sense at all.
That's okay. So you're open to hear you're open to hear what it means and understand it.
Sure, yeah. Cool. Provided it's not just repeating it again really, really quickly ad nauseum, getting louder and calling me a retard in between them. I'm absolutely keen to hear what it means.
Sorry, I'm worried. Yeah, so kinematics is how bodies move in relation to each other, and dynamics is like the force that causes them, what causes them to move in relation to one another. Right. So in the heliocentric model, the Earth moves around the sun, the planets move around the sun. That's the kinematic relationship. The dynamics is that gravitation from the sun, being the bigger mass, causes the Earth and the other planets to move around it because of a force called gravity. Right. So, or a force that can be thought of a force that's not a force in relativity. So that's the dynamics. Kinematics is the actual bodies moving in relation to each other, how they move in relation to each other. Dynamics is what causes them to do that. Okay. I said if the geocentric and heliocentric model are kinematically, and dynamically equivalent in validity, meaning that you can it's equally valid to explain it from a geocentric position, but dynamically and kinematically. But the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, which is 97% of the universe in the heliocentric paradigm. Wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is way more viable? It doesn't have a 97% discrepancy that the heliocentric model does.
Has it? So if it just doesn't have a problem, to me, dark matter is like an unanswered question. You can easily get rid of that 97% problem by just not asking the question. Has this geocentric model, I've still got a problem with your first premise, but I'm happy to follow this one. Does the flat Earth have has it asked that question of the mass of galaxies and stuff like that? Or is it just not asked that question? Because then all you're doing is going, well, look, in this weird way of looking at things, these could be equivalent. And yours has asked this really big, difficult to answer question, which it doesn't have an answer to yet. We haven't even asked that question, so we're ahead. So has it asked the question of
you're so confused? You don't even know. No, it's not that they just didn't ask the question. It's that there is no need for dark matter and dark energy if the Earth is in the center. Because the reason that you need dark matter, for example, is because of the galaxy rotational speeds being so fast. Okay, on the edge relative to the center. But in a geocentric model, that's fine. It's fine. You have the angular momentum of the entire universe moving around it. So that immense magnitude of the angular momentum creates immense speeds and magnitude at the greater distances of the galaxy. So you also don't have an expansion. If the Earth is in the center, you don't have the universe expanding in all directions, which is why you need dark energy to explain the expansion.
So they do have masses then. In this paradigm, for it to be kinematics, these bodies do have masses. Correct?
Well, that's why I said that's why I'm specifically using your own paradigm's dynamics to make the points. Yes.
No, I'm asking about yours. You're saying there are two equivalent propositions. That means there are two. I can ask about both of them. One of them, yes, I'm well aware, geocentric one has masses to orbiting just stuff. Matter has mass and they orbit one another. For yours to be kinematics, it's got to be objects with mass, correct? Or incorrect?
That's dynamics. The mass is the dynamics. Okay, so the mass is supposedly causing gravity, which is a force that causes them to move. That's dynamics.
Witsit, that was a really direct question I just asked. Does it have mass?
Well,
You're going to have tantrums about people answering questions. Does it have mass?
I'll just have to keep on explaining this to you, I guess. But what I'm showing is that within, even if you assume Newtonian and Einsteinian dynamics, okay, I don't believe in those, but that's the point, is that you guys can't even be honest from within your own paradigm. How can we talk to you about alternative ideas? In this situation,
you can't answer a simple question. You're threatening to mute people for not answering a question. Does it have, in this equal and opposite thing with dynamics and kinematics, are you assuming that these bodies like the moon have mass?
Of course.
Yes or no?
Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics. I already answered that.
Well, it's a yes or no. And Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics isn't a yes or a no.
Yes, it is. They both involve mass.
Well, it's not. It's not a yes or a no. If they both have mass, and we see smaller objects orbiting...
Just real quick, Harry. He said, of course. Of course. That's a yes.
I didn't hear that the first time. I heard that the second time. I didn't hear that the first time. If you said that, I'm sorry. So
your question is, why does it not go around the bigger mass? Is that your question?
Well, I'm just trying to understand. You're saying if they're equivalent. That's the first premise, right? If they're not equivalent, your whole argument.
Your question is why? Your question is, well, if that's true and they have mass, why wouldn't they go around the bigger mass of the sun, right?
Not just the sun, but yeah, all of the time when we look out into space, we see Mars gets closer and further from us. Sometimes they seem to be staying equidistant from the sun, but they get real close to us and they've got retrograde motion. So in what way are those dynamically equivalent, given what to me that means is masses changing vector massively?
Okay, so you have to account for everything outside of the solar system to show the dynamic equivalence. If the entire universe is moving around the Earth, then that force from like the immensity of galaxies and all this other stuff that's in your paradigm, right, that would strongly outweigh the relationship between the Earth and the sun, because the momentum of the entire universe and all of its masses is going to be way stronger than the sun. That's the answer.
So I'm not asking the sort of magnitude of the forces. I'm asking a vector of the individual masses. So you've got moons of Jupiter it seems to me your suggestion is we live on a geocentric Earth. Jupiter seems to stay roughly equidistant from the Sun, not from the Earth. And then it's got little moons like Io and Ganymede that appear to stay equidistant from it. And it sounds like your answer, I want to try and steel man it, but I don't fully understand it. So this is not meant as a straw man, but please correct it, is the mass of all of these other galaxies and all of this stuff way out there is so much greater that it renders those direct observable movements invalid or a moot point.
No.
Is that the gist?
No, like
Okay.
it doesn't change anything with like the moons of Jupiter, right? Like even though it's supposedly all going around the sun, the moons still move around Jupiter because they're closer to Jupiter and they're really small. Okay, so it's the same thing. It's a dynamic equivalence. The neoticonic system, for example, is that all the planets are moving around the sun, and then the sun moves around the Earth. Okay, and that would explain the retrograde and the parallax and the aberration and the phases of the planets.
What I'm trying to get at is how does it do that? Because I'm describing a way in which they are not, as they appear to be in this local area centered around the mass of the sun. The dynamics, if that's the right word, the movement of these masses seems to be that it is proportional to speed and mass. That will give you your orbital period.
That's right. Using that actual equation, using F equals ma, but accounting for the centrifugal forces as if they're real, which you have to use that in Newtonian mechanics anyway, right? If you use the real centrifugal force of the whole entire universe moving around, a real Coriolis force that's caused by that, what that does is that whole system that's moving around the sun, it causes that entire system to move around the Earth because it's all centered on the Earth, meaning the center of mass of the universe is the Earth. So therefore, it all moves around. And people would think, oh, well, that means it has to be the biggest mass in the universe. That's incorrect, though, according to both Einstein and Newtonian mechanics. You can put the center of mass anywhere. It isn't just about the size of the mass. And so that's why even with the CMB, all the physicists are like, well, it does look like there could just be like basically a dark, dense, compressed region around the Earth, and that would cause everything to move around it. So if there's something around the Earth that's causing it to be the center of mass, right, like a density, then that's going to cause the entire universe to move around it. The solar system, quote unquote, would just be inverted. That's all it is. It's a kinematic equivalence. Even according to Einstein and Newton themselves, they point blank say this. According to Stephen Hawking, he point blank says this. Based on the system's dynamics and kinematics, like they're equivalent. Specifically kinematics when it comes to like Stephen Hawking and Einstein.
I'd just be really surprised if like I still admit I don't understand, but I'd just be really surprised if Stephen Hawking's going, oh, this is when the equivalence you're talking about is an equivalence that suggests that the Earth could be at the center of anything. That would really surprise me.
That is specifically what he said. What Stephen Hawking says in his book, The Grand Design, he says that that the Earth being in the center is equally valid. It's equally valid. He said, but I choose the heliocentric position and the Copernican principle on grounds of modesty, meaning he philosophically chooses it because he thinks it's more humble or modest to choose us being in an insignificant place that's not special, as opposed to claiming the Earth occupies a special place. So he says they are equally valid, but I choose the Copernican principle on grounds of modesty. That's what he says in Grand Design.
Hey, Austin, can I jump in real quick? So I have a question for you, but then anybody else as well. Like, you know that we have been given information that we didn't come up with on our own in so many areas. So what I just heard you describe in terms of what Hawking says is he's addressing a straw man. Like, who says we have a special place in the universe because we're the center of the universe? Like, I don't think that, right? I just think that this world is amazing. You know what I mean? So to me, that's like this narrative. That's this whole little bullshit. Like, our science is humble because we say we really don't know and, you know, we're not the center. But my point is, it's like, who's he responding to? Who did he read who was a geocentrist that said, this makes us the center and we're like the best? Like, you understand what I'm saying?
the Catholic Church
Yeah,
for
well,
1,000 years.
that
Yeah, well, didn't it
dichotomy
come?
comes
I thought it
from
was religion.
the inverse of the Copernican principle. It says that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. Special is just being used to describe unique, meaning like distinctly special or individual, or it's just a distinct, unique position. That's what they mean. Is that if the Earth is in the center of everything, then it would be in a unique position. Nothing else would be in the center. Only it is. So it's special in that sense. So they're saying that because the Copernican principle specifically is that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position, meaning that the inverse would be that it is in a unique position, i.e. in the center. That's what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, that was well said. We would be special if we were in the center.
Yeah, because there'd be nowhere else like it, right? Like nothing else can be in the center. What they claim is that there is no center, so, which is stupid.
Yeah, but
Then
the
they
only
bring up a
center
balloon.
the only center that I'm aware of that we talk about is the North Pole. Like I don't see any, like, again, I appreciate your response, but I still think that that's part of the narrative. This whole thing about being unique or whatever, like a trout's fucking unique. A sparrow is unique, right? We each have, like, this world is just what it is.
Hold on, an African or a European swallow?
I wish I could be swift enough to give you a good comeback on that, but I can't.
There's actually Australian swallows as well.
Awesome, Jeremy. I was just about to say I'm not unique. Thinking immediately of two good Monty Python gags.
You should have said depends on the melanin levels. So anyway, yeah. So like, I do agree with you that it's a narrative created specifically by their paradigm in and of itself, because the whole like focus on, oh, we can't be special or unique or calling it that is just a dichotomy created by the Copernican principle itself, meaning that's what actually introduced that entire idea. But I mean, I don't think many people can deny that if the entire universe, whatever you want to call it, let's call it the cosmos, because that's a more accurate term. It means order. The entire order of the sky moves around the Earth. I mean, that would put the Earth in a special place. It's basically the sky's paying homage to the Earth, right? Like everything's moving around it. So it is distinctly special in that sense.
Yeah, it's like significant. Like if it's a heliocentric model, we have no significant position in space. But if it's geocentric, then we definitely have like this, unique specific position. Special. We're special.
Yeah, we have like the most special
already.
Everything moves around it.
It could be, but there's no reason for it to do so.
Well, there is what? Yeah, there is a reason. Because someone put it there.
Oh, I mean, that's not really like a logical reason.
Yes, especially as we are the only, and we are the only thing with life on it. The Earth is the only thing we know that has life on it. When you look at the sky, you don't know if there's anything else living anywhere else. That would put you in a special position. I mean, common sense.
Yeah, and when you say there's no logical reason, that's incorrect. You can just apply Occam's razor. Like, we see everything move around us. Okay, Occam's razor says everything moves around us. Okay, you're claiming that's a stubbornly persistent illusion.
Yeah, but the systems that we see and understand don't predict that it should revolve around us.
Well, how so?
Well, why should it sound? Why? What's the logical reason it should rotate around us? Why are we more special than the sun or any other object in the universe?
He just told you why. This is the only place we know that has life. And the point is that you said there's no logic. I just invoked Occam's razor. We see everything move around us. This is the only place we know that has life. And everything in the sky moves around us. Option 1, everything moves around us. Option 2, that's just an illusion.
I don't think it's true that we see everything rotate around us.
But we do
exactly. We see stuff rotate. We see stuff rotate around other things, regardless of our position.
And then they still move around us.
Well, no, you could presume that.
And everything moves around everything. By that logic, is like everything's moving around. It just happens to be also moving around something else.
Dude, what?
Eggshells. Is there anything you can do with your mic? It's kind of bad. I don't know if it's just me or.
Like, there's no
walking down the street. I'm inside.
Like, what's the difference between us and Mars as far as the physics?
Mars goes around us.
But what's the difference in terms of physics? Why should things go around us instead of Mars?
Because what we actually observe is that everything goes around us.
No, but I'm asking, why should it do that?
Is there life on Mars? Are there human beings living on Mars?
But why would life on Mars make celestial objects orbit Mars?
So your question is, why is life important?
No, the question is, how does life affect the orbit of celestial objects?
Witchet, don't lose track. Don't lose track, Witchet. Hold on, don't lose track. It makes sense because we wouldn't have had to invent, 90% of the matter and dark energy and shit with this other system. That's why it makes sense.
Sorry, but I'm not sure how it's equal. Either they're equal or they're not equal.
You don't understand it. They're only equal in sense of kinematics and dynamics inside of Newtonian Einsteinian system. But the part that makes them not equal is that if it's actually in the center, you don't have the dark matter and dark energy crisis.
Okay, so how does dark matter make things orbit Earth, but no dark matter makes things orbit Mars or anything else? Or, I'm sorry, I get that backwards.
Yeah, okay. So it's not that it makes, how can the lack of something existing make something happen? That doesn't make any sense. You tell me. Dude, yeah, so you just don't understand. So if the Earth is in the center, you have no need for the claim of dark matter and dark energy because there is no mathematical discrepancy that needs to be addressed.
Okay, so what's the logical physical reason things rotate around Earth?
It's just in the center, dude. It was
hold on, wait.
But why? That's what I'm asking. What's the mechanical physical reason that it happened?
Around the sun? I already explained the mechanical reason.
But why?
Okay, but hold on, real quick.
Hold on. Momentum of the cosmos.
It's just there? Like there's no mechanical reason for it? It just happens that way?
Please listen very carefully. I'm not going to be able to reproduce what Lindsay Harris says, but I've made this plug already. Your question, Negator, if you really fucking want to know a flat Earth address to your question, Lindsay Harris addresses your question. Don't ask me what it is. It's over my head, but it is very interesting to listen. There is a system. There is a reason. It's all electromagnetic and dynamic. Everything has a reason, and he's making the connections. If you're interested, his channel is free. You can listen to everything he has. He's got hours and hours and hours, and he repeats himself so that you should be able to follow along.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's so funny, though. You're asking why.
Mm-hmm.
Why? As if that's a scientific question. Why? I don't know. Why do we breathe oxygen? No. How is a scientific question. How, not why.
Then rephrase it as how. It's the same question.
Okay, there you go. I've already said the physical mechanism.
How?
They're literally not the same question.
But how is it that Earth is more special than any other object out there?
No one's saying that.
Negator, if you had a girlfriend and she cheated on you, and I said, how did she cheat on you? Or why did she cheat on you? Are those the same questions?
Well, if you want to play these weird games, it's fine. You pick whatever question you think I
you're
need.
a passive-aggressive sociopath. He just nailed you to the wall, and you're trying to get away from it. And what you're doing right now is scratching his eyes out so you don't get attacked.
That's not what's going on at all.
That's absolutely what's going on.
Dude, it's not it's an important distinction because if all you had to say is why, well, if the Earth's in the center, obviously it required intention to put it there, okay? And you're trying to pigeonhole the question into something that involves something metaphysical so you can try to undermine it and strawman it and claim it's stupid. When in fact, your religion is stupid, can't explain the why question to anything. You can't even explain the how question. Your model can't explain the why or how question.
It sounds like you're telling me that you don't have a why. It's just because it's special.
I already told you where to go. Negator, go away and watch
There's
those videos.
zero
He
mechanical
gives you the
reason
lie.
for Earth to be at the center. You're admitting that.
That's not true.
don't-
I specifically
You don't know
you
the
the
why.
why.
You don't know the how. You don't know the mechanism.
I specifically said the how. I specifically said it.
Okay, but how is it the center instead of any other object that is equal in weight and mass or larger in weight and mass? Why?
Such an
Don't let
incoherent
him
question.
turn this thing around, bro.
Think
Hold
about
on.
what he just said. Wait, he said, how is it instead of something else? What an incoherent question. How is it the center instead of not being the center? How? And then he said, why? He went back to why, right? Because you have to be asking, why is it the center? Why is it the special place? This goes into, if it's in the center, someone put it there. Why did someone put it there? That's your question. So you're
No.
trying to then turn
Someone
it into
put
a
it there
metaphysical.
is not an explanation of mechanics and physics. Because
Then stop
that's
saying why.
you're starting from a position of arguing physics, and then you're transitioning to a position of it's just the way it is.
That's a lie. I specifically
It's
explained
not.
the mechanics. Listen carefully, okay? The angular momentum of the cosmos moving around the Earth in a central position will generate a real set of inertial forces. These inertial forces are centrifugal force, Coriolis force, and Euler forces. The Coriolis force generated by the immensity of the cosmos moving around the universe will be twice as strong as centrifugal force. This results in a net centripetal accelerative radially inward force towards the Earth. That will hold the Earth there, cause the perpetual motion, and everything will move around it. It will also overcome the mass relationship of the sun and the planets. And I don't even believe in Newtonian dynamics or Einstein dynamics, but that's what they say. So it's a real set of centrifugal.
The entirety of your argument relies on forces that you don't believe in.
Right. So once he got dunked on and said that I didn't explain it, he then just runs away. He's not even possibly capable of intellectually responding to the inertial forces argument. Not even in the ballpark of being able to
Not an
respond.
argument, because remember, you were supposed to argue why it's rotating around the Earth specifically. You're arguing how, but why is the Earth the center?
Okay,
What
see what he's
makes-
doing? Now he's going. So he keeps on saying, I'm not offering the mechanism, which is a how question. And then once the mechanism is given, he goes back to why. Okay.
No, you offered like this is how it could work, but why would it work like that?
Why are you asking a metaphysical question?
You're missing the whole point, guys. He turned the whole argument around. This is not about why the Earth is in the center. This is about your cosmological model getting destroyed because your cosmological model has a big bang. Everything is homogeneous, evenly spread, right? Now, when they did not one, not two, but three tests, Negator,
How
that
could
the
our
Earth
models
don't
be-
interrupt me, please. I know it's
go ahead.
painful. They found after three tests that the Earth is indeed in the center. Not only that, they found that the matter is not homogeneous. It appears to be flat. Not only that, it appears to be equal to the plane.
Of the Earth.
Right? So
To
if
the
our
galactic
models
plane.
are
So
kinematically
that is the
equivalent-
argument, Negator.
If our models are kinematically equivalent, and our model involves a Big Bang and dark matter, what are the equivalents in your model?
He doesn't even
Dark
know
matter
what
is a
kinematic-
made-up thing. Hold on. Dark matter is a made-up thing. They constantly bring this up as if it's a thing. It's not a thing. Let me finish.
What's the
Let me finish.
comparison
I know
in your
it's
model?
painful. Negator. Dark matter is a patch-up because of a mistake that was made in your model. It's not a thing. It's a patch-up, a mathematical patch-up to create matter that's not there because of rotational discrepancies by your gravity. Sorry,
Okay.
bro.
So what's the equivalent discrepancy in the geocentric model?
But he doesn't understand what kinematics.
He doesn't get it.
You don't.
I know that's what I'm saying. So, like kinematics, dude. If you deny the kinematic equivalence, it just shows that you don't even understand your own model. So this is the quote
So
Einstein.
what's the equivalent?
This is the quote
if,
Einstein.
if we have dark matter, what do you have?
Oh my God, dark matter has nothing to do with kinematics. Can you define kinematics?
Sorry, you can answer the question or not. It's up to you.
Okay, so we can't. So kinematics is how bodies move in relation to each other. When you start talking about dark matter, you're asking about a dynamic relationship. What is causing the bodies to move in relation to each other that way? That's called dynamics. Okay. And actually, specifically, it's just a gap in your claim of dynamics, more specifically.
So what is the equivalent gap in
Let
the
me,
geocentric model?
to quote Einstein, since you seem to be denying the kinematic
I
equivalence,
don't know.
because you
Like,
don't
I'm
even know.
asking direct questions. You're just refusing to answer them.
No, oh my God. You don't need dark matter and dark energy in a geocentric model because dark matter is needed to explain, for example, the galaxy rotational speeds being way too fast or how the galaxies don't escape the clusters. But you don't need dark matter to explain that on a geocentric model because the angular momentum of the entire cosmos will actually answer all those questions. You have immense masses at immense distances causing angular momentum, the centrifugal and Coriolis forces, so a radially inward centripetal net force. This will actually give you immense speeds of galaxy rotational speeds, right? It'll give you everything that dark matter has to explain is no longer a problem. You don't need dark matter. You also, I'm almost done. You also don't need dark energy because in the heliocentric model, you have to claim that everything is expanding away from us, and specifically an accelerative expansion of at least 4 times faster than the speed of light. But on the geocentric model, the universe is not expanding in all directions. So you don't need dark energy. You don't need the Hubble constant and the cosmological constant. You don't need the Hubble or the cosmological constant, i.e. the energy to explain the Hubble constant, the expansion, because there is no expansion.
So then they're not kinetically equivalent.
They are kinematically equivalent because kinematics is about how bodies move in relation to one another.
And you said, yeah, like totally, it would clearly just rotate for these reasons, obviously.
That's dynamic.
That's it.
I've already.
That's the extent of your argument. Is that's just how it works?
No. What was my actual argument? What was my actual argument, though?
I mean, do you want me to repeat all of that back to you? I don't. Why would I do
you
that?
said that I just said that's how it works when I specifically invoked a real set of inertial forces and then went into specifics about what they are.
That's fine, but you still said, "Well, that's it. That explains it." Let's just wipe our hands and be done with it.
No, you said
after he explained it. After he explained it, he said, "Yeah, that's how." After he explained it, he said, "Yeah, that's how you explain it." I mean, what kind of weird game are you playing?
But that doesn't mean that it works. Just because he said it, just because he said it, explain it, or just because he said it, that's how it works. It doesn't mean that's how it works.
Explain why. Explain why that doesn't work, Negator.
Yeah.
Well, why? I could just say I don't need all that. I got dark matter.
Explain why his explanation does not work.
Because he still said they're kinematically equivalent. And our model has dark matter. His model has nothing.
That's not
you don't even understand.
This is so incompetent.
Well, if they're kinematically equivalent, then I don't need dark matter, and you don't need dark matter.
This. I mean,
that's not
I don't
what
know.
kinematic means, dude. Oh my God, this is so stupid.
Kinematic. No. How exactly does kinematic mean doesn't work with dark matter? Kinematics is a branch of mechanics in terms of the motion of objects without reference to the forces as far as motion.
It doesn't mean that. It doesn't. First of all, you're not talking about dynamics. You don't even understand the terms being used. I've defined them 5 times. I'm gonna do it one more time. Calm down. So kinematics is how a body moves in relation to each other. I'm in my front yard right now. I'm walking around this tree. Okay. I'm moving in relation to the tree. I'm walking around the tree. Now, according to relativity, right, you can say, oh, the tree's moving around me. Okay, that's a kinematic equivalent. How bodies move in relation to each other. Yes, it is. Just like Einstein said, the struggle so violent in the day of Copernicus seems to actually be quite meaningless. For if you say that the Earth moves around the sun or the sun moves around the Earth, they're equally valid. It's just a coordinate system preference.
Are they equal? Because it sounds like one requires dark matter, and somehow the other, which is equal, does not require dark matter. Which means they're not equal.
You're so lost. So, and you definitely can't understand Einstein clearly, right? But he says coordinate system. He says a coordinate system, which is in regard to kinematics. Okay, so it's about kinematics. That's what the quote's about. Just like Stephen Hawking says it in A Grand Design and in A Suddenly Persistent Illusion 2007, it specifically says the same thing, right? That the Earth could be in the center and it's equally valid. Okay, it's not even about what people say. You can just,
Well,
you guys
if
understand
those
the
folks,
model.
but if those folks said it was equally valid, and those folks also invoke dark matter, then geocentrism has dark matter, right?
No, oh my god, dude, the dark matter. This is okay. Listen to me, dude. The kinematic equivalence is how bodies move in relation to each other. Meaning, you can use either coordinate system, a geocentric coordinate system or a heliocentric coordinate system. They're equally valid. Okay, that's the kinematics. The dynamics is what causes these bodies to move in relation to each other, right? So when it comes now, technically, this would be your best argument is to hone in on the dynamics because is technically dark matter part of the dynamic cause? Well, kind of it is, right? So in that sense, it wouldn't be dynamically equivalent. And that's actually just a death blow to the heliocentric model, meaning only one of them is even dynamically viable on paper, right? Which is the geocentric model. So you don't need dark matter or dark energy in a geocentric model. There is no accelerative expansion, so you don't need dark
because
energy.
you say so? Like
No,
we observe
there's
expansion.
no, we don't. Now you're diverting. Okay. We don't observe expansion. Okay, we observe redshift.
Is this like we don't observe curvature, but we do?
Do you see what he's doing? Does everyone realize how bad this is?
He's interrupting, that's for sure.
Like this is so
Oh no,
bad.
I had
So like, good.
Go ahead. What's it?
Yeah. So, okay, but real fast, dude. So we don't need dark energy because in a geocentric position, there is no accelerative expansion. The reason that they claim that the universe expands in all directions away from every point is to explain why it looks like we're in the center. Edwin Hubble made an observation in 1925 that showed that everything was moving in relation to us. The distant galaxies were moving in relation to the Earth, which makes no sense. They should completely not care about the Earth at all. It should have nothing to do with the Earth. You should have redshift and blue shift scattered throughout the sky. But he didn't see that. He only saw redshift as that was all centered on the Earth. So they updated the model to say, okay, well, the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions away from every point. And it's just an illusion that we're in the center because everywhere in the universe will look like it's in the center. That's what happened. They changed the heliocentric model to say, oh, well, it looks like a geocentric model. And they used the analogy of a balloon.
This all requires you guys all to believe that Hubble is real and sending back actual images of our universe, right?
Yeah, this was the actual dude named Edwin Hubble.
No. Do you and this entire room believe that Hubble is real and Hubble is a probe in space sending back images of our universe? Do you believe that?
This is pretty bad, Negator. This is pretty bad, dude. I mean, I don't know what we don't have to believe
either Hubble is real.
Can you guys hear
and
me?
you guys believe in all the other satellites, or you don't. Like, which is it? Is it just
talking about the
specifically Hubble?
astronomer Hubble? He's talking about the astronomer Hubble.
Talking about the person.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Jeremy,
Yeah,
go
Jeremy.
ahead. I
Why
muted
the
Negator.
fuck?
So that
Why
you
are
can
you
speak.
guys all talking over me then? Negator, you need to relax, dude. I don't even remember what I was going to say now. I'm so upset. Go ahead.
Well, Jeremy, just to let you know, I muted Negator because he was talking all over you intentionally. Now he's just, since he's been muted, now he's deafened himself because that shows the intent or how honest he wants to be within a conversation. Is that the minute he gets muted for over speaking a mod, he deafens himself, which is probably a warnable offense. To be honest with you.
That's some amount of shit. I was gonna say, yeah, he switched it from oh, if we believe this, then we have to believe in Hubble, and there's a satellite out there, and all that whole all or nothing fallacy. Basically, this is your shit. You have to believe in the Hubble. We don't.
Well,
this is your whole. This is your thing.
I'm not even invoking this. Dude, no one's invoking the satellite anyway. We're talking about the actual guy named Edwin Hubble in 1925. Many years after that, they named an alleged satellite or probe after him that has nothing to do with the observation that Edwin Hubble, the guy, the astronomer, made on the Earth with the telescope.
Yeah, dude, he was trying to conflate the two. You were talking about a person, and the Negator's like, "Oh, wait a second, I can pounce on them. Wait a second, they believe in Hubble now because they're talking about the person." No, dude, no satellites. We're not talking about fucking satellites. We're talking about a person named Edwin Hubble. Get over it.
Yeah, and like what happened was the heliocentric model would claim, like, yo, the Earth's this tiny pale blue dot, right? Like the Carl Sagan idea. We're a tiny pale blue dot, and the universe doesn't care about the Earth. It's just a tiny speck of dust. So it should be moving all over the place. right? And so the geocentric model says, well, we're in the center, so if we look out, everything is going to move around us. The heliocentric model says, no one cares about the Earth. It's just a tiny speck of dust. It's going to move all over the place. When they looked out at the distant galaxies for the first time, they saw, oh, wait, it all moves in relation to the Earth, as if the Earth is in the center. So they had to change the understanding of the heliocentric model to say that there is no center, and everywhere that you're at in space will look like it's the center, and it's just an illusion that makes the Earth look like it's in the center of the universe. That's what actually happened.
Okay, can I ask a question though?
Yeah.
So in the geocentric model, where Earth is in fact actually in the center, you still have redshift, so everything's still moving away and it's accelerating, right? Or do you not think that that's the case?
No. So the assumption that redshift can only happen if something's moving away is incorrect. There are many things that can cause redshift, like
what?
light coming. I'm trying to explain it. So, like light coming towards you and attenuating in a medium, that will literally cause redshift. You're like, hey, Matthew, you want to bet $5,000 you can demonstrate in a lab? What's so funny now? Bet $5,000.
You just made that up. That does not happen with stars.
Wait. So if light moves towards you and attenuates, will it cause redshift? Yes or no?
If the only reason for redshift to happen for stars is that they're moving away from us.
Just because you say so. So can you answer my question? If light moves towards you and attenuates, will that cause redshift? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if the lights were just in the distance and then the light was moving towards us, attenuating, that would cause redshift?
It would, but they aren't attenuating.
Oh, they're not attenuating. So light can travel infinitely and not attenuate at all.
The redshift is caused by the Doppler effect. Do you know what the Doppler effect is?
Dude, stop pretending you're teaching me, buddy. This
Answer
dude's
his
trying
question first, Matthew.
Yeah, redshift only happens when stars are moving away from us. That's the only thing that causes that.
But you just admitted that actually if the light's moving towards us, it'll attenuate and cause redshift.
So if light is moving towards us, it shifts towards the blue. If it's moving away, it shifts towards the red. So both are called attenuation. Yes.
No. You're so lost. So the Doppler effect interpretation is saying that as it moves away, it's red. As it moves towards us, it's blue. Now there's actually like hundreds of anomalies and discrepancies with that model. They see red and blue shift in the same place, and there's all kinds of problems. Okay, but all that aside, like if the lights are just in the distance coming towards the Earth and they're attenuating, that causes redshift. Okay, there's many other explanations as well. You actually get this alleged Doppler effect within a magnetic field, redshift and blue shift. Okay, but so there are many explanations of what can cause redshift, specifically a medium and its interaction with what we call light. Okay, and it coming towards us can cause redshift, which means we would see redshift all over the place from the distant light. It doesn't just mean it's moving away. Even Edwin Hubble himself said this. So Matthew comes in and mocks me and says, the only explanation that it could possibly be is, but actually the guy who came up with the idea specifically said you're wrong. He said, actually, we have to make the assumption that this is the interpretation of redshift, but we could be wrong. And there are many things that can cause redshift. And if we're wrong, and it's not actually this Doppler effect that we assume, that would mean that the universe is much more dense and finite and local and suspiciously young.
You're right. I repent in dust and ashes, and I throw dust upon myself.
So you can't respond like specifically, right? Like the very guy who came up with it for your model says that you're wrong.
Listen, it's our model, and we say that the reason redshift happened is because stars are moving away from us. If you would like to join us in the truth of the heliocentric model and contribute scientifically to that explanation, go ahead. But as long as you're denying our whole model, then I don't think you get to...
What a blast.
What a little gamma. Hey, Matthew, is Edwin Hubble wrong?
No, he was right.
Well, he said that it doesn't necessarily mean it's just Doppler effect and that we could be wrong and it would make the Earth finite and much more young and closer.
Yeah, so that's a possibility. We'll look at all the evidence and figure out what's true.
Well, you just said it wasn't a possibility 5 minutes ago.
So that's because we've moved beyond Edwin Hubble, and we now know a better idea of the distances of the stars and all this type of stuff.
Really, what observation have we made since Hubble that shows that we know for a fact it can only be the stars moving away? What new observation do we have since then?
Much more detailed and careful observations from satellites in the second law of thermodynamics, vacuum.
That doesn't in any way answer the question. What specific observation since Hubble has shown that it can only be because the stars are moving away?
Better observations.
How so? Better in what way? What did they show that we didn't previously see that somehow shows it can only be them moving away?
More accurate observations.
So you don't have an answer. And what's hilarious is that actually the more precise and accurate our observations have gotten, the worse it's gotten for the accelerative expansion explanation for redshift. Actually, we have all kinds of anomalies now, like quasars. Quasars don't work within the redshift assumption at all, or where we see redshift and blue shift at the same place in space, which doesn't make sense. It's all supposed to be moving away from it. Where there's not an even distribution of redshift. And no, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to keep gaslighting me. Like you somehow have intellectual superiority when everyone here knows you just don't know what you're talking about. So we have all kinds of redshift anomalies. There's not even distribution of redshift in the universe. That's what we've now discovered. It's not evenly distributed, but it should be homogeneous and accelerating, expanding all directions. But it's not homogeneous.
Stars rotate. That's why there's some slightly different redshift and blue shift in some stars.
No, that doesn't mean anything. How does that explain it?
It shows that stars rotate, and that's how they can actually calculate how fast stars rotate.
Buddy, listen carefully. There's not an even distribution of redshift in the universe. According to your model, it should be homogeneous. It should be isotropic. Do you know what any of the stuff I'm talking about is?
No.
Okay, so how are you so confident that you know I'm wrong about it?
Because so many people disagree with you, and you are very good at doing word salad stuff. So I just thought it was funny that you brought up these weird explanations that nobody's ever thought.
I have an entire paper.
I have an entire
paper from an accredited astronomer saying it.
Jin, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, sorry about this. Yeah, I've posted 3 videos. One is called Scientism Exposed 1, Scientism Exposed 2, and The Principle. And they've all the cosmologists have come to the conclusion that Earth is indeed the center, and they're about to rethink everything. Right? Please watch it. The cosmologists, so-called experts in this field, are agreeing with Wisfit here.
Yeah,
Watch
and
it.
I actually agree.
The Principle.
Witsit told me about The Principle, and I watched it. I thought it was pretty interesting. So I do think there's a possibility that the solar system is near the center of the actual universe due to design. I think that's a possible explanation.
Yeah, if it were to exist, remember that. You know, it hasn't been proven to exist by any of us here. And what they postulate is purely theoretical, not validated or confirmed.
Right. So if reality is real, then yeah. With that
the evidence
caveat.
actually shows that it's not real, right? Like that's what's so funny about it is that all the evidence as we go through time continually shows that we're in the center.
Matthew, do you know what homogeneous and isotropic means?
I think he's talking about the WMAP data with the background microwave radiation. And so if we're in the center, then we should see the same redshift and the same background radiation in all directions.
But do you know what those terms mean, Matthew? Isotropic and homogeneous. Do you know what those 2 terms mean?
Yeah, homogeneous means that it's the same in every direction, and isotropic is sort of talking about the balance of if it's the same on one side versus the other.
Yes, and yet we don't see any of that in the cosmological model. We see a flat disk with the Earth in the center. That's a big problem. There's nothing isotropic or homogeneous about it. I mean, this is where the disconnect is, I think.
Well, it does actually. What happens is what they saw is that a lot of it appears to be isotropic or homogeneous, but then there's like 5 to 10% that's anisotropic, right? And lacks homogeneity. And just coincidentally, that portion that you could call really crudely bumpy and inhomogeneous and anisotropic, it actually intersects with the plane of the Earth. Out of the entire universe, the part that's anisotropic is centered on the Earth.
Right, and that could be explained by observational error, or it could be explained by coincidence, or it could be explained by design by a creator. Those are the three options.
It was repetitive observational error. That's what's up. So, anyway, this is the point, dude. I don't know why you would come in and mock me or ridicule me, right? You heard Negator being blatantly bad faith and intellectually dishonest, and then you support it. You amp it up,
Right,
and then yeah, even though you know he was being intentionally dishonest.
That's not how I saw it.
Yeah, so that's
yeah. You gotta
Okay.
You gotta watch
Can
the
I ask a
action.
question?
Go ahead.
This idea that attenuation can also cause redshift, I've never heard of this before. Where is that from? Where can I see that?
See what exactly?
To see that redshift can also
problems.
be caused due to attenuation.
Yeah, I'll send you a paper in a second. I'm outside.
I still don't think you get the even distribution of matter, and that it's not evenly distributed. It's in a pancake disk shape where Earth is at the center. That's the complete opposite of homogeneous, homogenetic,
you
call it
gotta
whatever
watch.
you want. It's not even at all.
You gotta
Big
watch the
Bang
action.
dies.
You gotta watch the Action Labs video we did on the Axis of Evil. It was awesome.
Yeah, think of a grenade exploding, but not exploding evenly all around, making an explosion pattern into a disk. That's what they're saying. It's impossible. Their model dies right there. It's not evenly distributed at all.
But
like
there
the
was
complete
a
opposite. Picture a grenade exploding and making a disk around it. That's what they're saying in plain English.
Not only that, the disk is tilted to the axis of the Earth.
Yeah,
the universal
exactly.
disk that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's more
it's
than
not
ridiculous.
it's not a local axial tilt. It's actually just the universe itself. It shouldn't be. It should only be local. It shouldn't be seen way out in the space, but it is. So it can't just be that the Earth's all tilted.
I gave 3 explanations about how that could happen.
But they've all been debunked, except you had just invoke God.
Did you catch my grenade analogy, Matthew?
Yeah, if a grenade explodes, you wouldn't expect the explosion to go off in a pancake shape.
But this is what we have. So how do you explain that?
I don't think it's. Yeah, it's not exactly a pancake shape. It's a slight difference. In all, if you look in all directions, it mostly goes in all directions. But I think it's
no, it doesn't.
It's only
no, that's the explanation. But the observation is totally different. That's what we're trying to tell you, Matthew.
Yeah, it's called the flatness problem. Like I don't even know that you know this stuff.
You're talking about the WMAP data, the axis of evil, and the WMAP data, right?
It's called the flatness problem. Do you know what that is?
Yes, it's the flatness of space in all directions.
Okay, but it should be evenly distributed in all directions.
Right.
Okay, it's called the flatness problem. So doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all.
There's no logic. You can't formulate an argument and say this is how it works and make sense. You just can't.
Yeah, like blatantly doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I suppose the fact that it doesn't make any sense to you doesn't bother me.
No, it doesn't make sense to anyone on your side.
It makes sense to lots of people on our side.
Really, cite one person that explained the flatness problem, and then show me where they got their Nobel Prize.
Explaining it and understanding it are different things. Explaining the answer and explaining the question are different things.
So they don't know what caused it, and they can't explain how it happened.
Right.
Okay, so then they don't have an answer.
Right.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
There are mysteries in the universe. That's a problem for you.
How many times does the evidence have to directly go against a theory before we consider the theory is not correct?
Once.
Oh well, it's happened hundreds of times.
Yeah, Matthew, then why is the heliocentric model still accepted if that's the case, if it just takes one?
Because most people who believe in the heliocentric model have never seen a direct contradiction.
What? There are plenty of direct contradictions. The fact that everything shows the Earth in the center consistently is a direct contradiction. The flatness problem is a contradiction. The horizon problem is a contradiction. The anisotropic nature of the distribution in space is a contradiction. The redshift anomalies is a contradiction.
The flatness problem is about cosmology. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right?
We're not talking about the shape of the Earth.
But we're talking about the flatness problem.
It's like robots, man. Why do you do this, Matthew? Why do you do this? Have you ever considered that maybe, just maybe, the creator made the Earth in the center because it's special, and they're literally brainwashing children, telling them that they're an insignificant speck of dust and directly going against the creator that you claim to believe in and what he made for us? And children are being led into atheism, where atheism is more popular now than it's ever been in the history of mankind. And the younger generation is an insane percentage of them are atheists now because they're being taught all of this pseudoscience and claims that they know for a fact that we're insignificant, when in reality, all the evidence showed the opposite, and they keep on just ignoring it because they hate God. No part of you thinks that maybe you're doing something wrong by constantly defending that?
So I'm a theist, so I have an answer for the flatness problem, which is that God designed it that way.
So you don't care about the children. So when I specifically asked you a
Why
question...
are we talking about children? That's
Matthew, you guys kids, Matthew? I got kids. You got kids?
My personal life is irrelevant.
If I may just ask a question.
I don't know.
Why
What's talks about kids a lot?
Why wouldn't we be special? Why wouldn't we be special? In the grand scheme of things, what we see in the sky, why would we not be special?
We are special.
I asked you a specific question, Matthew. Do you not feel like maybe you should be cautious about so adamantly defending this belief and attacking those that point out that actually it's not true and that there's evidence against it when it's being used to teach children that they're insignificant and atheism is at a higher percentage than ever? I asked you a specific question.
You might not like my answer, but the truth is that I think that if we teach children flat Earth and then they come to know the truth of the heliocentric model, they may throw out their theism with their abandonment.
We're not talking about flat Earth.
No,
we're talking about how they teach the heliocentric model, but actually all the evidence shows that it's not heliocentric, and all the evidence consistently shows that we're in the center, but they don't even tell them that's an option. They pretend they scientifically proved that that's not an option, and now they think it's logical to be an atheist because they're a tiny speck of dust in this huge universe of nothingness and we're not important.
And none of that what's just been said there has been validated in any way, but yet we're teaching them that the Earth is indeed a flat and stationary plane, which is provable, repeatable. Okay,
but none of that makes atheists.
Yes, it does, dude. The reason that people think that atheism makes sense is, why would we think that there was a creator that made this place special? We're insignificant, and the odds are that just eventually random chaotic happenstance will give you somewhere with life. And this is the only place we know because we're the ones with life on it. So it's just a random speck of dust in this huge universe that doesn't care at all about us. And it can get hit by an asteroid at any point in time. It killed all the dinosaurs.
Think we're special. I think Matthew probably thinks we're special.
We're talking about children being lied to about the heliocentric model. They're not being told that it's actually a viable option, that we're not in the heliocentric model, and that all the evidence has consistently shown us that we are. And we now claim it just looks like we're in the center, but it's possible that we are actually in the center. They're not even being told the option. They're being told it's a fact that it's not in the center. How do you understand?
To answer your question, I do think it is a problem that those type of assumptions are taught to children, and it should be given as options so they can make their own decision. So
that's right, because if the Earth is in the center, there has to be a creator.
It should be stated that they are assumptions. It should be stated categorically and clearly to the students, the kids, that it's all theory.
Yeah, can I get in for just a second?
Evidence.
Yeah, so it is taught as, or at least alluded to as, factual information within our school system. I literally had a conversation with a friend last night who's in her 50s, right, and was telling me the reason that she is an atheist is because she believes in science and how science has proven that evolution over time through the Big Bang is, doesn't require a creator or a God for it it to happen. So I literally had this conversation with somebody last night, and their answer to my question as to why they are an atheist was specifically because of how she was taught in school and she believes in science. Literal
And the
conversation
big,
from last night.
yeah, exactly. And the Big Bang creates the ability to have
yeah,
evolution. Yeah.
that's right. And none of this has been, she never proved anything or confirmed anything. She's just carrying the information that she was given at school. That's what she's doing.
Correct.
And the
She
only
said
reason I
she
brought this up
believes
to
in the
Matthew,
science.
Matthew, everyone's like, why are you talking about this? Because I'm like trying to actually have a real conversation with Matthew about that. Like, you claim to believe in the creator, and then you watch the principle and you came back and you're like, I have to admit, there's a lot of good points there. We could be in the center. But we're not teaching children that we could be in the center. So a malleable mind is soaking up all this information as if it's fact. It's taught as if it's a fact, and it leads them into a mindset that makes them think that atheism is logical. That this could happen just randomly because it's so big and so chaotic and so random that eventually one place would happen. And then they grow up being atheists. That's why there are now more atheists in the younger generation than there has ever been in the history of recorded mankind.
Now,
There
I've
you
spoken
go.
to a lot of
There you go.
atheists,
That's
and none
why
of them
I
have ever
teach the
cited
students,
cosmology
if
as
I
the
may,
reason for
if I
their
may.
atheism.
That's why I teach the students, if I may, that nobody knows what's happening up there because no one's been up there to confirm anything. Whatever you hear from the cosmologists, the astronomers and the theoretical physicists, everything there is theory. Nothing has been confirmed. Nothing has been confirmed. So you're not to take it as fact. You cannot take it as fact. To do so, a mistake, and you're being dishonest to yourself and the creator who created this earth. We don't know what's going on there. How could we know when we cannot go there? That's
I
why
do think
it's basic as that.
The honest,
How can
the
you know
honest
when
thing
you
to tell the
can't go
children,
there?
the honest thing to tell the children would be, okay, well, there's these two options. People think we go around the sun, this gigantic universe that expands chaotically in all directions from every point, and there is no center, and it all came from a big bang, and we're just a tiny pale blue dot. And then the other option is that we're in the center. And if you went with the option that we're in the center, then you wouldn't have this major problem we have in the other paradigm called dark matter and dark energy. It wouldn't have that problem.
Yeah.
So, but they would never dare tell the children that. That means they're lying to them. They're literally lying by omission.
I do think that cosmology is slowly
Yes.
turning towards theism. Like the flatness problem is the Whitsitt brought up is a good example. How is it that there was just the right amount of matter to make it flat? And I think the answer could be that it was designed that way. And there's a whole host of fine tuning arguments like that. That hey, things had to be set up just right. So I do think that eventually cosmology will, or even now, support
Why not
theism
just
over
become a
atheism.
flat earther, Matthew?
I think that's cosmology telling you the truth and hiding it in plain sight, and also having what they would consider like plausible deniability, right? Like they have the out of, well, we've always kind of thought this. Should the shift be towards a more theistic outlook, right? So they kind of hide the truth in plain sight. But the problem is children don't have the ability to fully think logically. They don't understand logic, right? They just take what they're taught as gospel. And
They
we're
don't teach the
teaching this
children.
That's right.
children at a very young age. I mean, I know for a fact that when I was in grade school, meaning by the time I got to 6th grade, I had already made 2 different models of the solar system, one with paper
Exactly.
mache and another with styrofoam balls.
Correct. Like they don't teach
How old
them.
were you by
Oh,
this
there's
time?
a flat.
How
They
old
don't.
were you then, please?
Uh,
How
6th
old were
He
grade,
you?
I
was in
would
the
have
sixth
been
grade, like
11, maybe.
11. Yeah, 11.
Okay,
11
so 11
turning
to 12.
12,
Right.
or
Thank you very much.
10 turning
Thank
11.
you.
They don't teach them. They don't teach them. Oh, there's something called the flatness problem. Matthew pointed out there's a flatness problem. There could be a creator. They don't teach them that. They don't teach them about the Hubble tension problem, or the fact space has to expand 4 times faster than the speed of light, or the fact that everything made us look like we're in the center with and that it's not homogeneous as the model predicts, and that there's a flatness problem and a horizon problem and a fine-tuning problem as a whole with the electromagnetic and gravitational relative proportions of the forces that don't work unless there's some type of fine-tuning. They don't tell children this. They tell them, remember the planets. Here are their names. They all go around the sun. The Earth is a planet that goes around the sun too. They don't teach them anything other than the preferred bullshit narrative that has been debunked 100 ways, and they don't even give them an option to weigh it out for themselves.
I don't know. Like I said, I've argued with atheists, tons of atheists over the years. Not a single one has brought up cosmology as a reason for their atheism.
Yeah, but see, this is just a bad faith response. We're talking about how when you're young.
This is my anecdotal experience with reality.
Can I answer this one?
It doesn't happen like that.
Let me answer this one. If you believe in the heliocentric model, then you believe in materialism.
You sound like
If
you're
you
an
believe in
asshole.
materialism, then by definition, you are atheist.
Yeah, like this is what
What-
this. It is a bad faith response. It's just a tactic because we're talking about this requires good faith and honesty, right? Talking about how when you're young and you're taught this idea, when you grow up and you start to learn more and more about how this universe is so big and the Earth is so tiny and effectively insignificant, right? In the back of your mind, it's logical to start building a worldview upon that, where you're like, oh well, sure, there being no like evolution, yeah, that's crazy odds. But we have the crazy odds because the Earth is so big. I mean, the universe is so big and the universe is so old that of course it could have. It's the fundamental subconscious foundation to think it's okay or justifiable to be an atheist. It doesn't matter if someone's talking to you and they bring it up or not.
Yeah, I don't.
Does anyone know what
Yeah,
the
but-
root word of atheism is?
Theism.
without
Is
To be a theist? Theist?
with that,
No, that's not the root word. What's the
What's the
root?
root
What's
word?
the Greek word of atheism?
Tell us.
What? All right, go ahead. Just keep talking over me. It's fine.
We couldn't
ahead,
hear
man.
you. You weren't even talking, man.
I've been trying to talk, but I know that like typically, people don't conduct themselves that way.
Hey, you got the
Whoever
floor,
gets
dude. Go
heard.
for it.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to push back on this idea that Austin keeps talking about that kids are taught that the universe is big and that the Earth is small and that they're small and that this means that you're insignificant. I wanted to push back on this a little bit, just on the fact that even on a flat Earth cosmology, Earth itself is pretty big, and we ourselves are only one person in a very large population of people. And the thing that still matters to us is like our relationships, our family, our friends, whether or not, the people we care about are healthy and well taken care of and not suffering. That's true in either case.
That's totally
Yeah.
irrelevant.
Yeah. I would also say this whole thing of cosmology turning people atheists, it's maybe a problem that really happens only in the Western world. When you go to the third world, the Middle East, North Africa, and whatnot, there's this issue. People believe in a heliocentric model, but the overwhelming majority of people in that region of the world are religious. The overwhelming majority,
Yeah, but not the children. So I wonder
No,
when
the
people
children.
are going to be. Oh, really? Okay, Nate, do you want to
Yeah,
bet money that in the East
when I go to Yemen, when I go to Saudi Arabia, when I go to Turkey and I visit family there, all of the kids stop to pray. They go to mosque. Like everyone's religious.
Yeah, they're religious. Yeah.
Not the point.
Those are
The point is that
countries where, hang on, those are countries where religion forms part of the law.
not the point. The point
Yeah.
is that the younger generation all across the world has more atheists in it
No.
now. Yes, it
Okay.
does. Wait, so you're saying
Yes,
atheism
yes,
isn't
yes.
growing in the Eastern world?
No, you're right. I didn't stop to listen to your whole statement. Yeah, globally, the number of atheists is growing, but if you look at
Globally,
it,
not
in proportion,
globally.
if you
We don't live on a
compare,
globe, sir.
if you compare the number of atheists born or raised in the Middle East with the number of religious people born or raised in the Middle East, the number of religious people outnumber the number of atheist people, by degrees of magnitude. Like they outnumbered
It's not
so
that,
much. To
though.
find an atheist person in the Middle East is such a rare thing.
Okay, look,
This
I don't
person is
disagree
maybe
with you that
exposed to
there's more.
YouTube or something.
I don't disagree with you that there's more religious people in the East. They build their entire society and laws upon religions. That is not the point. The point is that across the board, the younger generation is more atheist than now. So if you bring up the East, it's really a red herring because even in the East, there are more atheists now than there used to be. And whenever they
No,
get to an
definitely.
age, Yes, there is. And whenever they get to the age
Definitely.
where they're now going to leave their house, okay, they go to college, they maybe come to the
Yeah.
States, whatever it is, they have a
Independence.
much greater chance of being an atheist now than they did 30, 40, 50, 100 years ago. Atheism is growing across the
Absolutely.
board.
Absolutely.
I agree with you, Richard. I'm not denying that, but what I'm saying is it's more of a cultural issue in the West, you know. Definitely, maybe 30, 40 years ago you would find one atheist. Today you'll find 10. But that's, 10 compared to 100 million. It will never be an issue in the East. It might increase, but it'll never increase to the
I've
point
got a
where
question. I've got a
where
question because
just,
we're
just,
actually it's
just,
out a bit
yeah,
too long. Got a
just hang on,
question.
Jim. Just hang on. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
You get
It'll
your
never
point, man.
increase to the point where atheists have influence, or they can do things. There'll always be a
That's
super minority.
That's a good point. But like the larger point, though, that atheism removes purpose and significance from people. I'm trying to push back on that. Austin said that that's irrelevant. But I still feel as if like the health of the people that you care about, whoever your family is, whoever's in your life, that's really important, right?
Yeah, but that's not relevant.
Yeah.
So
Hold on real quick.
if you're not a creationist, you don't have any objective morality, you have no true purpose for being here, it's random. There's a fundamental difference in worldview.
Hold on real quick. Daily T, do you have a YouTube channel called Anti Globe?
No. Do I sound
No?
like
All right,
somebody
just
who had one?
checking.
You haven't found that guy yet? The anti-globe guy?
Like how are we
Right,
going to sit here and
question.
pretend there is
Hang
no
on, question.
difference?
I did say that a few minutes ago. Question. The question is this: is it unreasonable to say that when you mention the word universe, to say a place that we haven't confirmed to exist or proven that it has exist? Because you lot throw out the word universe ubiquitously there, like it's a thing. It's definitely there. Is it there or is it not there?
Yeah,
That's very,
it's there.
very important to get it out there. Is it
We're in
universe a
it,
place
Jim.
that we can go to?
We're
That's a
in
different
it.
question.
We're inside the
You're
universe.
asking, does it exist or can we go there? Those are different questions. So I
Well,
even
it's
said you can use.
important. It's important to the conversation
Okay, but I'm saying
because
they're different
when
questions.
you're speaking about the universe, you must speak of it in terms of a place. The way the universe has been described today, although we haven't confirmed it, so and so, so that the kids themselves learn that the universe is not a place that is finite, and we can definitely. It's the thing that exists because the language being used is very deceptive. I find.
But wait, there is definitely stuff in the sky that moves around the earth. Like whatever you want to call it, the universe, the cosmos, it doesn't matter. Like whether you can go there or not is a separate question. Does it exist? Of course it exists. We can literally see that it exists and it moves around the earth. We can go at higher altitudes on a plane and pull out a telescope and see it more clearly. For sure, there's stuff in the sky. It's incredible. It seems to be very hard to wrap our minds around, and it moves around the earth. Now, as to what is it, what's the medium, what are the lights, how do they move, that's all questions that, sure, they're theoretical and people can't prove them. And no, I don't think you can go there. But yes, it does exist. There is something that moves around us. There is stuff in the sky. There's stuff outside the earth.
So are we
Right?
changing topic now?
No, I don't want to change the topic.
Magnificent answer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want people to the daily T question is what's really boggling my mind right now. Like, there is a fundamental difference in atheism and creationism. Okay. And one of the primary ones is purpose. Now, to say, oh, well, atheism, you still have a family if you're an atheist and you care about them, that's not relevant. Dude, there is no true purpose to our existence. It's random. By definition, atheism says that over the course of an insane amount of time, we just luckily appeared here. Okay. So that's not an actual purpose. Okay.
I get what you're
Creationism
saying.
says there's a purpose.
I understand. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off because I do understand what you're saying. But I think like would there be? Do you think that there's higher rates of suicide among atheists because they don't have a purpose? Is there higher rates of depression, abuse? If you look at like all the ways that people behave, I don't think there's much. I don't think you're going to see a difference there.
Oh, there's a higher rates of depravity. Absolutely. It's just that what I consider depravity, you would say is not depravity, right? Like going around and sleeping with every single person or lying to people to get money. All this is permissible. in atheism because there is no actual objective moral standard. It's subjective, meaning and what atheists oftentimes will say is, do whatever makes you happy as long as it doesn't hurt someone else. But that's actually invoking an objective moral standard. Don't hurt someone else. You can't do that if you're an atheist. You have to claim that there is no objective morality. So that's what the problem is. That's why we have degeneracy and depravity shooting through the roof. Now you can identify as a spaceship if you want to, because there's no objective standards. So it's a fundamental different philosophy.
Sorry. Yeah, I keep trying to jump in because so, this all really relates to like sociology, and I don't know if like rates of infidelity or like you're talking about promiscuity and all of this stuff goes up necessarily with like the lack of religion, the lack of religion. So I'm just trying to like tie, like if you're saying that, like I know what you're saying, and that's a common thing people will say. Like if you don't have religion in your life, you're more likely to do things that are morally wrong. I get that, but I don't know if that's actually like backed up by any data. I mean, there might be, but can you show that, or is that even well studied?
Yeah, I mean that data is hard
infidelity's
to.
higher in an atheist marriage, absolutely.
I mean that data is pretty hard to place reliance on because people are not going to be honest. If I'm a pastor and I'm cheating on my wife, I'm not going to, admit on a survey that I'm cheating
Let me
on
give
my
you.
wife.
Let me give you an example. Like, so rates of homosexuality are lower in southern states, right? So then there's this idea that like, okay, southern states are generally more religious than like northern states and like the more highly populated states. But then there was a study recently that Google published that like the question that people like that someone could ask into a Google search bar, something like, is my husband gay? How can I tell if my husband's a closeted homosexual? That's actually higher in the South than it is in the North. So, this
God.
idea. So this idea though that like,
that is the most insane thing I've heard today, bro.
Well, I'm trying to find out if there's any real basis to this idea.
That's not going to help us, though.
You're telling us that it is, but you're
that's not
telling
going to
us
help us.
But I don't necessarily believe that it is, and I haven't been shown that it's true.
Okay, real fast. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just trying to I can give you 50 things off the top of my head that can rebut this idea. Like in the South, they're much more serious about sexuality being bad because per capita it's more religious, which means if there's any hint that there could be that going on, they are going to try to figure it out, and they think it's bad and not okay, and all their family's going to think it's wrong. So they're much more prone to investigate it as opposed to somewhere else that's more atheistic. Also, grouping entire groups of people isn't really the best way to do it anyway. But the point is that if there's a worldview that says homosexuality is wrong, cheating on your wife is wrong, and then there's a worldview that says nothing's actually wrong, it's just what's wrong to you. So if you think homosexuality is not wrong, that's fine. If you think cheating on your wife's okay, then that's good. So there's a fundamental difference, of course, of those two options. The side that says, oh, well, if you think it's good, then it is good. You're going to have more people doing stuff that I consider wrong and that pretty clearly is objectively wrong, as opposed to the side that says, oh, there's a creator that holds me accountable and this is objectively wrong and it doesn't matter what I think. The fundamental difference in philosophy is going to result in different behavior.
Maybe, but you could argue that if all that you're being held accountable for is a creator, rather than you don't want to see another person suffer, and that the idea of you causing someone else to suffer also causes you to feel pain, rather than the idea that, well, whatever, I don't care if they're suffering, but I do know that if I do something bad, then I'm going to be held accountable by a creator. You could make the argument that actually the former is a more genuine morality than the latter, because the latter is a means to an end. You're being good because you don't want to get in trouble by the creator, whereas someone else is being good because it genuinely pains them when they do something that harms someone else.
Yeah, but this is just a weird exception is the rule straw man. Like as if people that believe in God, they only do right things because there's a God and they think they'll get held accountable. That believers in a God lack empathy, but atheists are more empathetic, and that's actually objectively not true, because what atheism says is that empathy doesn't matter. It's survival of the fittest. Empathy is a weakness, In fact, empathy within an atheistic worldview is a weakness. It'll actually cause you to not survive. So according to this live and let live, atheistic survival of the fittest mentality, empathy is actually a detrimental thing. According to the actual worldview itself, of course, I agree with the idea that if someone's just doing something right so they don't get in trouble, well, that's not like legitimately moral. That's selfish. But to act like somehow the other side of the coin, atheism, is not selfish, is absurd. Dude, literally, you had to clarify to say because it makes you feel bad. The only reason the atheists will ever say they do something moral is out of selfish intention. It's like, oh,
Right,
well, it
and
makes
only
me feel bad.
reason they do something moral is because their God commanded them to, not because they want to do it.
No, that's a straw man. You're
Well,
saying
you
that
just
people that
strawmanned atheism, so why am I not
I
allowed
said
to
the
do it?
only way that you can justify a moral claim within atheism is to have it be subjective.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, so you think someone can be an atheist and believe in objective morality?
Yes.
How so? Explain.
We've been through this many times. Do I need to post the video again?
Explain the logic of how there can be an objective moral standard if there's no designer.
It needs to be grounded in something objective. So there you go.
So you can't answer. So, like,
Yeah,
obviously,
I just did it. So you can claim that I didn't do it, but I just did it. So do you have a rebuttal other than saying no?
You said it needs to be grounded in something objective. That doesn't answer any of the questions. So
It doesn't answer anything to you, but that doesn't mean it's not an answer.
Okay, how can there be an objective moral standard from the point of view of atheism?
I'll post the video for the 10th time, and you can go through it again on your own time.
So you can't articulate an answer?
Well, it's a side topic anyway. We were talking about theism, so can you stay on topic?
This is literally about atheism and theism.
I mean, I presume it's related to the continuation of our society and the advancement of human civilization, right?
So are you saying, wait, I'm saying though, if we claim that, if we're atheists, we have to claim morality is subjective and that it updates relative to society and culture throughout time, which means that it's subjective, which means when there was slavery in the United States, it was morally good because people believed it was good. And whenever people used to rape people back in the day, rape was good because the person that raped someone believed it was good.
But even a set of people who have a belief in an objective morality that's been mandated by God can have disagreements about what that objective morality says, which itself kind of seems like evidence that it is in fact subjective. Does it not?
No, this is a conflation. This is the most popular conflation. I was talking to Santiago about the other day. It's like the fact that there are gray areas where we try to sift through and figure out what the answer is doesn't equate to there being no objective morality. That's totally different things.
So I think are there fundamentally like when you say there are gray areas, but even beyond, okay, so outside of the gray areas, there are areas that are black and white, right?
Yes, like rape is wrong, period.
Really? That's not what religions say, though.
Yeah, okay, now you're going to straw man the Bible. We don't have time for the diversion.
Yeah, no, it's not just about the Bible. It's about religions.
No, what religion says rape is okay?
Well, Christianity, Islam.
No, it doesn't.
There's a bunch of them. Yes, actually, yes.
Christianity says if you rape a woman, you should be put to death.
It's allowed, it's commanded, it's whatever.
It literally says you'll be put to death. It also says that
under specific circumstances, yes.
No, just period.
We already went over that.
Okay,
it's not condoning Islam, and it's not condoning Islam either. So you're wrong there. You can't
just
rape
trying
a
to
woman
divert
in Islam. That's wrong.
He's diverting anyway, because the point is that if you're a moral relativist, what that necessitates logically is that you say that there are scenarios in which rape is not only not wrong, it can actually be morally good because it's all based on the subjective interpretation of the person. So if that person believes that rape is good, then it's good because morality is just a construct based on the subjective interpretation of the individual.
You mean the subjective interpretation of your God?
See, he keeps diverting away. We get that you hate God, man. That's not what we're talking about.
But I mean, let's be real. Like, how many different religions are there? There's a bunch of subjective interpretations of God out there.
Non sequitur. We're talking about.
But there is, though.
Hey, is morality subjective or objective? That's the actual conversation. You guys
it's subjective to your God.
Subjective.
You guys
subjective.
Yeah,
absolutely subjective. Objectively
so
subjective.
then you agree that there are scenarios in which rape is good?
According to your God, yes.
Stop bringing. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what's wrong with atheism, right? You can never have honest exchange with
This
it
is
because,
honest. You must realize that theist morality is subjective to your God, because
dude,
he thinks
diversion away is
he
not
uses
honest.
his mind to think up what morality is supposed to be, meaning it's subjective to your God. So you cannot have objective morality in theism.
All
And that's
animals rape
retarded,
each
and
other.
look at we have such moral degenerates in here, dude. It's disgusting.
That's
You
not a
people are
rebuttal.
deplorable. Dude, you people are deplorables. Ed, if you keep interrupting me, I'm gonna mute you.
Then don't attack me.
You people are literally promoting the most depraved acts in the history of man. It's absolutely disgusting.
No, we're not.
I
No,
denounce
you're
every
being
single one.
dishonest now.
Hey,
That's not a rebuttal either.
Dude, Xanax just jumped in and said animals rape each other. What
Well, do
the
they?
fuck?
Do they?
Dude, are
No, do they?
animals?
Do they?
Are animals? Yeah, that's irrelevant.
Oh, why is that?
Because people rape each other too. People
nature
rape
is
each other too.
created
People
by
rape each other
creator,
too,
right?
don't they? Do people rape each other too?
Yeah, they do, and I don't think it's good. But I don't know that
Okay.
is in the.
But if
it's
you're a
terrible.
moral relativist, you have to claim that there are scenarios that it is good.
I mean, I think that's a bit of a
So are you going to address that you can't have objective morality in theism?
Dude, the mind
You're just
of
going to
a
whistle
creator,
past
not,
that?
no, it's a red herring fallacy, dude.
It's contradictory. I can subjectively think that
This
rape
is
is
so
bad.
much bullshit.
But
The fact that you guys are allowed to do this.
It doesn't
Why
mean
are you
that.
interrupting?
Because I
Hold
just
on.
got interrupted, dude.
He said his name. He showed up. God bless it.
Literally,
I thought
it's
you
because
said
I
you were
got
asking me a
interrupted.
question.
Why am I interrupting? Because I was in the
You
middle of
always
speaking.
interrupt.
You're muted. Because
Well,
I was in the middle of speaking and I got interrupted by you jumping in and spamming the red herring fallacy for the 10th time. And then as soon as you interrupted, I yielded the floor so it wasn't chaotic. That's Xanax's cue to jump in because now Austin got interrupted. And then
No,
when
you
I finally
responded to me though.
there you go. Let me guess, you didn't just interrupt me right then either. And then when I go back in to reassert that I was in the middle of
you
talking, then it's
monologue.
me. Oh my God, dude. This is why you guys should be banned from here. Because what you do is you come over here and you
You're
think it's
still
your server.
monologuing.
Dude, oh my God. You act like it's your server where you guys can all come together and just stomp all over the flat earther.
Blah blah blah.
See, you guys are moral degenerate. Go to Jim's server, right, where they implore this type of behavior. Why don't you go over there then? Because I'm willing to have a normal conversation where people go back and forth about the logical implications of the conversation, but you guys are not. You guys want to circle jerk and then mob mentality stomp on people.
That's not what you're allowing us to do, though. I actually had a response back to you. You said it means it must be objectively true that then there are some conditions where rape is good. And I was going to disagree with that kind of logic. Doesn't mean that. It means I would think that there's never a chance that rape is good, but there could be in religion situations where that would be allowed because it's all subjective.
So then you're saying that if someone thinks that rape is good, then it is morally good.
To them.
So then is it actually good?
What does that mean? It could be good. Yes, you could create offspring via that act and propagate that species, whoever the species is.
Panic.
There you go. There you go.
Really?
It's that easy to get an atheist to
Hang on.
literally
He
promote
just
rape.
defended.
I'm not an
Yes, he
atheist.
just defended rape. Zanuck, you just defended rape.
No, I didn't. He was giving me a hypothetical.
Listen, I'm actually going to go further. Anti-flat earthers support rape. Thanks.
I didn't say that. We were just talking. Remember, he wanted to have a nice, calm back and forth, and I was just providing some color to my answer.
Dude, this is the point. Like, if you actually understood the logical implications of moral relativism, that means that the most egregious acts are actually not objectively wrong. It's just relative to societal standards and to subjective interpretation, which means the most egregious thing you can think of can still be not only not wrong, but morally good.
Right. Just as when your God commands stuff to do, it makes it moral, no matter how horrible it is. Just because your God said it's moral.
No, debating whether or not that there's a specific religion that's correct or there's a creator that gave specific answers or something that are what morality is a red herring fallacy. We're not talking
your
about...
God didn't decide morality.
Where killing people are good?
You see how they both interrupted me because they know that I'm about to destroy their entire point.
Well,
You just said something incorrect. So did your God decide morality or
you
not?
don't ever give a break. You don't ever give a space. So it's very difficult to not trying to jump in with your pauses and not be thought of as interrupting you. Just saying.
No, actually, what happens is as soon as I'm about to destroy your point, you guys hear it coming, so you have to censor it. That's
No,
what
it's because you first straw man the point and then destroy that straw man.
That's called mind fucking also.
So we'll try it again while you guys will interrupt again. So whether we're not talking about specific religions claiming that a specific God gave specific rules. That's a red herring fallacy. We're talking about the general logical discussion of moral relativism or objective morality, not religion.
I got it. Do you think killing people is bad?
I think that killing is okay and murder is bad.
Oh, so there's conditions where murder, which is basically killing, is bad.
They're different things.
How is murder different than? I know the answer. What's your definition of murder versus?
So you're just arguing just to argue, then?
No, I'm not,
the
because
answer.
I think murder is okay. Here, I'll just get to the point. I don't play games with you because I know you don't like games. I think rape is bad, and I think killing is bad. But there's conditions where murder and rape or murder and killing can be okay in any religion.
Okay, we're
most
not talking about religion.
killing.
We're
They
not
talk
talking
about
about
killing.
religion.
In fact, you even said if you rape somebody, you should be killed. So, I mean,
exactly.
I think killing's worse than rape, though.
Okay, listen carefully, man. If someone comes into my house with my little 5-month-old and they break into my house and try to do something to my family, if I pull out my 9mm and I shoot them, that's not immoral. That's killing. That's self-defense. If I go and I kill someone innocently, meaning that I murder them, that's immoral. There's a difference in killing and murdering. There is no scenario that you can outline where rape is morally good.
Austin, just to raise maybe a counterpoint is there used to be laws on the books that it was legally impossible for a husband to rape his wife, and this was mostly in like conservative religious states. Of course, that got changed. Is it so? In your position, is it possible for a husband to rape his wife?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what the scriptures say is like that the other person should never deny their spouse, but as in you should agree to have sex with them if they want to, even if you're not really feeling it. You should be like, oh, well, it's my duty as a wife, it's my duty as a husband, my body is theirs. But I don't condone any physical, forcible rape. That's disgusting and deplorable.
Do you not condone it, or does the Bible not condone it?
But you sorry.
See, he's just obsessed with the Bible.
You just mentioned your freaking religion, dumbass.
I just wanted to
asked
make the point.
specifically within the context of it.
Well, I just wanted to make the point that it is true that this was a law that was on the books for a long time, or it was a law that was not prohibitive of it, and mostly that law existed in Republican, conservative states that would make an argument based.
Yeah, but you're making my point though. You're making my point though that even though people subjectively came up with a law that basically condones rape within inside marriage, it still was wrong. You literally just refuted your own point. I don't defend tons of mainstream Christian religions. I don't just defend what men have done to twist and manipulate the scriptures to control people and to control women and all this, to say black people are inferior. All this is degeneracy. I don't have to condone what other people have done under the name of religion to actually defend moral objectivity.
Dude, it's weird that you even have to continue to try and understand where these people are coming from with it. It's really weird that we have to try to understand this. They're defending rape.
Are mainstream religions and beliefs subjective or objective?
The doctrines, the actual interpretations, like religion itself, is subjective. Religion is a belief system built upon the doctrine of men.
Mm-hmm. So at what point does it become objective? What's the cutoff?
Again, you're conflating the conversation of objective morality with religion, and I've already pointed out that's not the same thing 5 times.
So religion is purely subjective.
That's correct.
Oh, so what are we even talking about?
Well, I guess you're lost.
Objective versus subjective morality. I don't know why everybody has to conflate that into religion, but apparently you guys have to.
Because that's what he's conflating it with.
No, I'm specifically doing the opposite.
So belief in God which is religion, is objective or subjective?
Belief in God is not synonymous with religion.
Oh, so I can believe in God but not be religious?
That's right. Look at you.
Interesting.
Wow, you're growing up.
That seems completely counterintuitive.
You could also talk about Edwin Hubble without talking about the Hubble Space Telescope, by the way, too.
Ooh, gosh, that's got to sting.
Yeah, we could, but I got muted before that thought got put out there. But I guess if you guys want to believe Edwin Hubble without any question whatsoever, that's on you. So,
what makes you think any of us believe Edwin Hubble? He was quoting the guy.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think it's weird? Like, do you think that they for sure know that they're intentionally and tactically building straw mans? Like, they have to know, right? So then, isn't that like a disgusting thing to do? Like, to intentionally bastardize the other person's actual position?
Well, what's the straw man? Either we believe in God and we're religious, or we don't believe in God and we're not religious, right?
Well, I was talking about how you just acted like you said the thing about Edwin Hubble, right? You
Yeah, we can talk about that too if you don't really want to address the problem with religion and God.
Okay, religion. I've already defined this 3 times. Religion is a belief system built upon the doctrine of man. The acknowledgement of the antecedent to creation doesn't require you believe in any doctrine of man.
Okay, so where does the doctrine come from?
Well, it comes from different texts, different beliefs, different claims of people saying they're prophets. It comes from all kinds of places, and it's all not the same thing as creationism.
But you just said that this doctrine does not come from man, but then your only reference to this doctrine came from man.
My entire point was that the doctrine does come from man.
Okay. So
you're so lost.
What's the issue then? Either you believe in a religion and a God, or you don't.
Hey, can you believe in a creator without believing in a religion?
Okay. Well, what information? Where did you get the information you got about your God? Where did it come
I just asked you a question. Can you believe in a creator without believing in a religion?
You could, but there's nothing objectively moral tied to that belief.
Okay, so you're
I
just
think that was a very dishonest yes, though.
Well, no. I could just say,
almost yes.
Yeah, I believe in a creator, but that doesn't not necessarily mean there's any objective beliefs tied to that belief whatsoever.
What objective beliefs tied to that belief? You're just spewing out incoherent nonsense. So,
well, no, tell me. Why does a creator necessarily mean that you get to decide objective morality?
I specifically said that men can't decide it, which is why I already addressed that there are gray areas. I already said that the inability to properly denote what that objective moral standard is completely independent of whether or not there is one.
So there's no way to determine objective morality?
Some of the gray areas, there are some things that we know for sure are clearly immoral. I used one of the most egregious examples, which is rape. You could talk about harming an innocent little baby. You could talk about murdering an innocent person. We know that these things are immoral.
Because God said so, or because you feel
it's because it was innately built within us to understand and acknowledge the basic concept that harming other people innocently is immoral.
So if it's built within us, then why do we require a creator for us to understand what's built within us?
Who put it in us?
Does it need to have a who? I don't think it does.
Yeah, absolutely. If
but
there's
why?
An objective,
what's the correlation?
You're all over the place. Is there an objective moral standard or not?
But what's the correlation? Why do if you agree that we feel these things naturally, why does that necessarily mean that somebody decided we should feel these things?
Yeah, because if there's an objective moral standard, that denotes order, and order requires intention.
But does it? I don't think it does.
It absolutely does.
I disagree.
Are you going to make any logical argument, though, or are you just going to say, nah?
No, I disagreed, and then you get to figure out how to support your position.
Okay, so you can't have a specific order without determination and intention. For example,
but why?
If you make Because that's what is the antecedent for specific order. For example, if you
it's not.
Okay, so you can have precise order without intention.
Well, what happens if I drop 6 dice on the ground, right? And it comes up with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was it random, or did I drop them intently to come up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Totally not the same thing.
No, but no, answer the question.
You design the dice in such a way that there's only 6 outcomes, and then you drop them intentionally, and therefore you created the possibility of it being an ordered outcome. Thanks for playing.
I created the possibility, but I did
There
not
has to be an
specify
intelligence to determine that there is, in fact, order there for there to be order. You can't simply say objectively that the order is there without some sort of intelligence declaring it so.
When I as the intelligent being with the dice dropped the dice, I did not specifically do anything that
So this is basically
would
what
affect
Negator's
that
saying.
outcome.
If we
No,
take
no,
the
no.
world's most
Listen to what I'm saying.
complicated watch, if we take the world's most complex watch, and it has like 1,000 different little pieces together that makes this complex timepiece, and then we put it in a mason jar, we take all the pieces apart and put it in the mason jar. It has 1,000 pieces, little bitty pieces. And we put it in the mason jar and we start shaking up the mason jar. Eventually, that final product of the timepiece will come out of the mason jar. That's what you believe.
No, I just asked you about rolling dice. I don't know why you're talking about watches.
Well, I've already, because no, in the logical implication of what you're saying requires you say yes to the mason jar analogy. I already addressed the dice.
Either I, the dropper of the dice, decided that they should drop as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or I did not. Which is it?
It required intention to drop them and to make them in order that it can result in an ordered outcome.
But was the outcome what I decided upon when I dropped them?
That's a non sequitur. The point is that it still required intention to drop them in the first place.
Answer the question. Did the act of me dropping them produce the result directly of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Absolutely, yes.
So I could drop 6 dice right now with the intent to produce those results and get those results? Is that what you're saying?
Well, technically, you probably could if you weren't.
No, not
so
technically. Probably. Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I think that you actually could metaphysically, but that's not even the point. The point is,
But
this is why you.
I
This
get
is why
that
you
result.
can't address. This is what people do, dude. You are
Answer
intentionally
the
deciding.
question.
Stop interrupting.
Well, then
I've already
answer the
addressed
question.
I have already.
You keep avoiding it. You keep avoiding being very specific about it.
No, like I'm not. The fact that a human can't grab dice and know exactly where they're going to fall is completely irrelevant to the fact that specific, precise order requires intention. I gave you the timepiece analogy, and
but
you can't address it.
I gave you the dice analogy that produces specific order without a specific intent to get that order. And you will not admit, for some reason, there's nothing the dropper of the dice can do to get that specific order each and every time.
But it still required intention to even make that a possibility in the first place.
But the intention does not directly produce the result.
It literally does, though, because without the intention to make the dice six-sided, you couldn't ever do it.
But if I wanted to drop 6 dice 100 times, could I expect 100 results of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is that
no? That doesn't matter.
You're right.
Though.
I could not, with intention, do that.
That doesn't matter though, because it still required intention to create the dice six-sided so that the ordered outcome could occur for the 15th time.
It literally required somebody to intentionally create a game of chance.
Yes, but
in
what
order
you
for
guys are
this to even be a
is
situation.
the intent is not a game of chance. The intent is 1, 2, 3.
It also requires somebody to identify what the dice rolled and determine that they are indeed in order.
I don't know why this is difficult. The intent and the outcome is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not an intent. It's a game of chance.
He wants to remove the actual antecedent of making the dice, and this goes to show you have a logically bankrupt position. And this is why you can't address the timepiece, right? Because just like Napalm said,
it's a result. It's the result matters.
Just like Napalm said, it required intention to actually create a game of chance. Okay, and so therefore, in order to even theorize about this, someone with intention had to make the actual system that could create order, which is the whole point that I'm making, which is why you can't address the timepiece. If I have 1,000 little bitty pieces in the mason jar, according to you, you can get that perfect timepiece with just shaking the jar up randomly.
No, I don't think
it's
so.
literally an intelligently designed
I think all of you
piece
are
of
avoiding
equipment
the reality of what I'm telling you.
A
Because
die
I
is an
cannot.
intentionally created piece.
Can I intentionally create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as far as the results?
Can you talk over me?
Because you're avoiding
We'll
me.
do that
You're
a
avoiding
few
what
more
I'm telling
times.
you.
So the die itself is an intentionally created piece for a game of chance.
But is
literally, it was only created so that you
result,
could have a result, a chance-based result. That's literally why it was
No.
created.
Also,
I
invoking
want the result.
intention.
I want 1,
invoking-
2, 3,
Listen, dude,
4.
listen,
I
listen,
don't
dude.
know why this is hard. Like you guys just
You're
have to admit.
projecting your own ineptitude. So
There's
to listen
no
carefully. This is going to show
Okay,
you
cut
how
me off
stupid
then.
your point. Thank you. No problem. So for you to actually invoke the limited capability of man to somehow justify that intention isn't required for order is ignorant. In theory, if someone was skilled enough to know exactly how to drop the dice, they could make them line up a certain way. Absolutely. In fact, people have been thrown out of casinos for this very thing. So, in fact, in theory, if someone knows how to drop the dice at just the right angle, they could make them land on a certain number, which would require intention. The fact that most humans can't actually do that with the dice doesn't change anything, which means in order to have the order in the first place, there had to be intention to make the game that could result in order. So now we're going back to the fact that if there's objective moral standards on the earth, that means it requires intention to put that objective order there.
Yes, but the problem is you can never say that your results of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 were a result of your specific intention.
I just explained why that doesn't actually address the point.
You just said, man, somebody could somewhere possibly drop them in just a precise way to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, and everybody listening knows it's complete bullshit. What's it? Like, stop being so fucking dishonest, dude.
Buddy, you're projecting so hard right now, you're probably vomiting, dude. Like, to even say the word dishonest out loud is impressive. I just specifically pointed out that you're invoking the limitation of man to pretend that somehow addresses the antecedent to an objective moral standard. You're saying that there could be an objective moral standard on the earth randomly.
No, not well. That sounds like what you're saying, right? Because I'm randomly rolling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I'm randomly rolling it with the intention, right? You're literally building my argument for me, right?
You are creating a hypothetical situation that has not taken place to try to justify.
But I've rolled lots of dice in my life, and not one.
Hey, bro, can you answer this question directly? Can you have an objective? Are you saying that you can have an objective moral standard on Earth randomly?
What I'm arguing is that your argument is stupid.
You can't even answer the question. Who's dishonest again?
I don't. Probably the person that says that I can affect the outcome of the dice that I roll.
Dude, this goes back to like literally what we've been talking about, which is like people come in just to be contrarian, just to say, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong," regardless of whether or not they can make a coherent argument or not. They will sit there and literally defend for hours an incoherent argument just to try to throw people off of what's actually being said within a conversation.
Regardless
like
if they
you identify
even
what's
believe
incoherent
in
about it, Napalm.
Regardless if they even believe in it, right?
I'm sorry, but I asked Napalm a question. Do you mind?
Yeah, there's nothing coherent about your dice rolling argument that has anything to do with objective or subjective morality.
Why is that?
Can you explain to me why your hypothetical situation of somebody rolling a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 6 dice has anything to do with the question of subjective or objective morality?
Well, were you following the conversation earlier regarding the existence of a creator?
Yep.
And whether or not there needs to be a religion around that creator to produce subjective or objective reality?
Yep.
Okay, so I don't understand the problem with your understanding.
Oh my God, this is so stupid, dude. In order to
You
have
can't even steal mine his own argument.
Yeah, dude, if there's an actual objective moral standard in this realm, then something had to intentionally place that very specific order of objective moral standards. A linear code of ethics
Is there a linear
requires.
code, though? I don't think there is.
Okay, now you're back to saying you're back to arguing that there's not objective moral standards. The point is the whole argument was objective or subjective morality. You denied it. Then we pointed out that it was there. Then you said, "Oh, well, you can have it without God." So now you're back to saying no objective morality.
Now, the problem here is you're claiming it does exist with a creator, but with zero written laws. You just feel it. Right?
That'd be weird if it was written. I mean, maybe it is written in DNA or something.
But it
It's
would
written
be
in
weird.
your heart. It's written in your heart, Negator. Do you have a heart? Do you know what's
It's
wrong to
called
kill
a
people or
conscience.
rape?
The
I
Creator put a conscience in us. We have conscience. If
I
you
agree.
don't have a conscience, you don't have a moral compass. You can turn your conscience off, and then you won't have a moral compass. But you created with a conscience. So your conscience is your moral guide.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. What I'm suggesting to you is that it's possible to be alive on this earth with the conscious without a creator. Now, I do believe in a creator. However, we're still here. We don't have somebody telling us exactly how we should feel and think. We still feel these things.
So your conscious is the connection to the creator. You use your conscious to connect to the creator, because when you submit to your conscious, then the creator is flowing through you. So there is a creator. There's no doubt about that, because we are willfully and wonderfully designed. There's no way that our body, with the systems that we have inside, with the cell reproduction, with the ability to fight viruses, with the ability to recreate joints and open up our mind and use the 7 power centers to become in complete balance. There's no way that we were not willfully and wonderfully created.
Okay. I already told you, man, I believe in a creator.
Meg, that means you need to believe in the laws, like gravity.
Yeah,
And,
I agree.
And hurting people causes chaos.
And doing what?
Hurting people causes chaos. This is another one
Does
of
it
the
really?
laws of nature.
Like when
Well,
you
we're gonna
punish
go
a
through it
kid.
now.
Yeah, but like when you punish a kid, isn't that instilling order in them as opposed to chaos?
What? Oh, you can't hurt people. You can't hurt your kids. What are you talking about?
Like when you spank them.
But I
you
think
don't spank your kids.
I think he was
Oh,
implying
I
something more
wouldn't call
violent.
that hurting. I would call that a bad way to educate.
I think your kids would call that hurting them. You know.
Well, that's not what I meant by hurting. I meant, continual mental and physical pressures, not a warning slap for naughtiness. But that only works with parents and some children. And I wouldn't suggest that for any parents either.
I think kids need to be spanked. Man.
Well, I'd like for Ed to be unmuted before I go.
Can I say something about injuring your children? I've actually taken my children to the doctor and them getting hurt from the doctor, like either through a pinprick or something that they've done at the hospital that may be uncomfortable, which will hurt them. So the standard by which to say injury or hurt is the standard of morality falls apart immediately because some injury is good and some hurt is good, but some injury is good and some injury is bad. So you just need to, how do you determine which at that moment is the good and the bad?
I'm trying to teach Nate here. So anyway, don't listen to Nate. He's a Muslim, so you can't trust
What
any of
the fuck?
any of the moral law. None of the moral law coming from Nate is going to be realistic. So Nate, you can't hurt people. Obviously, tough love is a thing, but hurting people leads to chaos. This is one of the laws that God, the Creator, put there, like gravity.
Okay, so if I hurt my children because they need surgery because of some sickness they have, I'm inflicting pain on them. You're saying that's going to create chaos,
No,
and that's a bad thing.
that's not hurt. That's called surgery as a last.
Are they in pain? Are they hurting at that moment?
Emergency surgery is not what I mean by hurting people.
Then define. So you have those. It's the intent that's more important, right?
Can you not tell the
Why do they
difference? Yeah, no, not the intent. Well, I know what you mean, intent, but that's meaningless. It's the net effect more.
I don't know. I think there's a lot to intent. Like if I call one of my good friends a motherfucker, right? And then I call some guy I'm arguing with a motherfucker. It's two different intents right there, and it's
Why
taken
would
differently
you?
by the recipient.
Why would you call your friends motherfuckers, bro?
Bro, you know what I mean. I
Yeah,
call
no,
people motherfuckers.
I'll tell you guys what.
I hear you though. Yeah.
When Wick gets back, tell him I declared victory, and I hope he has a good gym session. And I'm going to bed.
I'm gonna tell him you conceded and you realize that he was right, and you'll be back tomorrow. Bye.
All right. Yeah, man.
Middle of the morning though. What the fuck?
Okay, dark matter. Okay, wait. The Eddington thing. The light bent around the sun because space time was bent and the light followed the path, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now dark matter, that bends space time, right?
Yeah. Any type of energy bends space time, Joe.
What? You don't believe that, Nate, do you?
So we don't. But do we see light bending around dark matter?
Yes. When we see light coming from a galaxy far away, and there's a clump or cluster of dark matter in between us and that light, when we see that light, it looks like an Einstein ring.
Or that could just be a ring of light.
What?
Why is that not just a ring of light?
What's a ring of light?
An Einstein. I've seen Einstein rings. It's a ring of light.
Yeah. Yeah. But you don't see Einstein rings, like in your backyard, bro. You see them when you look out into deep space.
I'm just saying, how do you know that's not just a ring of light?
It is a ring of light, Jeremy, but that light has been turned into a ring because it's traveling along a bent path.
I know, but how do you know that's not just the shape of the light in the sky and it's the dark matter doing it?
Because we can measure it. We can measure the effects. We can also tell that there's dark matter there based on how other objects around the dark matter are affected by it. The dark matter will have some sort of gravitational effects on other nearby planets or stars. There's a lot of indicators that will tell us there's dark matter there. I just gave you an example of one.
I know, but do we ever see that light not as in a ring?
When it's coming to us, having dark matter along its path? I don't think so, Jeremy. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not possible, but I highly doubt it. I've never seen it. I've never seen where light passes through or nearby a large gravitational body and its path doesn't get bent. Have you?
I don't know.
Yeah. Did you have a follow-up question? Did you have a gotcha or something?
No, I was just wondering if dark matter bent light. That's all.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, just see it this way, Jeremy. Energy bends light, and mass is just a different type of energy. So wherever you have energy, you have light bending, and there's
Okay, does
energy
dark energy
all over. Oh
does dark energy bend light?
yes, it not bend in the traditional sense. It more stretches light.
What's
So
a
not
large gravitational body? I mean, can you? That's just a word, right?
Like the sun.
What is a
Jupiter.
gravitation? What is gravity again?
Gravity is the warping and bending of space-time due to the presence of mass or energy in that localized region.
Can you where can I go to demonstrate this for myself?
Depending on where you are on Earth's surface at a specific time, if there's a solar eclipse and you have a star lined up with the sun and you, that's behind the sun, you can see light from that star bend around the sun. That's something you could do.
But this proves gravity?
It doesn't prove gravity; it just provides evidence for it. You know.
Well, again, okay, I can give you evidence for Santa Claus, not proof.
What is the evidence for Santa Claus?
Are you kidding? Half-eaten
I'm asking.
cookies? I mean, half-drank glass of milk. What do you mean? That's evidence for Santa Claus?
Okay, but then what if I put a camera there as part of my experiment, and I see it's my mom that did it? If I put a camera there, would that not be better evidence to have? To just leave cookies out there, and then tomorrow they're half eaten, and you want to say it's Santa? It could have been a rat. It could have been a
Santa
raccoon.
Claus.
all right. What if
Santa Claus is
what
not
if the
really
dad
about Santa.
dressed
It's not
up?
really about Santa. Continue.
Yeah.
What if the dad
Why?
dressed up
No.
like Santa Claus, and now on your video you have a video of Santa eating the cookies?
Well, I could see it's my dad. You know, number one. Number
No, he's
two, I
got
would
the
read.
He's got a Santa Claus costume on, bro.
But
he
I
got
can
the
see
hat, the
that's my
beard, all
dad. Just
that.
because my dad's dressed as Santa doesn't make him Santa. Like that's just
You
silliness.
can't see it's your dad. He's got the beard, the hat, all the whole get up on, the fat suit, everything.
You're missing the
Then I
point.
would
No, so are you
re-perform the
saying that
experiment, and what
is
I
that
would do is I would have a camera in my dad's room to see is he in his bed when Santa appears under the Christmas tree.
okay? So
My
you're
dad
talking
can't be
about a
in two
lot of
places at
cameras.
once, right?
A lot of cameras for
Yeah.
evidence, right? Those
Yeah.
can be changed, and you can find that's still evidence for something that can
Yeah.
be. I mean, we can dress up in Santa in multiple different ways. We can do a lot of different things.
Like what?
Still not proof for anything, right?
What if I'm the only one with access to these cameras? They're hidden. No one knows where they are. My dad doesn't even know the cameras are in his room. It's these nanny cams. You know,
So you're
it's a
saying
little thing on the wall that no one can
yeah.
see. My dad doesn't even know I'm gonna film him.
There would be no way
How
for
would
you to
anyone?
verify that
So
no
hold
one
on.
else has access to them.
Exactly,
You would
and
think
to
that.
be honest,
How though?
and if that's your analogy, then the fact that NASA and only a few government agencies and powerful entities have access to such cameras that can see the distances and prove the things that you're talking about,
That's not
not
true.
access to no, I don't have access to any of that to prove it for
But
myself.
you can get access. You can go and buy these telescopes. When these observations were made, NASA didn't even exist yet. We weren't even going to space. You don't need NASA
Again,
to make this
you're also talking
observation.
about distances and things that are in front and behind of the sun. You're assuming you know what the sun is. Do you have any proof that it's 93 million miles the way you
I
claim?
don't need to know how far away the sun is or what it is to see light bend around it. None of those things matter in this experiment. How far away it is, what it's made out of, none of that factors in any of this.
It's an unprovable or it's a story that it just look at this and believe what I'm telling you. There's evidence for it if you believe what I'm telling you.
I'm
If I
not
don't believe it,
saying you got to believe it. I'm
no,
just
but
saying
yeah, but
that's
no, but
one way
yeah,
to get evidence.
no,
If you
I
don't
know. But
feel it's a good
listen,
enough
hold on.
way,
You
then
missed my point. You missed my point.
uh
I have to, in order for that to be evidence, I have to believe you.
no, you don't.
I
If
have
you
to
don't
believe
believe
the
it's
story.
evidence, it's not evidence for you. That's fine.
I have to believe in the heliocentric model if that is going to be proper evidence for the thing you're
No, you
claiming.
don't.
No, that can
But
work on a
no,
fact.
just the same way that you have to believe in Santa Claus to
No,
believe that that's evidence for Santa Claus.
no. There's
If
no
I show you half-eaten
logical.
cookies and half-eaten carrots for the reindeer, you have to believe in Santa and his reindeer in order for that
I
to
don't.
become evidence for that. right?
How do you
No, I
prove
don't.
things then?
I
Hold on. So
don't
you're
have to.
saying, are you saying that half-eaten carrots are not evidence for reindeer?
I'm saying for some people that could be evidence. For me, it wouldn't be evidence. I wouldn't accept it as evidence. I
No,
would
no, no,
want
no, no, no,
to
no. Whether or
perform
not,
a
no,
more
hold on. Whether
stringent
you
test.
accept it or not is irrelevant,
No, it
right?
is
It's
relevant because
evident.
that is
No,
the exact situation we have now. When I'm talking about bending from a star behind the sun, most people accept that as evidence. You don't, which is fine.
because they believe in the heliocentric model. You have to
No, there are
believe in your
people that
model
aren't heal.
in
That's not
order
true.
to have that be evidence.
That's not true. That could happen on a geocentric model. You know, this whole you have to believe
So,
this in order to believe that is
okay.
that's just you deciding that. That's not
So
a written rule in
you
logic,
just
Can I,
in
okay,
can
physics,
I
but
ask a question?
in anything.
did you just say that could be also evidence for a geocentric model?
No, what I said is that
You
could
just said,
happen in a geocentric model.
oh,
You're not
it
even
could.
listening to me.
So
Yeah.
is that so? If I told you I have evidence for a geocentric model and showed you the exact same evidence you're telling me about, would you accept that?
But that isn't evidence for a geocentric or a heliocentric model. It's
You just
evidence
said
for
it was.
gravity.
It's
No, I
evidence
didn't. You're
for.
not listening to me. I never said it was evidence for geocentrism or heliocentrism. I
But you
said it's
said it could
evidence for
happen.
gravity. I said it's evidence for gravity.
But
You
it
aren't listening
could
to me.
that could happen in a geocentric system, right?
Yeah, it could. But
So
just
if
because it
I
could
showed you,
happen in a
if
geocentric
I
system
told you I
doesn't
have
make it
evidence for it,
evidence for a geocentric system.
how could it be possible to be happening in a geocentric or system? And if I present that to you as evidence for the geocentric, you say that that's not actual evidence.
All
I
right,
don't.
say that
Can you
again.
help me
But it's not
clarify that?
evidence for a geocentric or a heliocentric system. It's evidence for gravity. It can happen in either system, but it wouldn't be evidence for that system. It's evidence for something else. You're not listening.
No, we're talking.
No, we were talking
You
about
said
gravity.
gravity. You said that's evidence
Yeah,
for
that's what we were
gravity.
talking about. Yes.
Right. But and
Yes.
so I said, what's gravity? And you said it's like any
And I
big
told you.
giant thing that's creating gravity. But you have to believe in
No,
all of these
that's not what I
stories.
said. You don't even know what I said when I gave you the
I did.
definition
I'm
of
trying
gravity.
to
You're not
like
listening.
sum it up.
Yeah, that's horrible summation of what I said.
Oh, all right. So
That's a
please
horrible
clarify.
summary. I
So
mean, so
what
sorry.
is what is gravity? You said it's the bending and warping of space time.
Yeah, by mass or energy in that localized region.
Yeah, okay. So if I said that unicorn magic exists and you can see it, and what it is it's bending and warping of something that you can look at, and I show you that that's evidence from unicorn magic.
It would depend what the evidence is you presenting.
It's the
What are you
exact same
presenting?
thing that you're presenting. The
You
exact same
All
thing that
right,
you're
then
presenting
cool.
me.
We are presenting the same evidence for the same phenomena. We're
The
just calling
same
it different things.
observation.
I'm calling it gravity. You calling it unicorn magic. Cool.
Right, but I'm saying do I have acceptable evidence for unicorn magic?
You have evidence for something you've decided to label unicorn magic. Yes.
And you have something you've decided to label as gravity, which is
Yeah,
the
it's
point.
it's just a word. Yeah, it's a word for this observed phenomena. We see it happen, but we interpret it differently and we label it differently. But it is something people see happen. To figure and say the observation was never made or no one saw this happen, then you're just being crazy.
Well, I'm not. I'm saying, but that's the best you've got for proof of gravity is looking
No,
in the
there's a
sky
lot of
and
there's thousands of other tests, but it's the most common example I can bring up. If I went into these other tests, I might lose you, Fuzzy. I don't know. Like if we start talking about the Pound Repka experiment or the Shapiro time delay experiments, I don't know if you could follow me down that road.
What was the independent variable of the experiment?
Which one?
Pick one.
No, you pick one. Which one?
The first one you said. The first one. What's the independent variable?
The Pound Repka. The Pound Repka experiment. The independent variable was the wavelength of the gamma rays that was shot down the vacuum tube. Are you there?
Yeah, yeah, and that proves gravity. How?
Because they shot. Well, let me not say shot, but they dropped gamma ray particles down a vacuum tube, and they saw that the closer the particle got to the surface of the Earth, the more blue shifted it became, the more energized it became. So it showed that there's some sort of increase in gravitational, I don't want to say potential, but force acting on this particle. This particle is gaining energy as it falls, and that can
It
only
became
happen
more
if the
energized, so there's
is
more
acting
energy.
on it. Yeah, as you fall and come closer to the surface of the Earth, you become heavier. You gain more energy, more weight. Whether it's through mass or through energy, you become heavier.
It's just energy being transferred. It's interesting. I thought forces didn't.
Huh?
Robert Sanders say like a magnetic field, there's no work being involved. So where's this energy coming from to cause this thing to accelerate? Where's it coming from?
Could you start over, Paul? I didn't hear the beginning of what you asked.
He's asking where the energy came from. So you say there's an increase of energy. In order for there to be an increase in energy, there has to be some causal mechanism. What was the causal mechanism for the increase of energy? Where did it come from?
The change in gravitational potential. So potential
Where did it
energy
come
became
from?
kinetic from the Earth's gravitational field. So potential gravitational energy became kinetic energy. I hope you guys believe in potential energy and that it can be converted into different types of energy.
So where's this potential gravitational energy stored?
It's all around us.
Well, here's the thing, though. That means
it's within your mass, within the inertia within you. Inertia is also a type of potential energy.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm drawing energy from another source to increase like my speed, energy must be reduced somewhere else. So where's the energy being reduced that's being transferred from the Earth to the object? So where's the energy being reduced from?
The Earth's gravitational field. So it gains energy from the Earth's gravitational field and converts that potential gravitational energy into kinetic energy.
Okay, so the energy, the potential gravitational field of the Earth, that is reducing because some of that energy is being transferred to the object.
Yes, within that localized region.
So then I have a question. So let's just take a rock, for instance, like a big boulder, right? We drop it. You say that there's energy that's being converted from the Earth's magnetic field from what's that?
Not magnetic.
Sorry, from the Earth's gravitational field that is then converted into energy, which causes this acceleration or this increase in weight of the object. So then when that object comes to rest on the Earth, is then that object's energy then back imparted into the equation of what we would consider Earth's magnetic field? Or I'm sorry, gravitational field?
But no, the potential energy in the rock was when you lifted it up.
Yeah, exactly. When you lifted it up, it gained potential energy. When you dropped it, that potential energy turned into kinetic energy.
But when the person lifted it up, that's when it got potential energy.
Yes.
Right.
So
I imparted the potential energy in it by utilizing my energy to dislodge it from its equilibrium or its state of equilibrium, right?
Yeah, so how do we isolate gravity? How do we isolate the gravity when you're lifting up a
Because
rock?
we can measure the rate at which this thing has accelerated towards the Earth, and only one force known to man, well, pseudo force, if you want to call it that, makes things accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared.
But if I drop it in water,
doesn't accelerate things that fast.
Is it going to accelerate at the same rate in water?
If we account for the effects of the medium, yes.
But again, so what things do is medium specific.
Come again?
So the way objects act or behave is dependent on the medium itself, right?
It's affected by the medium. I wouldn't say there's a full 100% dependency on the medium only. The object itself also plays a part, right?
Well,
so
of course, yeah.
the
So
object's density could also matter. Its volume, its shape,
100%.
size.
Again, I 100% agree with you. How do you isolate gravity around that fact about how all objects are going to
Because
do
you
something
factor
different?
for everything else. You know the size, shape, density, volume of the object. You know the density of the medium the object is. So when you factor for that and you take that out of the equations, what you have left It's just the force of gravity.
No, you have the potential energy you put into it, is what you have.
No, you have it accelerating. So if it's falling, you know how fast it's accelerating when all other things are taken into account.
Okay, so if I take a basketball and I force it underwater and I watch it accelerate upwards,
Yeah.
Is that reverse gravity pulling it upwards? What is that? Moon's gravity pulling it upwards, accelerating? What's
It's buoyancy, and buoyancy within its equation formulates, takes into account, what's the word I'm looking for? It factors in for gravity. Gravity is part of the buoyancy equation.
But how, again, I don't understand how you isolated the gravity around the fact that the ball, its density, its surface area, its air pressure, it's all of that. When it accelerates up, I mean, we already know all that, and that's why it does that. Where?
Yeah, but I mean, do you know what the formula
Gravity
is?
isn't pulling anything up.
Do you know what the formula is for buoyancy?
Yeah, I know. I know that gravity accounts for it. But how?
What is the actual
How did you
equation?
isolate the gravity? You're assuming gravity that is pulling the water down, but that's right.
Yeah, but can you tell me what the entire
you are
equation?
assuming that the gravity is being pulling the water down, correct?
No, it's not an assumption. It's something that can be measured.
You can measure water being pulled down by gravity.
You can measure the rate at which something accelerates up or down in a specific medium, factoring in for this acceleration caused by gravity. So the buoyancy formula takes into account the fluid density, and the fluid volume. If you've accounted for that, you know how dense the fluid is and what the volume of the fluid is in relation to the basketball. What other things do you need to account for? All you need to account for now, because you factored for that, right? Those things are your quote unquote controlled independent variables. You can then manipulate those to see how fast does this thing accelerate up or down. And that acceleration is gravity.
You can, yes, you absolutely can manipulate the medium, and the object, and all these different things. What you cannot manipulate or vary is the gravity, right?
We're not trying to manipulate or vary for gravity.
That's what you're trying to do in order to prove gravity. You're trying to vary or manipulate it to prove its cause, right?
Yeah,
Scientific
but gravity is the dependent variable. It is manipulated by us manipulating the independent variable. Because the independent variable, I can factor for. I can decide how dense my medium is.
How do I vary or manipulate gravity? How do I vary or manipulate gravity
by
in my lab?
affecting the medium this object is in. I'm trying to tell
No,
you
you're
that.
affecting. You're changing. You're
How am I
changing.
changing it?
You're varying or manipulating the medium, not gravity.
Yeah.
Not
If
gravity.
I change the medium, it's going to change how fast this basketball accelerates. And that acceleration is caused by a force.
Medium.
And we call that force gravity. You can call that force whatever you want, but that is what we are trying to figure out.
The medium is what's causing the basketball to do what it does, going up or down. The medium is what it's causing it to do that. And what you're varying or manipulating is the medium, not gravity. You're not isolating gravity. You're assuming it and building it into your calculation, right?
Yeah, listen, we're not going to agree, so it's fine.
Well, but I don't
really want to go back and forth.
I'm trying to find out how do you.
Yeah, but I've explained it to you as best I could. I've given you the formula. I don't know what else I can do for you. Clearly, I'm not able to get the point across. So we should just drop.
Getting the point across. It's that you're not. If you're saying that you can vary or manipulate the medium, that's not varying or manipulating gravity. You're assuming gravity and putting it into your medium.
If that's what you think, it's cool. I'm not going to agree with you, Fuzzy, and we should just move on.
Well, but do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand where you're coming from, and like I said, I don't agree with you. I can understand you and still not agree with you.
That's why I'm asking. How is it that you can?
I've told you how I square that circle, but you either don't understand me or you don't agree with me, which is fine. We're not going to agree, Fuzzy.
But all you did was said you can change or vary the medium. You didn't say.
I said a lot more than that. To sit here and say that's all I said, that's not true.
I asked, how do I vary or change manipulate gravity in my lab? And you said by varying the medium.
Yeah. And then there's some other things I said after that. But
I know. But the point is, how do you?
I'm also getting tired of this.
in an experiment, you're trying. That's the whole point of you. So there is no proof for gravity. Then there's no actual
There's no
scientific.
proof. We have evidence, and there's scientific experimentation that helps us build up that body of evidence, but there's no proof. No.
But how are you going to still say experimentation when we're talking about varying or
Because
manipulating the very thing?
I've given you different experiments you could perform.
But that's not varying or manipulating gravity. That's varying or manipulating a medium or the object.
To see how gravity is affected.
That's the assumption of gravity.
It's not the assumption of gravity. Gravity is just a force. A force is just the acceleration of matter. So if matter is accelerated, there's a force in play.
A force is not a thing, Nate.
You picked up a rock and let it go. That's the force. You forcing a rock up into the air, or you're forcing a basketball down under the water.
All right, cool. That you are right. That is a force. If I pick up a basketball, I'm applying a force to it. Like, I wouldn't argue with that, Fuzzy.
Again, so that's what I'm saying. How do you isolate gravity to vary or manipulate it? You said vary
because
the
I've
medium.
manipulated the medium, and if I change the medium, then this object accelerates differently.
Right. So the medium,
that acceleration
and the
tells me there's a force at play, and that force is what we call gravity.
That tells you that you're assuming gravity, and that the medium and its properties are what affect an object.
You're right.
And what it
I'm
does.
wrong. Can we just move on, Fuzzy?
Well,
you don't. Let's have a three-way.
Yeah, step in.
No, go for it.
I gotta make a phone call.
If all of that is just evidence and Nate hasn't got any proof, what to you is proof? Is there like a super perfect type of evidence that you consider proof?
If someone's going to say that scientific evidence, then I would love a scientific proof, like that. Vary or manipulate the thing that you're trying to prove the cause of. This is the science. Are we really the scientific method?
You've heard the idea science doesn't prove, but let me explain what I think that means.
No, pseudoscience doesn't prove, but actual science proves the cause. That's the whole point of it, right?
Okay, let me ask you about that. Is it you deciding inside that the science you saw proves the point, or is it the person presenting the science who decides the point's been proved?
No, it's the testing of the hypothesis is what proves whether or not it happens or not. And then the fact that if you can, in fact, vary or manipulate the independent variable, that's the thing, affecting the thing. I mean, that's the whole point, right?
You're confusing the experiment with the hypothesis again.
Does that mean it's based on trust, Fuzzy, where you either have to do it yourself or trust someone that can do
I
it?
see what you mean. Yeah, so if I can't reproduce what you're doing or your claim, or you can't, if it can't be repeatable or testable for somebody else, then we just have to take someone else's word for it. You don't see how that's problematic?
I'm not trying to push you into having to. I'm asking you, is that what you do? Or are you saying you have to do it yourself, otherwise nothing's ever proved?
It has to be able to be.
Yeah, well,
right.
Who decides if it's able to be? You or the person presenting?
Anybody who cares to run the test.
Okay, so does that mean it depends on if the thing is done twice? If someone managed to redo the test, the point's proved?
Well, isn't that how science is supposed to work? It's supposed to be repeatable so that it can be peer reviewed and other people can try it to then test them. If everybody 100% comes up with the same results.
But that's what, with his evidence, that's what happened with his evidence, what he called evidence, and you said wasn't good enough. He thinks people have agreed on it and done tests, and the tests have come up with the similar answers.
Well, right, but I mean, again, it's I could say that unicorn magic is what's pulling the rock down. See, look, and I let go of a rock every time. Is that evidence for unicorn magic?
I think you're stuck on the fact that science doesn't claim to know the cause of gravity. We just know that heavy things attract other things.
No, a heavy anvil will not be attracted to the earth if it's in a pool of mercury.
We mean really heavy things.
An anvil is really, really heavy, bro.
No, we mean really heavy.
Really heavy.
Imagine everything you can imagine exists in the universe on the flat Earth model. Everything that is included on the flat Earth model. I'm talking that heavy.
What are you talking about?
The globe model says things the size of Earth, everything you can imagine on the flat Earth model, makes other things fall towards it because it's really, 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 really heavy.
But we have lots of things. What is your point? What are you trying to prove? What are you trying to say? I don't understand your
Explain
logic.
what gravity is. I'm telling you the theory so far.
But it's not even, it's an idea or it's an assumption. But again, the whole point is that if someone's going to claim that they had, like he said, they have scientific, he said, we have the scientific experiments for gravity. But again, if you never isolated if gravity is the thing you're trying to prove, that's the thing you have to isolate, vary, and manipulate to prove, to show it's causing this, that, or the other thing. And that's yet to ever be done. And that's the point, right?
Let me re-explain what Nate said. We don't manipulate the actual gravity, but we manipulate everything else around it. And that helps us study it.
Right. So I'm not going to isolate unicorn magic. I'm just going to study everything around it.
Exactly. If you think there might be such a thing as unicorn magic, but you can't see it or measure it, you will start, like with a ruler, you will start looking at the environment, looking for signs of unicorn magic. Maybe paw prints or an energy.
I got hoof prints. I got hoof prints for sure.
In the energy.
Yeah, we got hoof prints.
Reports.
But you're missing the point. If you're saying that is evidence or good idea, science for unicorn magic.
If you thought there was such a thing and other people agreed, right.
So if
we're seeing the result, we see the results of this stuff.
Right.
We think unicorns are responsible. We think they're using magic. Then you go about your study.
So if you believe in gravity, and we see all these things falling, then that's evidence for it, right? If you believe it.
It's not a belief. You got it a little bit wrong. If you see things falling, then you start believing there must be something making them fall, right?
Yeah.
Then you get to an attraction.
So again, I see things fall. I could say I think unicorn magic is what's causing things to fall. And if I believe in unicorn magic and I account for everything else, then it must be unicorn magic. If I believe in it.
You can call it unicorn magic.
You can call it gravity too.
Yes, you're right. And then you start providing.
Isolate. That's just.
Then you provide evidence for some type of hypothesis that you might come up with, like why are things falling, and that would substantiate your unicorn magic.
So then if I change and vary the medium, am I actively changing or varying unicorn magic?
There we go again. You're starting to confuse the experiment with the hypothesis.
No, I'm trying the concept. I'm talking about the concept of someone said that we have scientific evidence for gravity.
Yes.
And I have scientific evidence for unicorn magic then.
No, again, do you understand when I say to you that, and I say it to everybody else, you're confusing it. You're confusing the hypothesis with the evidence and the experiment.
What is your evidence for unicorn magic?
Things go down. And then unicorn magic is what causes that.
That is the same thing.
So describe it. Describe the mechanism for which unicorn magic causes these things to happen.
Oh, I could make up anything I want, and as long as I can show you that.
And okay, we'll have this. I'm just getting ahead of myself here. You'll go on and on about all the evidence and all the ideas that you may have, and when you're done, you'll stop, and then we'll start the experimentation. Okay, I hear what you said. You said all these things have to happen. Now let's start doing the experimentation phase. Now, the experimentation phase is where you start manipulating the independent variable to see the change in the dependent variable. And after you do a number of experiments, we'll see if all these tests, which I'll start laughing at because we'll say it's unicorn magic, and you will give some knucklehead reason why all this stuff happened, because I know it's kind of funny. You're making it funny. And you know what? It really doesn't support unicorn magic, so it's invalid. It doesn't support your hypothesis.
How does that in any way different than your theory of gravity or your idea of
gravity? Because what we'll do is we'll give a very concise and maybe in somewhat general idea about hypothesis. Hold on. Let me finish. We will give the hypothesis of why we think gravity happens and what causes it, and all the other things that support it as well. And then we'll start testing it, and all those tests will come true.
No, but you just said you can vary or manipulate the independent variable for gravity. No, I didn't say that. Say again,
Yeah,
you jumped ahead again.
You just did a minute ago. You
No,
said
I didn't. I said
you did.
No, I didn't. I said, remember, you have the. Why can't you pay attention? We have the story.
I did.
All these things you think causes. Okay, let me just finish. It'll be 5 seconds.
You did say that. You did mention manipulating it whenever you were just explaining.
No, manipulating
variable. You said
manipulating the independent variable. I didn't say gravity or the medium. I didn't say anything. Each experiment will be completely separate, and each experiment might be completely unrelated to each other, but they will have something in common. They will have an independent and dependent variable relationship. And in those experiments, we will have many of them, maybe 5 or 10, let's say. And at the end, you will say, okay, I've done all this experimentation. Here's all the results. And that either supports or it doesn't support the hypothesis.
But you did mention manipulating whenever you first described it. You did. Whenever you were laying out the qualification, what he would have to do, you did manipulating it.
Manipulate what? What did I say? What did I specifically say to manipulate?
Variable.
No, you didn't say
the
how.
independent variable. I said.
You said that we do have it, and that if you wanted to prove gravity, we have tests that affect the independent variable. You said this like 90 seconds ago.
You just got it wrong again. Nothing affects the independent variable. The independent variable affects the dependent variable. And in the experiments, you set them up so that some independent variable is manipulated, changed, altered, so that it has an effect. Hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. Fuzzy, I'm almost done. When you manipulate the independent variable, make a change in it, and it shows a change in the dependent variable, that is your test. That is the experiment. Now, all these experiments will all be done, and at the end, together, all of them will either support or not support a hypothesis. You're confusing the hypothesis, again, as always, with the experiment. Don't do that. It's very junior.
When you were comparing and contrasting my unicorn magic science to your gravity science, you said that I don't have a way to do a test for unicorn magic, but you do have a way to manipulate gravity.
Well, you could. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't be able to.
How do you do that without doing it to the medium?
Because you make experiments that have a independent variable relationship. So, for example, let's go through it then. Let's go through it. Okay, I'll say gravity. You can say you'll say unicorn magic, and then somewhere down the line through the experimentation, this magic unicorn thing will probably fail because you won't be able to provide any kind of evidence through the experimentation to support the unicorn magic. Now you can try. Why don't you give me one test of the unicorn magic that actually will, and it has to have a unicorn in it, by the way, unicorn magic that supports your hypothesis that unicorn magic is the reason things fall. And I'll give you one for gravity, and mine will make more sense. But go ahead, use first.
Why would it make more sense? Because you believe
because
in gravity.
You'll see.
Don't believe.
Why? It's not why. It is. It'll be a question of is.
You believe in gravity already.
No belief. No belief. We're talking science.
Yeah.
We're talking science. Give me your first experiment. Give me your first experiment for unicorn magic. Go ahead.
You really don't understand.
You're just going to obfuscate now.
No, I'm not.
Here's where you start spiraling.
I'm going to. Okay. The reason we bring up unicorn magic is because there's no way to test for that. You realize that, right?
No, there is.
There's
what experiments are for. Science based on experimentation. Yes, if I were you, I would be thinking really
for
unicorn magic. Go ahead, make a test for it. Go ahead. What would be your first test?
Zanuck, pay real close attention. The reason we use unicorn magic as a comparison to gravity is because there is no way to test or vary or manipulate unicorn magic. Correct?
You're not getting it.
No,
you make the
correct.
test
yes or no.
to support your hypothesis.
I agree. I think that there's no way to scientifically test for unicorn magic. Am I wrong or am I right? Is there a way to do it?
Sure, there's a way to do it. It won't prove that it exists, but there's a way to do it for sure.
So you have
find a unicorn.
Tell us.
Show that magic is real. I mean, God damn it, stop it! For Christ's sake! And for gravity, I can make some tests. Your unicorn magic, you can't make some tests because because I don't know if you can find a unicorn and do some kind of test on a unicorn.
Okay, if you could find me some gravity and do some tests on gravity,
I can. Gravity is the attraction,
not the medium.
Okay, so remember, you're getting confused with the test and experiment and the hypothesis. Now, like I said,
Your first test for unicorn magic, what would it be?
It's
I can give
definitely
you my
not
first
the one
test
who's
for
being
gravity.
accused
Hold
here.
on, hold on. I can make my first test for gravity, and it will be valid, and you'll understand it. But you can't make your first test for unicorn magic.
Show me your test.
No,
How
I'm
are
just.
you varying and manipulating
I
gravity?
know what my test is. What would your test be?
There is no test. That is the
There
point
is a
of
test.
why. There's a test for
Okay, you want
for unicorn.
so you want the answer already? You can't even.
You
get,
tell
get,
us what the test is since you know what it is.
Hold on.
What is the test for unicorn magic?
First test.
Please tell us.
Guys,
First test.
guys, relax. Xanac,
I
relax.
just muted him. Hold
We
on.
can just use your test. Hold on. We can just use your test. And when you have the bending of space time, you can just put fucking magical unicorns in there. Do the same test. Same test you got.
I mean, the whole reason why we use unicorn magic is because objectively to anyone actually with half a brain would realize that we're not actually testing for that. There's no actual way to do that, which is the point. That's why we're trying to draw that comparison. But you just said that there is a way to test for unicorn magic? What?
Exactly. You said there is a test, so please tell us what the test is for
we're going to agree
unicorn
that
magic.
the gravity is something that is an attraction, and you're going to say it's caused by unicorn magic, and I'm going to say it's caused by gravity. So we're going to name them the same thing, and we're going to go through all the steps, just substituting the word unicorn magic with gravity along the way. Is that what you want to do?
No, I want you to understand why we use unicorn
I gave
magic
you the whole bone, and you couldn't even take it.
There's no way to prove unicorn magic, which is our point.
Okay, let me start again. If unicorn magic equals an attraction of mass, an apparent attraction of mass, and I call it gravity, and you call it unicorn magic, we'll go through all the steps of showing the support through experimentation for unicorn magic, which equals gravity, which equals an attraction, and we will both show the same thing. I'm giving you the bone here, and we can do this, by the way. I say that this object is attracted to another object. Mass is attracted to mass. There's an apparent attraction. I say it's caused by unicorn magic. You say it's caused by unicorn, and I say it's caused by gravity. We both are right here so far. There's no problem with that. We're going to talk nomenclatures is all we're doing because we're going to go through the same exact steps in showing evidence for this thing we call unicorn magic, which is an attraction. And at the end of the day, we will find support for unicorn magic. And I will find support for gravity. There will be no difference because all we're doing is calling it something different. There you go. There's your bone.
Wasn't that his point, though?
Yeah, you're
No,
missing.
you seem to have
gravity
messed
has
something
the
up there.
exact same.
Can I just point something out? You just said mass attracts mass, and you think it's because of gravity. No, you think it is gravity, not because
we call
of
that gravity.
You just called them both the
see.
same thing.
Right. We call this apparent attraction thing. We drop something that looks like it's attracted to the ground because what happens in a force? There's an acceleration. So we call that gravity. Now you can say it's uniform magic.
If mass, let me explain it. If mass attracted to mass is gravity, then the cause cannot be gravity because
mass attracting mass. The attraction is called gravity. Not the mass attraction mass. What's causing mass to be attracted, the attraction is called gravity. This attraction is caused by gravity. The attraction caused by gravity.
But therein lies the problem. You started with mass attracting mass. You haven't proven that takes place yet, but you want to try and prove the cause of a thing you haven't proven takes place.
So in science, we see an observation. I see something. Wow, I dropped something.
We don't see mass attract mass. We just see things move.
Hold on. No, attraction is caused by forces. You agree? We can do this with anything. I can have a person pushing on someone else or pulling somebody. I can see a magnet. There's a lot of things in the world.
And at no point do we see mass attract mass. We just see things move.
Well, you said attract, mass, and attract. What is attract? I just got done telling you what attraction was. It's caused by a force. What causes the force? We don't know.
You already explained that.
What we're saying is that when I drop something, I see there's an apparent attraction. This thing looks like it's attracted to the ground because it's accelerating. Why is it accelerating? Why isn't it just moving at a constant rate? Why is it changing velocity? Because it looks like there's a force behind it. That force is caused by gravity. This attraction we call gravity.
Yeah, but you haven't proven it yet. That's what I'm saying.
You're making it too big a deal. It's not that big a
haven't
deal.
shown the
What we see.
attraction yet. All you've done is said, I think there's an attraction.
Yes.
I'm going to call the attraction gravity.
Yes.
But then you
That's
wanted
our
to try and
hypothesis.
prove the gravity
part of our
before you prove that the
hold on,
attraction
you don't
even
prove-
exists.
So, hold on. So Zanuck, but the point is that if I see as objects falling, and I want to call that unicorn magic.
Well, you said the reason. He said that the attraction you were going to try and, or his hypothesis would be that the cause of the attraction is gravity, and that yours would be the cause is unicorn magic. It can't be the cause if it is the thing you're trying to prove.
You can have a cause of the cause. We can have an attraction causing something. What causes the attraction? They're two different studies, two different theories. And actually, the correct description of those two things in science and physics would be, one would be the theory and one would be the law. But we don't need to go down that route. Let's just look at something basic, something commonsensical, right? Commonsensical here. Not a big deal. I see an attraction. I call that attraction gravity. What causes attraction? That's a whole other experimentation. So let's go about going through the scientific method of the attraction. What are some of these characteristics of gravity? Let's do some tests. Let's do some changes in the independent variable. So if we think this is true, we should be able to do tests to validate whether our assumptions are true.
Right. So I can do the same thing with unicorn magic by testing everything you can test for gravity.
I already told you.
I can, and so you're saying that you're sitting here right now telling us that there is scientific ways to test for unicorn magic. Is that what you're saying?
If you want to call if unicorn magic equals this attraction, yes, there are scientific methodologies to be able to show evidence for that hypothesis.
Are you serious?
If it's all nomenclature, you're naming things, using the English language. We could be calling things that some word in another language. It would mean no different.
That's exactly our point. Is that you don't have anything to. You said okay. So okay, where is this test? That it's still just you have to believe in gravity first.
You're trying really hard to go back into the confusion of hypothesis.
That's how ridiculous your idea is. It's confusing how stupid your concept is.
It's not just stupid. You're being stupid, not understanding.
Do you not have to say? Wait, hold on a second. We see things fall down, right? You said we see things fall down, and you want to call that gravity, and then test for it, right? That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that. I said the thing that causes things to fall down and accelerate, not only just fall down, but accelerate, we call that gravity. That causes gravity. Causal effect of objects accelerating is gravity, due to gravity.
No, but no,
you're caused by unicorn farts. That's fine.
No. You're saying all you're doing, all you observe is things falling and accelerating. That's all you see, right?
Then I would say I saw something fall and accelerate. There's nothing more. The end of the story there. What causes it to fall and accelerate? For example, when I push things off tables, they fall.
Not for an example. Like you just said earlier, you want to call that gravity, and then you want to test for the right. What would you if you just saw things falling? Instead of you saying, "Oh, we're going to call it gravity and then do tests on it," why not call it unicorn magic and then do tests on it?
You could. If unicorn magic means...
So you're admitting that gravity is just as viable as unicorn magic?
As a word, yes.
Right, but then there's no way for us to test for unicorn magic, right?
There is. If a unicorn magic means a causal factor in something accelerating when it falls off of a table...
So, but again, you have to believe in the whole idea of what it is first, then you can do some tests to validate
we haven't got to that point yet. We haven't got to that point yet. All we're trying to find out is what this observation is caused by.
And
not caused by. What the characteristics of this observation is. So we're going to look at every time we drop something, it falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. Even when we drop it in a pool, we can get the medium and the drag coefficients and still find out there's a 9.8 meter per second acceleration acting on these objects. Always.
If I drop a feather in a pool,
so we then conclude. Hold on. Yes, feather. We remove drag, and we also get 9.8 meters per second squared. You drop a feather in a pool. If it's also can find that there's a force there, an acceleration, because we can find where it's floating, but it also has weight. Why isn't it moving? Because it's buoyant. I mean, everything points to this gravity.
No, everything points to unicorn magic.
Sure, everything points to unicorn magic. Okay, everything points to unicorn magic. We very accurate is find all the characteristics of unicorn magic, and it equals gravity. By the way, it's the same exact definition because all we're doing is changing the word to unicorn magic.
Yeah,
Zanuck, can I ask you a question, Zanuck? Is gravity is gravity material? Like, is there a particle associated with gravity?
No.
So if gravity is not material or a particle, then what is the physical makeup of gravity?
Well, one of the ideas is that it's the bending and warping of space-time. That things progress through time. Things progress through time when that direction is altered via the bending and warping of space-time. Then it creates some pseudo forces. It changes direction, and if those directions are forced to cannot be made, then there's a force. Then there are actually real forces generated because of it. Thank you for talking over me. Then
I thought you were done. Sorry. You do realize that there's a difference between gravity and gravitational forces, right?
Well, in theory, there are no gravitational forces.
Then why'd you invoke it?
I didn't. I said things are altered. They're passed through space-time, and when they're altered, real forces are generated. They're not called gravitational forces. They're called forces.
So is gravity a thing? Is gravity a thing?
What is the definition of a thing?
Meaning a thing, meaning a thing of itself, not some consubstantial relationship between. You're talking all over me, dude.
You said
I can't. I'm just gonna back out. Yeah, I'm gonna back out. You guys go.
Okay, very wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, a thing of itself. Thing. I said, what's a thing? You said it's a thing of itself. A thing could be like something on a table. It's a thing. A thing can also be, hey, love is a thing.
Did you talk all over him just so that you can come in and start to monologue about something he was just getting ready to explain?
No, he can explain if he'd like, but he didn't seem like he was going to.
Yeah, because you keep talking all over him, like you did the last two gentlemen that you were speaking with. You have an issue.
I think people that listen to this played back would see it otherwise, but that's just my.
Yeah, it's not fun trying to have a conversation with you, Zanuck, in this type of manner.
I'm giving you space. Go ahead. I completely yield the floor to you.
I know, but it's only momentarily before it just repeats itself all over again. So it's all good, man. I gotta learn to just not engage.
It won't be momentarily. Go ahead. Go ahead. I won't talk over you.
It's okay. It's a pointless conversation that won't amount any fruit because you won't let it. So it's fine. You believe what you want, and I'll know what I know.
You're thinking that for something to do something, it has to be something. And your something definition has to be physical. And your physical definition has to be something that takes up space and you can see. So that's where we kind of, go apart a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what a ridiculous idea that if something is going to interact with other things, it has to exist first. Absurd, right? How could that guy even think something so stupid?
Well, his definition of existing is something you actually can see or touch. Does magnetism exist? Can you touch it?
Yeah, you can physically see how you can play with. You've never played with magnets?
Of course, I have. Very, very in depth with magnets. I'm just saying, can you see magnetism? You can see the effects of magnetism. He wants to invoke that you have to be able to touch this force.
You can touch
something.
Yeah, you can see the magnetic field using optical lenses and ferrosurfactant fluid. But
no.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't hear him say that at all. As his definition.
You see the effects of magnetism. You see the ferro lines are actually items that are being affected by the magnetic field. Magnetic fields can't be seen.
Just go ahead and
have to
go ahead and address it, though.
But you have to have a magnet, right?
But does anyone actually just define existence as something you can see or touch? Because that seems like a very inadequate definition.
That's what I'm pointing out, is that he said that was that other guy's definition. I never heard that guy once say that that's his definition. I don't think he even asked him what his definition was, and he's just coming up in his head with some idea of what this guy thinks existence is. It seems kind of odd that you would just throw that out, or perhaps disingenuous, you would just throw that out as his definition, when in this entire conversation, I'm pretty sure not one single time did you ask him, what's your definition of existence?
I did. I asked him that specifically before he stopped. He said, I said, what do you mean it's a thing? Do you think it's a thing? I said, is gravity a thing? I said, yes, it's a thing.
So you asked him what he meant by existence without ever mentioning existence at all whatsoever? That seems like a weird thing to claim, Zanuck.
I said, what do you mean by a thing? And he says, something a thing of itself. And I go, what does that mean? He wouldn't answer the question. That's okay.
So at no point did you actually ask him what his definition of existence was. Just to be clear, the thing that we were just talking about just now, that you said you did ask him, you literally did not ask him, and then in your explanation, you admitted you didn't ask him that. Good job.
Yeah. Okay, let me go back then. So, what is it? What is the definition of existence, Geislo?
Well, I don't know that existence would, because the only way you as an atomist or materialist deem anything to exist is having some sort of physical or material attribute that could be quantified. And that's why I say, like, if gravity is not a thing of itself within the context of a noun, then it's a consubstantial relationship between time and space, allowing this third thing to manifest due to these two things being within close proximity. The point is, Zanuck, is gravity and gravitational forces are two different things in your own paradigm, whether you know that or not. And when I'm asking you if gravity is real, by what level do you deem gravity to be real? If it doesn't materially exist, it's only this consubstantial relationship that allows it to manifest. So what is it really? Is it a particle? Is it a field? What is it? Is it the emergent property of bending and warping of time-space? I mean, that really makes no sense, Zanuck.
Okay, so you asked me what it was. Yes, you gave my answer and then said that you don't like the answer. It's funny how you had a complete conversation with yourself. And so Bob Dole, that's why I asked him, and this is the answer I got, and I let him speak the entire time without interrupting him. So yes, we do think things like love or I like somebody is real. You have an attraction to somebody. Instead of physical attraction, to mental attraction. These things exist in the world. And the last thing you said about what gravity was, is bending, warping, space-time, is the answer.
Yeah, but we all know space is not a thing. It's a privation. It's the absence of a thing. And time is just a convention and ultimately doesn't exist. So how can you take these two things, we can't even call them things, this convention and this thing that's actually a lack of a thing, and create this third manifestation that you call gravity? When one of them's a convention.
He won't stop talking, so I can't.
They're both conventions.
Anyway, no, we don't say any of that, and I just think it's your interpretation. You say it to be true doesn't mean it is true, but no one says that. No one says that the time isn't real or the space isn't real. Absence of things is not real. Absence of things is absence of things. Time is time. Time is a progress of existence. And if we can warp and bend that, the space time that we've declared, then we can see some of the effects of that, and some of the effects we see in the result of pseudo forces, for example. The reason we can have the paradox explain why something falls, and why we can see something fall and we see it have no forces acting on it whatsoever, proven, but yet we can visually see it accelerating with respect to something else. So these paradoxes are explained very well with bending, warping, space-time.
That was quite the long monologue there, Zanuck. And I don't think
I timed it with 25 seconds.
And you're talking through me again. Go ahead, man.
It was 25 seconds. I let you go for a minute, and I only talked for 25 seconds. And you thought I monologued. That it was kind of insulting.
So you think that you talked for 25 seconds and I talked for 60?
It was like 2 minutes, actually.
All right. So you've got 90 seconds left. Go.
No, I'm done. I could do it much more concisely. You objected to, you said space was just something that was empty, absence of things, and you said time was just a privation.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It doesn't
got that
exist.
backwards.
Or whatever. You gave those definitions, and I said no. These things are very real. Just because we can't touch them doesn't mean they're not real. Time moves forward, whether we like it or not.
You're
Not
wrong.
true.
You know you're wrong.
Not true.
So can you define
Zanik.
existence, Zanik?
Can I ask him a question, Daisler, and then you keep
Oh, yeah.
going?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Zanik.
Just real quick, Zanik. If you remove every calendar and every watch, clock, or whatever of existence, do you think it will like make a difference on the sun, like day going dark and daylight? It will make no difference, right? To nobody.
Nope, won't make any
Right,
difference at
Zanik?
all. You don't need
No difference at all, right?
Correct.
Right. So time is not a thing.
It doesn't mean that the sun won't eventually burn out over time. Doesn't
That's
mean
an
whether you have
assumption.
a clock.
A huge assumption of you.
You can see it if you were alive and all your calendars are gone and you watched it. You would know that you've watched it for some period of time. You don't know how much, but you could guess.
Again, you're in certain time on something that doesn't require time. It's just gonna happen, bound to happen.
No, the progress of existence is time, nothing else. You have it backward.
That's a concept, Zanik. Time is a concept, so that
No,
we
it's
can
actually
it's a concept that we build so that we we don't get late on appointments and stuff like that. No, have a
Zanik, you said progress of existence is time, right? What's that progress? How does it actually look? Like what's
What do you mean, how does it actually look?
What's progressing?
Time. Existence. If something
Is
exists,
time progressing or is existence progressing?
your existence.
Okay, so now when existence progresses, what's actually happening?
You just said it. You know the word progress means?
Yeah, I'm asking you, in your context, how are you using it? What's actually progressing? How's that like manifest in reality?
Well, one aspect, one characteristic of progression is aging of the object or thing.
All right, cool. Would you say that progression denotes movement?
It's only one direction, though.
In any sense. So even aging.
No, not in any sense. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. Hold on. Progress means specifically one direction. The arrow of time. Like entropy is the arrow of time.
Even in aging, which you could call as regression or decay, you still have movement of the cells or the atoms or whatever it is, right?
Yep.
Okay, so can we agree that progression is movement then?
It's a single direction movement because you're talking about the context of movement of objects or the movement through time.
Brother, yes or no? Is it movement?
Holy shit!
No, it's not just move. I can't just classify time as movement.
No, I'm with you. Progression of existence denotes movement. Without movement, there is no progression. You agree, right?
No, I don't agree because you're talking about two different
concepts. You can have progression of existence without any movement. Show it.
Correct. It's an object.
So does an inertial
object
reference
that's sitting
frame?
there doing nothing? Everything's frozen. You're saying that's progression of existence?
Yes.
Just ask them if an inertial reference frame actually exists.
No. Let's not get.
In theory, it does. Yeah, because everything.
You're saying an object sitting there, timeless. Hold on. You're saying an object frozen, not moving, is progression of existence and not just existence in and of itself.
It's progressive. Of course, it exists.
Where's the progression?
In time.
Lord have mercy.
Can I get in on this? I love this time discussion. It's one of my favorites. Okay, Zanik. If I measure no movement or change in an object, how do I know time has passed?
You have to watch it because relative to everything else, it might have no sign of time passing. For example, if you're in the rock, your time is stopped. You don't know.
Right. So how do I know if I'm in the rock and no change is occurring? How do I know time is passing?
You got to be an observer. That's not the rock.
So someone has to measure outside the rock that something has changed.
Well, to be
Nothing has to change. It just has to. It just has to exist. It exists in a period of time. Time.
Well,
has
I
to
know,
pass.
but to measure,
Time is
okay,
ubiquitous. Time is all
well, time,
encompassing. Everything is exposed to time. You can't stop time unless you're going to speed of light. And then, so maybe you should take it more to a relativistic point of view. That'd be more interesting.
Come on, Zedek.
Now, if you go to the speed of light, time is stopped. Time stops for the photon.
so how does the photon know time is passing? How does the photon know time is passing? It doesn't. So it's inexperience. In its experience, time does not exist.
That's right. Time doesn't exist for a photon.
The only way to know time, so technically in any scenario that you give, the only way to know if time is passing or existence is moving in a forward direction, as you described, some change has to occur or movement has to occur. If it does not, then you cannot measure it. So you don't know if it's even happening.
Yeah, it's hard to measure it. It is that's one thing Einstein said. It's all relative. Because with this photon, time stops. So everything looking at the photon, time is passing. Bending or warping of space-time caused by mass will cause the directional change. And if something stops it from changing the directional change, it will actually cause a real force. Those forces can be measured. So yeah, it's all relative.
Okay, let's take it to another step.
Time is a very peculiar concept.
Well, here's another thing.
Yeah, actually, you're probably getting it's a concept.
Hold on. You just said it yourself. It's a concept, Zanuck.
Yeah, well, concepts are described things. It doesn't mean it's not real.
But that's
not real. If it's a concept,
it doesn't. No, a concept.
It literally means that.
It literally means that.
Weightlifting is a concept. Love is a concept. These things are real. These things happen.
No, love is not a concept. I'm sorry, but no,
it's not. The concept of love is not. What does the word concept mean, Silent?
Concept is like if I tell you
concept right now. Don't look it up. What is
I cannot. I'm driving, so I cannot look it up.
No,
but
I don't want you to look it up.
I don't know that. I don't know that definition.
God, you are the overtalker king. What is it?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain you.
Actually, Silent, why do you say love isn't a concept?
Who, me?
Yeah, why are you saying love isn't a concept?
Because love is a choice.
Wouldn't that be commitment?
It's not a concept.
What? A choice?
Well,
I think a choice.
Hey, listen.
Well, here's the thing.
But let's not get into that. Maybe a later percentage.
You have the choice
I'll explain my position. But
have the choice
he asked me for what it means to concept.
Says he's trying to get in with one thing and then go.
Island Zero.
Right after.
Yeah.
So the concept is in the choosing between two options. In reality, there aren't options, but to human beings, there are, because we've created that amongst us. Thank you.
Cool. Go ahead.
That's your opinion, though.
Wait. There's no options in reality in the world? Really?
No options, man. You create options, potential options of something in your mind.
Okay, so when I got out to go to work, I had an option to either go one direction or not in the real world. So you're saying that's only up to me?
Absolutely. You choose where you go.
I can choose to sit or choose to move, right? So you're saying that's the options. Well, let me think about that. You might have a point, but I'll have to ponder it.
It's conceptual.
The mere fact that you actually can choose those two debunks his notion that there's no choices. You can have infinite choices, but you say there's none.
You're not listening. Choices exist conceptually.
Yeah, like free will is a concept.
Correct. So is love.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm sorry. It's okay. Rocks don't feel love, but humans do. But that means it's subjective to us.
I would say it's not even a concept coming from the atomistic ideology, being that it's non-quantifiable. And the only way that something can exist from their perspective is if it could be quantified. And the fact you can't quantify love means that love is non-existent in their paradigm.
If only material things exist, then no choice is not even on the table. It can't be on the table.
No, that's the difference between physical and material existence. But the fact of the matter is, if there's quantifiability to be had, then they can deem its existence. But if there's no quantifiability to be had, then they'll simply say it doesn't exist.
Well, here's the thing.
I disagree with that too, because I could say I just had, let me think for a second on, and I just had 3 ideas. Ideas are all metaphysical. They don't actually exist. But just because I could quantify how many ideas I had doesn't mean now that they're now like a physical existence.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't agree with their paradigm. I'm just telling you that the only way something can exist in their paradigm is if you can measure it. And if it's non-measurable, it doesn't actually exist.
Can I answer Sanic? He asked me what a concept. What is a concept? And to me, it's like I cannot describe it because my English is not that good, but I can tell him what I understand to mean. It's like if I tell him, go draw me a concept of a sport car. That to me, the car doesn't exist yet, and he needs to how you say, to draw a concept. It's something that doesn't exist, but you bring it to life. You bring it to life and you use it.
Well, here's what I would say. I've actually asked this question too. Concepts of, when you say concept, the next words out of my mouth is concept of what? Because concept is just a mental construct or mental thing, but you have to have a concept of something, not just it's a vague idea, it's a vague term. So
no, that's a fallacy. Concept reification fallacy.
It's just like an adjective, right, Paul? Is it an adjective for something?
Oh, let Dice slow. What do you mean?
I was just being funny.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's why when I define, the way that's why I was kind of going after Zanuck a little bit, because my definition of time is a conceptual idea, but it's a measurement of change, right? Because that's why I said if there's no change occurring, how do you know time is even passing? If you say it's a progression of existence, but even a progression of existence, something has to change within that progression, right?
Change is a better word, but basically that's what he meant. Like change in existence, progression in existence, synonymous, basically. Change is better because you don't have to worry about progression versus regression and get into a semantic argument like Zanuck was kind of getting to.
Right.
So time is really useful, right? To set up dates and to speeds and everything, right? It's really useful. But it doesn't mean that it's something that you can tangible, that you can take it and then rewind it, fast forward, or you cannot do anything with it. That's I think and they think that you can actually do those kind of things with time, like something tangible.
Well, I mean, even in no matter whether it's measurable, some things they say instantaneous change, like there's no progression of change, but you have a past, present, and future in that. So in one state, something did not exist. In another state, it did exist. Even though that change could be instantaneous, you still have time involved or something.
I disagree with
no
that,
matter
Paul.
how you define it.
I disagree with that, Paul, because the only way you can tell something passes because of our minds. If there was no mind, it's only the present and existence. There's no past or present, only present. There's no past or future. Our minds are the ones who analyze these concepts and describe them. But if you remove the mind of existence, then everything is in their present only.
Well, there's a difference between what you experience, our experience. And this is where it gets maybe a little philosophical, but we experience the ever-present moment, so to speak. Which means I can't go back and rewind the clock and experience the conversation I had 5 minutes ago. I can't do that. So I live in the ever-present moment. But to say that I had a conversation 5 minutes ago with you guys on Discord, that is still true because we did, and that was in the past. Because it's not present right now because it's already gone. You know what I mean? And the future is not here yet. Like I'm heading to a certain location, and I expect to be there at a certain time. I'm here at this location now, but I will be in the future somewhere else. So but our experience every day it's in the moment. It's not in the future and the past.
I agree with what you just said. Everything you just said, but you dismiss my whole point. Is that only exists on because of our minds, our experience. Otherwise, if you remove our experience, our brains, then everything is just in perpetual present. There's no
Well, there has to be
sense of past. There's no sense of future.
Well, the thing is, though, if God exists, then He's the ever-present mind that all reality is based upon,
But
and
you
He
said
sees
if.
past, present, future.
Right,
That's
but you
a
said
no.
if.
I don't. What's that?
Sorry, but you said if.
Well, yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
have evidence, but I'm trying to keep it more philosophical and not getting into a dogmatic discussion. So when I say if, I believe He exists, and I think there's evidence for His existence. And usually, that when I say if, it's just to show a philosophical reasoning and argument.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. You're meeting them where they're at. I get you.
Would you say then? Okay, Paul, but you believe that time is a concept, right? Or do you believe that it's actually something?
Well, I mean, well, yeah, it's a measurement of change. Everything. I mean, I've already said that it's a measurement of change. Like even using past, present, and future as a form of measurement. It's not necessarily a specific thing. The concept, yeah. I mean, I mean, I'm in this place. I do see things change, and I quantify it by giving time to it. I mean, if you, what do you mean by this thing? A concept
Let
of
me be
what?
more clear. Yeah.
The concept of
Let me
what?
be more.
That's
Do
what
you
do you mean?
believe
What do you
it's
mean concept?
yeah? Do you believe it's a tangent thing that you can actually manipulate?
Can I manipulate it? Like, is it like if I'm turning up and down the temperature in my automobile, or pushing the accelerator on my car
No,
to go?
like
Yeah, in that way,
time
no, I
machine.
can't. No, well, can I go through? Yeah, can I go in the credit time machine? No, because I honestly I don't think the past or the future exists until we experience it, or or it's like it's the past is gone. Only thing exists in the past is in their mind. It's the information. That's only thing that exists.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Then it's just a concept that is very useful for us to
Okay,
measure
I'm
things.
gonna. Okay, concept of what? I'm gonna ask that question.
Yeah,
What
I
is it a
agree. The
concept
past is
of?
a concept.
Concept.
The concept of measuring the passing of things, of let's say the passing of the day and light. We create the concept of the calendar, the concept of the 24 hours, the concept of the hour, which is 60 minutes. Those concepts are just concepts. Those things. Oh, go ahead.
No, I would say those are more some of that stuff is convention, which I guess conventions at some level are concepts. So, I mean, I think this does get a little conceptual because time can be, you can use any measurement of time you wish. We've for thousands of years, we've used the sun, the movement of the stars, and the movement of the moons as a conventional way of measuring time. But
I wouldn't
technically, you
say
can create a
measuring
whole.
time. I personally wouldn't say that.
Not
I
measuring
would say
time.
As a
measuring movement.
measurement of change. Okay, so, but I mean, we use it as a measurement tool. Okay, that's it.
Because when you say measuring time, you're like that kind of. I know you don't mean to say it, but you're subconsciously saying that time is a physical thing that can be measured. And that's not the case.
It's something that's happening and it can be measured, and clocks is how we do it. What are you guys talking about?
Time is not measured. Movement is measured with clocks, which is the system of timekeeping.
I mean, it's hard to get. It's like we're so used to saying things a specific way, and we do measure change, and the means by which we do that, we put clocks and things on it to do that, measure that change. So let me call that thing time. Go ahead, yeah.
So this is going to be a little bit of a segue, but we're talking about time. And I've only thought about this every once in a while. Haven't really thought it through, but let's see where we can go with it. Maybe we get our concepts of minutes and seconds not originating from what we're talking about right now in time, but from celestial observations. That's where the minutes and the seconds come from. That's where they originated, and then they got what?
I would agree. I agree.
Right, but my question is, in my zetetic scientific mind, is like I want to know when they started to say, hey, we can transition this concept of celestial navigation with degrees, minutes, and seconds and use it for this other measurement that we're talking about here. Like, why did they do that?
I think that, if you want my honest opinion, I think it's because the sun, moon, and stars are something we all experience across the world. So it's almost like it's a standard we all can use as a baseline that we can look to. You know, because if it's something arbitrary, if I create something here in my own world and say, I'm going to use this means to keep time, I think the Romans actually tried to introduce a 10-day work week, and obviously it failed. You know,
yeah, but
so
I feel like you're getting too far ahead of it, Paul, which is fine because I appreciate the way you think. But I'm saying we're talking about mariners out on the ocean that are using seconds in order. What are they doing? They're measuring the apparent. Okay, hear me out. They are measuring the apparent celestial dome. All we know is 180 degrees over our heads. I mean, in our field of view, we don't have another 180 degrees underneath our feet. So the degrees that we're talking about are in the sky, and there's only 180 of them. But I'm saying that if we're using those things and we call them minutes, we call them seconds because we have these divisions, I'm just saying, okay, at what point because as a kid, I don't remember being told, oh, the minute is a concept from celestial navigation, and here's what this means, and this is why we use it. Like, all we were told is 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, minutes, seconds, blah, blah, blah. So we have a concept that we were given, and we have no idea where its etymology is from. That's what I'm trying to suss out.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's a lot of things we learn. Like, where did English come from? You want to go down that path? I mean, I'm just saying, but it's a convention. Remember what I said? All these things are conventions. Even our language is a convention. I mean, I can say the word blanco or and I say white. Both those mean the same thing, but I'm using two different languages to express it. So, but even the celestial navigation in the sky we use is just a convention. It's something we all can agree upon. That's why I said that. It's something we can, that's why all the countries across the world use celestial navigation, because it's something we can look at the stars and navigate with them. So how they got there, it just seems like it's a convention. It just seemed to work out.
Does anybody else have any feedback?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't necessarily agree that like celestial navigation is a convention, because you're physically observing.
Wait. I don't want to get sidetracked because my question, I think, is still, even though I heard Paul's answer, I'm not satisfied with his answer. Does anyone else have a thought? And again, I don't have the answer. This is a thought that I've had. My question is, why did we transpose time measurements from celestial navigation?
Because it's easy, and I wouldn't say time.
That's not an answer. Why is
timekeeping? The system
okay,
of
with celestial
from the
navigation,
sun, it's easy, or from the moon. Moon happens every month. It coincides with a lot of different things. It's the simplistic, most universal way of doing it.
I still feel like that's not an answer. Does anybody else have an answer?
How's that not an answer? It sounds like you're looking for a specific answer that
No, I just told you I don't have the answer. But your answer to me, when you're talking about the moon, they don't use the moon per se for celestial navigation. They find fixed points. They have measurements of the sky in minutes, degrees, and seconds. Okay?
Oh, you're asking specifically about navigation. I thought you were speaking generally about the system of timekeeping. They look at the celestial bodies, not necessarily celestial navigation, but celestial bodies for the system of timekeeping because it's nice and easy.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I have an answer for you, Travis. I have an answer for you.
Okay. Go ahead.
The reason is it's based on the day and the night. And we get that system from the Sumerians, which is the base 60 for the time. It's that simple.
flesh that out? Can you tell me more about that, Odysee? What do you mean, like the base 60? What's that mean?
Well, the 60 seconds and the minute and all that comes from the Sumerians. They're the ones that came up with that system.
Okay, but what? So 60 is a divisor of 180. Is it not? There's three of them, right? There's 3 60s in 180, correct?
Well, yeah, I was talking about time, but I guess that as well. But yeah, I was referring to time. You know, the minute, the second, the minute, the hour. I guess degrees might fall into that category as well. But I know the time comes from the Sumerians.
So think about this real quick on the same vein. Let's work from the smaller reference to the greater. In celestial navigation, as far as I understand, it's seconds, minutes, degrees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we call an hour a degree? Why do we have seconds? Yep, that matches. Minutes? Yep, that matches. Hour, degree? Nope, doesn't match. Why not? Why did they change that? Because you got the minute from celestial navigation, you got the second from celestial navigation. Why didn't you just carry it over and call 60 minutes a degree?
second,
Why don't we have 24 degrees in a day?
Arc seconds, not seconds. They're different.
Yeah, they broke.
They're not different, really.
They break those down in ridiculous amounts, Travis. In other words, they break a circle down into 200,000 something parts, to put it simple. So that's a whole, yeah.
Yeah, don't complicate things. I agree with you. The they that you're talking about are the powers that be. I'm talking about the mariners that were just using 3 references: minutes, seconds, and degrees. They weren't dividing it farther than that.
The reason they didn't use degrees instead of hours is because degree is 1 out of 360, 1 out of like the entire revolution.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's only one. It's only out of 180. We only have what's above our heads. You don't circle the circle. You don't complete the circle. Why would you complete the circle under your feet? You wouldn't.
What are you talking about, man?
You understand the Sumerians are smart.
Okay, okay, look. When you're out on the ocean, if you're a mariner and you're out on the ocean, you don't use what's below your feet to measure where you're going. You only
Why do you
use
assume
the sky.
that just because it makes a full circle, it has to be below your feet? Like, what if you were in the north and you saw things going around the celestial north?
All right, hold on. I get you. I'm tracking with you. So you're talking about the azimuth, which is out in front of you, and you can make a complete 180 degree or a complete 3 circle or.
No, I wasn't. I was talking about celestial navigation. You could have a star in the north, and you could see that it's going a full circle.
Okay. Listen, I get that, and it's a valid point, but I would want to table that to another thing. I'm just trying to say that.
But mind you, I'm not even saying that it's necessary to look at stars. That gives you the sidereal cycle, right? But we did the same thing with the sun and the moon, and that's why we have the solar cycle and the lunar cycle. We know that they go one full revolution, regardless of whether we see the sun for the whole time. We know that because it's day and then it goes night and then day again, it made one full revolution. A revolution is 360 degrees. They didn't want to split it up into one of 360 degrees. They wanted something like more kind of substantial, and that's why they went for hours, which are 24 cycles.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is a much more complicated discussion than this. But my point, if you're out on the ocean, over your head is where I was referring to. Over your head, you only have 180 degrees.
Sure, but when you see the same star again, you know that it made a full revolution, right?
That's not what I'm asking.
And you know a full revolution is a circle, which is 360 degrees. So
that's not what I'm asking.
Just use your rationale.
As far as I know, you don't do celestial navigation when the stars are out of your visual space. It doesn't. You don't care about it until you see it again the next night, and then you mark out the fact that it's coming up a little bit later, like 4 minutes later, right? 4 minutes, right? So,
But not
while
I was just gonna say, doing celestial navigation, like actively doing it, is different than devising the system by which you do it, right? You can devise a system using your reasoning, knowing that this thing, this star, that has now gone, beyond the horizon, and then came back the next night or what have you, that it made a full revolution, and from there you could use your rationale, and you could develop the system so that you could do it actively in shorter spurts, like in arc seconds, arc minutes.
Right, but think about the point that you're making, and I appreciate everything that you've said, because I had to think about a couple of things based on what you were saying, and that's great. So, shoot, where was I gonna go?
No, I appreciate you.
Crack! I had a thought, and now it's gone.
I was talking about using, the reasoning of having a full revolution,
Oh,
regardless
I
of
got
whether
it
you have eyes on the star the whole time, and then using that in shorter spurts for active celestial navigation.
Right. So you and I are standing out on the deck of the ship, percentage, and you say to me, "Hey, where do you think
I'm the
that
king of the
star
world."
goes?" Yeah. You say to me, "Hey, where do you think that star goes when we can't see it?" And I say, "I think it circles underneath our feet and comes back down around behind us again." You're like, "What? What are you talking about, man? It just does a full circle in the sky." But see, the thing that we both don't have is we don't have a continual experience of that star, because
No, but I'm saying it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we see it again, and we know it did one full revolution, regardless of where it went. We know it made one full revolution. So whether that's a circle that's vertical or a circle that's horizontal, it doesn't matter. It did a circle. And a circle is 360 degrees. And you break that up into smaller pieces to do active celestial navigation, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just not really sure how the complete circle comes into celestial navigation. I'm thinking, even though I agree with what you're saying, I've heard you, it makes sense. I don't know that the full circle of 360 plays into how they took a 180-degree celestial navigation chart and then transposed that into what we now know as measuring the time of our day.
See, they took the 360 degree thing. They took a full circle, and they didn't start off with 180 degrees.
But why then? Okay, so why?
Because everything that you see in the sky has a revolution, and revolutions are circular.
Can I get back in real quick? I've been thinking about this. I can't say for sure how, but I was thinking from a topic earlier. I came in for a minute and had to drop back out, but where we have this urge within us to quantify things, right? And I think there could be some of that going on in that we're trying to quantify things in the sky and quantify those things with what we experience here on Earth. And so there could be some of that, because I was thinking to myself, if I'm saying, hey, you're in Australia, or we're not in Australia, let's have one since I'm in North America. Say you're in China and I'm in North America. Hey, I'm watching this star. Can you tell me when you see it? And then we measure some kind of angle, or do whatever. We're trying to understand it, so, and I think the mathematics, the angles, the arc seconds, all this stuff, which I've not studied celestial navigation, so that's why I don't say much about it. It could be just a way of quantifying their experience. And the reason they came up with the numbers and the values is because it seems to work and match observation, simply stated. And that could be it. But that's my thought process from this conversation. And just shut down the conversation. Do you agree, disagree? More thoughts? Or am I just wrong?
No, I'm just still all taking it in. There's no way I'm going to have a solution to what you've said. But the one thing that I was thinking about after I brought up the change from degrees to hours was LC King, his channel LC King Lucas from Australia, gave this really short presentation where he broke down that ours is really a what's it called? What's that called? An anagram that derives into Horus and then into ours. And what he did was he back engineered the ancient agricultural practice of tying up a horse or a mule or an oxen or whatever to a center point, and they were the miller, right? The animal drug the millstone in a circle around and around and around, so you have a complete circle. And then he broke down the fact that we get the word ours from that concept. It comes from the word horse, and then ours, they just got lazy with got rid of the R, got rid of the E, or whatever. Or they didn't get rid of the R, but they you understand what I'm saying? So there was an actual physical agricultural expression. And the other thing that he brought up too was when you have that post in the middle, like the maypole, you've got your own natural timekeeper right there with a stylus.
I mean, that kind of makes some sense at one level, because you can imagine somebody sitting there watching his horse mill the grain, and he kind of sees the sun move across the sky, going like, I wonder if there's something similar to that. I mean, I can imagine that happening, and it's completely
It says
feasible,
here, the
possible.
etymology of hour is ultimately from Greek hora, meaning season or time.
I mean, it's more complicated. Looking up the etymology is more complicated than just doing a real quick Google search. But his point was just that agricultural practice, he felt like he could tie it back to where we start talking about time or even seasons and things, because that's what you're measuring, right? You're measuring seasons, you're measuring years, you're measuring months.
Well, it's a cycle. Remember, so I think that's part of it. Even a horse is on a cycle. It's going around in a circuit. Cycle implies circuit. So I think there might be. I mean, it could be. I don't know for sure, but time seasons go on a circuit. The moon goes on a circuit. The sun goes on a circuit. The stars go on a circuit. So I don't know. If we're done with this topic, I want to go back to my math thing for a second, which from a conversation earlier that I heard. If you want to move on to a different topic, if you want to continue this one, I'm on. Okay, the pause indicates that it's fine, so I'm going to go on. Yeah, I heard somebody say that, I think it was Nate saying that there's no proof, right, in science or in this discovery. I want to think about this for a second, and I'm kind of briefly alluded to this earlier. What is mathematics? Anybody want to just tell me what mathematics is at a base level, basic as you can make it? What is mathematics?
It's a language. It's
a language to do what? A language to do what? Communicate what, though? Communicate what? What are they trying to communicate?
To quantify.
Ideas, concepts, observations.
Concepts or observations in the real world, right?
Yeah.
So it's a mathematical descriptor that's trying to quantify or express something that they see in the real world. Okay, so when you talk about a mathematical proof, technically, if what I just said is true and this definition is true, they are about trying to prove things in the real world. The moment they pull out mathematics, they are trying to prove things in the real world. So it is about proof. So whether you use the word proof or evidence, it is no different. It is exactly the same. But you're trying to prove something in the real world, or find evidence for something in the real world. So don't let them tell you there's no proof in science. Of course there is. As soon as you try to quantify, you're trying to prove something. You're trying to put mathematics on it, you're trying to prove something in the real world. So there you go. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, this was my downfall with Andrew Thomas Young, because he was saying to me, unless you know trigonometry, unless you know all the mathematical equations, you won't understand what you're talking about. I'm like, that's not true. I can tell you what I'm seeing. I can describe to you what I'm seeing. You can understand the words coming out of my mouth. Why do I need to take what I can tell you with my words and put a number or a gamma or a lambda or a divisor to it? I don't. So mathematics in refraction is nothing different than saying what you're seeing with your eyeballs. Nothing different.
Well, and here, if you go back to, I remember when I took algebra back in college, no, actually it was high school. It wasn't even college, it was high school. They showed us, it was like the Arabs, I think, came up with the first algebra. And if you go back, and I think our teacher showed us the text. No, maybe it was college. No, think about it. It might have been college. She showed us the text of the Arabic, of this first mathematics of algebra. There was no numbers in it. It was just words on paper. That's all it was. So just to back your point a little bit, using something I learned from school. Lovers, do you disagree with me? Come on, tell me I'm wrong. Nate, Kosho, Zanik, anybody?
I feel
Tell
like
me
it's
I'm wrong.
lunchtime for a lot of these people, maybe.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I got to clock out. Sorry, forgot.
Yeah. I'm at work, so I get paid to be here. But I don't
Well,
get
I'm
paid
at
to
work.
chat. I have to sit here and wait for people to come in and buy supplements that they don't need.
Well, I'm driving, but I'm working, so I'm working too. So I get it.
Yeah, for sure.
How do you feel about selling supplements that you know they don't need?
Well, okay. Here's how I justify it to myself and other people. I help people reach their goals. I try to sell them only things that I know that are healthy enough to take because I've taken them. That's usually the route I go. My boss tells me to, always upsell and push, 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 but I don't like uncomfortable situations. So if I hear no once, let alone twice, I'm going to take that signal and just let them cash out. But yeah, so to answer your question, I tell people, I mean, what they buy from me, like testosterone, weight loss, whatever, it works. It does what it's supposed to do. So if you're looking for that, come on in. But I'll tell you something. To build muscle, you don't need anything here. You just need to eat, sleep, drink a lot of water, and work out a bunch. That's it.
I mean, to build a lot of muscle, you need some steroids, though.
Well, quickly, yeah. But I mean, if you work out your whole life, get a good routine going, eat enough, sleep enough, you won't need steroids. It'll take you a lot longer, but yeah.
No, I don't think you could possibly get that level of bulk without steroids, even if you did it.
Yeah, okay, or HGH or any of that other stuff. No, I mean, I agree with you, but nobody. I'm talking about like reaching your genetic potential and then maybe a few pounds over that and maintaining that. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. But you don't have any qualms about not kind of advocating for a more natural way?
It depends on their goals, honestly. Like a woman today came in and said she just had gastrointestinal surgery. She was looking for protein, and I said, "Well, don't get the protein that we sell with whey and casein because that's dairy and it has artificial flavors and colors. Why don't you go with one of our vegan or collagen supplements?" And that's a moment where I'm looking out for that person.
That's the way you should sell, technically. I'm in sales.
I know, but then at the same time, my boss is like, "Bro, you could have given her an anabolic pump, even though she doesn't lift weights." Like that's I got to find a balance so that I can get paid.
I mean, I've had with what I do, I've had more success just helping educate the customer, and they come back to me all the time and they refer me because of that, and I get a lot of sales from it just because
I
of
think
education.
people refer to me too, or refer me. I'm not sure though. I haven't heard it yet, but I do get repeat customers and people that say, "Hey, I remember you."
Yeah. Well, they may not know it's you, but they may say, well, "This guy helped me. Go talk to this. Go to this store."
Yeah, my boss isn't gonna, tell through, which is, again, I think it's it's like a dad saying, no, you gotta learn this the real way, not the hard way, not the easy way, the real way. Lastly, to finish answering that, I take a lot of these supplements myself, so I can't. I'd be a hypocrite to say that they're like unhealthy or that they don't have benefits. But the word need, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you need any of this stuff here? I don't think so. Do you need to do a lot of things? No. So it's a luxurious thing to do, is to buy supplements, and that's cool. So we treat people with that, that kind of, it's luxurious, and so it's expensive, and it's it's vanity, and it's affordability though, and convenience, because it's you don't have to go to the doctor for testosterone replacement therapy, all kinds of stuff.
Why do you do it though? Like, why not just eat healthy?
Say that again.
Do you get like a really good deal? Do you get them free or what?
Well, I eat healthy too. I mean, it's all about the full package. You want to eat as healthy as you can, sleep as much as you can. With these supplements too, you got to drink a lot of water so you don't overload your kidneys and liver and such. But no, I don't need the supplements I take. It's not a need thing. You're right. I just want to take them, so I do.
I feel you. I just feel like it's, if you're eating healthy, it's unnatural to take these supplements, even if they are derived from natural sources or what have you.
I agree. I mean, you're not going to find a fucking melatonin pill in the wild, but you are going to find plants that have naturally occurring melatonin.
Yeah.
I've actually heard that too much melatonin is not good for you.
Dude, my father-in-law just, I guess he's stepfather-in-law, who cares? Anyway, last night he ate a half a bottle of melatonin, and
oh my goodness,
he came into the store today. Let's just say he was wearing that mistake. Fucking hilarious. But he's a Vietnam vet, right? He's not all there in the first place, and we kind of just let him do what he wants to do. Though we did take the bottle of melatonin from him. He's no longer responsible for his own melatonin supplementation. All right, so new topic. I can't really talk about it. I'm back and forth at work, but Santiago, Sydney flights, the live stream text is going crazy about whether or not it's globe or flat earth proof. Ready, go.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked at that since the very beginning of all this. It was when I first started looking at it. It was interesting though. Most of the flights, if you do a research from the southern hemisphere and you're trying to cross over, let's say from Africa to South America or Australia, they tend to go north. A lot of them do. There might be a few that do that. They go down the southern route. But it looks like most of them go north. That may have changed since I first looked at it, but I thought that was interesting back in the day. Whether it's proof or not, I don't know. And they said the argument to fly over colder temperature or over Antarctica I've heard that argument before. I think that's a bad argument because anytime you're flying over the ocean, no matter what, you're in danger of crashing and being stranded. Whether you're flying over ice covered or in the middle of the ocean, I don't think there's hazards in both. So I don't think that's a good argument to say that's why they don't do something. I would say for airlines, though, fuel economy and fuel efficiency is more important than anything else. Wait for the pilots to jump in and tell me about what's wrong with my thoughts, but nobody's saying anything.
Well, they got a real problem when it comes to airplane flights. They're not flying in the shortest path possible. We know that.
Well, that was my point. That's what I was trying to say. It's just interesting. Most of the flights from South America and Australia go north and then come back down instead of going over, which would seem to be a shorter route.
Like, I've never been so sure that we're not spinning since I came to this realization that they're not flying in the shortest paths and they claim to be.
I'm trying to think of a topic, but I wanted to bring up a topic from yesterday I missed out on, but I don't want to create a religious discussion if nobody wants it. So anybody up for
I'm
it?
here, Paul. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. It's about the Trinity. And I've been doing a little bit of research. Actually, done a lot of research on it. And actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm convinced that there is a triune God. And I don't think saying God is three is actually a contradiction if you understand the concept. And I've posted this in Livestream if anybody wants to go back. I posted it the other day or yesterday after the discussion. But even throughout the scripture, this idea of oneness and plurality exists in the Bible, even not even talking about God. You know, like the Bible says, the two shall become one flesh, right? So husband and wife become one. You have a nation, one nation. Well, nation has plurality of people, right? So this idea that's throughout the scripture, and also people have one language, right? So they share something that's in common. Language is common. It's one language, not multiple languages. So this idea of one and plurality is in the scripture. And I think like I can have one car, but a car is made up of multiple parts, right? So that's even not even using the Bible, going outside the Bible. You can see that idea is there. So now it becomes very important to how you define the terms, right? So the question really then becomes, can God have three personalities or three minds? That would be. I was trying to think of the best way to ask that. Is that possible? That would be the next question. Can God, the one God, have three minds or three personalities? Or in persons, I think is a little ambiguous. The definition of person would only apply to Jesus because he is a person. He's a physical person. But the question is that possible that God can have three but be one at the same time? And I would say yes, it is. And I think the scripture bears it out. And we can get into particulars if we want to. Anybody want to say something or comment about what I said?
Okay, so let's go back as far as we can into the Old Testament. Where do you think the second person starts to be developed in the Old Testament?
Well, one of the first instances I would say would be if I was to make that a decent argument. I'm still doing some work, but the first one I would come across is actually Hagar, when she encounters the angel. Now, the language, the way the angel was just talking to Hagar, it seems to indicate two, like, I'd have to read the passage, but that would be the first indicator. And people will say, well, that's just an angel. Well, the language, the way the angel was speaking, wasn't as a typical angel. And the angel itself is called the Lord or Yahweh. So there seems to be the angel itself, the angel of Yahweh, or he has this connotation. And the way the angel speaks during that seems to be that it's not like speaking for Yahweh, but that it is Yahweh. Because the language in the text seems to indicate that. And you can go to like Michael the Prince and Daniel. The one that angel has a specific name, and it doesn't doesn't speak the way as if it is Yahweh. He was just carrying a message, right? So I think the first indicator would be that'd be one. And there's other places throughout the scripture when you talk about the angel of the Lord seems to have some of that language in it within the text. Like it's almost like it's talking for God, but that it is God or Yahweh.
So my issue that I would bring up to discuss is the word angel is simply the transliteration from the Greek word messenger.
Right, I would agree.
Okay, but the Old Testament has a word for messenger too. So it's interesting that we don't use in the Old Testament Malek, because that's the word for messenger in the Old Testament. So it was the Malek of Yahweh. And it just means messenger, right? Where do we get this idea that it's some metaphysical entity when it just means messenger?
Well, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And if you go to, like even the way when the angel of the Lord appeared to Abraham, it's not necessarily a mystical entity. I think it sat down and had a meal with Abraham.
Right.
You know, it wasn't so. But the thing is, you got to think of the language of the way the angel was speaking. That's what I'm trying to drive at, not a mystical sense of the word, because even in those scenarios, it almost seems like there's a physical entity there, which is another indicator, would seem. And you know, if you've been a Trinity or you were a Christian for a while, that you know that a lot of people think that those are theophanies, or you know, the early representation of Jesus in the Old Testament. And also, I would say on another, that's one, I guess, in the Old Testament. But I think that even the word of Yahweh seems to be, when it says, that's the next part I'm going to do some research on. I've done some preliminary understanding, but it almost seems like the word of Yahweh is an entity in and of itself as well, the way it seems to be described. So, and then you have the New Testament saying, you know, the word of God, or the word, you know, the word became flesh. So this entity that seemed to have its own personality, you know, to itself, or its own entity, would seem to be made flesh in the New Testament, because it seems the New Testament writers, or especially John, seems to indicate that. So you have another, you know, that's another connection. And also the word, I did this one, I posted this earlier too, about the word. And if you go back to the Old Testament, it says God's word is eternal, right? So now think about that. If God's word is eternal, that means it's always existed, right? It's eternal. It always will exist. So then you connect God. So that becomes an attribute of the Creator. It has an eternality to it. Now, if Jesus is the Word made flesh, then that means, you know, when he says, "I'm before Abraham was, I am," that means he pre-existed. You know, he pre-existed back in with Abraham's day. And then if you go into how Hebrews and other writers describe it, Jesus, he pre-existed and was even there at creation. So all those seem to me indicate the two. So if you ask the question about the two, the third, I'm not done enough deep study into, but the first thought on just a reasoning aspect, when it says the Spirit of God or the Holy Spirit or whatever, however you want to use it in the Old Testament or New Testament, was it created? So now if you argue that it was, then it's a creature, right? But if it was not created, that means it's eternally existed with God, or it comes from God eternally. Well, there's another attribute. It has one of the same attributes of God. And you have to say, well, is it the same as the Father or the same as Jesus? But even the New Testament writers say the Holy Spirit is the Spirit of Christ. So it seems to be connected to Christ as well. So, I mean,
Yeah, but it also, St. Paul also says, and the Lord is the Spirit.
Right. Well, Lord, is it Adonai or is it Yahweh when it's the Lord?
I get that. I get that. So, Paul, I just tagged you with a live stream that I did just this, I don't know, like a weekend ago. Was it just a couple days ago? Yeah, I guess it was just this weekend. And Mark Doxey and I had a theological discussion, and we actually brought up this discussion of the Word becoming flesh. I think you'll find it interesting if you want to take a listen to it. Like I said, I put it in the chat.
Put it in my DM because it might get lost, and I don't want to go have time for it. If you can, I'll listen to it.
All right.
I was actually going to say I was going to text you yesterday. I was like, "Hey, Travis, hadn't heard from you in a while. Where you been?"
Trying to here, but here I am again.
Yeah. Any Trinitarians or Unitarians want to discuss, or is anybody in here besides me and Travis that want to discuss it? If not, we can move on. Just some thoughts I had.
What is the whole point of discussing the I don't really get the whole point of discussing it when the scripture says you will not know him as he is until you see him face to face, right? So I think the whole issue is the co-equality. We can speak about the word and we can speak about the fullness, the fullness of the Godhead and dwelleth him bodily. But also we all will come to a fullness of the measure of the stature of Messiah. So what does that say? To be like-minded, to be in agreement, to be set apart, to be holy. I could go over a few more things, but I'm working, man. I'll talk to you later.
Well, I would to respond to that though. Like I said, if I go back just to like some of the things I just said earlier, reach the fullness of Christ. Well, what does that? Would have to say, what does that mean? I mean, if I look it up, did I pre-exist before creation? No. So I'll not be to that full measure. Did Jesus exist before creation? Yes, it would seem to indicate that. It says the word is eternal. There's an eternality to the word of God, and it says the word became flesh, which is in Jesus.
Real quick, man, I got to go back to work. Real quick, I got to go back to work. But I would tell you this, that, the spirit of Yah, strives with man, but it won't always. So this eternal spirit you're speaking of, which is why we're animated and walking around. We could go into more detail of that and speak of this maybe later. I should be back on a couple more hours, and I'll message you, man.
Well, I didn't actually say spirit, by the way. I said word, but that's okay.
Yeah, well, when you talk about word and something that's coming out of your mouth, it takes breath. And when you talk about spirit, even when he breathed the spirit upon him, even when Messiah did that to his disciples, we could speak about all those things. We could speak about the H sound, the Abraham, the Sarah. So we could talk about all that later on, and it all is it has to do with this topic you're speaking of, and it does relate to it, and it's very valid. I've been sucking in sycamore dust all day, man, so I'm kind of stopped up right now, but I'll get back up with you in about 2 or 3 hours, and we can discuss it if you'd like.
Yeah, if I'm on here, so hopefully I'll be on here, so that's fine.
He's been sucking up sycamore dust, and he's Gonna be sick of more dust if he keeps on doing it.
That was a good dad joke.
You're a good dad. Joke.
You know, I'm not fat. I just got a father figure, man. Just got a father figure. I love that joke. Because I got a father figure.
You mean you got a dad bod?
I got a dad bod, that's right. And it's a good dad bod. Because my kids play drums on my stomach.
Is the watermelon ripe?
Six pack or is it a keg?
It's not a keg, it's a half a keg.
A keg, okay.
I'm a little overweight, but I don't think I'm that bad. I could be worse, but so I need to, my wife tells me I need to lose some weight.
Yeah, just don't go to Wii Sports and have Wii Sports assess your body mass. You'll be seriously obese.
Well, my ideal weight when I look at it, well, now that I'm older, it's probably changed, but when I looked at it back in the day, I was supposed to be 187. And when I was trying to lose weight back in the day, the lowest I could get down to was like 207. And I looked like I was skin and bones at 207. I was like, if I get down to 187 or whatever I was, I'd be like, blow good gust of wind, I'd be gone.
How tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
What?
I'm 55. It's gonna be 55.
And the lowest you could get down to was 20 something, and you thought you looked like skin and bones?
I mean, yeah, I look pretty skinny. And everybody thought I looked really good. So, but, and I was working out. I worked out for a while without changing my diet and lost some weight, but then I realized I had to change my diet. So this is years ago, though. I completely fell off the wagon. The wagon's dragging me behind, and it keeps dropping cakes off for me to eat.
It sounds like the wagon's in front.
No, I've actually met my wife. We used to go walking all the time, and then I got plantar fasciitis in my foot really bad, and I've actually done some things to fix it. So I've actually doing a lot better now. But so I've definitely not been able to walk with her very much. So I need to get back to it. I know I do.
What'd you do to fix it?
Well, I tried everything that you could possibly think of. I tried the water bottle. I tried all this. I went on and tried everything across the counter that you could possibly think of. Everything from a wrap to the arch support, everything. And I even went to the foot store here in Knoxville. I was going to potentially spend $1,500 to get inserts for my shoes. And I was like, my wife says, why don't you just go to your chiropractor? I was like, okay. He's a chiropractor. He's going to deal with my foot, I thought. And I said, okay. So I went to him anyway. And he looked at it and he says, your arch is falling. That's why you have plantar fasciitis. I was like, what? He said, he showed me my foot. And my foot is my left foot is kind of caught. No, I'm actually not flat-footed. I got good arches. But he says it's starting, you can see my ankle was starting to bow inward slightly. And so basically, there's a company called Foot Level, and he actually took a mold of my foot and sent off, and they actually made inserts for my shoes, and they actually fit my foot. So it's an arch support, but it's made for my foot specifically. And actually, ever since I put it,
did you try walking like outside barefooted?
Actually, walking barefoot, even around the house now. I didn't try to start walking outside very much, but I did try walking barefoot, and honestly, my foot would hurt more. So I think mainly because I was already irritated, and I would I got some walking flip flops that had some arch support on them, and I wore those for a long time because that's the only thing that would give me some relief. And so now I got these. So until my foot heals, I probably want to let it heal, finish healing. Then I'll start kind of going around barefoot outside and stuff like that. So I've heard about that. So, but
I would have recommended trying to walk on the balls of your feet outside, and and just slowly kind of like let the heel of your foot kind of slowly, gradually go down, and put more weight on it.
Well, the arch support, my shoes like I wear now, they're actually, I would say if it was a pain level, like if it at its worst was a 10, you know, but it wasn't, I mean, I'm just saying that's not what's where I couldn't function, but I was just saying if that's the level, I'm at like a 1 or 2 now. So, and sometimes I don't even notice it. It's a lot better than it was.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Because plantar fasciitis, that that pain can be sharp. It hurts.
And it's worse in the morning when you're first standing up, or if you sit too long. Worse during that time.
That first step.
People think chiropractors are quacks, but I tell you, he's made a world of difference in our lives. So. Another topic. Anything? Another argument, just thought of this. Can different people share the same nature?
Define nature.
Like human nature, let's say. Like we're individuals, but do we share human nature? Do we share it?
Yes, I do think that all humans have, generally a human nature.
Okay. Human nature is one, right?
Yeah, I would
It's
say
one
human
nature.
nature is finite, whereas like God has his nature, which is infinite.
Okay. So the argument then would have to be on the Unitarian side that no one can share God's nature, right?
That's
That would have to be their argument. But if you discover through research that certain individuals do share in that nature, what does that say?
It's impossible to have God's nature. You could have like partially like the same qualities, but like in more finite amounts, limited amounts. But God's nature is exemplified by being unlimited.
Well, I would more illustrate it this way, and this is why the Bible calls us we're made in His image. And the image is not the thing, right? It's just but it does seem to reflect some aspects of it. Like we have certain level of power, right? Which means we can move objects, we can manipulate the world around us, we can create things. And we don't even just having the word create things. We also have knowledge. But on both of those scenarios, the power and knowledge, both of those are limited. So you could argue that there is we have knowledge like God has knowledge, but we don't have unlimited knowledge like He has, right? We have a finite amount of knowledge. So there's a sharing of an attribute, but it's not of the same. I don't know if the right word is quantity. I guess that might be a right word, but yeah, I guess that's be a good word because it is quantity. Yeah. So in that sense, I would agree to a certain extent, but the thing is, but if you start seeing an aspect of the individuals that share of the same quantity of that knowledge of that thing, then they would be sharing the same nature, right?
So what was that last part?
So if they shared the attribute of the same quantity, then they would be sharing the exact same nature. I guess that's a better way to say it. Okay.
If you think about some of the movies that we've seen and that have been presented to us that are more esoteric or hermeticist or spiritual, we've been shown numerous times that there's potential for the human mind to be limitless. In fact, they made a movie about it. And then they made another one with Scarlett Johansson and Morgan Freeman. But if you remember when Connor MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod became the last Highlander, he basically became God, because when he had the quickening happen to him and he was with his new partner and they were talking about things, and she says, what's it like? What's the quickening like? He says, well, it's like I can hear everyone's thought in my head around the world. And if I pay attention, I can actually help them solve their own problems. Right. So, to me, if we want to talk about truth in movies, I do think that there is an aspect of our existence that, remember, we've been told this from the beginning about human physiology. Well, the human brain is only used, like maybe 5% of its potential. We're like, well, yeah, that's because the rest of the 95% we don't know how to access. But
no,
we
dude,
could.
that's a lie. They're just telling you to sell yourself short. Okay, you use your whole brain. It all depends on what you're doing, for sure. So like, if I'm driving and I'm eating, I'm smelling, I'm tasting, I'm driving, I'm thinking about my next move. I'm doing a hell of a lot of things. Okay.
That's all within the 5% that we do use.
I don't believe that at all. No, I don't believe that.
So while I'm talking to you right now, I'm not really thinking about staying in between the lanes that I'm driving, but I am.
Yes, you are.
I'm using that 5%. I think that what you described is true, right? We have the ability to multitask along those lines, but I'm not controlling my body's breathing, and I'm not controlling my my circulation and whatnot. So
are you saying we don't use it for cognitive thought? Or because I'm saying we use the brain for everything, like 100% of it, to keep the body functioning, to think, to do whatever, to shit. Yeah. To sweat. The brain's doing all that shit. That's what I'm trying to say. We use 100% of it.
Maxed out, man. You got to stop blinking if you want to do something more.
I want to kind of respond to Travis. I think I know where he's going. At least make a comment about it. In either one of those scenarios, whether it be the guy in the movie Limitless or Scarlett Johansson or Highlander, did they come into existence?
That wasn't my point.
Right, but I mean, I'm trying to make a point though. So if they came into existence, okay, that means their existence is finite. So they may have the potential to have all this knowledge and power, but right off the get-go, their existence is finite, right? No matter how long you live, your existence is always finite because you came into existence.
Yeah, I think that can be debated to a certain extent, even if it is philosophical. But energy cannot be created or destroyed. So then that means
You're
you
breaking up
ultimately
pretty
just
good,
become a
Copernicus.
different expression of energy. When you're zygote, am I back now? Check, back.
Yeah, now you're back.
So, to a certain extent, you have always existed. It's just the expression of your existence right now is as a human man.
Well, that's that to say energy can't be created and destroyed is only in this existence. So only in the physical realm. That doesn't, you can't say that applies outside of this realm. And if God exists outside this realm, then that doesn't apply to him.
Right, but see, I no longer subscribe to the presuppositions of a Judeo-Christian monotheistic, theology. So I don't subscribe to your concept of God any longer. So my concept of God, but my concept of God at this point is just simply energy. And the entire world is that energy expressed as tree, flower, human, mouse, bear.
But well, I mean, I'm not even arguing from the Christian perspective. If this existence came into being, and when you say energy, I'm going to always, have this concept and idea that the only way to have energy is to have space and time. But if space and time came into existence, then equating that to energy falls apart immediately. And that's not even using the Bible. That's just thinking about it logically.
Right, but I don't concede that space and time came into existence. Where are
So
you
it's
getting
always
that?
existed. Well, then if you said, then it's always existed, right?
No, space and time don't physically exist. What are you talking about, Paul?
Space and time don't exist?
Let's not go down that road real quick, man. So for me, Paul, I'm just going to be, really base. I'm just going to say it this way. Just take it at face value, okay? All I know is the truck I'm passing right now, the car that I'm driving, the trees that I can see. I don't know anything else than that. So, I don't know that there is a God outside of this existence, right? In order for you to make that claim, I would think that you would have to have direct empirical evidence for that. What I am saying is that I do know that there is energy everywhere. The sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the temperature, the pressure, the ether, whatever you want to call it, I see energy everywhere. So we are all energy. We are all one. We are all energy. And if you want to put that in parentheses next to God, then we are all God.
Nah.
Hold on a second. Just even within that description, let's say all we have energy can't be created or destroyed, right? Just using that, then you have to admit that it's always been. So if it can't be created, that means it can't come into existence, right? That's just an inference. So then you have to, even in your own paradigm, you have to say whether I call it either always existed, eternal, or whatever term you want to give to it. It did not come into being. It's always been here, right?
Well, right, yeah, but see, the thing is that your child came into being in terms of being born. That tree that it's in the backyard, that when your dad died, you planted a tree or you planted a seed, right? That tree had a beginning. So we can see the fact that nature itself recycles. Humans are born, humans die. Trees are born, or trees are germinated and then they grow and then they die. So we see, but we can't back up the time
clock, so to speak, percentage, right? We can't back up the time clock and go back. So everything that I'm looking at has always existed. You know what I mean? It's always like, how far do we have to go back until we're going to get to the edge? I don't think we ever can. I don't think we ever will. But, you know, this is another one of those deep philosophical discussions.
Be right back. Hang on just a second, Drew.
Well, that was an easy win. Woohoo! Just kidding. Nobody else? You guys are asleep?
No, man, you made him run away. We're scared now.
Just joined. Don't know what the conversation's about yet.
Okay, I'm back. I had to get me some. I had to go into a convenience store, guys. I'm thirsty. Let's see. Let me think of this. I mean, I hear so well to say it's because you've experienced it. It's always existed. All you can say is that since you've been born and until this moment, it's always existed. But you can't say anything more than that. But you can argue maybe your family's experienced this world, you know. But to say it's always existed because I've experienced it always existing, I mean that there's a little bit of problem. That's problematic to say
No, but
that.
but all I mean is if I take myself and then I back up to my mom and my dad, and then I back up to their moms and their dads, and I back up and I back up and I back up, everywhere has always existed for them, or for whomever we go back in time to go at, you know, like it's just going to keep going and going and going and going. It's like the horizon, Paul. You know the horizon doesn't stop where you see it. You know it doesn't. You know it continues to extend beyond your vision, even though you haven't reached it. So if you want to turn around and go back to the other horizon, you're always going to be chasing that line. You're never going to get there because it just keeps extending in front of you. And even though you come across this island or that island or whatever, you know, when you get to that island, where did this island come from? It's always fucking been there. You're just seeing it right now for the first time.
Well, I mean, this actually asked another question within even just the scientific aspect of things. Do you believe in the second law of thermodynamics?
I understand it.
Well, do you think it's real? Do you think it's valid? Do you think it's a descriptor of the world?
I don't think that. No, I think that our system is set up as a recycling system. So even though we want to say that everything breaks down, it breaks down to start over again. Like
Well,
if we all, like, hold on, just if we all just disappeared right now, every human, this world would actually just explode with life. And it would keep going.
Well,
Animals would die, trees would die, you know, whatever.
Well, two things in that. Okay, cycles. Just because you see cycles occurring now, doesn't mean the cycles have always been occurring that way, or that have always been existing that way. That's for one. I mean, because like my car, your vehicle, your truck you're driving on has a cycle, right? The pistons have a cycle.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. I'm not done. So if you say that because I'm experiencing my truck having a cycle, then as far as I'm concerned, it always has a cycle. That's for one, it's a little bit stretched.
Okay,
For two, and then the other thing is what you know the other. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Yeah,
I'm still
but you
talking. And then the other,
just strawmanned me. Okay, I'm calling out
you said recycled. You said recycled. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Paul. Okay.
Go ahead.
What was I talking about?
Things are basically recycled or kind of go.
No,
What do you mean?
Not just things. I was very specific.
Well, tell me again. I missed it.
Nature. I wasn't talking about things we make. I was not talking about manufactured things. I was talking about nature. In fact, I told you if we all disappeared, this world would explode with vibrant life. So I wasn't talking. So it was a straw man. You were arguing against something I didn't even say.
Okay. Then I'll rephrase it. So you're saying the cycle of life is always going on. Is that a better way to say it? Is that a better way to say it?
Sure.
Okay. To even, and my thing about a vehicle was an analogy.
But it was a false
Because
analogy because I wasn't talking
why?
about things that I already said it. I'm going to say it one more time because I'm not talking about things that we manufacture.
Well, the only point in this is to say something is always going through a cycle, or the life cycle is always occurring. Okay. For one, you're going to run into two issues. If you believe in the second law of thermodynamics, you're going to run out of energy for the cycle to continue. Just like the watch. Yeah, my watch is man-made, and the vehicle I'm driving is man-made. Eventually, the energy within those two systems is going to run out.
I have a
The
question.
second law would apply to that. Second thing, first law, and also the second thing is, which you've heard me argue this before, you run into an infinite regress problem when you also say if it's an infinite cycle into the past, you run into an infinite regress problem. It's the same problem. There's two problems.
Oh,
Go ahead.
So my first question is, does a magnet lose its energy?
I think I've heard people say over time a magnet will cease to be a magnet. It will lose it. Yes.
Okay, but how long do we fucking have to wait? 500 million years?
I don't know. I mean, I've never experienced it in that sense, so I can't say for sure, but I've heard that they do. And I think I have seen, if I put if I get a needle and I make it into a magnet, eventually that magnet will cease being, it can stop, it'll lose its magnetic field.
Okay, but I'm not talking again. I'm not talking about manufacturing a magnet out of a needle because that needle isn't inherently a magnet. It's not a lodestone. Right? So again, you're going to something that's a false equivalency. And then secondly, your infinite regress is just simply a philosophical problem. So it depends upon what your presuppositions are. You might have an invalid presupposition, and then your argument for infinite regress falls apart. I'm not saying that I'm correct. I'm just talking out loud. That's my response to you. All I can say is that we have the evidence of nature. For the past 51 years, I've seen trees grow, trees die, trees like winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall. I don't have any other, like, if I hadn't thought about it till just right now, then I would maybe create this phrase. Maybe there is a uniformity to nature.
Well, I mean, I gave you the second law of thermodynamics that would also imply that things can't be having an infinite cycle, even into the past, because eventually the energy would run down and run out to be able to have the cycle.
Oh, okay, but the same powers that be that told us that the Earth was a globe have also given us these philosophical, metaphysical concepts of second laws of thermodynamics. You and I didn't come up with that law. You know,
So you're saying the law doesn't apply to everything?
I'm going to try to say it again. Obviously, if I build a house and I don't maintain the roof, it's going to fall the fuck apart. And if I don't rebuild it, it's going to stay, or it's going to continue to decompose. But nature doesn't just decompose and stop. It recycles. Bro, our world is an infinite supply of energy. It will never run out. They tell us it will.
What's your evidence for it that it's infinite? What's your evidence for that scientifically?
It's based on everything that we've talked about before. For the past 51 years, I've seen it maintain its course.
Well, but you said it's infinite. At best, you can argue that it's at least been working as long as I've been around. But you can't say it's infinite. You can't say that.
And as long as my mother and father and grandmother and grandfather, all the way back.
But even if you go all the way back to the first, even if you go all the way back to the first human being that experienced this world as this way, you still don't have an infinite amount of it. You can't say that.
I
can't
do
say
think I do think I can. Why do you think I can't?
Because that's still in either scenario, whether it be just you in the last 50 years or me in the last 50 years, or the state of Christians are right and it's 6,000 years ago, or if the evolutionists right and it's 64 million years ago, whatever you want to put to it. But all of those scenarios are finite. Define what infinity is, Travis. What is it?
Infinity is a concept. I don't believe it's real.
Okay, but when you use the term mathematics, you're trying to quantify something, right? So, and right, I agree with you. Infinity is a mathematical concept, but it's also even to argue something is infinite. That means you have to quantify it, and to quantify something means it has no limit to it. And to say it has no limit to it means you have to be able to experience it in that way.
Well,
You
look,
can't. No one can.
One question. Hold on.
Okay.
One quick question. You just said that you believe infinity is a human concept and that you don't believe it exists. But then you also 2 minutes ago said that the energy in nature is infinite, or something to that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say. Travis said that. Travis said the energy of nature is infinite. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm guilty of using a common vernacular. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. You know, it came out of my mouth. It's just like when I saw a dead body that I believe in God. I just used a colloquialism. My point is don't hang me on the word infinite when I was just simply using that it continues from the past. If you want to call it eternal or whatever, that's my point. My point was that I don't think that there's any reason to limit this world.
Well, let's trace your thought process. Okay, what causes plants to grow? The sun, right? Because it's getting energy from
water does.
The sun does. Water. A plant will grow.
Soil.
So just water will cause a plant to grow. So if I don't give it any sunlight, it'll continue growing.
Now, look, I'm saying that you focusing on. I would have rather you asked, what's necessary for a plant to grow? Because when the way that you asked the question and answered it, it was as if it was only the sun.
Well, I was going to. Well, I mean, yeah, there's more to it than that. But what gives it the energy to grow is the sun, not just water. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
No, yes or no? You agree? Okay, you agree. Okay. So now that being said, so if I put a plant under a bushel, I give it all the water and soil, it will not go anywhere. So obviously the plants are getting their energy from the sun. So now you have to go up and say, is the sun eternal? Because it's getting the energy from the sun. So are you arguing that the sun is eternal? It's always existed, but it's always been there, always given us energy for plants to grow?
I believe I've already answered this question. I don't know why you're asking me the same question again.
Well, that's the logic of your reasoning. So you would have to argue that so that means then the second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the sun, which means it's always existed, it's always been here, it's always had the energy necessary to give life to this realm. It's your logic. You have to go. That's the logic of your reasoning. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't want to tell you you're wrong. In fact, I was going to say I'm perfectly happy with that. Yes.
Okay, but if it's shown that the energy in the sun is running down, then what would that do with your argument? And I don't have a way to prove it either way right now. I'm just saying, what if they discovered that the energy in the sun's running out? What would that do with your argument?
I have no interest in talking about La La Land.
Okay, well, it's just a thought. I mean, because if it could be proven that the energy of the sun is running out, then that would start putting a damper on your process. But to say the second law only applies in our realm that we live here on Earth, but doesn't apply up there, then that you're getting into then you are stepping into metaphysics. Because then is the sun physical? Does it have to obey the physical laws that we experience here on this world? If you're saying it doesn't, then that's another argument. How do you prove that? How do you prove that it doesn't?
Hold on. Wait. Where did you get the idea that I said that the sun doesn't operate in the same principles that we do?
I'm just saying, okay, if the second law does not apply to the sun, okay,
Who
that's
said
what you
that?
have to
Who
say.
said that?
Well, then, okay, if it does apply to the sun, that means it has a finite amount of energy. That means at some point it had its maximum amount of energy, right?
Okay,
And
wait a minute.
it's been running down. So it means the second law has to apply to it.
Okay, wait a minute. Based on where we're going right now, I'm just going to say it this way. So just take it for the argument's sake, okay?
Okay.
I reject the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, then our discussion is over. Because I mean, if you reject something that's supposed to be a law in nature, then okay.
Okay, but are you?
Listen,
Yeah, but are you just Listen, are you just parroting somebody else? Like, where's your research on the second law of thermodynamics? Like, how did you?
Where's my
How did you?
research? Where's my research? Well, I get up every day, and if I don't eat, I get hungry and I get weak. If I don't put my gasoline in my vehicle every so often, it's going to run out of gas. I mean, I see if I don't, do certain things, things are going to run down. Like my house, if I don't maintain it, like I look at my porch and it's starting to rot. I mean, my experiences every day with life. I'm getting old and gray. My body's starting to break down. I was talking about plantar fasciitis earlier. I'm old. I'm getting old. I experience it every day. That's my research.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop there, Paul.
It doesn't stop there. What do you mean?
Okay, when you die, do you cease to exist?
My body will become dust in the ground.
Okay,
Dirt,
Paul,
come back to dirt.
listen. Sometimes it feels like I'm talking to a baller. Just
I
yes
mean,
or no.
I mean, okay. As in my Christian paradigm, my body returns to the ground from which it came, and my spirit will return to God from which it came.
Okay, so your answer is no, you don't cease to exist.
No, we don't cease to exist. Okay, so
Okay, listen. That falsifies the second law. Things don't just break down and then just disappear and stop. We're just now coming back full circle to what I said before. Trees die, trees decompose, mushrooms grow, trees regrow, people regrow. We don't believe that we stop existing when we physically die. Neither do the spiritualists, neither do the hermeticists. They just have a different concept of existence. We all believe, hold on, I'll be done in like 2 seconds. We all believe in the ongoing expression of energy.
But see that when you define energy,
Yeah, I don't
though,
believe in that.
see, this is the case. Yeah, hang on a second. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that in the sense in that term because energy only applies to this realm. It only applies
That's
to that
all
because
you
energy.
know, Paul. That's all you know. You don't know anything beyond the realm. Like, how high can you jump?
Okay, if God brought, okay, when you say no, my experiential component, you're right. I don't have an experience of anything other than this realm. But logically, philosophically, religiously, there is something that is beyond this realm that the laws of nature do not apply to. And seems to be an aspect of that. So there's that, which means there's an aspect of me that can commune with him that don't always that the laws of this realm do not apply to.
How do you know that this thing you call God is above certain physiological or physical or metaphysical properties? How do you know he's limited or not limited in a certain area?
Because he created them.
Well, and also it says it's a religious philosophical argument. You got to have, if anything begins to exist, it has to have a creator, right? Or if things, you have to have a prime mover, something that's beyond something that caused it to move. So there's a philosophical in that, and I know it from that. What?
Hold on. Except for the fact that you have a get out of jail. You have a King's X, don't you, Paul?
What's that?
Where did God come from, Paul?
You've got two options, Travis. I've said this. You've got two options. Either your world that we exist in has always existed, and your argument is this realm has always existed, or you have something outside this realm that has always existed. You've got two
Right,
options.
right, and we both have the same philosophical challenge. It's no
Well, if this
no
world,
less. Just real quick, it's no less than the Christian philosophical argument of presuppositionalism, right? The atheist believes the same thing about the universe that the Christian believes about God, except the atheist doesn't necessarily attribute personality to the universe because the universe is eternal. The universe is all powerful. And if this person is a spiritualist, he might say that the universe even controls karma. Well, God fucking does all three of those things. The only difference between the Christian and the non-Christian is the Christian says, I know God. And the Christian and the atheist says, I don't know God. Okay. So they both have this.
the difference though, in this discussion though, I mean, I could see where your argument comes from, but again, if the second law of thermodynamics is accurate and true, and if you use logic, which to me, God grounds logic, and if the infinite regress is that, it's a fallacy, and you apply those two together, that means this realm came into existence. The thing that brought this thing into existence is not made of the same thing. So that means it's not made of matter, space. It's not made of any of that. And the logical conclusion of that is a disembodied mind. That's the logical outcome.
That's what I'm talking about. I call it energy.
But you have energy. You have to have space and time. You can't have energy without it.
Energy,
why are you
space,
arguing
and time are all conceptions, guys. You guys are tripping, man.
I'm not using percentage back off. Paul, this is like the third time you've put words into my mouth. I have not invoked space time. You do.
Okay, what is energy? What is energy, Travis? Define. Wait. He needs to define. He needs to define energy.
He's thinking physical energy, like the energy that we use today, kinetic energy, mechanical energy, electrical energy, all that stuff, and that requires these notions of space and time.
Define energy,
I don't
Travis.
concede that point.
Well, define energy. Define it then.
Well, if you want to give me some time to think about it, I'll be more polished when I can come back. But my initial thing was just to give you what sixth grade taught me, and that's the potential to do work.
And what is work?
An expression of energy.
Have you heard of the circular definition?
Listen, everything's circular, guys. Everything is.
Hold on. Let's take these physical definitions. So you're saying energy is the capacity to do work, right? The potential to do work, right?
And keep in mind, right? Keep in mind, I'm just keeping it low brow, right? I'm just having this easy conversation.
Yeah, sure, low brow, but I'm going to show that you're agreeing with Paul. Actually, that Paul is right, because if I ask you what's work, you're going to give me what's your definition for
work? What is work? I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. Wait, no, I'm trying to think. I would just basically say something like, work is an expression of change and development.
Change
right
and
on.
development.
That's spot on for sure.
Okay, so what's change? Does change require space?
I don't live in a world where there's no space, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he was saying that energy denotes space and time, right? Does change require time?
No. Hold on. No. Wait. Now you're doing what Paul did. You're now incorporating space and time into your questions.
No, you did by your answer, because by saying change, you can't have timeless change. You can't have spaceless change. Things, they change in position and they change in time.
Okay, listen. I agree. When I first started,
when you say, let me just put a bow on it. The point is, when you define energy, you can't fall back on the physics definition, because you shoot yourself in the foot when you fall back on the physics definition. You got to use a different, more like supernatural definition, like that which existed before anything else existed, or something.
Hold on. I started my entire answer with a caveat. I said, I'm just going to give you a simple answer. I said, if you want a more sophisticated answer, I'm going to have to come back. Did you remember me saying that?
Yeah, no, I remember you said keep it low brow.
Well, can I get back in? See, as soon as you invoke, is that percentage just talking? Is that right, or is it Nate or Napalm? Um, the thing is, the definition within physics, work is is force over distance. So as soon as you say force over distance, distance implies space.
Yep.
So to have work, you have to have space to do any kind of work. So your definition is a physics definition. So if you're saying that's not a good definition, then you are going to have to come up with something different. I would agree.
Yeah, but I would actually criticize your point, Paul, and say that you shouldn't go with physics definitions because that's wrong as well. Energy, as we know it, like the physics definition of energy, doesn't actually exist. It's just it's let me finish. It's just a convention that we came up with, and we defined the terms of defined the units of measurement of a joule and a calorie and a kilojoule and all that stuff, right? Just so we could be on the same page and share ideas, and that's why it's an international standard and what have you. But in reality, all it is pressure mediation through different forms, whether it's mechanical, whether it's through electrical, and it's not actually. We just say it's energy. We just kind of quantify it because it's just a transfer of pressure.
Temperature and pressure mediation. Thank you.
Yeah, heat. Exactly. Yeah. So we just for convenience we say that this, that the mechanical, the electrical energy of my muscles contracting. I shouldn't even say energy. The electrical circuitry, the electricity of my muscles contracting, the pressure from that causes a mechanical, a mechanical pressure, and we just term it all energy, in a holistic type of universal explanation. But in reality, that's just a conception. This idea of energy is just an exception. What really exists is just the pressure through these different forms.
And even at that, we still got it backwards, because what we quantify or deem as energy is literally just the release of energy. Energy is always at an inertial state of rest, being non-dimensional, preceding time and space, meaning it's in a counter spatial state.
You kind of contradict yourself because you say release. You're basically agreeing that energy isn't a physical thing that exists, but you're saying it's released. I would say I would say be careful with your terminology. Say heat is released or something, else is released.
Well, can I get back in? See, even to say released, I was, I bought my wife these. I don't know if you've seen this on Facebook. I found it on Facebook. These little for Mother's Day. It's a box. When you open the box and all the butterflies fly out. I got her that for Mother's Day. It was kind of cool. But the butterflies were released. But the thing about, if you go and look at what the butterflies are designed of, how they're designed, they're wound in a rubber band and they're stuck in this box. So when you open the box, the butterflies fly out, but they've been wound up. So when you say released, that means there had to be something wound or something prior to push or to release or to trigger, right? To cause it to change its potential state, which change comes back into this term again as well. I have to say, I'm going to steal something from AI that I think is interesting. And this will get philosophical and metaphysical. So, but this is my ideal, because I think of, and I put this into God terms. If God existed timelessly, unchanging, and one of the attributes of God is immutability, which means he's unchanging, that's where I think that's his state before creation. He chose to create his will to move, his will to act, his will to change from a state of just him by himself, or however you want to term it. His choice created the world. He created everything. So there's an aspect of will involved, like his will cause things to exist, and that's so that And so we went from all. I'm trying to get my thoughts together. The one became many, right? By a choice of action, and his action and his choice, his will, in a sense, brought energy to the universe, and brought a universe into existence, or existence into existence. So ultimately, where did energy come from? God's will, God's choice. That's where it came from. anyway, that's a philosophical. That's not
Yeah,
scientific.
I
That's
would
just
say the only
metaphysical.
energy that does exist is God.
Well, but see, I don't think energy applies to him. That's the catch. This is the catch-22, because he existed before, this. Like I've asked the etherists, is the ether eternal? They don't know. Is it intelligent? They don't know. But for even to ether to change state, or change phase, or have a phase change, or however you want to term it, and something has to act upon it, right? Something has to either within itself change its state, or something exterior to itself change its state, or cause it to shift.
I have a question, Paul.
Okay, what?
Is light energy?
It would seem like it, yeah.
No.
Is God light?
Well, the idea of light in the Bible, I mean, and this might be a little bit more of how I'd interpret it. It's usually equating this moral thing. He spoke and light came into existence. The physical nature of light came into existence. But when usually God is light and in him there's no darkness, that's usually a moral connection, not necessarily a physical aspect.
Well, that's an interpretation you'd have to defend.
Well, he spoke. Well, I'll go back to Genesis. He spoke, and light came into being. He said, "Let there be light." So, if he is light, then he wouldn't have to create it. That means it's always been there.
Oh, hold on. Don't again. You do so well, but sometimes you go off the rail. I just don't get it. So,
How did I go off the rail?
because you're talking about God's creating light. I'm talking about God's essence. So one of the prophets, and I think it's Isaiah, you can just easily Google it, right? God dwells in unapproachable light. All I'm saying is that I do believe that we have justification for attributing the discussion of energy to this concept of a supreme entity.
Okay, let's analyze this. So let's look at this just from a logical, trying to analyze it. Okay, so you're saying God lives in an approachable light. Okay, so either one of two things is occurring. If that's true, then light has always existed because it's always existed with him. So when he did something in Genesis 1, those two must be two separate things, because if he brings something into existence in one verse, but it's always been in another verse, there must be two separate things going on there.
Yes. Where you and I are going to disagree. I don't believe Genesis is literal. And so the light and the darkness in that passage is not talking about the physical universe.
Well, that's where we're going to differ. So now we're just talking about difference interpretation, but I'm analyzing what the text says. It's like you analyze what the text says.
So yeah. I'm analyzing what the text says too.
So we'll let the audience decide who's right.
Listen, you're both wrong.
Okay, hold on. I don't think either of us has said enough for the audience to come away with one or the other.
I've already made you. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is that your statement, I'm just reading the Bible at face value. I'm like, no, you're not. You're interpreting I'm interpreting it too. It's just like you looking at the world and saying it's not a globe, and I'm looking at the world and saying it is a globe. So then where do we go from there? That's a zero-sum game. You're saying and I'm saying yuh-huh. How are we going to determine? It has to be on the evidence.
Well, I don't disagree, but I mean, if and I've already kind of made a caveat. I was like, that passage where it says God is light, in him there is no darkness. If you go read the context, it seems to be that there's a moral component to that in the context of that passage. But in the other passage, it seems that God brings light into existence. So are they the same? You would say they are the same, right? I'm saying they're not the same. I did unpack it a little bit more. I did it quickly, but I did unpack it.
The light that's spoken of in Genesis 1 is not physical, or it's not God's essence.
Okay. It's not God. Okay. I don't know what else to say. I think it is. I think God created light in Genesis 1, but you say no, it's not. So, okay, we're back to what you just said a minute ago. I don't know what else to go about that.
I I didn't really say anything in particular. I simply started by asking you because you were disagreeing with my statement about energy. So then I went to, well, I know that Paul believes that light is energy, and I'm pretty sure that he would agree that the Bible seems to use language that describes God as being inhabited in or inhabiting light or being light itself. So then that means that God is ultimately energy, which he is. I mean, I think ultimately you would have to say that, you, Paul, are simply a biological, physiological ball of energy, right?
I mean, in this realm, yes, I am just a bunch of ball of energy. But I mean, but that does, are you saying you're extrapolating that God is in a sense the same?
No, I'm not saying that he's the same, in terms of that he has a physiological body. I'm saying, and I think I said this earlier, I'm saying that I believe in more of what you would probably understand as an emanation. Right? So look, so the difference between you and God, Paul, is that you cannot create simply by your thought or your spoken word. In the same way that you believe God created the universe, right?
Right. I can't create the world the same way God did. Yes.
Okay, so I would say that there are degrees of separation, but I also think that there are degrees of correlation, if not even equivocation to some degree.
Well, I mean, if you heard the discussion earlier, was it percentage we were talking about this with the attributes? I said, I think, like we have knowledge as God has knowledge. Our knowledge is not God's knowledge because his knowledge is infinite. You use that more of a colloquial term, that his knowledge is unlimited, where our knowledge is limited. So there is a similarity, but they're not the same.
Yeah, I don't have any direct experience of this thing I'm calling energy. All I can do is look out across the Chesapeake Bay and see something happening out there for which I don't have an explanation. It just looks dynamic and energetic, and it's there.
Okay.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm driving through a gate. Sorry. Go ahead.
Did you hear what I said? Because I think I was just done.
Well, I was in the middle of a gate and responding to him, so I missed some of it. But just repeat the last several sentences, or a couple sentences. Sorry.
I can't remember what I said. What was I saying? Somebody. Okay. So I was saying, I do think that there are degrees of separation, but I also think that there are degrees of identification. I think that there's correlation, and in some senses, equivocation. We do this with God. God is holy, but I can be holy, but not the same way God can be holy. So there's a degree of separation and there's a degree of identification at the same time.
Okay. I don't necessarily have a problem with that necessarily.
Right. So that's all I'm saying about this world that I think exists. I'm just simply a polarity, if you want to call it bipolarity or even tripolarity, because the Greeks did use 3 different words to describe life. They used suke, they used bios, and they used zoe. Suke has to do, I believe, with more of our internal spiritual, emotional components. Bios has to do with our physiological component, and then zoe has to do with, I think, with more of like a fullness. But they're all 3 different words that we translate in the Bible. See, this is what I hate about translations. If you read the English translation of the Bible and you come across the word life in 3 different places, it's life in English, but it's bios in Greek, or it's zoe in Greek, or it's suke. That's just irresponsible translation at its highest order.
No, I mean, I agree with that at certain levels because I mean the word love is used throughout the Bible, but Greek has like four different words for love. I agree with you. So I agree with you.
You know, so I don't even agree with the translation of soul for suke. That's not what it should be. What gives you the idea that suke refers to this metaphysical essence within you, right? Suke just means life.
Well, in Hebrew, soul is nephesh.
Right, but this is no, it's not. It's living being. Look in Genesis 2, right? Adam and Eve became living beings. So did the animals.
Look at Genesis 1. That's what I was referring to. Genesis 1 says nephesh.
Okay, Lael, when God created the animals, it describes them as nephesh. It doesn't mean soul. It means living being.
So the word soul, which is translated into English as soul, the word translated in English as soul in the Genesis chapter 1 is the word nephesh.
Yes, and that word means living being.
Well, I mean, I don't know, it just seemed like it died or something, but I mean, I was thinking about Genesis when God created man, said it breathed into him, and he became a living being, like you say. So there was a time where he was just a bunch of dirt laying there with clay, and then he breathed into him and he became a living being, as you would say. So there does seem to be some different essence from the physical body and something that makes you more alive. Because they're even within science, even when a cell dies, all the components are necessary there for the cell to live, but something transitions to cause it not to live anymore. Like something ceases to be in that cell to cause it to cease to function.
Right, but
So,
but you acknowledge the fact that for yourself, when you cease to live biologically, you don't cease to exist energetically. You believe that some aspect of your body metaphysically exists beyond this world. So why wouldn't that be the same case for other physical objects that seem to run out of physical energy, but then they're metaphysical energy that you can't see on that light spectra? It just keeps going. It goes somewhere else.
that obviously that's a mystery. I will admit there's a mystery to that. We don't know, but we can't to say that that thing that's missing is purely energy. Then you have to say, using that term again, to equate it to something in the physical world. But I mean, then are we just? I mean, I remember a Star Trek episode where those people were dying. I think it was in Voyager. They were dying, and their so-called energy cells went to some other place and became part of this ring around this planet.
Right.
So is that what you're saying? We are just a bunch of energy? I mean,
yeah.
Is that possible? I guess you could argue that, but I don't know. I mean, I would say when you say energy, then that's meaning. I mean, you have to say energy has consciousness. So you're equating consciousness with energy.
I'm not trying to equate them. I'm just trying to have a conversation, and if I need to get more specific, I'll try to do that. But just to go back to a more entertainment level, truth-oriented concept, like, why do you think they made a movie about something you don't think is real? Like, I don't think that they're creative enough to think of that thing. I think that thing is true, and they simply made a movie about it and you don't think that the movie is about reality.
You know, when I watched Lucy the first time, I got the eeriest. What's that?
I couldn't remember that name. Yeah, it was Lucy. Right.
Well, when I watched that movie for the first time, I got the sense of dark, foreboding sense that this was not right. And now you could argue that, oh, that's from a Christian perspective, but I think it was more than that. There seemed something evil about it.
Yeah, I don't think that that's evil anymore. I had those same experiences when I was a Christian. I judged rock music, I judged movies, I judged this, I judged that. Right now, everything that I'm reconsidering makes life so much more enjoyable and beautiful. I don't think anything's evil that way. The only thing the only thing that's evil in this world are those sons of bitches that rule our system. That's evil. You and I are not evil, Paul.
Okay, so that brings up a moral question. So, is there evil in the world?
But what do you mean by evil?
Well, evil is a privation of that which is good, or corruption of that which is good.
Well, but see, there's so many degrees on the spectra, right? So okay, let me ask you this question as an analogy. At what point does water become hot?
Okay, is hot or cold a good or bad thing?
I don't believe that evil is good or bad. There are degrees of behavior, right? It's like something can appear to be like, oh, that was bad. You know, he did that, but you don't know all of the circumstances around whatever that action was. So when I'm saying this is my definition of evil, I'll just say it this way. It's a violation of someone else's person or property. That's evil. If you violate someone else's person or property to their ill, that's evil.
But I mean, here's the thing, though. If I steal from you to feed my child, is that a good thing?
Did you ask me to help you first?
It doesn't matter. I'm trying to help my child.
Okay. Yes, if you steal from me to feed your child, yes, that's incorrect. That's evil.
Wasn't it good to feed my child?
Wouldn't it have been better for you to say, excuse me, sir, my child is starving. May I have some bread? And I would have said, I'll do you one better, buddy. Come on in. I love to cook. What do you want? Which is better, Paul? Which is better, that piece of fucking bread that you were going to steal or the 7-course meal I was going to make for you?
Okay, so then I guess you would have to. I know what you're saying. I mean, trust me. I think we've had this discussion before. But I mean, the thing is, though, to say something is good, you have to know what the good is, right? So you're saying is if it harms or does something bad to somebody else, then that's where it's bad, right? Basically.
Well, again, you're talking about moral, right? So, like, if a tree falls on your house, that's not a great thing as far as you know right now, because, I mean, you know, you've heard stories where, oh, man, I got into this really bad car accident and I lost my ability to walk. But then all of the time that I had in my disability, I learned a new skill. Well, then it wasn't a fucking evil, was it? No, it wasn't. But you did think that at the beginning.
Well, I mean, you're talking about good and bad in that sense, but usually the good and bad it is a moral component, and the moral component, like inanimate objects, are not necessarily good or bad.
I know.
In and of itself has no. Okay, hold on a second. So it's usually something to do with a person or a choice of someone else that makes the distinction. Like you said, you had a choice either to steal from me or talk to me. So within that, there seems to be that. But that's what I mean by good or bad. So if something is occurring that is evil or bad in the sense of the evil, evil means it's not a good thing. And there's usually intent involved behind it, some kind of evil, bad intent or whatever, like we were talking about earlier, intent.
Right.
That's what to me. So that's when I said, or do you think anything's good or bad? And I'm thinking in a moral sense, not in a happenstance events. Even something immorally done bad to me can still come out to be good. So, but that doesn't mean the act that was done to me was bad, was good, or it has to either the act was done to me was either good or bad. You know what I mean? Not the result of it or what can be worked from it.
Right, but we're getting into the area of philosophical discussion as well, because was it evil for Judas to betray Jesus?
In one level, yes, but God used it. So yeah,
right.
And that's a good analogy. But I mean, it's because it shows that what Jesus did was a betrayal. All betrayal is bad. Does that mean that it cannot be used for something good? By no means, it can be.
Was it evil for Cain to kill Abel?
Yes, it was evil for Cain to kill Abel. Did he break up? Am I breaking up?
Talking to?
Yeah, who are you talking to? I'm talking to Travis or me?
Yeah.
Why doesn't this guy? Why doesn't this guy know what evil is?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay. Ask your question again.
Why don't you know what evil is?
I did explain what evil was. Evil is the violation of another person's rights.
That begs the question: where do rights come from?
They are inherent.
They're inherent. Who determines what rights are valid and which rights are invalid if they're inherent?
We do.
We do. So it's subjective. So rights are subjective.
No, I didn't say no. No, I did not say they were subjective. I just
But
said.
if you ever go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just saying, well, if it's we do, that means it's subjective, which means it's depending on my opinion, my feelings, my whatever value I want to place on something. Because if I decide as me that you have no rights, you have no value, then I've determined your rights. But if you say, no, you can't violate my rights, I said, who says? Because this is my right. We do. I'm part of we. So I'm determined. And if I can get everybody on this panel to agree with me, then we can violate your so-called rights because you have none, because we've determined as a we what those rights are.
Well, only to a certain extent. I can either choose to leave the community or fight you to the death, because you're not going to violate my person or my property without my objection.
So you determine your own rights. So you determine what your rights are.
That's what I meant by saying we do.
Okay. So but if our rights disagree with each other, like what I think is right and wrong, or in that scenario, then it becomes very subjective, right?
Well, okay, look, so let's say someone says, oh, I'm going to create a podcast and I'm going to talk about my ex-wife and all of the things that she did that was blah, 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 right? And someone comes along and says, I don't think that's good. I don't think you should do that. That's not good for you to do that. Okay? Is that evil or just not good? Right? So this is the spectra that I was talking about. I'm not talking about having a difference of opinion on how to best grow a garden or which ice cream flavor it is. I'm talking about your personal existence as a human. What is best for you? Is it best for you that I do whatever is in my power if you're in my personal space to do what is best for you? Is that best?
Could be at that moment, because if I'm trying to manipulate you to get what I want, then I might let you have certain.
You're changing the goalpost. Now you are changing the goalpost. If you want to change the direction of my question, then answer my question and then change direction. Here's my question one more time. If it's in your best interest for me to treat you as best I can for your good, Is that the best choice? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think even, well, yeah, what's what you say, but I mean, again, if it's, I'm just trying to take it and say, well, it could be in my best interest to treat you good if it's for my best interest, but I could also be for my best interest in my own cognitive function to do something very bad to you. And in those scenarios,
Oh my God, you're doing it again, man.
no, I'm not. I'm just trying to make your point. If, as long as the subjective is upon me to determine what rights or where rights come from, it could change in a moment. It could change with my feeling. It could change from eating a piece of bad pizza. It could be changed, because I had indigestion that day. I mean, it's subjective, very subjective. Even in this, even the scenario you're trying to draw is very subjective.
Paul. All right, Paul. Let me
Okay, go ahead.
let me say it to you this like you're dying out in the desert and I have water and it would be the best thing for me to share my water for you. That would be the best thing for me to do for you, right?
I would hope you would do it for me. I would hope.
Okay, it would be the best thing to do for you, correct?
For me, yes. If I'm about to die, it would be good for you to give me your water. Yes.
Okay. Now, if it comes into a different scenario where I have to withhold something for you that's damaging to you, but in your opinion, you need it, you want it, you got to have it. But I'm saying, no, I'm taking this from you because this is going to be better for you. And you don't understand it. You don't know why. But at the end of it, after you've been cleansed and you feel so much better, you're going to go, thank you so much. That was the best thing you could have done for me. So you can change the scenario any way you want. But every time you change the scenario, it's a completely different discussion that you have to be specific about what all the details are in order to draw the conclusion. All I'm saying is that in the best of both worlds, I'm always going to do to you and for you what is in your best interest. That is what you and I would do for each other if we lived right next door to each other. We are not the psychopathic, fucking insane ruling elites that have created the system that you and I live under right now. That is tyranny. That is evil. That's not the way you and I would behave.
I mean, just because how we would behave, in any given scenario, doesn't say if something is evil or not. You're saying it's a spectrum. So it could be then it's a perception thing. So it's back to that. So you're saying it's maybe evil for you, but right at that moment, it's evil for me for you to withhold the water, but it's actually in your perception, it's actually good for me. And the only way I'll know that is if I see the outcome of it. So now the thing is, though, that still says that in my mind that you do not believe, even in that there is an absolute evil. I mean, you think that even in those scenarios you would give, you could say that's subjective. So even these people that are in control of the world and manipulating how things are, in their perspective, they could be doing the best for the environment, the best for the world. So they're doing what they think is best. I mean, it could be evil, but it's not technically, because in their perspective, they're doing what's good. So it's a perspective. So you're back to the same problem again. You've not solved it.
No. I think that I get what you're saying, but my caveat to what you said would be the intent.
Right. Well, they say they're trying to save the environment, so they want to starve the people because it's better for the environment if we all die.
Oh, okay. No.
I'm just saying that would be the rationale. That's the rationale.
Hold on. Now, again, you just gave me more information than you did the first time you said it. The first time you gave that little scenario, you didn't elaborate, and what you just said, yeah, that's fucking crazy. Yeah. Starving people, whatever, I mean, again, you're making up this hypothetical, so then you can always qualify. You're like, well, I didn't really mean
but
starve.
You're making up hypotheticals too. So what's the difference?
I would say, at least in mine, it would be a little bit more realistic for, somebody to come across somebody who had a health issue that you needed help with. And if I had more information to help you say, okay, look, you've got to stop doing this and start doing this if you want to get better or whatever. But in terms of starving out an entire village, I mean, to me, that narrative is not the same. It's going to to be a completely different.
Oh, okay. Let's give you a real life scenario. Was it okay for Churchill to allow a city to be bombed during World War II in his own town, in his own country?
Churchill was a
But he did
madman.
that actually.
Yeah, I know he
Oh,
was a fucking madman.
oh, that's your opinion though. But he was doing what he thought was best because he knew he was going to win the war.
Paul, don't reduce yourself to absurdities.
Okay. So you're saying that when they broke the German code and they discovered that they were going to bomb the city in England, and if they knew if they'd evacuated the city, the Germans
Let
would
me
have
just
known that they.
jump.
I mean, go ahead. Somebody trying to jump in.
Let me jump in real quick. Yeah,
Go
let
ahead,
me jump
Jeremy.
in real quick. If I shoot Travis, if I shoot you, okay, thanks. If Travis, if I shoot you in the chest, is that good or bad?
Well, what's really cool about that is that when it comes to the point where I have to dodge bullets, I won't have to.
Hello?
Gray, you didn't even answer the question.
It's a
Can you
bad
guys hear
thing,
me?
Jeremy. It's a bad thing, Jeremy. It was bad.
Is it
Horrible.
a bad thing? Yeah, but what if? Okay, well, what if you broke into my house and you were about to do something to my wife and kids? Is it still bad then?
Nope.
But if you were just standing on the corner minding your own business, if I did and I did it, then it'd be bad. So yeah, context. You know, you got to know the scenario.
Yeah, but I didn't look. Again, you're straw manning me. I didn't say anything. You just did what Paul did a couple minutes ago. You changed a scenario, right? You looped me into a question where you were baiting me. Of course, right? What the thing that made me answer my question the way I did was I already told you what my determination for good and evil is. If you're shooting me for no reason, that's evil. Why? You are violating me as a person. The scenario where I'm breaking in to violate your wife, who's the evil one? Me, right? So I don't understand why this is even a question for you. You shouldn't even ask. Jeremy, you're so much smarter than this. You should have figured out before those silly words came out of your mouth. Oh, I'm not going to ask this question now.
Well, here let me jump back in because here's the thing. Jeremy's right, and the intent is everything, right? So like if I hold on a second, would you want to finish something? I was trying to describe what you're saying. Go ahead. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, you didn't give me credit when I said intent is everything. You didn't. You just. But
Oh,
now
okay.
Jeremy.
Well, I must. Well, I missed when you said that. I'm sorry if I missed it. I apologize.
I just want recognition.
Okay. Well, I acknowledge you said intent was there, and I apologize for missing it. And I'm okay. Yeah, but here's the thing, though. The thing is, even the idea of intent, right? Just think about that for a second. It has to have an evaluation of something. What is good? What is good intent, right? You know, what makes something good and what makes something bad, even the idea of intent, right? So, what standard are you going to use to say what intent is good and what intent is bad? You see? And if it's subjective, then my intent, in my mind, might be a good intent, but in your mind, it may not be a good intent. But who's to say?
I'm going to tell
I got
you.
to jump off. I'm gonna listen.
Okay, my answer again from the beginning has been the answer is if it is a violation of my will. If I don't want you to resuscitate me and you resuscitate me, that's fucking evil. If I want you to resuscitate me, please save me, please give me mouth to mouth, and you're like, fuck you, I'm going to let you die, that's evil. I don't know why it has to get more complicated than that. If you want to bring up scenarios about what ifs and changing the goalposts, then those are 1,000 different conversations.
Remember that movie in Run Forrest Run where Tom Hanks saves his sergeant? He's like, "Let me die. I'm gonna die," and he saves him. And later on, the sergeant thanks him for saving his life. He got a new a new chance at life. Even though he lost his legs, he was happy. He was thanking Forrest for saving him when he told him not to.
Again,
So is Forrest evil?
hold on. I think again, that situation is okay. Look, if Forrest had given him his wish and he died there, then that would have been the end of the story, right? So we can only evaluate, I suppose, the end result where, as Paul and I discussed earlier, that all things work together for good. But in the grand scheme of things, first of all, you're talking about a movie that wasn't real. And I'm just saying, like, look, if I put on my chest DNR and you guys ignore it and bring me back to life or whatever, and I'm 80 years old, I'd be like, you fuckers, just let me die. Like, that would not have been nice.
Well, you're changing the scenario.
No.
You're calling Forrest evil. Is Forrest evil for saving Officer Dan?
No, I gave the example of myself. I gave the example of myself at first, saying, if I say to you, do not resuscitate, I was talking about myself. If that's my wish and you violate it, I'm going to say that's evil. Now, what can I do about it? You brought me back from life. What can I do about it? I can't do anything about it. 10 years later, I get a Nobel Prize. Whoopee! Great. Something good came out of it. Doesn't change the fact that you violated my will 10 years before.
So you do have to look at the whole scheme of things. What may seem as a bad thing could turn out to be a good thing. And if somebody's trying to help you, I don't think it's evil. I mean, there's people that are suicidal, right? You have to help them because we love them. We want to save them in a way. Even if their motives are different, we feel like we can take care of them.
But if you see somebody about to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge, I think that in that situation, I wouldn't listen to the person if they're like, just let me jump. I'd be like, no way. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard. Like, all of a sudden,
they're violating you say that those rights are being violated because he just told you, don't save me. You're going to save him.
Okay, look, is it the same as if me being an old man who does not want to be resuscitated, right?
You're not an old man, though. You just changed the scenario.
Oh, my God. I already said that I was an old man earlier in the conversation. You might not have heard it, but I did qualify it at that point because I'm not going to say right now, don't resuscitate me at 51. I'm not going to say that, okay? I don't think that coming across somebody who's having a heart attack that says DNR on his chest, I don't think that's the same thing as someone who's about to jump off a bridge.
Okay, good. Okay, one last question for you. There's an old man. He's about to jump out the bridge. He wants to end it. You gonna save him?
Say, hey, if you really want to end your life, I think we can do it in a more peaceful way. Let's check out some other options. I'll help you.
He's like, no, I want to do it.
What?
He says, no, I'm going to do it.
I'll say, okay. I'll say, see ya.
You let him jump.
Yep.
So you let an old man jump, but you won't let a child jump? Is what's happening?
I'm just messing around with you because I just think to a certain extent we're now getting into the ridiculous. Because I mean, like, what are you trying to force me into the corner to say?
I'm not. I'm just wondering because you're making a black and white statement, and it's not true. It's a gray area. You have to use your best judgment. It's not always what you say. Violating my rights. I'm giving you examples where that doesn't make sense.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it's always that way.
I think you said if you violate my rights, if I want to do something, you violate my rights, then you're evil. That's what you said.
Yeah, your knowledge is always limited. You can't know everything about me. So if you come into a situation where I don't know, I don't even know, I can't make anything up right now. If you have limited knowledge and you act on that knowledge, but you do it with good intent, I think that there's an aspect in which, you aren't evil. You aren't evil, right? You are not. But the result or the effect for me, like, that could be a violation of my will. You had good intents, but it was still a violation of my will. You know what I mean?
So it's not evil.
And sometimes I feel like you guys you turn into ballers sometimes when you just go off the rail like this.
Well, how old does someone have to be before you won't save them? Jumping off a bridge. They say they want to do it. You have a 12-year-old kid, want to do it. 50, 80, 90. I think you said you would save them. That was my point. And that's all. Carry on.
But come to think of it, I would be inspired by Mel Gibson's character, Martin Riggs, in Lethal Weapon. And I'd get on the red ledge with him and I'd hold his hand. I'd say, come on, let's jump together. Let's go. I'm ready.
Yeah, that worked out good because then he didn't want to go because he didn't want to kill you. So then he saved himself. He didn't kill you. But I think betraying Jesus was evil for Judas because that was his. He betrayed Jesus. He wasn't loyal to Pontius Pilate. He turned on Jesus. So I think that is evil. And he knew he felt so bad he didn't even live to spend his money. He just hung himself. And that was also evil. Suicide.
Evil.
Always found that very interesting when you're speaking about, suicide and the thoughts in someone's mind just before, and as it happens. And I've heard, it said that it's no different, if a young person or someone, takes their life for reasons they think, would justify it, or that they need to. Is it any different from them being overcome by, someone who raped someone or someone who robbed someone? Is it any different, or do we have, a text in the scripture that says if you commit suicide, you're damned? Or it's always been a very interesting topic to me. And I don't know who brought it up, but I think in the Catholic religion, it's considered.
It's the worst sin. It's worse than murder because when you commit suicide, you can't redeem yourself after. It's the last thing you're gonna do on earth, anyways.
Yeah, that's true. But if you ever just consider these things, not every suicide is the same circumstances. Not every suicide, goes a certain way. Some people might, be in the middle of hanging themselves or shooting themselves, and then they, change their mind at the point of hitting that wall on the trigger, or that rope being cinched around their neck or whatever it is. They could have a change of mind, maybe being bled out and have a change of mind. And
But then they're dead.
well,
Would it change their mind?
what's that?
But if they're dead though, would it change their mind if they die?
No, I'm saying if take for instance if someone's bleeding out, right? Say they cut themselves and they're bleeding out, and they change their mind and they wish that they could stay alive, right? And they say, Creator, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. Can they be forgiven in that instance? I believe so. Do you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now take in consideration this. Let's say a very young man, a very young boy. Let's say he understands that his father and his mother are going through a time of hardship, right? Where they can't afford the bills or they can't afford tithing to the church, and the church is coming asking for the tithes. And the little boy sees that his father's going to give the tithes to this church, right? This so-called church. And he understands that his father's going to go hungry again for another week because he's going to feed him a piece of bread, right? So this child, he goes out and he commits suicide. Is that any different from, and I've heard this before, this is not my words. Is that any different from being overcome by a robber or someone who rapes him? Is it really going to be, is he going to be held accountable to the utmost by the Creator, or will the Creator consider those things? What do you think?
Well,
Hopefully the Creator holds
his priorities are screwed up. He wasn't taught that his life is more valuable. If he
Right.
really thought that, if he really didn't think it was a sin, then he might do that. And then, but obviously, you got to teach your kids.
I would hope
life is the most valuable thing. You can starve. That comes next. That's not. People are always going to be hungry. We may not have everything we need, but we have a family. We have life. That's the most important, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you that it's a terrible thing that happens, but it happens, and I think that the Creator is going to take that in consideration. Now, someone who has no care for life whatsoever and takes their own life, perhaps they've come to a time in their life when the Creator has handed them over to a useless or a reprobate mind for the things they have chosen to do. And if that's the case and they commit suicide, yeah, but we have to take into consideration every instance and every case. It's not all the same, and not everybody has the same knowledge, right? We know the difference between right and wrong, and we're born with this moral compass, but there's a lot of additional knowledge that people are not privy to, and it depends on the age of the person, the accountability, and all of these things must be considered. But the one who is greatest to consider these matters is the Creator.
So in that instance, why would
that little story you just told? Go ahead.
In that instance, why wouldn't the Creator hold the church responsible?
Oh, if I knew it was you, I would have just went. And that little story you just told. Thanks. And that little story you just told about the church and the guy going hungry and shit, right? I'm wondering how much money the churches, like, collectively take in a year or a month.
So you're asking the same question I asked?
Yeah, this happens.
Is it?
This type
Yo,
of thing.
real quick, invest in the Jesus coin, guys.
That's get that Jesus coin. But yo, seriously though, North, how much money do you think collectively all the churches combined take in together?
Oh wow, man, you're talking about a big game there. I mean, you not only what they take in, but what they put in hedge funds and all kinds of other things, man. I mean, They invest in things like they invest in things they don't even know what they're investing in. They got hedge funds, right? They're investing in alcohol, tobacco, things they preach against, right? But there's so much money being made by these organizations that call themselves churches, right? And we know that. And this little story I told, it's not just a little story. These things happened time and time again in the past, and perhaps even today. And we can see it with things like St. Peter's Basilica.
Oh, I'm
You
not
know,
down when it happens.
yeah.
Yeah, just real quick to give you an anecdote of happiness, Jeremy. My mom's church in California, when the gas prices were so high because so many people were traveling like an hour to get to church, the leadership of the church said, "Listen, you guys don't worry about
I'm
tithing."
roboting or something.
Can
Well,
you guys
hold on. I
hear me?
wanted to make a point on that.
Was I breaking up?
I want to make a point on my thing I just said.
Okay.
Or not. It's fine.
Go ahead,
Well,
Jeremy. We're listening. Jeremy. Well, you want me to play the WWE music for you? All right, he probably cut out, guys. Go ahead.
That was pretty much the point I was trying to make with my question. Why wouldn't you hold the church accountable?
right, yeah. So, am I coming in?
Yeah, you were coming in last time. I think Jeremy was cutting out. Go ahead.
Okay. My only point was that there are churches that have sense and sensibility, right? The church leadership said, "Look, guys, if you have to give up one thing, we would rather you be here at church. So don't tithe. Use your money for your gas." You know what I mean? So yes, the church would be responsible if they knew that there was someone in their congregation who was too poor. Yeah, the church is accountable for that.
They should know. They should always know the poor, and those who are like prophets or priests. They should be known among the poorest, the widows and the orphans. That's who they should be known amongst, right? And so, even if you go into New Testament, you don't have to go to Old Testament. You could go to both, but even in the New Testament, where they get their text from, there were men appointed specifically for that office to go and meet the needs of every one of the congregation. And so if there's no men, that's the office they should hold, and that's their job, that's their duty, that's what they're to do, is to take care of the orphans and widows. If they're not doing that, then they're already guilty, because they're not going by the text they prescribe to. And that's what I like to do, is hold people accountable to the text they say they prescribe to, no matter who they are. I mean, if you look at people, they usually stray from what they say they are. I mean, we all do it from time to time.
So, North, do you think it's the church's responsibility to keep their people safe, or is that the government's responsibility?
Well, the congregation, if you call it the church, I guess you could call it the church. But yeah, I mean, that's their responsibility. There should be no hunger. Anyone going to any congregation of any so-called church that prescribes to the book that they call the Bible, the Old Testament, New Testament, there should be no hungry person there. There should be no jobless person. There should be no person without a home. All of these things are provided. And
what does it say the government has to keep their people safe? What does it say that?
Nowhere. I didn't say that.
No, I asked.
The other guy asked that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can I get in on this? Real quick. I mean, whose responsibility is to keep people safe? Well, first of all, the responsibility falls on the individual. You need to keep yourself safe, first of all, and also to keep yourself from being deceived. Now, the next step above that, the Bible says to love your neighbor. So technically, the person next to you or the person that lives close to you is also responsible at some level for your safety. So to put it on either the government or a church as an organization I think that starts to fall apart.
What
If there's
about
no
when the
church
Greek,
organ, what's that?
Paul? What about when the Grecians were making fun of them because and they were making fun of these little congregations, right? Because they were not taking care of the orphans and the widows. And so what was said by the apostles, take 7 men, right? And Stephen was one of those men. Remember Stephen, right? He's stoned to death, and Paul held it, so we could discuss all that, but there were men appointed to that specific duty to take care of, responsible for meeting the needs of not only the food, the shelter, the clothing, all of these things. There has to be an office in a so-called church to do these things. If there is no men doing these things and they say, "Oh, well, we know everyone. We take care of everyone. We really look out for everyone." You just go to that place a few times, you'll find out that's not true. I mean, we could discuss that, but literally, it's in the scriptures, bro. You can't get away from it. That's their duty, right?
And I'm actually, I think what I'm saying is actually goes along with that. It's actually not. I mean, like if I see somebody in need in my neighborhood or somebody in my congregation, like somebody needs to move, like, hey, we need some help moving this old lady, get her stuff moved out of her house. Then I go grab a bunch of men and say, let's go take care of that. You know what I mean? And it's technically it's still along those same lines. And I agree with you that, and the word ecclesia in the New Testament means what we translate as church, but it's the group of gathering of fellow believers. So yeah. And more so within the Christian community, those that believe in Christ and who Christ is, they should be the first on the scene.
How many group of men do you have to have in order to have a church?
Well, the ecclesia of the Bible, Jesus said, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there I am.
Knew you were going to say that.
So bare minimum 2.
Bare minimum. Well, it's somebody to help you, yeah, or whatever.
So
yeah.
you have to have a witness, right? Isn't there supposed to be 2 witnesses?
Well, that's in a judicial. You're thinking of a judicial sense.
No.
So they're like, well, yeah. If you look at that 2 to 3 witnesses,
If I'm going to make a testament, if I'm going to give my
well,
testament or testimony, how many have to bear witness in order for it to be valid?
One person,
right, well,
one person and all the holy angels. That's many. So that's all it needs. So if you got one person, Messiah said, your own law says that you need 2 witnesses. I am a witness myself, and the Father who sent me is a witness. There's 2 right there. That's 2.
Well, just think about what he's saying, though. I mean, I think the discussion there's the witness of an event, like a testimony for something to validate either a witness of a judicial or something else. But we're also talking about taking care of people. So those are 2 different kind of things. So, I mean, you don't need 2 people to go take care of somebody. One person can do that. Take care of your neighbor, that could be one person. But when you're talking about what a ecclesia is, it's a gathering of believers that have like mind, and scripturally that could be 2 people, 3 people. So, but you're talking about judicial sense, bearing witness, then you get in the bear, let 2, 3 bear witness for an event. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, challenge you because the passage that you're referring to, if I'm not mistaken, comes from Matthew 18, which is a judicial passage. So Jesus is talking about a judicial scenario. He's not talking about going to church.
Well, okay, so when it says where 2 or 3 are gathered here, let me look at that. See what it says.
Read the whole context. The whole context has to do with forgiveness. If your brother offends you, go to your brother, and if he listens to you, you've won your brother. But if he doesn't listen to you, you go to the elders and bring them back with you. Wherever 2 or more are gathered in my name, there I am with them. It's a completely judicial scenario. It's got nothing to do with going to church and singing hymns.
Well, but see, I didn't say. I mean, what is ecclesia? What does it mean in Greek?
It means those who are called out.
Right, and they usually, and the idea is when they called out, and they usually meet together, right?
Yeah, but the word church is a mistranslation of the word ecclesia. Ecclesia should be translated something like those who are called out, not church.
Okay, that's fine, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I'm saying that, but even in that scenario, you get, when you want to have a judicial setting, You know, even if it is that, I mean, you're right in that one passage. You're probably right. I just have to go dig it out. But he's trying to say is when people come together, 2 or 3 in my name, there I am, to make a decision in this scenario. I mean, yeah, but I think that would still apply even to ecclesia. But would Christ not be in the midst of a group of people meeting together in his name? Would he not be there?
Not believe that you can derive that. You can't water that passage down to then just make some generic, statement about, we're just getting out started, folks. We just got a small Bible study and just 5 of us. But remember what Jesus said: wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in my name. That you can't do that. That the scriptures do not allow you to do that.
We're got to keep it in context. I agree.
Okay. I'm not going to sit here and fight. I'm not going to quabble over that.
Well, whoever said that your government isn't responsible for keeping you safe, the World Economic Forum disagrees.
Well, even in the U.S., it's been shown that it's not the cop's job to protect your life. There's a law that, or actually a court ruling said that here in the United States.
Well, you got to be
That's
careful
not
with
the
that
government.
because you got to be careful with that because there's a distinction between a policy enforcer, which is what we see in the police in the cop cars on the highways and whatnot. Those are policy enforcers. They are not peace officers. A peace officer, his responsibility is to protect and serve. The policy officer, his responsibility is to enforce highway robbery.
Yeah. Do you have evidence of that?
Yeah, every time you get pulled over for a victimless crime and he sues you for a citation which has a monetary value on it, he is extorting money from you. Yes.
So once then? How many times have you been pulled over for that?
I've been pulled over numerous times for victimless crimes.
Maybe you should be a better citizen.
Maybe those rules don't apply to me, and I'm a safe driver regardless of whether or not I was going 12 miles over the speed limit or 5 miles over the speed limit. If I haven't harmed anyone, there's no crime. If I can be a safe driver at 55 and I can be a safe driver at 62, I'm, as you want to call me, a responsible citizen.
No, because you have to obey certain laws when you operate a motor vehicle. Just like you can't run stop signs or red lights.
I don't operate a motor vehicle, sir.
You drive a motor vehicle. That's what it's called under the law. Yes, it is.
You need to familiarize yourself with
No. There are people in jail for driving without a license. There are people in jail for traffic offenses. You need to wake up and understand that it's not me. I can do whatever I want is illegal.
I didn't say I can do whatever I want, did I, sir?
Pretty much. You said it's okay to go 62 and a 55. How about stop signs? Do you have to stop for them?
Not if there's not anyone in the crossway. I can go through safely. Sure.
Well, that would be a traffic offense, and you could go to jail for that.
Yeah, and that would be an opportunity for me.
Who's he offending?
And that would be
He's offending everybody else on the road who's stopping for a
They're
stop
not there
sign.
though. He said it's empty.
You have to obey traffic laws. Which laws are optional?
Why if there's no one being injured or affected, why does he have to obey them?
Because
you have to be proactive instead of reactive.
Yes,
Income tax
because you
laws
could
are
kill
optional.
somebody that you don't see.
No, he's proactive in checking, making sure that the intersection is clear.
No, the police have to be proactive.
Why?
That's their job. I know you don't think it
so
is,
they're allowed
but you
to
don't have
charge me
evidence.
with a crime, like for something where there was no crime, just because there might have been.
You're not.
How about
giving you a traffic citation does not charge you with a crime?
How about if you have a school bus with flashing red lights? Do you have to stop for those?
If I'm driving the school bus and the intersection is clear, then no.
If you're driving a vehicle and there's a school bus that has flashing red lights, you're saying you don't have to stop for them.
I'm saying if I'm driving the school bus, you're trying to switch the analogy.
No,
If
no,
I'm driving
I'm
the school
saying,
bus and the intersection is absolutely clear, why would I have to stop?
I'm saying a school bus is
He did
stopped
not
with
say
flashing red lights, and you're driving a motor vehicle behind them. Do you have to stop for their flashing red lights? Yes or no?
Legally, yes, you do.
There you go.
That doesn't mean you should.
You absolutely
What do you
should.
mean it doesn't mean you should?
What if there's no kids? What if the school bus has been stopped flashing like that for 30 minutes?
Okay, did you get out and ask them what's wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong. The guy's just taking a
How
break,
do you
waiting for the kids
No,
to come
you're
out.
going with a hypothetical that isn't practical. Whenever
Well,
you
you're
see
going with
flashing red
hypothetical that
lights,
had
you
nothing to
have
do
to
with the
stop.
conversation. The point is that there's no injury, no one's affected, so why obey the
Yes,
law?
people are affected. You're putting them in danger. They don't have to be injured
No, I
to be
just said
put
there's
in
no
danger
kids,
by
there's
you.
no
Hold
danger.
on, just real quick percentage, just real quick, you guys. I'm not looking at the names, but who's the guy who's the main antagonist for this, asking these questions? What's your name?
I guess it's me, Still City. But whoever.
City.
Uncle Tom.
Okay. Look, I just have a question. Do you believe the Constitution is valid?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you believe the Bill of Rights are valid?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that either of those documents state that Congress cannot make a law that violates your rights?
Yes, I believe that's in there. Yes.
Okay. So when there's a victimless crime,
But here's the problem. No, wait a second. I need to make a point. I need to make.
Well, let him finish quick, and then you can.
Okay, so it's within your right to use your property the way you see fit, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. So if you're driving your car to go get groceries or whatever, and you don't make a full stop at a stop sign, but the law says you have to make a complete stop, and then the cop writes you a ticket because you didn't do what the rule says, do you consider, hold on, my question is, do you consider that law violates your constitutional right?
No.
Hold on.
Let me tell you why. Stop. I know where your point's going.
Yeah. Let him answer. No.
But I wasn't finished. I had one more clarification, right?
Yeah,
you are driving responsibly. There's no one else in the crosswalk. There's no one else. There's no other car stopped, and you just slowly roll through. Okay? You behaved in a way that you decided to use your person and property in a safe manner that caused no harm. Now you can go.
Didn't make those laws. Those are state laws. That is the state's responsibility to set traffic laws and enforce traffic laws. So your entire argument you just made is bullshit.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Wait. Which branch of our government makes laws?
And public roads are not your property.
Public roads are my property. Yes, they are.
Oh, no, I was not aware that you own public roads.
Okay, so I had a question that didn't get answered, right? Which branch of the government is responsible for creating laws?
Legislative branches in both the state and the federal government, which are separate from and distinct from each other. So again, your entire constitutional argument is bullshit. You never looked into this, did you?
Okay, so
Congress didn't make those laws. Those were made by state governments, all 50 states, independent.
Okay, great. So let me ask you this question: does the Constitution have anything within its parameters that would apply the same principle to Congress not passing any laws to the state or the federal? Like, because it's going to be an extrapolation from the principle, right?
All the laws not assumed by the federal is passed to the state. So the state has that ability to make laws. The states have been passing those kind of laws since before we were in states, when they were territories, when they were colonies. There were traffic laws going back to the 1600s.
But see, that doesn't. I don't know if there were traffic laws back to the 1600s, but there were horse and buggy laws.
Yes, and those are traffic laws for all intents and purposes.
Okay, that's all well and good, but don't mistake the fact that simply because our forefathers didn't use their brains to think that their state or their federal government were creating laws that violated their own natural God-given right to
A
behave in a
God-given
way.
right to
Hold
run a
on,
stop
man.
sign
What's your
or
problem,
put
bro?
school children in danger.
What's
That is
your,
not a
what's your
God-given
mal-
right.
what's your malfunction, man?
What rights are being violated here?
He thinks he can travel whatever speed he wants and the hell with everybody else.
Okay, wait,
If,
hold on.
Yeah, but that's not a
if the
right.
kids walk in
Wait,
front of his car getting off a school bus, too bad.
Wait. Did anyone hear me say I can drive however the fuck fast I want?
Okay, so say what right
what
is
you said.
violated then. Be specific.
How fast can you go?
Okay, safely.
Is there
No,
a maximum
Steel
speed limit
City.
that you're able to go?
Steel City. He said his rights are being violated. I want to know which right. Don't
My
you?
right? Okay, listen. Do you know what the Fourth Amendment is?
Nope. I'm Canadian.
Okay, the Fourth Amendment describes my right to I have the right to preserve and use my property in any way that I see fit, right? I should be secure and
It does
safe.
not say that.
Hold on, okay, look, man. I'm speaking loosely, right? I should be safe and secure, right? I should be safe and secure in my person and my property. That means that my body is my body. You can't tell me what I should do with my body.
What's
You
the whole
can't-
amendment say? What does the whole amendment say?
All right,
Unreasonable.
Can I get a
Unreasonable
moderator,
search and seizure.
Can I get a moderator, please?
Yeah, you need one.
Carry on, guys. Carry on.
You need to stop talking bullshit.
Oh, I need to stop talking bullshit.
Let's ease up on the
You're
interruptions.
lying about what the Fourth Amendment says. You're lying about what it says. You're skipping the most important part. Unreasonable search and seizure. Unreasonable is the word that's operative there.
Go ahead. Do you want to respond to that, Travis?
The principle that lies deeper than that is it is my property to do with what I want. When you write a legal rule that, in a sense, seizes my right to use my property in any way I see fit by saying, you can't go here or you can't do this or whatever, you are, in a sense, in fact, seizing my property because you're trying to control what I do with my things.
The Fourth Amendment does not give you that right. The Fourth Amendment gives you rights that are reasonable. You don't get to do whatever it is you want, whenever the hell you want, without regard to public safety.
Don't interrupt. Let him finish.
This is the last time, okay, and I'm done. I'm tapping out with this guy right now.
That would be great.
Did anyone hear me say anything like what he just characterized me as saying? The answer would be no.
I'm going to ask you a question. How many times has you arguing that Fourth Amendment right got you out of your speeding ticket?
I drive in a safe manner at this point in my life where I don't get speeding tickets.
Okay, how many times has that got you out of any ticket?
I haven't been in a situation.
Hold up, why aren't you getting speeding tickets? If you're driving at a safe but fast speed, how come you're not getting speeding tickets?
What?
If you're speeding but safely, how come you're not getting speeding tickets?
Who said I was speeding? Who said I was speeding?
I'm speeding right now. But I'm not getting speeding tickets because I'm not being an idiot. I do it all the time, but I don't get stopped.
Well, like, how much are you speeding? Like 10 over or something like that? Like within the grace?
No, actually about 24 kilometers, which is probably a bit much right now.
Yeah, but again, it's the context, right? I don't have a problem with you going 25 kilometers over the legal limit or whatever. Like, as long as you are not endangering anyone's life.
Right. I
mean, all I'm arguing for is common sense and the ability to operate within the safety of the benefit of everyone around you. I'm
How do you
all
measure
for-
safety though? Because someone might say safety is
okay, listen very
subjective.
carefully.
So how do you measure it objectively?
Listen very carefully because I already qualified it. For the benefit of those around me. If I'm not driving safely and I'm threatening your life, or if I'm threatening your life with how careless I'm being, then I'm not being safe. That's the
I hear you, but people might have subjective notions of what being threatened is. You know, someone might see you go fast and think that's threatening.
Well,
Even
they
though it's
have
not
the
safe. Even though it's really not unsafe, they deem it unsafe just because they prefer it to be slower or something like that.
yeah,
You know?
but
So how do
know
you?
what
Go
know what we call people like that? They're called Karens, right?
Yeah. So how do you
So-
deal with Karens?
You and I both have the ability to perform citizen's arrest, right? If you see me if you see me driving unsafely or whatever, and you're the only one who saw me, what are you going to do? Chase me down? Like, what are you going to do? Call a police officer and say, I saw this person speeding and his license plate is blah, blah, blah. He's not going to get like that's what.
Okay,
like,
now
I don't care.
the police car chases after you, tries to pull you over. You still deem yourself to be speeding safely or like driving safely. Then what?
Well, that comes to the issue of his violating my right to travel, right? I am free in this world, except for private property, to go wherever I want.
Okay, but now his word against yours, he deems you to be unsafe, and you deem yourself to be safe.
It all comes down to, at that point, the application of a legal rule and whether or not it was written to apply to me. If we look very carefully at the legal rules for traffic, it has nothing to do with people who are going to the grocery store. Nothing
That's
to do with
bullshit.
nothing to do with mom going to the school to
That's
take her
wrong.
kids.
I agree with you. You need a legal rule, and that's what I was getting at. You need an objective criteria or criterion for what's considered safe.
A company truck just passed me, and I'm going 23 over the speed limit. If I called that company, do you think this guy would still be going that fast?
Do you have a DOT number on there,
Don't be
or
a
like
snitch,
call,
man. Come on.
call about my driving?
No, because it's not a transport truck. It's a pickup truck.
Okay, so it's not in commerce, so it has nothing to do with the commerce traffic law.
It's a pickup truck owned by a company called Covaterra. I would call Covaterra and tell them one of your vehicles is speeding. Do you think he'd still be speeding in 10 minutes?
Okay, look, man. All I was asking if there was an identification on there for you to call the company. That's what I was trying to get at.
I would just tell him where he is.
Okay, whatever. You're free to do that.
Do you think he'd still be speeding in 10 minutes?
I don't know. It depends on how good their HR is, doesn't it?
And if it's good, what does that mean? If their HR is good, will he be speeding?
Oh my
or
God!
will he not be?
Like, you're the same guy.
Well, what does HR have to do with anything?
I'm done talking to you, man.
Yeah, because you're bringing up HR, which has nothing to do with it. Fuck does HR have to do with health and safety? I'm glad you modded yourself, though. Anyway, who was saying that the government doesn't need to be safe?
The government what?
Doesn't need to keep you safe?
I mean, that's a big conversation.
It was the same guy.
Oh, it was Travis?
Yeah.
That makes
Technically, you should govern yourself and keep yourself safe, your family safe, stuff like that. There's no need for a big government, but
You're the first person to keep yourself safe, but our laws in Canada, our workers' laws, worker is responsible to keep themselves safe. Supervisor is as well, and the company. They each have different levels of responsibility. But yes, they're all responsible.
I mean, I can only speak for myself, and when a cop car comes rolling beside me, I don't feel safe.
Why not?
It is what it is.
Why not, though?
I wonder.
I do too. That's why I asked the question.
Fair enough.
For real, why do you not feel safe? I feel safe.
Because they've never protected and served. Well, I mean, yeah, I've never been protected by them. No, I've been served by them, but I haven't been protected by them.
Oh, well, I was on the way camping with my wife and kids and propane in the car. We pulled over. A police officer came by and stopped us and asked if we were okay. Howard tried to help us find the propane. Thought he found it, offered to dispose of it for us, and followed us the rest of the way. It's pretty cool.
Wait, are you a white family?